In a parallel world, the renowned assassin Xi Tong engages in an aerial duel with her arch-nemesis, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that catapults her into the modern era. Growing weary of a life steeped in bloodshed, she finds solace in this new existence, embracing the local vernacular that refers to her state as being akin to a salted fish. Despite the eccentricities of her adoptive family, they cherish her as if she were made of glass, gradually thawing the heart that had been encased in ice for 22 years. The aloof and domineering eldest brother questions, "Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties?" Later, he implores, "Sister, what should I do?" The madcap second brother exclaims, "What do you understand?" Only to later plead, "Sister, quickly teach me how to configure this." The aloof race car driver, the third brother, admonishes, "Stop flitting around before me." Later, he declares, "This is my precious little sister. Do not lay a finger on her." The arrogant and whimsical genius, the fourth brother, warns, "Keep your distance. Foolishness is contagious." Eventually, he boasts, "My sister is the most brilliant in the world," and seeks her affection. Just when she thought they would live happily ever after, her biological parents from Huagua seek her out, introducing four more eccentric brothers and a biological daughter they have adopted. The cold and calculating eldest brother watches in astonishment as the girl displays her remarkable skills and knowledge of various weapons. The superstitious second brother is dumbfounded to discover that his sister can not only exorcise spirits, but also traverse the underworld. The dazzling star, the third brother, finds himself deep in thought as he observes that his sister has more fans than he does. The astute fourth brother is left in disbelief when he sees her effortlessly uncovering corpses and identifying the true culprit with just a flick of her fingers. The adopted daughter provocatively challenges her family. Apologies, but she will not indulge them. What is this? A fiancé who looks down on others through his nose? Wait a moment. Doesn't he resemble her absurdly incompetent superior from that other realm? Chapter 1. Aerial Duel, Struck by Lightning and Transcended. As night descends, the stars in the sky dim, resembling a dark curtain upon which two stars chase each other. On the ground, someone gazes upward. Heavens, everyone look! A shooting star! A voice cries out, causing hurried passers-by to pause and gaze skyward. Wait, that can't be a shooting star, can it? It looks more like an airplane. Gasp. Everyone inhales sharply. Aren't those two planes exceeding the speed limit? Exceeding the limit? This is akin to a rocket. Goodness. Is that plane really flying at such a speed? Are they out of their minds? However, the pilots of the two aircraft are oblivious to the terrified discussions unfolding below them. Xi Tong grips the steering wheel with one hand, casually surveying the horizon, her gaze exuding an unwavering pride and determination that signals her intent to triumph. Racing against her adversary is merely a playful diversion. This speed is but a fraction of her true capability. A nauseatingly irritating voice crackles through her earpiece. Xi Tong, do you really think you can compete with me? Surrender now, and I might still spare your dignity. Upon hearing this, the woman smirks devilishly, her idle fingers flickering with the glow of a cigarette's ember. She takes a slow drag, exhaling a plume of grayish smoke as she extinguishes the cigarette, then tightens her grip on the wheel. Her eyes sharpen, and the aircraft suddenly accelerates to double its previous speed. It is time to conclude this contest. The woman in the other cockpit, who had been basking in her own arrogance, now shows signs of cracking, her pupils trembling slightly. This lunatic. Just as Xi Tong prepares to follow the navigation for landing, a flash of lightning illuminates the entire dark curtain of the sky. The woman feels a brief flicker before losing consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xi Tong perceives memories not her own surfacing in her mind, reminiscent of another girl's recollections. She struggles to open her eyes, but finds herself utterly powerless. Only after all fragments of the memories have surfaced can she slowly pry her eyes open, realizing that the scenes within these memories differ from her current reality. Before she can ponder this strange phenomenon or fully assess her surroundings, a voice like an earthquake reverberates in her ears. Shin-si could no longer endure her peculiar gaze, and an expression of impatience emerged upon his countenance. "Hey, are you alright?" He bore little emotional connection to this girl, the adopted daughter of his parents. The four brothers had grown accustomed to independence and seldom interacted with this so-called sister. While he was attending class at school, he received a bewildering call informing him that his sister had been struck by lightning and hospitalized. His mind was in a state of confusion, as their parents had just boarded a plane and could not arrive in time, and he was unable to reach any of his three elder brothers. Thus, he became the unfortunate soul, which greatly displeased him. Xi Tong's eyes turned icy. Did he just refer to her as Hey? Since she could remember, No one had ever dared to address her with such disrespect. Instinctively, she contemplated eliminating this insolent youth before her, yet an inexplicable pain surged within her heart, overtaken by a surge of emotions. Two words flashed in her mind: blood ties. As an orphan from a young age, she had never comprehended such feelings, and having entered a heartless and ruthless organization, it was even less likely for her to grasp the essence of familial affection. Perhaps these were the sentiments of the girl from her memories? Though she could not fathom why this emotion affected her, she chose to relinquish the thought of getting rid of this young man. Xi, after a prolonged silence without a response from her, cautiously leaned in closer. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Could it be that she had been rendered foolish by the lightning strike? Xi Tong cast him a cold glance, her voice frigid and piercing. Firstly, I am not He. Secondly, please be mindful of your tone when addressing me. Having lived this long, who had not shown her utmost reverence, trembling in fear? This audacious youth, seemingly unacquainted with the harsh realities of society, appeared oblivious to its inherent dangers. Xi rolled his eyes. This girl was indeed as foolish as he had surmised. Was there any genius in their family who was not exceptional? It was unfortunate that they had adopted such a worthless daughter. Previously, he had not interacted with her, but now that he had, it became evident that his initial judgment was correct. Interacting with her was ill-advised, as foolishness was indeed contagious. He moved to a safe distance as far from the hospital bed as possible and inquired, "What should I call you?" He certainly would not refer to her as sister. He had no intention of having such a dim-witted sibling. Xi Tong was quite pleased with his perceived fear of her, retreating further into the corner. Reflecting on the titles her subordinates used to address her, she blurted out without a second thought. "You may call me Baba." Her subordinates often cried, "Baba, help," and her title within the organization was Duba. Xi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror. You. He failed to complete his sentence and dashed toward the door, flinging it open. Mom. Someone is trying to take your husband's place. Just as Shun's parents hurriedly arrived from the airport, they overheard their beloved son shouting in the hospital corridor. The woman furrowed her brow. "What are you shouting about?" Xi immediately turned to the man, opening his mouth to complain. "Dad, someone is trying to usurp your position." The man shot him a glance. "Get out of the way." It was bad enough to shout here, but to block the path as well. Shin's mother pushed the door open, and upon seeing her weak daughter in the hospital bed, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Before Xi Tong could react, she rushed forward and embraced her daughter tightly. "Whoa, my dear, how are you? Are you feeling unwell?" "Whoa." The embraced Xi Tong was utterly bewildered, simultaneously regretting her unusual behavior that day, as her reaction time had plummeted to an abysmal level. The woman holding her was crying, leaving the iron-willed female leader at a loss. While she could easily engage in fighting or killing without a flicker of hesitation, this was territory unfamiliar to her. Yet, she had never consoled a woman crying so pitifully. This was not within her professional capabilities. The man followed in, his face etched with worry. "What happened to Xiaowu? What did the doctor say?" Xi Tong blinked rapidly, swiftly processing the series of events in her mind. Arriving at a singular conclusion, she had traversed into another realm. She had become the owner of those memories, the girl herself, while the individuals before her were her adoptive parents, and she was the one who had also been struck by lightning and hospitalized. Could it be mere coincidence that the genuine girl had perished in the lightning strike, and now it was she, Xi Tong, who occupied this body? How could this be so fortuitous? Was it truly a coincidence? She had been transported here by a bolt of lightning, while this girl had fortuitously been struck as well. Chapter 2. Call me Daddy or call me Dominator. She swiftly composed herself, her lips unconsciously pressing together. "Mom and Dad, I'm fine." This unfamiliar term felt as hot as fire on her tongue, making it rather difficult to utter. Her hesitant address of her parents led them to mistakenly believe it was a lingering effect from being struck by lightning, which only heightened their concern. With reddened eyes, Mother Shin exclaimed, "It's a relief to hear that. You scared both your father and me to death. You must never stand under a tree during a rainstorm again." Xi, who had just entered the hospital room, overheard this admonition. He couldn't suppress a smirk. Not standing under trees in the rain was basic knowledge, something even a child would know. How could this fool not be aware of it? Once again, he reaffirmed his belief that the daughter they had adopted was indeed foolish. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he rushed to complain. "Dad, it's her. She just asked me to call her Daddy. She wants to replace you, to usurp your position." Father Shin looked at his son as if he were an imbecile. "Have you also been struck by lightning?" Quite severely, it seems. Are you both daft?
Xi,
With an expression of urgency, insisted. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask her. He pointed at the girl on the bed, demanding, speak up. Repeat what you just said. Xi Tong replied, very well. The pressure is on me. But do I appear so foolish as to admit it? All eyes in the room instinctively turned toward Xi Tong. Xi reveled in her predicament. Humph. Let us see if you dare to deny it. The girl, with an innocent and naive expression, shook her head, her gaze flickering toward Xi with a hint of bold defiance, but only he noticed. To father and mother Xin, it appeared as though their youngest son was bullying their sweet and innocent daughter.
I didn't say that.
Upon her words, Father Xin erupted. You little rascal. Are you feeling cheeky? Xi dodged his father's affectionate reprimand, his eyes wide in disbelief at Xi Tong. How dare you lie and refuse to admit it? Mom and Dad, you must believe me. Who is the biological child here? I must have been picked up off the street. They always say not to casually pick up children from the roadside. Xi Tong turned to Mother Xin. What I said was to call me Dominator, not Daddy. I did say Dominator, which is entirely different from Daddy. He is slandering me, yes, that's right. Mother Xin was momentarily taken aback, while Father Xin, who had been chasing after their youngest son, also paused. Xi struggled to suppress his laughter, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Mother Xin reassured, it's all right, it's just that our daughter was slightly dazed after being struck by lightning. Her mind is still intact. Father Xin mused, to think that my obedient, sweet, and adorable daughter harbors such a domineering title within her. Such a contrast. She is indeed my daughter, bold and audacious. Xi remarked, it seems she's not merely foolish, she's quite eccentric as well. What's this Dominator nonsense?
Ha ha ha.
Xi Tong was stunned. How had she so carelessly revealed her moniker? This was tantamount to self-sabotage, if her enemies were to discover this. Mother Xin gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Your father and I believe in you. A warm wave surged through Xi Tong's heart. In their world, no one could be trusted. One could only rely on oneself, for ignorance could lead to death. Is this what it feels like to have a mother? It seems rather pleasant. This place isn't like her old world, and no one here knows her. She was no longer the original Xi Tong. She could assume the identity of another girl and live an unrestrained life as an ordinary person. No longer would she navigate a world fraught with danger. Nor would she endure daily hardships. This new identity was the dream she had longed for after countless missions, a life devoid of obligations, simply enjoying food, drink, and leisure. Living out a normal existence. Now that her dream had been realized, she possessed what this world referred to as a couch potato experience card, perhaps even a lifetime pass. Whatever the case, she would relish each day of idleness, embracing the tranquility of the moment. Xi Tong felt a diminishing sense of alienation and vigilance toward this world, following her memories to converse and act normally. Mom and Dad, can we go home now? After receiving the doctor's approval, the family of 4 returned to the villa. The houses in this world differed from those in her previous life, but to her, they were merely material possessions, as long as she had a place to stay. That sufficed. Mom and Dad, I'm a bit sleepy. Father and Mother Xin nodded. Good child, go and rest well. Xi Tong quickly ascended the stairs, following her memories to her designated room. She was indifferent to its decor. She had often rested in the dark and cold blood-soaked woods.
Now,
not only did she have a cozy home, but also a soft bed. It felt like heaven. Who among her family could understand this overwhelming happiness? Xi watched as the girl vanished upstairs, his jaw dropping as he attempted to persuade his parents. She has been lying in the hospital for ages. Mother Xin, ever understanding, explained that was a coma, not simply lying down. She must be quite exhausted after waking. Father Xin nodded. Girls should sleep more to maintain their beauty, you little rascal. Wouldn't he understand? Xi retorted, such a thick filter. It's impenetrable. I'm off to school, he declared, turning away, unable to endure another moment in this house that threatened to lower his IQ. After sleeping for an entire day and night, Xi Tong felt refreshed, having never experienced such a restorative slumber since her memories began. In the past, she had been unable to sleep deeply, always needing to remain vigilant, even wishing she could keep one eye open while dozing off. Now, after such a good night's sleep, she suddenly realized how blissful it was to rest. She vowed to make up for all the sleepless nights she had endured. Knock, knock, knock. Sweetheart, are you awake? Mom's coming in.
Am awake.
Mother Shin pushed open the door. You've slept so long. You must be hungry. Come downstairs for something to eat, or should I have someone bring it up? Xi Tong bit her lip. She certainly preferred the latter option. After all, it was convenient. She wouldn't have to move at all. Yet. She ultimately chose the first option out of shyness. Being new to this place, she didn't yet have the audacity to be so brazen. It was best to familiarize herself with her surroundings first. At the dining table, Father Shin announced, "Your mother and I will be attending an auction overseas, and will return the day after tomorrow." The day after tomorrow was also the Shin family's designated monthly reunion day, no matter how busy or distant they were. Everyone was required to return on Sundays to share a family meal. Mother Shin looked at her daughter with concern. "Sweetheart, why don't you come with us?" Xi Tong hesitated, then shook her head in refusal. She preferred solitude in her actions and disliked group outings. "Mom and Dad, you go ahead. I'd like to rest at home." In truth, she simply wanted to sleep and was too lazy to move. Father Shin thought for a moment before agreeing. Traveling by plane can be tiring. It's better to rest at home. "Your mother and I will take you another time." Chapter 3. Your existence is my contentment. After Father and Mother Shin departed, Xi Tong ascended the stairs once more to sleep, needing to recharge her energy before she could explore and understand this new world. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she groggily awoke and made her way to the living room, only to be startled by the sight before her. What was up with this resentful-looking youth? He appeared even more disgruntled than the prisoners in their organization's dungeon. Surely Shin-Ti provoked him? "Why are you back again? Didn't you go to school?" Shin-Si glared at her, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Do you think I wanted to come back?" he retorted. "Mom and Dad said they had to go out and were worried about leaving you alone, so just as I arrived at school, I was unceremoniously summoned back." Xi Tong raised an eyebrow, realizing he had been coerced into returning. She casually sauntered over to the sofa opposite the boy, reclining in an exaggerated manner.
"Go.
Fetch me some fruit." Shin-Si was already irritated, and her haughty demeanor only exacerbated his frustration. How dare she treat him like a servant? "Shouldn't you just go and eat by yourself? Can't you use your hands?" The expression on Xi Tong's face, watching the boy's furious reaction, ignited a sense of wicked amusement within her. "Well, if that's the case, I suppose I must call my parents. As for what to say, that will depend on my mood." She provocatively waved her phone at the boy, the threat unmistakable. She surmised that since her parents had the power to summon him back, they must possess some leverage over him. Otherwise, there was no way this obstinate brat would return so easily. Shin-Si's eyes sparked with indignation as he rose, glaring at Xi Tong. "You're shameless." Xi Tong nodded with mock sincerity. "Indeed, I am shameless. Now hurry and wash the fruit for me." Shin-Si was taken aback. Was there something wrong with his mind? Was it really acceptable to insult oneself? He was infuriated, yet his anger was futile. "You should be grateful for my presence," he grumbled, storming towards the kitchen. At this hour, the housekeeper and servants had already retreated to the nearby villa to rest, leaving him as the only one she could command. Rather than inconvenience herself, she preferred to make things difficult for him. After all, she was too lazy to work herself. Besides, she was genuinely curious to toy with this boy. Having just turned 19 in her current body, while her counterpart in another world was already 23. She felt somewhat fortunate, an unexpected youthfulness from her adventure. However, her status had diminished, otherwise this insufferable brat would have to address her as sister. With a sharp thud, Shin-Si placed the fruit platter heavily before her, then, without sparing her a glance, retreated to the sofa, seething with anger. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow at his hasty retreat. What was the rush? Was she going to eat him? It was unfortunate that she couldn't take the opportunity to have him serve her. If Shin-Si were to discover her brazen request, he would surely feel relieved to have escaped. Once seated, he began diligently solving problems in his notebook, relishing the challenge of tackling the most bizarre and intricate questions, particularly those posed in the prestigious global mathematics competitions organized by the World Association of Olympiad Mathematics. The questions on his draft paper were fresh challenges they were set to explore. As Xi Tong tossed grapes into her mouth, she observed the boy furrowing his brow, as if grappling with some insurmountable conundrum. After a while, she grew bored and turned on the television.
Ha ha ha.
"This is utterly ridiculous. I can see the invisible strings. How dull. None of them can truly leap from rooftop to rooftop." Xi Tong's patience waned under the heat of Shin-Si's intense gaze. She turned to him. "What are you staring at?" Am I bothering you by watching television? Shin-si gritted his teeth.
Could you keep it down?
You're distracting me. The girl smirked. Who watches TV without sound? Besides, if you can't focus, that's your problem, not mine. Don't blame me for your inability to solve your issues. Frustration mounted for Shin-si as the allure of the new problem faded, replaced by a growing annoyance. She was a true nuisance, clouding his once clear thoughts. It was evident that spending too much time with someone so dim-witted could adversely affect one's intellect. Curiosity piqued. Xi Tong leaned forward to glimpse the supposed world's hardest question that had stumped her so-called genius brother. Shin-si couldn't suppress a scoff at her curiosity. With her intellect, she likely wouldn't even grasp the question. Attempting to seize the moment to vent his frustrations, he was instead met with her derisive laughter. You can't even solve this? How pathetic. You dare call yourself a genius? Shin-si clenched his fists, taking deep breaths. I mustn't lower myself to your level. I mustn't stoop to your foolishness. With a glint of mischief in her eye, Xi Tong continued to taunt. You can't be serious about your reputation, right? Look at you so angry. Is this what they call humiliated rage? His face flushed crimson at her words. He couldn't argue back, nor could he strike her. He felt as if he might burst with pent-up frustration. He tossed his draft paper at her. If you think you're so clever, then you solve it. If you can even comprehend the question, I'll concede that you're impressive. Xi Tong leaned back, a lazy smile on her lips. What benefit is it to me if you deem me impressive? Your opinion holds no value. You're not exactly a paragon of intelligence. Shin-si widened his eyes in disbelief. Did she even realize who she was speaking to? How dare she dismiss his recognition as inconsequential? You ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. Do you even know who I am? He retorted. Unfazed, Xi Tong casually asked, who? As she tossed a grape into the air and caught it in her mouth. Shin-si was determined to make her aware of his prowess. She was far too oblivious to the world around her. In the realm of Olympiad mathematics, if I claimed third place, no one would dare assert their second. Xi Tong burst into laughter, blinking at him. And, if you're not even first, then who is? By saying you're third, you're conceding that first place belongs to someone else. Shin-si shot her a haughty glance. The first is the one who sets the questions.
Xi Tong chuckled lightly.
So that's the caliber of the first? Creating such simplistic questions qualifies them as number one? Suddenly, Shin-si felt exasperated. Why was he even engaging with her? She could never comprehend their level of intellect. He had no intention of continuing this futile conversation, yet her audacity left him speechless. Her ignorance was laughable. Chapter 4. Overdoing the pretense. After cracking a sunflower seed, Xi Tong casually declared, from now on, I will be number one. In her previous organization, striving for first place had become second nature, deeply ingrained in her DNA. This new environment felt somewhat foreign to her. Shin-si, after laughing, turned to her. How old are you to still be playing pretend? Bestowing yourself with a title of number one? Have you been struck by lightning? Xi Tong pointed at the draft paper he had handed her. I could solve these simple problems with my toes. Shin-si's lips twitched. He had encountered many boastful individuals, but none had claimed to send their arrogance into outer space. Her level of bravado was truly unmatched. Then go ahead and solve it. Xi Tong grinned at him. What's the reward for solving it?
Shin-si smirked.
Let's see if you can actually solve it first. What a fanciful idea. With a sigh, Xi Tong replied, if I solve it, you must grant me one favor. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin-si replied, one favor? I would agree to 10. You've been stuck on this for 2 days. How could you possibly solve it? Xi Tong's smile widened. His words were all she needed. While she lacked nothing at the moment, who could guarantee what the future held? How could she navigate this new world without a few followers? She picked up a pen and dramatically leaned over the coffee table, appearing quite engrossed in the questions. Shin-si crossed his arms, ready to mock her at any moment. However, 3 minutes later, he was shocked to see her swiftly scribbling on the draft paper, producing a flurry of calculations.
Shin-si sighed.
Perhaps she was more convincing than he had initially thought. Had he not known that this girl was supposedly mundane, he might have been fooled. 10 minutes slipped by, and the draft paper was filled to the brim. Shin-si was compelled to reconsider his opinion of her. She was clearly putting in effort, whether or not it was genuine. The next moment, the draft paper was flung back at him, obscuring his vision. Xi Tong sat back on the sofa, arms crossed, casually propping her legs up, her hands itching for a cigarette. Take a closer look. The steps are clearly laid out for you. If I weren't concerned about your comprehension, I could have written the answer in a minute. With a scowl, Shenxi removed the draft paper from his face. He had initially intended to retort, but upon seeing the problem-solving steps and reasoning on the paper, he began to exhibit an array of expressions: contempt, astonishment, disbelief, and then sheer joy. How could you possibly do this? Shenxi felt his head buzzing. It was nothing short of miraculous that she had actually solved it in a mere 10 minutes. He had spent 2 days without success. Were it not for the fact that this problem was freshly minted and had yet to be released with an answer, he might have suspected foul play. Xi Tong smirked with satisfaction. What's the matter? Lost your tongue? Shenxi rubbed his eyes once more. No. This seemed to be 2 different problem-solving methods, completing 2 distinct solutions in 10 minutes. Even for ordinary Olympiad mathematics, that was an incredible feat. Were it not for the knowledge that the world's top rank was held by a male whom he had met only in passing, masked, no less, he might have doubted her claim to the title. How did you do it? Xi Tong looked at him with an expression of bemusement. Did I not just do it right under your nose? Do you think I would use my feet? Shenxi retorted. If it weren't for your impressive solution, I would have to throw a few words your way. I'm asking how you conceived of it.
Xi Tong sighed, somewhat exasperated.
Was this person truly the second best in the world? He appeared rather dim-witted. Of course, I used my brain. Do you really think my toes have their own ideas? Shenxi thought to himself, stay calm, just stay calm. Finding amusement in the boy's colorful expressions, Xi Tong couldn't resist teasing him further. How delightful. I suddenly ascend to first place while you tumble from second to third. How pitiful. Shenxi replied, you're getting a bit too cocky. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, a certain second place was so pleased with himself. Is the world's #1 not entitled to some pride? Oh, wait. Now some people should be third. The boy took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Do you think this makes you #1? To usurp the top spot.
You must challenge him and win.
Xi Tong replied, sounds rather tedious. Oh well, I don't particularly care for that ranking. After all, it took me a while to earn this leisurely experience card. I can't let it go to waste. She merely acted on a fleeting impulse of DNA, wanting to provoke him a little. Unexpectedly, she had overdone it. How frustrating. Shenxi looked at her with disappointment. Can you not have any aspirations? Wasting such a brilliant mind is a travesty. Xi Tong blinked innocently. What makes you think I have no ambitions?
Shenxi countered.
Spending all day eating and sleeping, does that qualify as ambition? After observing you these past few days, it's clear that's all you do. The girl frowned in disagreement. Isn't that a form of aspiration? Everyone has different pursuits. Eating and sleeping is mine. In her previous life, she dreamt of a stable existence, while what he deemed as a lack of ambition was a dream unreachable for many who toiled their entire lives. Shenxi was taken aback. What expression was that? One might think that eating and sleeping was indeed a noble pursuit. He did not deny that aspirations vary, but merely indulging in eating and sleeping leads to stagnation. One must engage in necessary activities. Xi Tong sensed his lack of understanding. This world was far too peaceful and governed to have witnessed true darkness and malice. Losing interest in further teasing him, she turned to leave. Child, remember that you owe me a favor. I'll let you know when I think of it. Shenxi finally reacted, shouting after her. Unaware of how out of control he had become today, his usual self was one of poise and self-regulation. I am your 4th brother. Who are you calling child? Do you dare to disregard your elders? Believe me, I will inform our parents. Xi Tong's voice echoed back. Just see if they believe you. Shenxi thought, I truly wish I could silence her. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. He promptly photographed the draft paper and sent it to the research discussion group, which erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 5. What was that? A UFO flying too low.
Meanwhile,
Xi Tong, who had already exited the villa, was blissfully unaware of the stir she had caused in Shenxi's academic circle. She entered the garage and casually selected a cool-looking black sedan. Destination, the mall. It wasn't that she was complaining. Her wardrobe at home was filled with an array of colorful skirts. While she acknowledged their beauty, they were rather impractical for her needs and impeded her movements. Even though she recognized that this world was significantly safer than her previous one, she had just arrived and could hardly drop all caution immediately. Thus, she needed to purchase several comfortable and well-fitting outfits. On the outskirts of the villa, rows of sports cars lined the roadside. Groups of young men gathered, forming 2 factions, one across the street and one on their side. Hey, do you dare to race against me? The youth referred to as Little Third narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold fierceness emanating from him. Since I'm here, what is there to fear? The leader of the opposing group shouted boastfully, "Since you're here, let us place a wager. Otherwise, it's no fun." Shin San extinguished his cigarette and squinted impatiently. The red-haired youth behind him shot a disdainful glance at the opposition, saying, "Third brother, why bother racing with them? Do they even deserve to compete with you? Our third brother is a racing god. No random fool can challenge him." The red-haired boy did not bother to lower his voice, allowing the other side to hear his words clearly, which incited their fury. "That was a year ago. How dare you bring it up? If you're capable, let us race now." The red-haired boy smirked with arrogance. "What is so embarrassing about it?" "Oh, right. I almost forgot. You only took second place a year ago, didn't you?" His companions chimed in, still the perennial second. The leader of the opposing group, Cheng-yi, gritted his teeth in anger, wondering why he was always behind. After years of competition, he had never managed to surpass Shin San. Being labeled as the eternal second was nothing short of an insult. Enough of the chatter. Today, I'll make you concede wholeheartedly. All those years of practice had not been in vain. His sole objective was to surpass Shin San. While his friends fumed in outrage, Shin San remained calm, as though the provocations were directed at someone else entirely. "Let us discuss the terms. If you lose this time, you must withdraw from the racing world." Everyone was taken aback by the high stakes. Shin San's companions discreetly gave him a thumbs up, truly impressive. Chang Yi was equally astonished. He had sought out challenges from Shin San countless times, each ending in dismal defeat. Unforeseen was the magnitude of the price to be paid this time. Success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. Should I falter, my life would be condemned to a perpetual state of humiliation, rendering me forever unable to partake in any racing competitions. The very essence of racing would become a distant memory for me. Shin San smirked derisively. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Chang Yi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What is there to fear?" "If you lose," Shin San interjected, "if I lose, I shall never touch a race car again for the rest of my life." Chang Yi gritted his teeth. "Very well, you have my word on that. Do not try to wriggle out of it later." Shin San chuckled, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "I am a man of my word." Both teams promptly boarded their respective race cars, eager to head to the venue, when a sudden gust of wind swept through. Red-haired Joan, bewildered, spat out a few sounds before exclaiming, "What just flew past? Was that a UFO?" He was not alone in his astonishment. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Shin San, gazing towards the direction the car had sped off, felt a surge of excitement. It had been long since he encountered a worthy adversary. Cheng Yi's countenance cracked into a semblance of intrigue. Although he had not witnessed anything, his long experience with cars had attuned him to their sounds. Who was this person that had emerged in Lo City, rivaling even Shin San? He harbored grave doubts about whether the so-called god of racing could compete with this newcomer. Yet year after year, Shin San had claimed the first prize in racing, with no one ever surpassing him. Joan remained in a daze. What just transpired? A strong wind blew by, seemingly taking not a single leaf with it. Shin San, intrigued, turned to Joan and said, "Investigate the vehicle and its driver that just passed." Joan replied incredulously, "What? A car just went by? I thought it was a UFO flying too low." Cheng Yi directed his subordinate, "Find out everything about the driver of that car that just sped past." The subordinate looked at his boss. "Are we still racing? Today? Are we really comparing ourselves to the god of racing?" Cheng Yi scoffed, reveling in his own mischief. "Compare? Soon. He won't be the god of racing anymore. I only compete with the strong." Clearly, Shin San is no longer the formidable opponent I once believed him to be. Joan, exasperated, retorted, "You can't even see our third brother's tail, and you wish to compare with that powerhouse?" Under normal circumstances, Cheng Yi would have exchanged barbs with them. But today he had more pressing matters to attend to, so he dismissed the jesters. With his head held high, he settled into the driver's seat and revved the engine, speeding off. Joan's subordinate, equally vexed, exclaimed, "What does he mean? If he wants to compete, he should. If not, he shouldn't he? Does he treat our third brother as a mere tool?" Shin San interjected, "Thank you, you may cease your chatter." Joan shot a glare at his subordinate. "If you keep silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." The subordinate trembled. "Did I say something wrong? Isn't that the truth?" Xi Tong squinted at the 2 rows of nonconformists standing by the roadside, and without a moment's hesitation, pressed the accelerator, fearing her eyes might be scorched. Little did she know the presence of nonconformists was ubiquitous. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Shin San personally conducted an inquiry. After all, having encountered an intriguing opponent, He could not let the opportunity slip away. However, hours passed without a single lead. The surveillance footage merely revealed a fleeting black shadow, providing no clues beyond the car's color. The Villa district was notoriously private, not easily surveilled. Moreover, Xi Tong had expertly evaded all monitored routes, rendering such rudimentary surveillance utterly ineffective. Zhouan watched the bizarre scene unfold on the monitor, his voice trembling in disbelief. Did we just see a ghost in broad daylight? The subordinates quivered in fear. Who would have thought ghosts enjoy racing as well? Shun San found the incessant chatter unbearable. He raised a hand to massage his temples. Silence. Let the world be quiet once more. Cheng Yi, seated in the living room of his home, wore an expression of disbelief. Nothing has been uncovered? How is that possible? What information could elude a scion of the Chung family? He refused to accept it. Thus, he pulled out his phone, delegating the tasks he could not accomplish to his older brother. Hello? Dearest brother, have you eaten yet? Quit your nonsense and stop acting crazy. You're disgusting. Cheng Yi quickly dropped his obsequious demeanor. Brother, I need your help to look up someone. Chapter 6, Losing 2 Teeth. Xi Tong entered the shopping mall, once again marveling at the sheer happiness of humanity in this world, so peaceful and secure. Here, everything imaginable was available. Not merely the essentials for survival, but also a plethora of luxuries. The jewelry and adornments here were coveted far more than in her own world. After surveying the layout and facilities of the mall, she quickly assessed the environment, discerning potential escape routes and areas suitable for confrontation. She headed straight for her target, the clothing store. Welcome, greeted the sales assistant with a signature smile, her polite tone impeccably executed. Xi Tong responded with a rare acknowledgement. The seasoned sales assistant, unable to suppress a flicker of surprise, noted the customer as high-end attire and striking beauty. One would expect her to embody the traits of a sweet, polite socialite. Yet, the cool demeanor and tone projected by this woman suggested a character that was anything but gentle. She might very well be a formidable force. May I inquire what style you're looking for? Would you like to see our new arrivals for the season? Xi Tong languidly sank onto a sofa, momentarily reaching for a cigarette before retracting her hand, deciding it best to avoid trouble in this unfamiliar world. The sales assistant, ready to remind the customer of the store's no-smoking policy, found herself silenced as the beautiful patron had already changed her mind. Was her expression so revealing? The sales staff had undergone rigorous training in emotional management before even qualifying for their roles.
Who was Xi Tong?
Accustomed to navigating the complexities of human nature and the harshness of life, if she could not decipher a mere sales assistant's expression, she would not have thrived in her organization. I do not need that. Please prepare several outfits in my size for me to take with me. Efficiency is key. She estimated that the sales staff, keenly observant, would accurately gauge her dimensions. True to her expectations, the sales assistant did not inquire further, but instead promptly returned with several outfits. Miss, would you like to try them on to ensure a good fit? After all, even the keenest eyes can make mistakes. It's always best for the customer to try them on. As Xi Tong lifted the cup of coffee the assistant had brought to the table, the aroma prompted her to frown slightly. A sip deepened her frown. The sales assistant, sensing the shift, quickly offered a glass of plain water. Miss, if this coffee does not suit your taste, we can provide you with plain water. It was customary for the establishment to serve coffee to arriving guests, and regular patrons, typically affluent ladies, were accustomed to this practice. This customer, possibly a wealthy newcomer, warranted special treatment. The sales assistant felt compelled to cater to her every need. Xi Tong set the coffee down. No need. Please attend to other matters. Hurry and pack the clothes. I must be on my way. The sales assistant quickly understood. Very well, I will be right back. The customer seemed to be in a hurry, or perhaps simply wished to leave, prompting her to swiftly gather the clothing. Xi Tong frowned again, casting a glance at the coffee on the table. Did the people in this world enjoy their own misery? Such bitter beverages were unheard of in her previous life. Life was already sufficiently challenging. Why seek to add further bitterness? She pursed her lips, lifted the coffee cup once more, and took another sip. After all, had she not clawed her way to the top through hardship? What was there to fear? A silent chuckle escaped her lips. The heavens were indeed watching. At last, she had managed to embrace the laid-back life she always desired, albeit in an unconventional manner. Yet, she remained utterly indifferent. As long as she resided in that world, experiencing such leisurely and pleasant days would have been impossible. Just as she began to immerse herself in her thoughts, a wave of derision reached her ears. Oh? Is this not the fifth young lady of the Shin family? What brings you here alone? Is it true that a mountain chicken, despite its aspirations, can never truly blend in with a flock of phoenixes? Xi Tong cast an impassive glance in their direction, noticing two girls adorned in flamboyant attire standing beside her. The one slightly ahead appeared relatively naive, straightforward, and easily swayed by others' words. The one a tad behind, however, exuded a hint of cunning, though she feigned innocence. She had no interest in engaging in their childish games of conflict, exchanging barbs and insults. In her previous life, her sole focus had been survival and ascending to the pinnacle of power, free from any threats. Now, having traversed into this new realm, her only desire was to find comfort, to turn a blind eye to the world outside, and to indulge in a life of carefree abandon. Heen, dissatisfied with her indifference, raised her voice, proclaiming, "You're merely a wild chicken adopted by the Shun family. What's there to be proud of?" Why was her fate not as fortunate? Although the He family was also affluent, it paled in comparison to the Shun family. She had always considered herself a highborn lady, only to find that a mere wild chicken had the audacity to stand above her. Were it not for the Shun family's adoption, what worth would she possess? Xi Tong. Am I being arrogant? She had yet to utter a single word. This blame was unwarranted. Heen, how can I deliver the grand speech I prepared if you remain silent? Observing the girl's flustered demeanor, Xi Tong couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Even when they resorted to malice, these individuals appeared rather endearing, a stark contrast to the more sinister nature of those from her previous world. Thus, Xi Tong did not perceive He Yin's antics as a personal attack. It merely resembled a child's play. At that moment, Feng Xia whispered to He Yin's sister He. Why stoop to her level? Stoop? Xi Tong narrowed her eyes dangerously. While she regarded the situation as child's play, it did not grant anyone the right to insult her. In the next instant, before anyone could react, a resounding slap echoed throughout the boutique, causing the entire establishment to tremble. He Yin felt a rush of wind followed by the sharp crack of the slap. Once she regained her senses, she found Feng Xia sprawled on the ground, her hand instinctively reaching for her face, which she dared not touch due to the pain. Blood trickled from her mouth as she stared at Xi Tong in disbelief. Xi Tong, having nonchalantly returned to the sofa, lazily lifted her eyelids. If you no longer wish to speak, I can oblige. The attendant. That was too quick. I didn't even have time to process what happened. Heen stealthily retreated, feeling a chill run down her spine. Today's Shanwu seemed like a completely different person. A far cry from the docile figure she once knew at school. Feng Xia, now regaining her composure, appeared pitiful with tears brimming in her eyes. Why you dared to hit me? As she uttered a word, two bloodied teeth fell from her mouth. The crowd. Feng Xia had utterly lost her wits, unable to maintain her usual facade. Though she attempted to rise, she found herself unable to do so, prompting the attendant to rush forward to assist her. With a cold glare, Feng Xia directed her fury at Xi Tong. My Feng family will not let this slide. Although the Feng family was not a prominent clan, the Shin family would certainly not expend their energy on a mere adopted daughter to pursue a biological daughter of the Feng family. He Yin was still pondering. How did she do that? How impressive. Chapter 7. So, are you something or not? Xi Tong nonchalantly nodded. Feel free to act as you wish, Feng family. Send as many heads as you desire. I fear nothing. Suddenly, Xi Tong noticed a dark aura coiling around Feng Xia's shoulders and neck, which upon closer inspection, took the form of an almost fully formed ghostly infant. She felt a wave of disdain. It was utterly grotesque. Today's sights were quite overwhelming. There's something behind you. Feng Xia, in a fit of rage, was momentarily taken aback by Xi Tong's unexpected statement, instinctively turning her head. What is it? However, she saw nothing. The attendant and Heen also glanced behind Feng Xia, only to find nothing there. Was it merely air that Xi Tong referred to? Feng Xia assumed she was being toyed with and angrily advanced a few steps, intending to retaliate. Yet, remembering Xi Tong's eerie speed and strength, she hesitated in fear. Do you think that by hitting me and changing the subject, I will let you off the hook? Xi Tong shrugged. There really is something behind you. Feng Xia, what is it? Xi Tong paused, recalling the words of the old man in her dream who claimed to be the embodiment of the Tao, stating that one should not directly inform others of spirits, as it would frighten them. There is indeed something. Feng Xia's eyes narrowed dangerously. Is it amusing to play with me? Xi Tong replied, you fail to recognize kindness, but looking at that dark aura, it seems you won't last long. He Yin glanced at Feng Xiao's back, then surveyed their surroundings, suddenly realizing the implication. She glared at Bai Shidong. Did you just insult me? Bai Shidong. He Yin's eyes widened in indignation, yet she dared not advance a single step, for Bai Shidong appeared quite fierce. You claim there's something behind her. Since there's only me behind her, you're implying I'm something. Bai Shidong. What a peculiar train of thought. However, this young girl was rather amusing. It had been ages since she encountered someone so innocent. So are you something or not? Heen, her cheeks flushed with anger, retorted, I am not something. Bai Shitong smirked, very well, then you are not something. Heen became increasingly confused. You are the one who isn't something. Bai Shitong was thoroughly entertained. This girl was an absolute delight, a refreshing encounter with such untainted innocence. So, are you something or not? Heen replied, you. Ultimately, Heen, exasperated, turned on her heel and strode away, deeming Xinwu toxic and preferring to keep her distance. Feng Xia also departed, but not before casting a meaningful glance at Bai Shitong, silently vowing, just wait. Your good days are numbered. The boutique was in disarray, with the attendants holding their breath, fearful of inadvertently provoking any of the young ladies present. By the time the manager arrived, tranquility had returned to the store. Manager? What's the commotion? What disturbance? Isn't everything fine? Miss Shun, here is your garment. Will you be paying with your phone or by card? As Bai Shidong received the bag and prepared to leave, she paused at the latter part of the statement. Oh right. Shopping requires payment. I had almost forgotten the customary process after so long. Noticing her prolonged silence, the manager felt a wave of anxiety wash over him while the attendants trembled, vividly recalling the gruesome scene when Miss Shin had knocked out 2 of Miss Fong's teeth. With an air of calm, she returned the bag to the attendant. Please deliver the clothes to the Shin family villa. I will pay upon arrival. This service catered to affluent ladies who often purchased in bulk, making it impractical for them to carry their purchases. The manager sighed in relief. As long as payment was involved, he feared the worst, her taking the items without settling the bill, a situation he would not dare to confront without consulting his superiors. Upon exiting the store, Bai Shitong pinched her slightly flushed earlobes, feeling utterly embarrassed. She had yet to acclimate to the notion of paying for her purchases, as she had previously taken what she desired without hesitation, where the strong reigned supreme. Arriving home, she had barely descended from the vehicle when she was met with Shun Si's radiant gaze. Bai Shitong twitched her lips. What are you doing? That expression is rather unsettling. Under normal circumstances, Shun Si would have exploded in anger, yet now he wore an expression of eager admiration. Welcome back, sister. Did you enjoy your day? Bai Shitong furrowed her brows as she scrutinized him from head to toe. What was the matter? Could he also be a soul traveler? In just a few hours, it seemed as if he had completely transformed. As she made her way home, she remarked nonchalantly, speak up. What is it? Shen Si wasted no time and got straight to the point. Do you wish to join our mathematical Olympiad team?
No.
Bai Shitong rejected the offer without a moment's hesitation. She had no interest in creating work for herself. Indulging in meals and sleeping was far more appealing. Shen Si was taken aback, clearly unprepared for her refusal. After all, how many people yearned to join? He grew anxious and implored, don't respond so hastily. Consider it a moment longer. Is it the generous salary? Or do you desire something else? Bai Shitong settled onto the sofa and took a bite of an apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table. I want to eat, sleep, and eat. Shen Si was incredulous. You don't want the money? Bai Shitong cast him a glance. How could the 4th young master of the Shin family be so obsessed with wealth? Such a fixation on money was rather pedestrian. No, my parents will provide for me. Shen Si, exasperated, replied, do you wish to rely on them for the rest of your life? Bai Shitong blinked innocently. I could always rely on the bank. As long as I refrain from extravagant spending, the interest in my bank account will suffice. She had little desire for material possessions and thus didn't foresee any significant expenditures. Ding dong. Is Miss Shin at home? Your ordered garments have arrived. Shin Si, puzzled, asked, did you go out to buy clothes? The Shin family had a dedicated clothing design team, making it unnecessary to purchase from outside brands that were expensive and ill-fitting. Hadn't she always worn dresses crafted by their in-house designers? Why the sudden urge to shop? He had only vaguely noticed her on a previous occasion when the team delivered an array of colorful dresses. Bai Shitong glanced at him. Is there a problem? How long does it take for the team to deliver? I can buy and wear them right away, efficient and convenient. Upon opening the door, a man and a woman entered, their eyes fixed ahead as they carried the garments. Miss Shun, your clothing. Xi Tong nodded, indicating they should place them on the floor. After they set down the items, they pulled out a payment machine. Xi Tong inquired, how do I pay? What's the card password? Why can't I recall this part? The two employees, sweating nervously, dared not rush her nor leave, for working for a wealthy family required discretion. Xi shot her a curious glance. Why aren't you paying yet? Coughing lightly, Xi Tong asked, how much is it altogether? Miss Shen, for 3 outfits, your total, with the membership discount, is 980,000. Xi Tong could hardly contain her shock. What? Did these 3 outfits have gold trim? She hadn't noticed that before. So much money could buy an astonishing amount of supplies in her world. She could survive on plain bread for years. The two employees were uncertain of her reaction, as some wealthy young ladies often complained that lower-priced items diminished their status, fearing they would appear less refined in front of their peers. Others, however, merely found such prices exorbitant. The Shin family was a prestigious lineage. They had a dedicated team for attire. This was the first time they had received an order from the Shin family. So was Miss Shin discontented with the price being too low? It made sense. How could the Shin family possibly value such inexpensive clothing? Not only the two employees, but even Xi stared at her, bewildered. Realizing she had overreacted, Xi Tong coughed again to cover her embarrassment. Ahem, well, fourth brother, please pay.
Xi.
Chapter 8. For children, one less competent than the other. With 3 pairs of wide eyes upon him, Xi, in a daze, paid the bill. It was only after the 2 employees had departed that he questioned, why did I pay for you? Xi Tong retorted confidently, because I have no money.
Xi.
If only she had claimed him as her 4th brother, he would have accepted it. Did your parents not give you any money? Where's your allowance? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he changed his tone. Sister, would you like to join us? The salary is quite generous. Xi Tong replied, not interested, I don't need it. Xi found himself at a loss. Their group leader had been fervently insisting in the chat to spare no expense to recruit the genius for their mathematical Olympiad team. How could he entice his sister, who was so resolute in her disinterest? If you're not interested, what will you do when you want to buy something next time and lack funds? Xi Tong stated earnestly. I simply won't buy anything next time. Xi scoffed. I find that hard to believe. You're 19 now, right? Xi Tong glanced up at him. Xi continued. According to Shin family rules, once children turn 20, they must be self-sufficient, severing all allowances.
Oh.
Why was she so unfazed? Xi, not ready to concede, pressed on. Aren't you worried? Xi Tong leaned back, reclining on the sofa. Worried about what? There's still a year left. Things will work themselves out. Besides, she reassured him. I have a whole year to ask my parents for more pocket money. I'll strive to gather a lifetime's worth within this year. Xi was utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. Xi Tong tossed the apple core into the wastebasket. Are you done? If so, I'll head back to my room to sleep. With no recourse, Xi waved his hand in exasperation, feeling both frustrated and helpless. He simply could not fathom what was going through her mind. Perhaps it was merely thoughts of sleep. 3 days later, Shin father and Shin mother returned home. Darling, mommy's back. Darling? Xi, lounging on the sofa, turned around. Dad, Mom. Shin mother, puzzled, asked, why are you back so early today? Shin father inquired, where's your sister? Xi replied, Mom, I've been at home this whole time. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on her? Only then did Shin mother recall and casually nodded before asking, where's your sister? Xi realized that they had entirely overlooked him as their son. Your precious daughter is still asleep. She has been for days. I've even started questioning life itself. How can someone sleep so much? Not only did she sleep, but she also ate voraciously. There was never a leftover on the dining table, nor a grain of rice left uneaten. Shin mother nodded. Well, she did sustain an injury a few days ago, so she needs to rest. Xi remarked, she looks lively and well-fed. She hardly seems injured. Xi Tong descended the stairs. Mom and Dad, you're back. Shin mother waved her over. Come here, darling. Mommy brought you a gift. As the girl approached, she gazed at the ruby necklace in Shin mother's hand, lost in thought. Was this colored carbon truly so rare? Just look at Shin mother's gleaming eyes. Do you like it? Your father and I specifically brought it back for you. Xi Tong, unwilling to disappoint Shin mother, nodded. I like it. That's wonderful. Come here. Let me put it on you. As dinner time approached, it was the weekend, a day for the family to gather for a reunion meal. Xi Tong absent-mindedly assisted Shinmother with flower arranging, finally enjoying some peace. For the past few days, Si had incessantly nagged her at every opportunity, driving her to the brink of irritation. Thus, aside from meal times, she had hardly left her room. Although she was now helping Shinmother, she could not easily ignore Si's piercing gaze. Suddenly, the sound of roaring engines could be heard from the entrance. Momentlate. A flamboyantly dressed young man appeared at the door. Xi Tong had a good memory. She recognized this man as the leader of the punk gang with the bright red hair she had encountered on the street that day. She hadn't thought much of it then, as she wished to avoid the eyesore. Now, seeing him enter her home, she recalled that he was San, her nominal third brother. Surprisingly, despite being surrounded by his gang, he was rather good-looking. No wonder he had become the leader. The young man donned a blue shirt tucked into dress pants, his tall figure radiating vitality, though his face bore an air of fatigue. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Si, glancing at his usually flamboyant third brother, curiously asked, "Third brother, what's wrong?" San sat down on the sofa, sighed deeply. "You're still young. You wouldn't understand." Si retorted, "What is it that I don't understand?"
"Du liking me."
Mother Shin merely lifted her gaze to glance at her third son before returning her focus to the flowers in the vase. Has he taken leave of his senses? San, in the presence of his mother, shed his haughty demeanor and donned a pitiful expression. "Mom, I feel utterly miserable." Si interjected with a scoff. TSK. Just the thought of it gives me goosebumps. Xi Tong remarked, "These two faces are entirely unexpected." Mother Shin, intrigued, inquired, "In what manner are you suffering? Speak up, let us revel in your plight." San brushed off Mother Shin's teasing, lost in a sea of disappointment over his inability to find a worthy rival. "I am no longer the champion of the racing world, yet I cannot even ascertain who the current champion is." Si, perplexed, queried, "Cannot find the champion? Aren't you the champion yourself? What more is there to seek? Is this the fabled loneliness of seeking defeat? How utterly pretentious. To be neither the champion nor able to identify one, finding none equates to having none." San shot him a disdainful glance. "I've already told you that you wouldn't understand." Father Shin, irritated, cast a glance at his neurotic third son. "You never engage in anything productive. Aside from playing with that wretched car of yours. What else do you know? How dare you weep in front of your mother? Where's your dignity? Are you incapable of finding a girlfriend?" San regarded his father with a placid gaze, adopting a starkly different attitude compared to that towards Mother Shin. "What do you mean by being unproductive? What's wrong with racing? Is entrepreneurship the only legitimate pursuit?" Father Shin replied, "Entrepreneurship? Then I suggest you persist in your unproductive ways." He feared that this troublesome lad would squander the family's fortune in a misguided venture. San retorted, "Humph. You look down on others. My racing team is my enterprise, and it has expanded beyond national borders." At that moment, another figure entered through the door. The man was tall, donned glasses, exuding an air of cool elegance, with striking features and a meticulously tailored suit. Xi Tong observed. The four Shin siblings are each less impressive than the last. The eldest, however, is the most visually appealing. Father, mother, eldest brother. As the domineering CEO, the eldest brother was taciturn, merely casting a glance at Xi Tong as he passed. As long as he was safe, that was sufficient. It was rumored she had been struck by lightning a few days prior. At least she could be regarded as their parents' daughter, their sister, deserving of some acknowledgement. Xi Tong nodded slightly. "Thank you, elder brother." This elder brother seemed not easily swayed. It was wise not to reveal too much too soon. Chapter 9. The traffic police cannot catch me. Soon after, everyone resumed their usual mode of mutual indifference. Shun-E sat on the sofa, his laptop resting on his lap as he typed away incessantly. Shun-san, listless, watched television, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to locate that skilled rival.
Shensi,
however, cast fleeting glances at Xi Tong, contemplating how to lure their sister into their group. Meanwhile, Father Shin sat beside Mother Shin, observing her teach their daughter the art of flower arrangement. After completing 2 vases, Mother Shin glanced at the clock. "Where is Shun-Er? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Shun-Si shook his head. He has probably lost in his experiments again, neglecting everything else. This was typical. Shin-Er often lost track of time in the lab and sometimes even forgot to eat, absorbed in his work to the point of obsession. Mother Shin sighed. With all her sons behaving this way, how could they ever find wives? Surely, she couldn't bear the thought of all 4 sons remaining single. She shot a glare at Father Shin. You should call your son. Father Shin, feeling aggrieved by his wife's glare, had no choice but to comply. A few minutes later, he spread his hands in resignation. That rascal isn't answering. Shin San observed the commotion. Perhaps Shin forgot his phone. Even if he has it, it's likely on silent. Mother Shin, rubbing her temples in exasperation, lamented, the rules must not be broken. You all are no exception. The family was already busy with their individual pursuits. If they disrupted the weekly family dinner tradition, what would become of their familial unity? Other rules could be bent or altered, but not this one, unless there was an urgent matter at hand. Mother Shin surveyed the living room. Who will go to the lab to fetch him? A sudden silence enveloped the room, everyone lowering their heads like frightened quails, fearful of being singled out. Mother Shin's gaze landed on her eldest son, who was engrossed in his work, and promptly dismissed the thought of calling on him. The pressure of her gaze quickly shifted to Shin San. Shin San exclaimed, I went last time. I'll be damned if I go again. Even if I do, I'd be met with a closed door. We wouldn't even get past the entrance, without standing there pitifully waiting for ages. They would still need to wait for the security personnel to relay the message, and only then would Shin leisurely emerge. He swore that the most exasperating thing was dealing with people who dawdled. Watching Shin Er's slow demeanor ruffled his nerves. Mother Shin turned her attention to Shin Si. Shin Si quickly buried himself in his notebook, pretending to solve some difficult math problems. Mother Shin remarked, You all are brothers indeed. Your acting skills are remarkably similar. Xi Tong, utterly bewildered, wondered why it was such a chore to merely call someone. To spare Mother Shin any further distress, she volunteered, Mom, I'll go fetch Shin. Mother Shin was the first person to make Xi Tong truly feel familial warmth, even if her affection was more directed towards Shin Wu than her. Yet, she still felt immense gratitude and guilt for occupying her daughter's place. Mother Shin frowned.
How can that be?
Sweetheart, you need to rest. Let these boys handle it. Father Shin nodded in agreement. Our girls shouldn't be doing any work. Let the boys go. The Shun brothers exchanged bewildered glances. Are we not human? Xi Tong smiled. I'm actually quite curious to see Shin Er's workplace. Mother Shin was instantly filled with gratitude, grasping her daughter's hand with tears in her eyes, and shooting a glare at her 3 sons. Look at that. Look how considerate your sister is. You should learn from her. She's so obedient and understanding. What have you 3 done besides irritate me? Mother Shin sighed. My darling daughter is truly wonderful. Why couldn't I have given birth to more daughters? Daughters are so much more sensible and thoughtful. Xi Tong patted Mother Shin's hand. I'll go call Shin now.
Wait.
Suddenly, Shin Si's excited voice cut through the air, drawing puzzled looks from everyone. Shin Si approached with feigned humility. Sister, let me go instead. Shin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Since when did the 4th brother become so close to his little sister? Shin Sen added, What has gotten into you, 4th brother?
I've never seen you so sycophantic.
Father and Mother Shin exchanged glances, perplexed at Shin Si's sudden change of heart. What is going on with our 4th son? Wasn't he just refusing to go? Xi Tong pursed her lips, silently observing Shin Si, aware of his ulterior motives. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard his proposition. Sister, let me go in your stead. And you can come along for a visit to our group? Luring her there was part of the plan. Shin San, curious, asked, What is so fascinating about your group? It's just tedious numbers and annoying symbols. Xi Tong agreed with Shin San. Although she had never been there, she could easily guess it was uninteresting. Shin Si turned sharply to glare at Shin San. Shut your mouth. Shin San retorted. Hey, how dare you speak to your 3rd brother like that? As tensions rose, Xi Tong turned and exited. Mother Shin, suppressing her anger, barked, Both of you, be quiet. You're all too eager to quarrel at home but refuse to do any work. The 2 brothers instantly turned meek. Shin Si, still not giving up, shot a resentful glare at Shin San. Mind your own business. Shin San, equally defiant, glared back. Are you out of your mind? Even Shin was bewildered by how close the 4th brother had become to their little sister, especially considering their family bond had never been particularly strong, let alone with a sister adopted by their parents. Xi Tong stepped outside, plugging her ears and smirking slightly. Goodness, how loud. Then she turned toward the garage. In the living room, Mother Shin suddenly recalled something and looked at Father Shin. Does our daughter have a driver's license? When did she take the test? Mr. Shin was also taken aback. I suppose she must have found time to take the driving test at school? Having raised 4 sons in a rather carefree manner, both he and his wife had not needed to worry much, which left them somewhat inexperienced when it came to raising a daughter. Shen-san pouted, thinking, isn't it just obtaining a driver's license? How difficult can that be? Xi Tong, with one hand on the steering wheel, suddenly realized that she had no knowledge of her second brother's research institute's location, as that memory simply did not exist. The owner of this body had scarcely interacted with her brothers, aside from being somewhat closer to Mr. and Mrs. Shen, let alone visiting their workplaces. After retrieving her phone to message her mother, she got the location and restarted the car. Mother. Darling, when did you take your driving test? However, Xi Tong replied, Mom, there's no need to worry. The traffic police in this world could not catch her. In the living room, Mrs. Shen was perplexed. She mechanically turned to Mr. Shen. Does this imply that our daughter does not possess a driver's license? Chapter 10. Your mother wants you home for dinner. Arriving at the entrance of the Research Institute, the car was parked under the shade of a tree. However, there was no one at the guard station.
Xi Tong squinted,
thinking that a place of such significance should be heavily guarded. Why was there no one around? Was this world truly so peaceful? Or did the people here possess a strong sense of mutual trust? A smile crept onto her lips, but she quickly resumed her impassive expression and strode toward the institute. The mere railing could not deter her. The slight electric charge barely tickled her, and the surveillance cameras were deftly dealt with. Once inside, she wandered aimlessly. Hey, miss. What are you doing? Suddenly being called out, Xi Tong felt no panic as she turned to face the woman who had stopped her. I'm looking for someone.
For Shen Er.
The attendant, holding a report, scrutinized Xi Tong with a puzzled expression. Looking for Teacher Shin? Why aren't you in uniform? The institute mandated that every employee wear uniforms and carry identification badges. Others could not easily enter. So the attendant instinctively assumed Xi Tong was a staff member who had carelessly neglected to wear her uniform. Xi Tong quickly glanced at the attendant's badge before her delicate brows arched, instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere. Hello, Comrade Lin. I was just about to leave work, but my uniform is being washed and hasn't been returned yet. The attendant sighed slightly, noting how strikingly beautiful the girl was, and despite her young age. Being able to enter the Research Institute was no small feat this time. I'll let it slide, but be more careful next time. You should leave promptly after work. Xi Tong, with her deceptively innocent face, nodded obediently. Thank you for the reminder, Comrade Lin. The attendant glanced at her. What do you need Teacher Shin for? Xi Tong smiled innocently. I just remembered I have some data to report after finishing work. The attendant nodded. Then let me lend you a uniform. Teacher Shin should still be in the laboratory. After saying this, she glanced toward the lab, not even considering why Xi Tong would know its direction.
Xi Tong nodded,
donned the uniform, and turned to the attendant in the changing room. Sister Lin, don't be careless next time. After saying this, she smiled and left, heading directly toward the laboratory. Initially puzzled, the attendant smiled in return, thinking the young girl was perhaps using this incident to kindly remind her to be more vigilant. Inside the spacious corridor of the laboratory, lined with doors on either side, it resembled their world's research institute. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged from one of the doors and glanced at her before continuing on his way. Excuse me, could you tell me which laboratory Teacher Shen is in? The man paused, turning to assess her. Are you new here? Xi Tong nodded without a change in expression. Yes. No wonder she didn't know where Teacher Shen's office was. There weren't many people with the surname Shen in the institute, and in this research group, there was only one. You can go in through that door in front of you. Just a friendly warning, Teacher Shen prefers not to be disturbed during experiments unless he personally invites someone. Though now in his middle age, he still did not possess Shen Er's capabilities, and thus addressed him with respect. Xi Tong nodded. Thank you. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. The people here are quite trusting and vigilant. After the middle-aged man left, Xi Tong pushed open the door to Shen Er's laboratory. Upon hearing the noise, the man turned to glance at her coldly, then returned to his experiments as if she were non-existent, until Xi Tong broke the silence with, Mom says it's time for you to come home for dinner. Shen Er paused, then abruptly turned to scrutinize her.
Who are you? Xi Tong replied, I am Shen Wu.
Shen Er's eyes suddenly sharpened. How did you get in here? I came in through the front door. Shen Er approached her, his gaze icy. I meant, how did you gain entry? This is not a place just anyone can access. It's a location of national secrecy. Bo Xi Tong was unfazed by his frigid glare, for the pressure it exuded was of no consequence to her. I walked in. What's the matter? Do you have a special vehicle for transportation? That would be quite a loss, wouldn't it? She mirrored his attitude back at him. Shin Er frowned at her attire. Who let you in? Where did you get that uniform? Do you even know where this place is to dare enter? Bo Xi Tong ignored him and casually took a seat on the side. I don't know who let me in. A young lady gave me the uniform. ISNT, this just a research institute. What's there to be afraid of? Ding dong ding ding ding. Soon, a loud alarm echoed from outside, followed by the chaotic sound of hurried footsteps. In that instant, Shen Er realized what had transpired. The culprit was the girl before him. His expression turned apathetic. You've been discovered for trespassing. Bo Xi Tong shrugged nonchalantly. Only just now? Had she been on a normal mission? There likely wouldn't have been a single survivor left in the research institute. Shen Er, noticing her calmness, was momentarily taken aback. You've created quite the mess. This is serious, bordering on classified matters. Bo Xi Tong frowned. Will it implicate my parents? Shen Er, intrigued by her change in expression, couldn't help but ask, what if I say it will? The girl's eyes gradually filled with a bloodthirsty chill, her brows narrowing into a cruel smile. Then there's no choice but to blow this place up. A glimmer of panic finally crossed Shen Er's usually composed demeanor. Her expression was not that of a liar, and he realized that the little sister they had always regarded as an invisible presence was, in fact, hiding her true capabilities. You. Bo Xi Tong, seeing her effect had taken hold, retracted the coldness in her eyes and smiled. I believe my second brother should have a way to handle this, right? Shen Er took a deep breath and glanced at her sideways. Did anyone see you come in? No one saw me. What about your clothes? I borrowed them from a staff member. Shen Er's cold demeanor cracked slightly. You're truly audacious. Bo Xi Tong smiled sweetly. Just to call you home for dinner. Shen Er's lips twitched. This woman was truly capricious, shifting personalities in an instant. Sit aside, and don't disturb my work. Bo Xi Tong furrowed her delicate brows. Mom wants you home for dinner. I'll go home after finishing this. Bo Xi Tong grew somewhat impatient. When will you be done? I don't know. The girl suppressed the cold glint in her eyes. Then you'll have to come home with me first. Shen Er, now equally impatient, adopted a heavier tone. I advise you to mind your own business. Chapter 11. What do you know? The two of them locked eyes in a stalemate for a minute, neither willing to concede. Bo Xi Tong, losing her patience, allowed a hint of annoyance to seep into her gaze, her demeanor growing increasingly frigid as she considered simply knocking him unconscious and carrying him away. Shen Er was taken aback by her gaze. Could such an expression truly belong to a mere 19-year-old girl? Bo Xi Tong endeavored to adjust her mindset, reminding herself not to succumb to anger. After all, he was the son of Shin father and Shin mother, the only source of familial warmth she had ever experienced. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a few words between clenched teeth. Don't push me to slap you. Shen Er retorted. Is your glare merely suggesting a slap?
No way.
I've been working on this experiment for over a month. I can't just abandon it now. Bo Xi Tong's eyes hardened with indifference. What did it matter to her? Her sole task was to escort him home for dinner, and she would concern herself with nothing else. The two once again engaged in a silent standoff.
Shen Er,
worn down by her obstinacy, took a step back and glanced at the clock. There are still over 2 hours until dinner. Can you grant me just 1 more hour? Besides, you are the one who caused the trouble outside. Bo Xi Tong also glanced at the round clock on the research table, then walked over to a chair and sat down, her actions indicating her acquiescence to his proposal. Make it quick, she urged. Shen Er's eyes twitched. Do you think I don't want to finish quickly? After casting her a disdainful glance, he resumed his experiment. He held a red vial in one hand and a green vial in the other, carefully pouring both liquids into a single container. Suddenly, the quiet laboratory was pierced by the girl's cold voice. You're doing it wrong. Shen Er paused, a frown creasing his brow. He detested being interrupted while conducting experiments. Therefore, he bluntly retorted, what do you know? Shut up. Bo Xi Tong, uninterested in his outburst, buried herself in her phone. Second brother will be back in an hour. Mother. Sweetheart, please stay safe. When you return, let your second brother drive. Shenwu. After a moment's thought, she added awkwardly. Got it, Mom. No need to worry. A small explosion echoed through the laboratory, but Bo Xi Tong did not lift her head, anticipating such an outcome.
Shen Er,
in a fit of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair and walked to the sink to wash his face. That marked the 208th failure.
Bo Xi Tong instinctively remarked.
Utterly useless. You're miles behind the research institutes in their world. It's a pity we can never see that old man again. Shin Er turned to her. You speak as if you're any more competent. Bo Xi Tong closed her phone and glanced at him. I am, after all, the old man's half-hearted apprentice. If I can't understand this, what am I even doing here? However, having learned from Shun Xi's missteps, she chose to feign ignorance, believing that keeping a low profile would facilitate a more enjoyable experience of slacking off. I don't understand. Shin Er asked, what am I expecting? It was understandable. The girl had been adopted by his parents for over a decade, and during all that time, she had been rather unremarkable, so how could she possibly comprehend these matters? Yet, he was curious, if she truly didn't understand, how could she be so certain? If you don't understand, how do you know it's wrong? You speak with such conviction. Bo Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. My sixth sense tells me it's wrong. Haven't you ever heard the old saying? Shin Er stared at her, his expression one of eager anticipation. The girl then parted her lips, delivering the verdict. Red paired with green is absolute nonsense.
Shin Er retorted.
How crude. Is that how a girl ought to speak? It's quite unrefined. No wonder the parents have raised such a child. He quietly turned back to his research. While Bo Xi Tong glanced at the time, you have half an hour left. Shin Er wore a look of exasperation. Girls truly were troublesome creatures. Bo Xi Tong hadn't anticipated that the much-lauded Shin Er would be so ineffectual. As time dwindled, Shin Er grew increasingly anxious and restless. Bo Xi Tong stood and approached the alcohol lamp, moving towards the heated glass tube. As Shin Er turned from the refrigerator, reagent in hand, he was startled to see the girl merging 2 vials. Alarmed, he barked, "Put that down." However, Bo Xi Tong paid him no heed and continued her actions, merging the red and purple vials together without hesitation. Shin Er, filled with both anger and frustration, strode forward, ready to protest, when he heard a bubbling sound. This is? He turned in disbelief. Had it actually succeeded? His expression shifted from fury to astonishment, his pupils widening with excitement. How did you do that? He fixated on the bottle, murmuring, why didn't I think of this? Bo Xi Tong shot him a sidelong glance. Less chatter. Let us go home for dinner. Shin Er longed to say more, but he reluctantly set down the reagent and followed her obediently. Outside the research institute, several security personnel and armed guards stood ready, while a few elderly gentlemen in white lab coats wore serious expressions, as if a significant incident had occurred. Shin Er glanced at the girl beside him. She seemed even calmer than he, as if the commotion was not of her making, and he couldn't help but admire her. Teacher Shun, I hope I haven't interrupted your experiment? Shin Er shook his head. No interruptions. What has happened here? Bo Xi Tong's lips twitched slightly. You know full well. The institute director frowned. It seems someone has intruded. Shin Er's interest was piqued, it seems. At that moment, a security officer from the control room interjected. There was a glitch in the surveillance system for a while, but it has since returned to normal. Shin Er feigned calmness. No other discoveries? The officer responded. Nothing else has been found. Wasn't it merely speculation that someone had broken in? This girl had quite the skills, managing to infiltrate such a high-security research institute. Surely, the infrared sensors and electric nets had not malfunctioned? There were no malfunctions at all. Shin Er was once again taken aback, growing curious about how she had managed to enter without triggering any alarms. If she had tampered with the surveillance, it clearly indicated she hadn't walked through the front door. Given the level of defense, even the most skilled individuals couldn't enter unnoticed, particularly without causing any damage to the security system or suffering any injuries themselves. It had to be an issue with the surveillance system. The crowd expressed disbelief. That shouldn't be possible. This is a system specifically designed by the state.
Shin Er smiled gently.
Our institute's defense system is set up by the National Armed Police. It's not something easily breached. Surely, everything is functioning properly? They pondered over his words. Bo Xi Tong interjected, saying that makes your country sound quite inadequate. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman in a white coat turned to Bo Xi Tong. You seem unfamiliar. I don't believe we've met before. It was worth noting that the number of young people in their institute was limited. Those who could enter were exceptionally gifted, and they greatly valued intelligent and capable youth. How could they possibly forget the young talents in their midst? Shin Er observed the girl beside him, maintaining her calm demeanor even in this situation, and he couldn't help but admire her. At the same time, he mischievously refrained from explaining, eager to see how she would navigate the situation. Bo Xi Tong glanced at Shin Er, who appeared disinterested. a knowing smile gracing her lips. Seeking to distance himself?
Impossible.
I am an external assistant hired by teacher Shin, currently undergoing an internship and not yet a full employee. Hence, it's normal for you not to recognize me, as I'm not technically a colleague. Moreover, Shin is notorious for being a workaholic, often spending months in the laboratory alone, arriving early and leaving late. He despises interruptions during his research, so it's entirely natural that haven't encountered anyone working alongside him. Thus, she deftly absolved herself of any suspicion while inadvertently dragging Shin into the fray, compelling him to admire her once more. It appears they have underestimated this younger sister. She is not as unremarkable as she seems. Within just a little over an hour, she managed to astonish herself several times. Chapter 12. Far away, yet close at hand. Shin smiled, refraining from offering an explanation and instead seamlessly shifting the topic. The experiment was a success. Indeed, upon hearing this, the elderly gentlemen were instantly filled with joy. Really? That's wonderful. Congratulations, little Shin. Truly impressive, little Shin. You never failed to deliver. I always knew you would succeed. You rascal. Shin chuckled, shaking his head modestly. Not at all. I cannot claim all the credit. My assistant has been of immense help. He emphasized the word assistant with a hint of teeth-gritting, yet the others, caught up in their joy, did not catch the nuance, although Xi Tong noticed it quite clearly.
Ha ha ha.
Excellent. Truly splendid. What is the young lady's name? Which school does she attend? Is she interested in a formal position? How wonderful it would be to add another talent to our institute. Xi Tong humbly smiled. I am merely taking advantage of the holiday to learn more from teacher Shin. I have yet to complete my studies, so I am not considering a formal job at this time. A few of the elderly gentlemen were taken aback, not expecting the young lady to decline their offer. It is worth noting that the research institute is not a place just anyone can enter, and here she was, turning down a golden opportunity. Ha ha ha, very well. Young lady, finish your studies first. If you're interested after graduation, you may come work here. The director's words carried great weight, and by uttering this promise, it was almost guaranteed that should the young lady wish to join, she would be welcomed. The director thought it reasonable for the young lady to refuse. After all, she possessed ample capability and would likely have no shortage of job offers. It is rare for someone like little Shun to hold such esteem. Xi Tong pondered. How could it be so simple to enter a research institute that everyone praises to the heavens, a place where countless individuals strive to gain entry? Yet, she remained oblivious to the true significance of this experiment, which, in the eyes of others, was both important and challenging, was, for her, a mere trifle. Shin felt helpless. What expression would the director wear if he discovered he had misjudged someone? She had merely gotten lucky with the reagents, and while praising her luck was acceptable, lauding her skills could only stem from her dubious methods. The director waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. Everyone, disperse. It was merely a misunderstanding. No one intruded, so do not frighten yourselves. After the crowd had dispersed, several elderly gentlemen rushed towards Shin laboratory, eager to see the results of the success. Initially, he intended for both Shin and Xi Tong to accompany him to document the results and explain the principles. But Shin had declined under the pretense of needing to go home for dinner. In the car, Shin glanced at the girl who had seated herself in the passenger seat, engrossed in her phone. You came to pick me up and now I must drive? Xi Tong, without lifting her head. Would you dare to sit if I were driving?
Shin bewildert. Who?
Why would I not dare? I don't have a driver's license. Shin Then how did you arrive? I drove. Shin eyes widened. How many surprises are you hiding from me? The understated car glided along the road. Shin lazily gripped the steering wheel, gazing ahead. Tell me how you entered the research institute. No comment. Even if she spoke, he likely wouldn't believe her and would think she was boasting. Shin nodded. Then tell me how you knew to add that particular reagent.
Xi Tong,
feeling increasingly annoyed by his incessant chatter, retorted. Could you maintain your aloofness, please? I like purple. Is that not acceptable? The man tilted his head. Of course it is. But does she truly appear that naive? Once could be dismissed as coincidence, but twice? Perhaps she is blessed by fortune? Since she would not speak, he decided against further inquiry. He could simply observe closely, for a fox would eventually reveal its tail, and there was no rush. At the Shun family villa, Mom, Dad, we're back. Shun mother hurried forward, grasping her daughter's hand. Darling, you've worked hard. Are you hurt? She scrutinized her child from head to toe. Shun father sighed helplessly. Child, why would you let the driver take you? You should not act so recklessly without a license. Both Xi Tong felt overwhelmed by their warm concern. This unfamiliar affection leaving her unsure how to respond, she could only act obediently in return for the couple's kindness. Mom, Dad, I understand. I'm sorry for worrying you this time. It won't happen again. Next time I'll ensure you don't discover anything. Shun father nodded. I'll arrange for 2 drivers to alternate shifts. You can leave whenever you need.
Bo Xi Tong, resigned, dead.
Aishin mother patted her daughter's hand. Be good. Listen to your father. Being caught by the traffic police is minor. An accident is a grave matter. If an accident were to occur, it could affect one family at best, or several at worst. You must be exceedingly careful.
Shen stood aside.
Feeling like a transparent person.
So, you cannot see me, right?
Am I merely a backdrop? Mom, I'm back. He reluctantly sought to assert his presence. Shin mother glared at him. You even remember to come back? You don't respond to messages or answer calls. And now you've made your sister come to fetch you. Where's the semblance of a brother in you? Shin father, what would you do if something happened to your sister on the way? Shin heir, had I known, I wouldn't have spoken up. I should have just changed genders while still in my mother's womb. Elder brother, third brother, fourth brother, second brother, come sit. Shin heir settled onto the sofa. The 4 brothers shared a distant bond, yet it was not one of complete unfamiliarity. Each had their own careers to attend to, and coupled with their natural reticence in expressing emotions, they typically went about their lives, only occasionally exchanging a few words during weekend gatherings. Shun E glanced at Shun heir. How did this experiment go? Shun heir cast a glance at the obedient girl ensconced by their parents, and then withdrew his gaze nonchalantly. It went rather smoothly. Following this, there was a moment of silence. None of the brothers spoke, and the atmosphere did not feel awkward, simply devoid of conversation. Suddenly, Shun heir turned to the despondent Shin-san. What's wrong with you, third brother? Are you in a bad mood? Usually you are so aloof and proud. What's with the unusual melancholy today? Shun-san sighed. Second brother, you are unaware. I have encountered a rival. Shouldn't that be something to celebrate? He relishes challenges and is drawn to the strong. Yet I cannot find him. I can't even uncover who he is. I only caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Shin heir, in that case, you have indeed found a rival. Do not lose heart. As long as this person exists, you will eventually locate him. Bo Xi Tong, who had overheard, he cannot be referring to himself, can he? Last time, when he pressed the accelerator, he could only see a shadow. Shun-san was completely oblivious. The expert he yearned for was both distant and yet so near. Regardless of whether she was the subject of his thoughts, Bo Xi Tong resolved to protect her own identity fiercely, ensuring no one would uncover her secret.
Shen Si,
being new and unaware of the circumstances, had acted hastily. As for everything else, she was resolute in not revealing a single detail. This would severely impact her sleep time and quality. Darling, the weekend is coming to an end. You'll return to school tomorrow. Are you feeling unwell in any way? Should you request a few more days off? Bo Xi Tong froze. Had it not been for Shin mother's reminder, she might have nearly forgotten that her carefree days were due to having taken leave after being struck by lightning. This body is merely 19 years old, a normal, ordinary girl, still of school age. Chapter 13. Bowing low and acting small. The very thought of returning to school filled Bo Xi Tong with a sense of dread. After all, the last time she had been in the mall, she had knocked out 2 of her classmates' teeth. Surely, returning to school would entail a slew of troublesome matters, and she was utterly reluctant to go.
Mom.
Shin mother looked at her precious daughter. What's wrong, darling? Bo Xi Tong found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to fabricate an excuse to tell Shin mother. However, for the sake of avoiding school, she could still lie through her teeth, for after all, her conscience was not burdened too heavily. Mother, I still feel somewhat unwell. Might I rest a few more days? Not far away, on the sofa, Shin heir scoffed. You've been scaling walls. How could you possibly be unwell? Shun-sen also chuckled disdainfully, finding it audacious that she would utter such a transparent excuse. Clearly a ruse to avoid school. He had long since abandoned such excuses after elementary school. Shinmu, with a face full of concern, replied. Then take some extra time to rest. Wait until my dear fully recovers before returning to school.
Shenfu, equally accommodating, kind in.
I'll call your teacher to request a leave. Shin heir muttered under his breath. Shun-san thought to himself, this is utterly unfair. I never received such leniency. After dinner, Shin-e accompanied Shin-fu to the study to discuss company matters. Shin heir retreated early to his room, intent on writing reports, as he was eager to return to the research institute the next morning to finalize remaining procedures. Shun-san, lacking enthusiasm, headed to the gaming room, pondering how to locate that elusive expert. Shin-si simply settled on the sofa, turning on the television. But his thoughts were entirely consumed by the conversation with his sister and their mother. Earlier that day, a new problem had emerged. He had solved it but had only discovered one method. He was contemplating how to consult his sister about alternative approaches. As Shin-mu chatted with her daughter, her gaze occasionally flickered toward Shin-si, puzzled by this unexpected sight of him watching television. What was going on? Rarely did he ever take his eyes off his draft paper. Shin-mu's distraction was swiftly noted by Xi Tong, who, following Shin-mu's gaze, realized she had unwittingly invited trouble upon herself. "Mother, I think I'll go upstairs to sleep," she said. Shin-mu nodded. "All right, darling, rest early. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a friend's gathering. Since you're reluctant to attend school, it would be good for you to get out and clear your mind." Xi Tong paused. Could she refuse? She harbored no interest in such gatherings and simply wished to sleep. Yet, she ultimately refrained from declining, recalling that Shin-fu and Shin-mu were often busy with work and rarely home, leaving her to interact only with the butler and servants. The original owner of this body, Shin-woo, had always been aware of her adopted status, thus she remained particularly cautious and reserved, coupled with her older brother's aloofness. This only heightened her discomfort, making her demeanor quite sensitive. Once upstairs, Xi Tong lay on the soft bed, reflecting on how delightful such days were. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a gentle tapping at the door interrupted her. Xi Tong frowned and glanced in the direction of the noise, deducing from the rhythmic footsteps that it was Shin-si. Rolling over, she pulled the blanket over her ears, deciding that if she couldn't hear him, she wouldn't be bothered. Knock, knock, knock. "Sister, are you asleep?" Knock, knock, knock. Xi Tong, exasperated, sat up, her irritation growing at the persistent noise. Did Shin-si not possess any common sense? The lack of response from within was surely an indication that she was asleep. Why continue knocking? Unless he intended to wake her deliberately. Knock, 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 knock. Before she could voice her annoyance, another set of footsteps approached. Shin-san observed his younger brother with curiosity, clutching a notebook, and inquired, "What are you doing knocking at this hour?" He was also intrigued about when his younger brother's relationship with this adopted sister had grown so amicable. Shin-si glanced at him briefly, offering a polite, "Third brother. I can't sleep without solving this problem." If Xi Tong were aware, she would surely be infuriated. "You can't sleep, but I can." Shun-san scrutinized the closed door. She should be asleep. Shin-si blinked without responding. If she was just asleep then, she has likely been disturbed now. Shun-san crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, eyeing the notebook in Shin-si's hands. "Don't tell me you plan to discuss problems with her." This girl was unremarkable, having been adopted for decades like a mere shadow, timid and dull, with no exceptional academic achievements. How could she possibly engage in a conversation with Shin-si, renowned for his genius intellect, who had advanced through grades to join the International Mathematical Olympiad? He was always consumed by problems, showing no interest in anything else. Any distraction was a waste of precious time. Now, he was audaciously knocking on Shin-woo's door. Such behavior was unprecedented. Had the girl done something remarkable? Shin-si nodded. "Indeed. I wish to consult my little sister about the problem." At this, Shin-san grew agitated. Shin-si never joked about such matters.
What?
"You're asking her for help? Is she truly more capable than you?" Although Shin-si was reluctant to concede, the truth was undeniable. "Yes, she is indeed more intelligent than I." Shun-san, taken aback, questioned his own hearing. "Am I dreaming, or is your mind malfunctioning?" Outside the door, Xi Tong was seething with anger. The noise was intolerable. Would she ever get to sleep? The door swung open, revealing the two brothers glaring at each other. Xi Tong spoke irritably. "What do you want?"
Shin-si.
Disregarding Shin-san, eagerly thrust the notebook toward her. "Sister, could you please help me brainstorm additional approaches?" Xi Tong's face remained expressionless. No. Shin-san was utterly flabbergasted. Not only was Shin-si losing his mind, but Shin-woo was also acting strangely. One dared to ask for help while the other had the audacity to refuse. Did she truly believe she was clever enough to solve the problem? Where did Shin-si get the confidence that she could decipher it? Was he not the epitome of brilliance? Now, he was humbly begging for assistance? What shocked him even more was Shin-woo's serious refusal. Her tone exuding impatience. How highly did she regard herself? Just as Xi Tong was about to close the door, Xi panicked, hastily adding, "I want to ask you to do it for free. I will offer you a reward." He understood that money might not sway her, as she had mentioned that her parents provided her with funds. However, at this moment he had little else to offer. Shun-san exclaimed, "Am I dreaming?" Chapter 14. The brothers compete for the girl. Xi Tong hesitated for a few seconds, realizing she didn't know her bank card password. In this lawful society, one could neither steal nor rob. Within moments, she concluded that it was prudent to have some money on hand for emergencies. Thus, she accepted the notebook and, before closing the door, stated, "Give me 10 minutes. Outside, Shun-san was still processing what had just transpired. "You just handed over your precious notebook to her? Does he not realize how much he treasures that notebook? Those problems are like his lifeblood, and now he's so readily entrusted it to her?"
Shensi,
Growing weary of his brother's incessant chatter, shot him a glare. "Third brother, it's late. Go to bed, and stop making noise." Yet, Shun-san feigned ignorance. Intrigued as he leaned against the wall, he, too, wished to see what capabilities the little sister possessed, wondering if she truly could solve the problem. She had the audacity to claim she needed 10 minutes, boasting as if she could accomplish the task. Shin-si rolled his eyes at him, finding him thoroughly annoying. After 10 minutes, the door opened once more. Xi Tong glanced at Shun-san, still lingering at the entrance, before handing the notebook back to Shin-si. "I'll go get a card tomorrow, provide me with your card number, and then transfer the funds." With that, she slammed the door shut. Shin-san gritted his teeth. Is she not a bit too arrogant? Has she truly been struck by lightning and changed her demeanor? Wasn't she once so timid and cautious? Have you become so audacious now? Shin-si, cradling his cherished notebook, cast a glance at Shin-san. "This is already quite courteous of me. Over the past few days, I've managed to persuade my little sister to join my group. She despises being disturbed during her slumber, so what I just did was rather polite." Shin-san's lips twitched. "You can tolerate this?" Shun-si smirked, carefully cradling his treasure. For the sake of the Olympiad, nothing is too trivial. Shin-san felt that his fourth brother was acting as if under a spell, behaving rather neurotically. "Let me see the problems she has solved. Don't be deceived by her. Our parents have never been stingy with their pocket money. Is it not enough for her? Yet she continues to flaunt her tricks." Shin-si was quite irked by his brother's repeated provocations. "Do not underestimate our little sister. She is far more intelligent than you." With that, he strode past Shin-san, eager to explore new problem-solving techniques in his room. Shin-san remained rooted in place, seething with anger. Good intentions met with ingratitude. You deserve to be deceived. The little girl had some cunning. No wonder their parents favored her so much. It seemed her usual timid and cautious demeanor was merely a facade. What she displayed tonight was her true self. Shin-san involuntarily shivered. How terrifying. Best to keep his distance from this scheming girl. Thus, he hastily departed. In the stairwell, Shin-er observed the entire exchange. The Shin family resided on the second floor, while the young girl occupied the third. Shin-e and Shin-er seldom returned home and lived on the fourth floor, while Shin-san and Shin-si opted for the first floor to avoid climbing stairs. He had originally intended to descend for a glass of water, but was unexpectedly treated to such an intriguing scene. Unlike his third brother, who was skeptical, he found, based on his observations today, that this girl indeed possessed some substance. Otherwise, Shin-si would not trust her so implicitly. Why are you standing here so late?" Shin-e questioned upon encountering Shin-er lost in thought at the stair railing. "Big brother? It's nothing. I was just going to get a drink, and was lost in some thoughts."
Shan noted.
"Go ahead. It's late. Get some rest." Shin-er glanced at Shin-e as he made his way toward the gym. "Big brother, are you still working out at this hour?" Shin-e rubbed his temples. "I don't know what's wrong lately. My sleep has been poor, and I lack energy. The hospital checkup yielded no issues. Perhaps it's just work-related stress." Shin-er fell silent. Unlike the third and fourth brothers, he and his siblings had the opportunity to pursue their desired careers, whereas their elder brother bore the family responsibilities. Thus, the three brothers felt unqualified to speak against Shin-e. "The hospital checked you?" Shin-e, not one for many words, wished to spare his brothers from worry. "Yes."
Just get some rest.
He then hurried toward the gym. The following morning, the entire family was early at the dining table. Is little Wu still not awake? Shin-mother glanced at the tall men surrounding the table, with her daughter absent. None of these fellows pleased her. Shin-father chuckled. Don't all girls enjoy their beauty sleep? It's normal for them to sleep a bit longer. Shin-mother sighed, but they should at least eat breakfast first. Young people are like this, neglecting their health. With that, she ascended the stairs. The four Shin brothers fell into silence, not uttering a word. Xi Tong followed Shin mother downstairs, obediently greeting, "Daddy, brothers." Among the Shin brothers, only Shin Si responded cheerfully, while the other three remained stoic, showing little emotional fluctuation. Fortunately, Xi Tong didn't mind. She didn't regard her brothers highly, treating those who were kind to her with kindness in return. The original Xi Tong was cautious, timid, self-effacing, and felt guilty for intruding into a family that wasn't hers, usurping the affection meant for her brothers. However, she was not one to dwell in sentimentality. Since she had been adopted, it was fate, her destiny, and she deserved it. Gratitude was sufficient. There was no need for guilt. Shin father smiled brightly. "Ah, daughters are the best. Look at these boys, they can't even muster 3 coherent sentences in the morning. But my daughter, upon waking, sweetly greets us with her adorable charm." If the 4 brothers knew of their father's sentiments, they would surely protest, claiming they had greeted him that morning. What more could they say? Finding conversation for the sake of it was pointless. "Little Wu, come quickly. Breakfast prepared by Auntie is exceptionally delicious today." Xi Tong gazed at the sumptuous breakfast laid out before her, truly a feast. When had she ever had the opportunity or time to enjoy such delicacies? Previously, she merely rushed to eat a few bites to sustain herself. Sometimes, while lying in wait for enemies in the woods for days, she would simply grab leaves nearby to eat. Shin Er observed the girl savoring her breakfast as if it were a divine delicacy. "Little Wu, would you like to accompany me to the research institute?" Xi Tong, momentarily taken aback, didn't realize he was addressing her until she finished a boiled egg. However, before she could decline, Shin Si interrupted eagerly. "What's so interesting about the research institute? Little sister should come with me. There's far more excitement on our side." Shin Er shot a glance at Shin Si. "What else do you have besides numbers and chaotic symbols?"
Shin Si retorted.
"What do you have besides your clutter of bottles and jars?" Shunny frowned. "What on earth has happened in just a week? Are 2 of my brothers competing for a sister who usually goes unnoticed?" Shin Sen's lips twitched as well. It was strange that his 4th brother acted oddly yesterday, and now his 2nd brother had also turned peculiar. What kind of charm did she possess? Xi Tong, disturbed from her enjoyment of food, wore a displeased expression. "I'm not going anywhere." Both Shin Er and Shin Si fell silent. Shin Er felt it was regrettable. He had intended to probe whether she was genuinely capable or merely playing tricks. Shin Si sighed in relief, although his sister did not agree to him. At least she had rejected the 2nd brother's invitation. First come, first served, doesn't he understand? He was the one who approached her first. Shin mother shot a disapproving look at the 2 brothers. "Do not compete with me. Little Wu is attending a gathering with me today." Xi Tong, though reluctant, found it hard to refuse Shin mother, who was different from the Shin brothers. She hadn't even completed her sentence when she met Shin mother's pitiful, tearful expression, which made her unable to continue. Shin father remarked, "Finally, someone understands my plight. Wife, your tactic is indeed formidable. No one can refuse you." Chapter 15, Conspiracy. After breakfast, everyone dispersed, leaving only Shin mother and Xi Tong in the living room. "Go freshen up, dear. We'll be heading out for the gathering shortly," Shin mother encouraged, patting her daughter's hand. Xi Tong, resigned, nodded and turned to ascend the stairs, though she had no desire to go. 2 hours later, expressionless, Xi Tong sat on the sofa, finally hearing Shin mother's movements from the staircase. One must admit, even as a mother of 4, Shin mother remained graceful and charming, resembling a gentle woman in her 30s. Each frown and smile added a touch of allure and depth, a beauty crafted by the passage of time. However, when Shin mother beheld her daughter clad in all black seated on the sofa, she was momentarily taken aback. "Sweetheart, are you planning to be a bodyguard?" Dressed in black attire and boots, coupled with her serious expression, she indeed resembled a bodyguard, save for a pair of dark sunglasses. Xi Tong blinked, accustomed to such attire and finding nothing amiss. It had been her style for nearly 2 decades. "My primary task today is to protect Mom." Shin mother chuckled and shook her head. All right. Our little Wu has grown up, understanding the importance of protecting her mother. She is far more considerate than your brothers." She also realized that ever since her daughter had been struck by lightning, she had become a completely different person, her temperament markedly altered. However, how could she not recognize her daughter, whom she had raised for over 10 years? This was indeed her daughter. Even the tiny mole behind her ear remained unchanged. The small scar on her wrist from when the little girl had fallen and injured herself still lingered, albeit faintly, enough to be discerned. But darling, how could you possibly attend a gathering dressed like this? Come now, change into a lovely little dress. The girl wore no jewelry, not even earrings, and did not carry a handbag. What kind of young lady ventures out looking as if she were prepared for a brawl? Ultimately, unable to withstand her mother's persistent nagging, Xi Tong reluctantly ascended the stairs to select one of the dresses her original self had worn. Satisfied, Mother Shin nodded approvingly. Now that's better.
Come.
Let Mother take you out to have some fun. The driver parked the car in front of an upscale dessert tea house, a venue frequently reserved by wealthy ladies for their gatherings. Xi Tong stepped out, linking arms with Mother Shin, instinctively scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Only after confirming it was safe did she follow her mother into the establishment. Upon entering, Xi Tong felt her lips twitch. Was this truly the legendary spider-'s lair? The colorful butterflies fluttering about seemed almost real. Oh, Sister Shun has arrived. Such a busy person. What brings you here to join the sisters today? The Shin family held a prominent position among the affluent, and as Mother Shin entered, a throng of people quickly gathered around her, eager to make a favorable impression and earn the title of good friends, hoping to facilitate their husbands' connections within the Shun enterprise. Mother Shin often accompanied Father Shin on various engagements, as a matriarch of a significant family. Her life was not merely filled with tea parties, but also involved her own endeavors or aiding the family's collective efforts. In contrast, these newly affluent ladies, many of whom were of lesser status, either sought to forge friendships within their social circles to benefit their husbands' collaborations or engaged in relentless comparisons of designer bags and jewelry. Mother Shin had come this time to relax with her daughter and perhaps indulge in a bit of light-hearted amusement. Xi Tong nearly found herself jostled aside by the crowd, who flocked to Mother Shin like moths to a flame. Although they were aware of the adopted daughter of the Shin family, they hardly regarded her as noteworthy, a mere foster child, hardly deserving of their attention. Yet, some still sought to ingratiate themselves, unable to reach Mother Shin, and thus settling for approaching Xi Tong instead. So this is Miss Wu from the Shin family? Indeed, as the rumors suggest, she is strikingly beautiful and poised, clearly a bright child. In truth, the whispers had only spoken of the 4 genius sons of the Shin family, and nothing significant was ever mentioned about this adopted daughter, who seemed rather ordinary, almost invisible. Mother Shin felt a surge of warmth at her daughter's praise, even if it was merely polite flattery. Yes, my precious daughter is indeed beautiful, intelligent, and considerate. One lady who had complimented Xi Tong was momentarily taken aback, surprised that her unintended flattery had struck a chord. The crowd was stunned. Hadn't they heard that the adopted daughter was insipid and lacked presence? How could it seem that Lady Shin held such affection for her? Her tone was laced with praise and pride. At that moment, a lady with clenched fists cast a dark glance towards Xi Tong. She was the wife of the Fong family, whose daughter had recently been assaulted in a mall, losing 2 teeth in the process, an incident she attributed to Shin's adopted daughter. She and her husband had yet to confront the Shuns about the matter, and now the girl had unexpectedly appeared before her. However, the situation had grown somewhat complicated. They had assumed the Shin family would not care much for this adopted daughter and had prepared to demand a hefty price from Shin Wu.
Now,
with Mother Shin's unexpected display of affection, it seemed that Shin Wu was indeed cherished by Mr. and Mrs. Shin, leaving the Fong family's daughter to suffer in silence. After all, they were not even a fraction as significant as the Shin family. What right did they have to seek retribution? Thinking of her beloved daughter's tear-streaked face at home, Mrs. Fong's expression darkened, and she quietly withdrew from the crowd towards the exit. Xi Tong noticed the scene. Having observed the woman's unfriendly gaze from the moment she first laid eyes on her, her sensitivity and vigilance were beyond the ordinary. She could sense the slightest shift in atmosphere. However, the old woman posed no threat to her. No matter how venomous her glare, it lacked any power over her. More flattery and praise ensued, leaving Xi Tong feeling her head buzz with noise. Just then, the old woman returned, clearly having gone outside to concoct some underhanded scheme, as her demeanor suggested. Yet, Xi Tong remained curious. She had no acquaintance with this woman. Why did she harbor such intense animosity towards her? The original owner of this body was gentle and timid, surely not the type to offend anyone. Mrs. Fong reappeared with a congenial smile, believing her every action was flawless. Would Miss Shun like some juice? The juices here are fresh and beneficial for beauty. As soon as she spoke, the other ladies chimed in. Yes, yes. Do try the pastries too. Young ladies like you must enjoy them, right? Xi Tong alone accepted the juice glass offered by Mrs. Fong, eager to see what trick she had up her sleeve. The rim of the cup brushed her lips, and she inhaled its scent. Surprisingly, there was nothing amiss. This was quite unexpected. Xi Tong smirked, sipping the juice. What had initially seemed dull now held a sense of intrigue. After downing 1 cup of juice, Mrs. Fong promptly offered another glass, this time of strawberry juice, having just served orange juice. Miss Shen, would you care to try the strawberry juice? It's exquisite. The other ladies watched in disbelief. Mrs. Fong, usually so charming, seemed almost crazed in her attempts to inundate Miss Shen with juice. Did she think this was a drinking game? Mother Shen frowned, sensing a hint of anger as she observed this unknown woman persistently feeding her daughter juice. Just as she was about to speak up, her daughter gently patted her hand in reassurance. Mother Shen suppressed her displeasure. Had she known such an inconsiderate woman would be present, she would not have brought her daughter along to endure such discomfort. She had thought that a lady of high society would possess some decorum, but she had underestimated this woman's lack of sense. Sweetheart, perhaps it's best to limit your juice intake. There's delicious food coming later.
Xi Tong smiled. All right, Mama.
It's just that the juice is so delightful. I couldn't resist having a few extra cups. Other wealthy ladies quickly agreed. Oh, that's quite normal. My daughter is a little foodie too. She can't resist good food and drink. Laughter echoed around them. Indeed, such is the nature of young ladies nowadays. Chapter 16, Counterattack. Mother Shin sighed, contemplating whether to take her daughter home. The differences in their social circles were evident, and she did not wish for her daughter to forge excessive ties with these individuals. The child was still young and might inadvertently adopt some of the adults' behaviors, and she worried about her daughter being influenced by those lacking in discernment. Xi Tong observed the ugly woman sitting nearby, casting furtive glances, and smiled with curiosity before leaning closer to her mother. Mama, I wish to step out for a moment. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Mother Shin assumed her daughter wanted a breath of fresh air and readily agreed. She herself longed to escape as well. As Xi Tong exited, she caught sight of the ugly woman's triumphant smile. Instinctively, she slipped her hands into her pockets, only to realize her dress had none, and let out a sigh as she walked towards the exit. She hadn't forgotten her intention to acquire a card for Shin Si's transfer. As she walked down the corridor, she overheard 2 voices discussing. She didn't even head towards the restroom. Didn't the employer say this woman would definitely go to the restroom? Brother, should we continue? Of course. The money has been received. Naturally, matters must be attended to. It is merely a change of venue. The elder brother makes a valid point. Let us proceed. The astoundingly perceptive Xi Tong interjects. Do you dare lower your voices a fraction more? Are you so fearful of missing a word? She scoffs, dripping with derision, having anticipated some remarkable stratagem from the unattractive woman, only to discover such childish tactics at play. The woman had merely indulged herself with a few cups of juice, ostensibly to excuse a trip to the restroom, where she would rendezvous with her accomplices to teach Xi Tong a lesson. In an instant, her interest waned. She had initially wished to gauge the extent of her newfound physical capabilities, yet now that prospect was dashed. This inept woman was utterly useless. Upon exiting the bank, Xi Tong sent her card number to Shin Si. Raising her gaze, she noticed that 2 shadows were still trailing her, causing her to press her lips together in annoyance. After purchasing a fragrant pancake from a roadside vendor, she ventured into a quieter alleyway. Brother, is she unwell? Why would she head towards a deserted area? Did her primary school teacher not instruct her to seek safety in numbers when confronted with danger? The man referred to as elder brother tapped his subordinate's head. Are you a fool? How could she possibly know she is in peril? She is unaware of our presence. The younger man rubbed his head. Right. But where does she intend to go? How should I know? So, elder brother, how shall we teach her a lesson? The employer had instructed to deal with her, but did not specify how. Was it simply a beating or perhaps abduction? The elder brother pondered. Given her attire, she likely hails from wealth. We could rob her and make off with a tidy sum. Brilliant. The elder brother is astute. This is indeed a twofold gain, both collecting payment from the employer and pilfering from her. Xi Tong mused. If only that unattractive woman had recruited a few intelligent individuals. One might attribute a semblance of wit to her. Instead, she had sought out these 2 imbeciles, chattering incessantly about how to handle her, engaging in such juvenile discourse. At this rate, she would feel guilty for retaliating against them, as it would be akin to bullying the simple-minded. Elder brother, shall we make our move? Wait a moment. If we wait any longer, I will exit the alley. Thus, she slowed her pace once more. At last, she heard the menacing call of a threat. Halt! We are robbing you. Both Xi Tong nearly burst into laughter. Were there truly so many clowns in this world? She turned to face the two men, finally discerning their features. One tall and slender, the other short and stout.
Oh,
Is this a robbery for money, or for something else? The pair did not anticipate Bo Shitong's calm demeanor. Her indifference rendered them quite disconcerted. The stout man, feigning bravado, declared, "Hand over your pancake."
Bo Shitong retorted.
You dare to rob me of my delicacies? Who could possibly tolerate such insolence? I haven't even had a bite yet, and you presume to take it from me? You must be courting death. Before she could express her indignation, the tall, slender man struck the stout man's head. Silence. Look at your pathetic self. Who would rob someone for mere pancake? Bo Shitong silently replied, I would. The tall man glared at her menacingly. Hand over your valuables, or you will regret it. Hand it over, or else you shall face consequences. Bo Shitong, in a splendid mood, took a bite of her pancake, relishing its delectable taste. And if I refuse? How do you propose to make me regret it? The stout man glanced at the tall one, his eyes pleading, Brother, what does she mean by making her regret it? The tall man, exasperated, slapped the stout man again. I heard it the first time. No need for repetition. He then brandished a knife. Blades are merciless. And should your pretty face be marred, it would be unfortunate. The stout man gazed at the tall man with admiration. Truly, you are wise, brother. Your preparations are impeccable. Bo Shitong mused. Not bad, not bad. You know a robbery requires a knife, which is not entirely foolish. The tall man, incensed by her nonchalance, deemed her utter disrespect intolerable and resolved to demonstrate her folly. Second, seize her. The stout man, captivated by the sight of Bo Shitong savoring her pancake, was momentarily distracted. Upon hearing the tall man's command, he snapped back to reality and approached Bo Shitong cautiously, hoping to tackle her before she could finish her meal. However, Bo Shitong promptly stuffed the last bite of pancake into her mouth, causing the stout man to freeze, his last shred of hope extinguished. With reddened eyes, he glared at her, incredulous that she had left him nothing. He lunged forward, intending to use his weight against her. Yet, Bo Shitong remained rooted in place, leading the stout man to believe she was paralyzed with fear, which only bolstered his confidence. In the next moment, she lifted her foot. The sound of a thud echoed as the tall man exclaimed, What just whizzed past my ear? Where is the second?
Ah!
It was only when the stout man's anguished cries reached his ears that the tall man regained his senses. Are you all right, second? Wait here. I shall avenge you. Now thoroughly enraged, he disregarded caution and lunged at Bo Shitong with his knife. The girl spun gracefully, dodging him and delivering a kick to his back.
The tall man was sent sprawling.
Are you all right, brother? The stout man scrambled to assist the tall one, who trembled as he stood. The two of them, now alarmed, gazed at Bo Shitong in disbelief. Could a girl truly possess such strength? She seemed as powerful as an ox.
Bo Shitong blinked innocently.
Do you still wish to teach me a lesson? The brothers shook their heads in unison. We dare not. No robbery, then? The brothers wore expressions of despair, pleading. We promise we will not do it again. From this day forth, you shall be our leader. Will you spare us? We were merely following orders.
This is not our doing.
Bo Shitong was taken aback by their fragility. She had assumed this body would lack strength, yet it proved remarkably effective, with power undiminished. Observing her silence, the brothers made a stealthy attempt to depart.
Halt!
Both men froze, breaking into a cold sweat. Is there more? Bo Shitong's icy tone pierced through the air. Did I permit you to leave? Surrender your valuables. The audacity of their attempted robbery was simply intolerable. The brothers' eyes widened in shock. Had they become the victims of a heist? They had attempted to rob a master of robbery. Could you spare us a little, dear fairy? We beg you. The elder brother's voice trembled. The younger one added, Please, grant us a chance to escape. They had expected this beautiful girl to possess a kind heart and let them off lightly. Who knew that the moment of delight would be swiftly eclipsed by the girl's icy and irrefutable voice? Hurry up, my patience is limited. It was then that the two fully comprehended the gravity of their predicament. They had indeed stumbled upon an immovable obstacle. With heads hung low and hearts filled with trepidation, they reluctantly transferred the funds. As Bo Shitong gazed at the sum that had just been sent, she realized that the meager amount from before was insufficient for this particular transaction. We have truly sent everything this time. Bo Shitong lifted her gaze towards the rotund figure before her. Are you certain? Under the weight of her piercing stare, the stout man immediately adopted a woeful expression.
Oh.
Noble hero, might you show mercy and leave me 5 yuan for a sesame pancake? Xi Tong coldly parted her lips. No. Allowing him to indulge in another pancake would mean depriving herself of one. To extend kindness to others would be an act of cruelty towards oneself. Ultimately, both resignedly transferred every last penny from their phones before Xi Tong turned to leave. If I were you, I would certainly return to confront the employer.
With that,
She exited the alley. The brothers finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, the more beautiful the girl, the more perilous she is. Next time, we should keep our distance from such enchantments. Woe is us. We haven't even enough for dinner today. The tall and lean one patted the stout man's head. Fear not. Your elder brother has a backup plan. The stout man's spirits lifted. Elder brother, you truly have money? Splendid. We shall have sesame pancakes after all. His craving was palpable. This was met with a swift slap from the tall one. Keep your voice down. What if she hasn't gone far? Ah, right. You are so clever, elder brother. How much do you have left? The tall one puffed with pride. Fortunately, I did not withdraw that piece of gold from my pocket. It should last us a month. The stout man beamed with delight. Then let us go sell it right away. Suddenly, the tall one's face paled, his hands frantically searching his pockets. Elder brother, what is wrong? What's missing? Panic set in for the tall one. The gold is gone.
what?
How could it be missing? Are you sure it was in your pocket? I am absolutely certain. It was indeed in my pocket. The stout man's face was a mask of worry. Did you perhaps lose it somewhere? We must retrace our steps. It cannot be lost. If it were, there would have been a sound. I am most attuned to the clinking of gold. Could it be that the girl had lifted it right under our noses? They both fell silent, the possibility hanging heavily in the air, a 99% chance. The stout man mused. How did she manage that? Remarkable. The tall one declared, I've made my decision. She shall be our leader from now on. Following her will surely lead to a life of luxury. The stout man nodded in agreement, acknowledging the girl's exceptional skills, surpassing even their own. So what shall we do now? The tall one replied with fierce determination. First, we confront that employer for daring to disrespect our leader. Then we shall seek her out. Xi Tong emerged from the alley and approached the roadside, casting a sidelong glance at the luxury car parked nearby. She could sense the menacing aura emanating from within. A danger that was inherently present, not specifically directed at her. Thus, she chose not to meddle further. As she crossed the street and departed, the driver in the front seat queried, Sir? In the back seat, a man clad in an impeccably tailored suit exuded a chilling demeanor. His handsome features marred by a cold, sharp gaze, his long legs casually extended. His narrowed eyes scrutinized the retreating figure of the girl, and a hint of mischievous amusement danced across his striking face. Return. With that command, the luxury vehicle merged into the flow of traffic and gradually vanished from sight. Xi Tong turned back to glance at the now vacant spot, biting her lip. Such a formidable presence. Thankfully, not an enemy. By the time she returned home, it was already afternoon. Mrs. Shun had just come back and, without resting, hurried off to the company to find Mr. Shin. Xi Tong, feeling bored, lounged on the sofa watching television, her mind drifting back to the mysterious car owner from earlier. She could feel an intense gaze following her, impossible to ignore. But why had he ultimately left? This was the first time since her arrival in this world that she felt a sense of vigilance and unease. The original owner's memories held no encounters with such a figure. Suddenly, the villa's front door swung open, and Shin Si entered, arms laden with delicious treats. Sister, you're back. Did you enjoy your day out with Mom? I brought you some snacks. Would you like to try them now? Xi Tong merely heard the incessant chatter, her focus fixed on the television, as if Shin Si's enthusiastic presence were non-existent. In the past, Shin Si would have become irritable by now, yet today, he exhibited no signs of impatience, cheerfully placing the snacks on the coffee table before her. Everyone online says young girls love these assorted snacks. Next time, I'll buy her some beautiful limited edition bags. He believed that one day he could win her over, even if it meant just taking her out to see the sights. However, after a lengthy monologue, his throat parched and dry, the girl remained unresponsive, not even casting a glance his way, resembling a meditative monk. Shin Si, in exasperation, took a seat. Why are you ignoring me? Just then, a line from the television caught his attention. Mom doesn't let me play with idiots. Shin Si was momentarily taken aback, staring at his brilliant little sister. Xiao Wu. Is the show really that captivating? Say something. Both Xi Tong stirred, frowning as she dug at her ears, then picked up the remote and rewound the video. Mom doesn't let me play with idiots. This time, Xi comprehended it clearly. Both Xi Tong pressed the button again. Mom doesn't let me play with idiots. Xi was flabbergasted. Both Xi Tong smirked, repeat loop. Mom doesn't let me play with idiots. Xi was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter, jumping to his feet. Who is the idiot? I may not be as clever as you, but I am still quite formidable. Thank you very much. Surely I can rank in the top 3 in the world.
Bo Xi Tong turned to him. Oh.
Xi was left feeling both frustrated and helpless. The indifference he once showed her now felt unreachable. Regret washed over him. I've transferred the money to your card. At last. Bo Xi Tong managed to conjure a faint smile. Thank you. Gazing at the string of zeros in the message on her phone, she felt an overwhelming satisfaction. In this world, embracing a relaxed and carefree existence brought immense joy, and she had discovered an additional interest, saving money. Watching the numbers on her phone steadily increase was exhilarating. No wonder they were so keen on hoarding resources. In the blink of an eye, a week had flown by. Bo Xi Tong had not stepped outside once. Indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, Mrs. Shun began to worry about her daughter, fearing that such prolonged inactivity might lead to complications. Oh dear, my precious child. Shouldn't you consider attending school again? You've rested enough at home. Bo Xi Tong felt a headache coming on. What was inevitable would come to pass. And there was no escaping it. All right then. Xi sighed. Ever since discovering that his sister was a genius, he had made it a point to return home daily, occasionally mentioning the advantages of their group. Yet none of it seemed to sway her. Now that she was off to school, she would likely have little time for him, leaving him unable to continue his efforts to impress her. Bo Xi Tong glanced at Xi, who was sighing on the other end of the sofa, and suddenly realized that attending school might not be such a dreadful prospect after all. At the very least, she could escape the incessant chatter that plagued her daily existence. With a shift in her mindset, she found herself eagerly anticipating a retreat to school. During the weekend family gathering, Mother Shun incessantly piled food onto her beloved daughter's plate. Darling, why not come back home to live? Although university offered her the option to return home or reside in the dormitory, there lingered an undeniable concern for her daughter, especially since she had recently sustained an injury. While they were aware that the aftermath had altered her temperament, uncertainties about other potential repercussions weighed heavily on their minds. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'm perfectly fine. Bo Xi Tong reassured them, shaking her head. Just as Mother Shin was about to voice her anxieties, Shinny interjected coolly. At this age, she should learn to be independent. Mother Shin immediately bristled. How old is she? Have you seen how many beautiful young girls are deceived out there? Do you think your sister is as undesirable as you two? As for their younger brothers, they were not worth mentioning. The 2 older sons, in an exaggerated sense, had not even a single female mosquito in their vicinity, let alone a woman. Wasn't that a clear indication of their lack of desirability? They had seemingly inherited their stunning good looks from their father. Shin-Yi continued to eat silently, while the remaining 3 brothers maintained a respectful silence, for in this moment, silence was indeed golden. Bo Xi Tong couldn't help but smile at the amusing dynamics of her family. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I won't wander off, and no one will trick me. At this point, Shun-Si stepped forward with a nod. Exactly. Our sister would never go astray. After all, her only interest lay in eating and sleeping. She had no inclination to roam freely. He even suspected that she might not leave the dormitory at all, perhaps skipping classes to sleep instead. With a sigh, Mother Shin relented. All right, go ahead, but remember to call if you need anything, okay? Father Shin picked up his phone to transfer money to his daughter. Girls should always carry extra cash. It will help in any unexpected situations. Especially in the event of a kidnapping or robbery, having money would spare her some distress. Suddenly, Father Shin exclaimed, I'll send 2 bodyguards with you. Mother Shin nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea. Not only would it ensure their daughter's safety, but in the absence of any ill-intentioned individuals, they could also prevent her from standing under trees during a storm or engaging in other dangerous activities.
Shen Er raised an eyebrow.
On the very next day after returning to the research institute, he had reviewed all the surveillance footage and meticulously checked every door, window, and wall netting, finding no flaws whatsoever. Did such skills really necessitate bodyguards? In a moment of danger, it was uncertain who would be protecting whom. Bo Xi Tong felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This truly was a sweet burden. Mom and Dad, it's unnecessary. Having 2 bodyguards shadowing me at school would only alienate my classmates. The thought of her daughter being isolated worried Mother Shin. prompting her to reiterate her concerns. You must prioritize your safety and take care of yourself. On Monday morning, the 7 members of the family gathered for breakfast. Father Shin looked apologetically at his daughter, Xiaowu. Your mother and I cannot take you to school today. We have to meet with an important client. Mother Shin interjected. How about I have the driver take you? Both Xi Tong intended to respond that she could go by herself, as she was in university now. But before she could voice her intention, Shin Er calmly stated, I'll take you. It's on my way. Shin Si was flustered. There's no need to trouble second brother. I have nothing to do today, so I can take her. Shin Er glanced at Shin Si nonchalantly. Our institute is collaborating with the university on a project. So I need to go to the school. Shin Si widened his eyes in disbelief and then resigned himself. Then I'll go with you to see the scenery at my sister's school. Mother Shin was taken aback by this unexpected camaraderie. She had arranged for the driver precisely because she was concerned that her sons would not be willing to take their sister. The 4 Shin brothers were all mature and composed, maintaining a certain distance among themselves. Their familial bond only surfaced during moments of crisis. What had come over them? A late-blooming brotherly affection for their sister? Bo Xi Tong, amused, waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I can go by myself. She could already envision how noisy the car ride would be with the 2 of them. Shun Yi set down his chopsticks. Enough of this debate. I will take our little sister. Bo Xi Tong was taken aback. Her elder brother? She had been here for quite some time and had barely exchanged a few words with him. She pressed her lips together, ultimately deciding to remain silent. Her older brother appeared taciturn, and she hoped he wouldn't be overly chatty. As long as he wasn't too talkative. It didn't matter who drove her. Soon, Bo Xi Tong found herself in Shen Yi's car, caught between his calm gaze and Shen Si's eager stare. As she had anticipated. Her older brother was reticent and seemed aloof, but beneath that exterior lay a warmth for his family. Sitting in the passenger seat, the tranquil atmosphere didn't feel awkward. She busied herself with her phone. How delightful. Her father had transferred a substantial sum, adding another 0 to her little treasure chest. While waiting at a red light, Shin Yi glanced at the quiet girl next to him, who was so obedient and unassuming. He truly couldn't fathom why his younger brothers would willingly spend their precious time on her. They were both the kind of individuals who valued every second. Why would they waste time with their little sister? Unless, of course, they were out of money and needed to ask him for some. It was a nonsensical thought. But Bo Xi Tong understood. She realized her older brother had just stolen a glance at her. Thank you, brother, she replied.
Shang Yi nodded.
There's no need for formality among family. He had never considered her an outsider, from the moment their parents had brought her home. She had been a part of the Shen family. However, he found himself at a loss on how to care for his 4 rugged and tough brothers, let alone this delicate sister. Bo Xi Tong sensed the concern underlying her brother's words, allowing a smile to grace her lips. He was indeed a person who, while appearing cold, had a warm heart that struggled to express itself. Noticing the small patch of darkness on his forehead, she playfully wiggled her fingers. Brother, you should get rid of that fake money tree in your car. Shin Yi furrowed his brow. Are you instructing me on how to manage my affairs? He disliked anyone meddling in his life, especially since that artificial money tree had been a costly acquisition from a master he had sought out for its auspiciousness. The car fell into silence, and Shin Yi belatedly realized he had been overly harsh with his delicate sister. Thus, he attempted to recover the moment by offering what he believed to be a humorous remark. We can't exactly keep a real money tree in the car, can we? Bo Xi Tong had merely intended a friendly suggestion. Whether he chose to heed it or not was inconsequential. She had never anticipated that this older brother, who was referred to as a business prodigy, would harbor such superstitions. Chapter 19. Midterm Examination. However, she refrained from elaborating further. It was evident that her brother would not take her seriously, and saying more would be futile. At the school entrance, Shoni parked the car. Are you sure you don't want me to walk you in? Bo Xi Tong, pulling her suitcase, replied no need. There are already plenty of eyes watching. If you need anything, call home or call me, he instructed. After the car pulled away, murmurs erupted among the onlookers at the school gate. Wasn't it said that she lacked presence within the Shin family? Oh my gosh. So handsome. I finally saw the president of the Shun group in person. Why did he bring Shun Wu to school? Are the rumors outside false? The incessant chatter was overwhelming. Bo Xi Tong pressed her lips together, frowning. She suddenly realized that school was no refuge from the noise. It was even louder than home. Big brother. Big brother. Just as she was about to head to the dormitory, 2 familiar yet unfamiliar exuberant voices called out to her. Turning around, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. The little fortune bringers? The tall, lean boy and the short, plump boy rushed towards her, their faces adorned with eager expressions. Big sister, we finally found you. Xi Tong's lips twitched. Who are you calling big sister? The tall boy panicked. From now on, you are our big sister. We'll stick with you from now on. The short boy nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Wherever you lead, we will follow. The girl cast a disdainful glance at the two of them before coldly averting her gaze. No need, she stated flatly. Mother forbids me from associating with fools, and you are both veritable simpletons. The tall, slender one immediately grew anxious.
Boss.
We apologize for our previous oversight. Please forgive us, as we are but minor characters in your grand narrative. The shorter, stocky one chimed in hastily. We have dealt with that old hag. Rest assured, from now on, your enemies shall be our enemies. Without a backward glance, Xi Tong turned and walked away. Scram. The two brothers had intended to follow her, but the university gatekeeper barred their path, as they bore no resemblance to students. What shall we do now, big brother? What else can we do? Just wait. A group of students observing from a distance began to murmur amongst themselves. Who are these two? What is their connection to Xinwu? I have no idea, but they certainly don't appear to be upstanding individuals. Goodness, I never imagined Xinwu mingled with such company. It's no wonder her family disregards her. Huh, she's merely an adopted child. It's already a miracle that they raised her this far. Upon hearing these remarks, the tall, slender one and the short, stocky one immediately bristled and began to retort. What makes us look like bad people? What kind of good person talks so disparagingly? Mind your words about our boss, or next time we won't hesitate to play the villains. Watch your tongues. We're still on campus and already tarnishing its reputation? The two brothers stood at the gate, verbally sparring with a gaggle of gossiping students who were left speechless, ultimately slinking away in defeat. Of course, Xi Tong remained oblivious to the happenings at the school gate as she arrived at her dormitory, pulling her suitcase behind her. Darling Wu, you're finally back. As soon as she opened the door, she was tackled by a bear hug.
Instinctively, Xi Tong nimbly sidestepped. Thud.
One girl lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Another girl, who had intended to join the embrace, recoiled, hesitant at the sight of such a painful fall. Boo, do you not recognize us? Have you lost your memory?
Woo-woo.
The girl on the floor scrambled to her feet, her big, tearful eyes fixed on Xi Tong, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. These two girls were her roommates, both locals, and the closest friends of the original owner during her university days. Xi Tong let out a faint sigh. I haven't lost my memory. The girl, hands on her hips, retorted, then why didn't you catch me? Have you ceased to care? Have you found another dog outside? Woo-woo. My heart is broken. Xi Tong felt her head buzzing. Moving into the dormitory had turned out to be the most erroneous decision she had ever made. The other girl, who was more gentle and reserved, sighed. Wan, stop it. Let Wu in to rest for a while. Su-won quickly resumed her serious demeanor and reached out to help Xi Tong with her luggage while not forgetting to complain. You could have at least informed us you were coming back. We could have come to fetch you.
Xi Tong smiled lightly.
The luggage isn't heavy. She deftly evaded the helping hand and entered the room. The gentle and reserved girl, Xia squinted her eyes. Boo-woo, how have you become so strong? Carrying your suitcase with one hand. Xi Tong paused, observing the girl's expression. She was merely curious and bore no suspicion. Relieved, she replied, there isn't much inside. Xia retrieved her notebook from her desk. You've been away from school for a few days. Here are my notes organized for you. Su-won, feeling slighted, clung to Xi Tong's arm and pouted at Xia. Xia, you're biased. You're too good to woo. Xi Tong felt the weight on her arm and frowned, attempting to shake it off, but Su-won only tightened her grip. Unable to do anything about it, she resigned herself to the situation.
Xia sighed.
You were doing well in school, weren't you? Su-won, feeling guilty, could only huff in a spoiled manner. Xi Tong accepted the notebook. Thank you.
Xia smiled brightly.
Why should we be polite among friends? Midterm exam highlights? Xi Tong asked in confusion. Is the midterm exam approaching? Su-won's eyes widened. Yes, Wu, you didn't forget, did you? Xi Tong replied. I had no idea. It's been one calamity after another since I arrived. Xia looked at the two of them, one utterly bewildered and the other indifferent, and felt a headache coming on. You both better take the time to study. At least avoid failing.
Xi Tong nodded.
Understood. Su-won lamented. I came to study abroad because my grades were so poor. Xia shot Su-won a disapproving look. If you fail this time, your parents will surely cut your allowance, right? No way. For the sake of my money, I'll give it my all, Su Wan declared resolutely. As long as I don't die from studying, I'll study to the death.
Xia chuckled.
She had heard that phrase countless times, yet never once taken it seriously. Xi Tong remarked, there's no need for such extremes. In the next moment, the ever-enthusiastic Su Wan, determined to study hard, eagerly asked, where shall we go to eat something delicious later? Xiaoji replied, it's up to you. After all, she could never win against Su Wan's insistence. Xi Tong declared, I'm not going. I'm going to sleep. As she spoke, she made her way to her bed, swiftly shedding her shoes and clothes, and climbed into bed in one fluid motion. The other two girls watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with admiration. What a skillful display. Su Wan eventually came to her senses and exclaimed, whoa, aren't you going to wash up before bed?
Xi Tong replied, oh.
It wasn't a big deal.
She was used to it.
However, Xiaoji looked concerned. Boo, are you feeling unwell? Should we take you to the hospital? Everyone knew about Shenwu being struck by lightning, as it had occurred at school. Xi Tong waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm fine.
Su Wan sighed dramáticas.
Then we will return shortly with some delicious food for you. With that, the two of them exited, and it was as if the world had fallen silent. Only then did Xi Tong close her eyes and drift into slumber. Chapter 20. A frenzied flurry of activity. Morning arrived. Oh my goodness, I'm late, Su Wan exclaimed, flustered and bustling about, while Xiaoji and Xi Tong stood at the door with blank expressions, creating a stark contrast. Be careful, Wan. Su Wan, in her frantic state, became increasingly disheveled. Where's my health thermos? Xiaoji sighed in exasperation. I have it right here. Oh, thank you, the magnificent Xiaoji. In the next moment, Su Wan wailed, oh no, my textbook is missing.
Xi Tong,
with one hand in her pocket and the other cradling several books, leaned against the wall, waiting for the princess to gather herself. I have it. Su Wan sighed in relief. That's good. Thank you, little fairy woo-woo. The two girls exchanged glances. Xiaoji's gentle demeanor finally cracked. Hurry up. We're going to be late. Su Wan, munching on a piece of bread while tying her hair, replied, coming. How dare you rush me, commoners? Xi Tong couldn't help but smile slightly. Ultimately, whether they were late or not mattered little to her. Her thoughts were occupied with the new experiences that awaited her at school. She felt the warmth of friendship. Was this what it meant to have friends? Although it could be noisy and sometimes overwhelming, her heart remained joyful and accepting. Finally, the three of them arrived at the classroom just in time, only to find there were no seats left and had to sit at the front. The moment the people in the back noticed Xi Tong, the room erupted in chatter. She's fine? She came to school so early? After being struck by lightning, she's alright? Su Wan turned around and glared at the gossiping foreign students. Shut up. The foreign students immediately fell silent. However, as the student body was predominantly made up of Huagua students, they hardly regarded Su Wan's fury. Some students felt a kinship due to their shared nationality, while others believed themselves to be the sole beloved and looked down upon one another. The morning consisted of only one class, and after it concluded, the three girls walked along the campus path. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound echoed through the air. Stop. As Xi Tong turned around, she was taken aback by the sight of the girl in front of her. Initially struggling to recall who she was, the sight of her windblown lips, as she spoke, jogged her memory. Oh, isn't this the foolish troublemaker from the mall the other day? What's the matter? Feng Xia glared fiercely at Xi Tong. Of course, there's a matter. You shameless wretch. Xi Tong's gaze turned icy. What? Is your speech not leaking enough? Do you need my assistance? Soon, several girls appeared behind Feng Xia, all glaring at Xi Tong with palpable hostility. Feng Xia smirked with satisfaction. You think you can help me? Do you really believe that the three of you can outmatch us? Despite being accompanied by female classmates, these were individuals Feng Xia had specifically hired at a high price from a boxing gym. She was seething with anger and could not bear to let this grievance go unavenged. Her parents had cautioned her to refrain from rash actions, but she simply could not swallow her pride. Remember, we are in school, said Xiaoji, maintaining a calm demeanor. And so what? Feng Xia replied arrogantly. Do you think anyone will come to your aid? Su Wan gritted her teeth. Don't push your luck. With a scoff, Feng Xia retorted, what can you do about it? You think your pitiful status matters to me? A group of impoverished students had the audacity to come here for an overseas education and repeatedly opposed her. Shun Wu, If you kneel and apologize to me now, I might consider allowing them to go easy on you. At that moment Hien arrived, initially directing a fierce glare at Xi Tong, but upon recalling Feng Xia's lost teeth, she recoiled in fear. Shunwu, apologize to me quickly. Last time you insulted me. Leaning back with her arms crossed, Xi Tong replied leisurely. Oh, did I not call you a thing? Hien fumed. You are the thing. Xi Tong smirked. Look. You're merely cursing yourself. Su Wan couldn't suppress a laugh, while Xiaji also allowed a slight smile to escape. Hien, enraged, stomped her foot. I will make you regret this. Feng Xia internally scoffed at Hien, thinking her foolishness was grating. If it weren't for her reliance on the He family's company for stability, she would have long since distanced herself from Hien. With a wave of her hand, Feng Xia commanded, enough chatter, everyone, attack. Whoever can slap her will be well rewarded. The classmates behind her could no longer contain themselves. Studying abroad was already a hefty expense, and they had to juggle multiple jobs to pay for tuition. This was an opportunity to earn a significant amount, enough to alleviate their concerns for the next semester's living expenses. Su Wan and Xiaji bravely stepped in front of Xi Tong, both terrified yet resolute. Xi Tong felt a warmth in her eyes. Throughout her life, no one had ever stood in front of her like this. She had always fought her battles alone, clawing her way through adversity. If only there had been one or two people in her former world to shield her or whom she could trust. Perhaps her suffering would have been lessened. She grabbed the arm of a small girl, pulling both of them behind her. Su Wan and Xiaji, bewildered, were taken aback. When did Wu Wu become so strong? Chaos erupted immediately. Xiaji was about to press the alarm button when Su Wan interjected. Wait. They looked up to see Xi Tong, landing punches effortlessly, like a merciless boxing machine. Su Wan was astonished.
Wow.
When did Wu Wu become so formidable? It's only been a short while. Xiaji felt puzzled as well. Not only had Wu Wu's demeanor changed, but her strength seemed to have multiplied. In the past, they had always protected the timid and introverted Wu Wu. Su Wan restrained Xiaji's hand. We haven't lost anything yet, let us hold off on calling the police. Feng Xia and Hien were also stunned. They had witnessed Shen Wu's prowess before, which was why they had specifically sought out professionals. Yet they had not anticipated such ineffectiveness. Soon, all the girls were on the ground, while Xi Tong cracked her knuckles and coldly regarded Feng Xia, as if looking at a lifeless corpse. Feng Xia's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing. Don't come any closer. The Feng family won't let you off. Hien's voice quivered. If you dare bully me, my parents will not spare you. Su Wan scoffed. You started this trouble and now wish to play the victim? Just as she was about to say more, Xiaji suddenly pulled Su Wan and Xi Tong down to the ground, whispering urgently, someone's coming, play dead. Su Wan instantly understood, diving into the role with dramatic flair. Oh my, how could they fight in broad daylight? It hurts so much.
Xia feignet weakness.
Clutching her stomach. It's so painful. Xi Tong twitched her lips, but willingly played along with the two girls, even though she could have resolved the situation swiftly. Feng Xia and Hien had yet to grasp the situation when a few people rushed over. What happened here? Su Wan seized the opportunity. Teacher. They attacked us 3 against many. Xiaji's eyes glistened with unshed tears, appearing woefully pitiful. Teacher, they intentionally provoked us. Feng Xia quickly retorted. You're lying. It was Shen Wu who attacked us. Pointing at Xi Tong on the ground, she faltered, realizing that the 3 on the floor looked pained and injured. While she stood there unscathed, the teacher's gaze toward her was icy and serious. Su Wan wailed. It hurts so much. Feng, did we provoke you? Why did you send people to beat us? Xiaji added, Teacher, my arm hurts. The teachers exchanged exasperated looks. First, go to the infirmary. Then, all of you come to the office to explain. After the teachers departed, Su Wan and Xiaji quickly stood up, not forgetting to help Xi Tong to her feet. Wu Wu, are you alright? Did you get scared? My goodness, sister. When did you become this powerful? Xiaji looked at Xi Tong with concern, while Su Wan gazed at her with wide eyes filled with admiration. Xi Tong pursed her lips. I used to believe that retreating was the way to peace, so I avoided trouble. In truth, I was just timid.
Now,
whoever dares to provoke me will face tenfold retribution. I am no longer Shen Wu, but Xi Tong.
Su Wan not dead outsetstily.
Yes, this is how it should be. From now on, Wu Wu should always be like this. I prefer the strong and unyielding Wu Wu of now. The old version was just too pitiful.
Xia smiled.
playing the role of an older sister as she patted the hands of the two girls. All right, let's head to the office and resolve the remaining issues. Feng Xia and He had already fled the scene, realizing that if they lingered, they might face consequences themselves. In the office, the two homeroom teachers looked stern and furious. What is going on here? A bunch of young girls fighting at school? Feng Xia took the lead. Teacher, they attacked us. He nodded vigorously. Su Wan adopted a tearful demeanor. You are lying. It was you who kicked us to the ground. Xia Ji pleaded, Teacher, you must stand up for us. Bo Shidong's homeroom teacher recalled the scene she had just witnessed, noting that only Feng Xia and He were standing unscathed. Thus, she unconsciously leaned towards supporting her own students, Xia Ji and Su Wan. You're claiming they attacked you? It's clear to anyone with eyes that it's impossible. Feng Xia, still oblivious to the teacher's bias, pointed at Bo Shitong. To be precise, it was Shun Wu who single-handedly fought all of us. Su Wan was incredulous. Are you out of your mind? Our Wu Wu is usually gentle and sweet. How could she possibly defeat so many of you? You're lying. The homeroom teachers of Feng Xia and He clearly did not want their students to suffer, thus they turned to the other girls. What do you have to say? Several girls nodded frantically, all of whom were powerless and had come here to pursue their education. Should the school expel them, their years of effort would amount to naught. Teacher, it was Shun Wu who struck us all. Feng Xia, the teacher, cast a glance at Bo Shitong, who stood coldly in silence at the side, her appearance evoking a sense of pity and fragility. The teacher furrowed her brow slightly. As the homeroom teacher, she was somewhat aware of the school's dynamics. Shun Wu was the adopted daughter of the Shin family and had been the subject of gossip due to certain rumors. However, given the Shin family's standing, she hesitated to act rashly, fearing that the family might regard the girl favorably, contrary to the whisper circulating. Bo Shitong's homeroom teacher, however, was displeased. You expect me to believe that one person could strike so many of you? If you're going to lie, at least concoct a credible excuse. How dare you come to me and be dishonest? Teacher, we speak nothing but the truth. Bo Shitong interjected, Teacher, check their transaction records. These girls were bribed by Feng Xia to create trouble for us. Prompted by her words, the two teachers promptly investigated and were instantly infuriated. This is a case of intentional harm. We should call the police. This matter is beyond my control. In truth, the teachers were reluctant to intervene, as each of these girls had powerful backers, and she could not afford to offend them. Yet, disapproving of Feng Xia's actions, she decided to pass the responsibility onto the police. Feng Xia, with a face full of indignation, protested, Why is this my fault? She was the one who knocked out 2 of my teeth. Bo Shitong smirked. Where's your evidence? This incident occurred off campus, and there's no way to substantiate your claim. Moreover, she neglected to obtain surveillance footage from the store. She had sought personal vengeance and had not considered the ramifications. Soon, the group was transferred to the police station. The officers wore serious expressions, listening attentively to both sides, each presenting their arguments. However, it was undeniable that Feng Xia had indeed hired individuals, while Bo Shitong's retaliatory actions lacked proof. At the moment, they had not contemplated their surroundings and had aimed to teach her a lesson in a place devoid of surveillance, never imagining they would end up on the receiving end of a lesson instead. As they exited the police station, Su Wan smiled brightly. Let's see if they dare to act up again. Xia Ji nodded. I think even a month of detention would be too lenient. Bo Shitong chuckled. That's sufficient. A month inside will be more grueling for them than a year for others. On their way back, Su Wan transformed into an exuberant little sparrow. Woo woo. You are simply amazing. From today on, you are my goddess. Squeak squeak. Goddess, come here. Bo Shitong, with an expression of indifference, extended her finger to gently push the young girl's head away. Xia Ji, observing the girl's pouting expression, couldn't help but laugh. The trio playfully bantered until they returned to their dormitory. Ding dong. Bo Shitong opened her phone, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was a message from Shun Er. She didn't even need to scroll. Over the years, they had exchanged only 2 messages. The first was the system's automatic friend request acceptance, and the second was the current one. What reagent did you add last time? Why did I add it but get no reaction? In the laboratory, Shin Er stared intently at the screen, anxious not to miss any crucial information. He had clearly witnessed the girl adding a purple reagent. Why did it not react when he added it? Bo Shitong glanced at the message before turning off her phone and rolling over to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, Shin Er was in a frenzy, wondering what his sister was up to. Was she ignoring his message? He decided to wait a little longer. After Xi Tong had slept through the afternoon, Shin Er had remained in his office, fixated on the screen for the entire time. Eventually, unable to wait any longer, he called her. Xi Tong was awakened by the ringing phone, her brows furrowing in annoyance as she promptly turned it off. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Shin Er murmured to himself. What on earth is she busy with? How could she turn her phone off? In exasperation, he thought of his fourth brother, who was often glued to his sister. Perhaps he could reach her. Is the fourth busy? How can I get in touch with my sister? Shin-si sprang up from the sofa, his eyes fixated on his phone. What's going on? Did my second brother actually message me and inquire about my sister? Which sister? Shin-woo? Second brother, have you been hacked? If so, press 1. If not, press 2. Shin Er took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. I need to ask Shin-woo about something. How do you usually contact her?
Shin-si, intrigued,
noted that his second brother had been acting strangely lately, showing more concern for their sister. Could he be trying to steal her affection? No way. He must remain the best brother in her eyes, and no one could usurp his position. I don't know, he replied, unwilling to divulge information.
Shin Er frowned.
His lips twitching, he was well aware of what his fourth brother was thinking. Fine then, I thought you were close to her, but it seems not. Shin-si immediately bristled at this implication. What do you mean not that close? I'm different from you guys.
Shin Er smirked, sensing victory.
So, how can I contact her? Shin-si, realizing his brother's determination, sighed in resignation. Just send her a WeChat message. You do have her WeChat, right? Shin Er responded. She doesn't, he reply. And her phone is off. Shin-si quipped. Did you break some celestial taboo? Why is she ignoring you? However, seeing his second brother receive such treatment from their sister reassured him somewhat. You might have disturbed her sleep. Shin Er, anxious, asked. What should I do? Shin-si rolled his eyes. How would I know? I've never chatted with her. All I have are transaction messages. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared on his face.
Wanna know?
1 million. The notification chimed. 1 million has been successfully transferred to you from your second brother. Such speed? It seems my second brother is quite wealthy. Send her the money. Use a red envelope to initiate your meager brotherly bond. Chapter 22, a flurry of actions akin to a tiger. Only to discover a score of 65. Shin Er frowned, wondering if the entire family had descended into a pit of financial folly. Nevertheless, he swiftly transferred the funds to his sister. What's next? Shin-si replied. Now we wait patiently. He wasn't certain if his sister would accept his second brother's money, but it was worth a shot. After all, it wasn't his money. After sleeping until evening, Xi Tong opened her eyes to find 2 pairs of sparkling eyes staring back at her. Woo-woo, you're awake.
Xie exclaimed.
Soo-won blinked her big, expressive eyes, looking utterly fascinated. Woo-woo, you can really sleep. You are the most sleep-prone person I've ever met, without a doubt. Xi Tong smiled slightly and replied, perhaps it's a side effect. Instantly, the 2 girls fell silent, fearing the mention of Shan-woo would bring up painful memories. Xi Tong blinked. You can call me Xiao Tong. I'm not used to being called Woo-woo. Soo-won leaned closer. Is that your nickname? It's lovely. Xia-ji nodded. Tong Tong is nice too. The trio was enjoying their conversation when Xia-ji suddenly reminded them, we have an exam tomorrow. Are you all prepared?
Xi Tong replied nonchalantly, I am ready.
It's whatever. I'll just do my best and let the results fall where they may. I'm not concerned. Soo-won gasped. What? It's that soon? Have you all prepared? I haven't started at all. Xia-ji remarked, your last-minute cramming might not cut it.
Soo-won bored. Wah wah wah.
Xia-ji, exasperated, urged, just glance at your notes to leave an impression. Soo-won's eyes lit up with hope, and then? Xia-ji replied flatly, then we leave it to fate.
What? Don't say that.
This exam affects my allowance. Following this, Xia-ji began lecturing Soo-won on the key points. As Xi Tong gazed at the retreating figures of the 2 individuals, she pondered the nature of their quarrel. Albeit somewhat tumultuous, was this not the ordinary life she sought? She unlocked her phone and immediately encountered a notification regarding a transfer. After a brief moment of hesitation, clarity dawned upon her, and without a second thought, she accepted the payment. How much did you add? The act of receiving remuneration for tasks had become second nature to her as she completed assignments for a reward. A swift reply came through. I added it all. Xi Tong retorted, who lauded him as a genius of the laboratory. Step forward to face the consequences. 3 drops are sufficient.
Shin Er inquired, why?
That is a different price. 200,000 is hardly worth questioning 3 matters. Impossible. Shin Er pursed his lips and sought his elder brother on WeChat. Brother. I need money, I'm out. Shunny responded, who are you? The following day, as the exam approached, Bo Shidong and Xia Ji were roused early by Su Wan, who was eager to secure advantageous seating in the classroom. Let us go early to claim the back seats, she suggested. Xia Ji, understanding the young girl's intentions, remarked, so you can engage in covert copying, is that it? Su Wan chuckled, it's not copying. It's borrowing ideas. Xia Ji queried, what is the distinction? Su Wan flashed a wide grin, the appearance is different, the pronunciation varies, and the strokes differ.
Xi Tong.
Feeling lethargic from waking too early, contemplated the notion of returning home swiftly after the exam. Upon entering the classroom, she heard Shen Wu's voice commanding her to halt. She turned to him, questioning, what is it? The leading boy's face was contorted with anger. Are you the one who struck my goddess? Bo Xi Tong, perplexed, replied. Who? Su Wan leaned in to clarify. He means He-een is his goddess. Oh, I did not hit her. I merely teased her a bit. The boy clearly did not believe her, stating, you dare to act but not to face the music? Fong Xia explicitly said you hit the goddess.
Xi Tong.
Disinterested in the altercation, sauntered lazily to the back of the classroom. The boy, undeterred, pursued her. You're campus bullying. I'll inform the teacher. Oh, go ahead, she replied nonchalantly. The boy was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shen Wu's indifference to his threats. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the Shin family? She merely nodded. Suit yourself. Infuriated by her demeanor, the boy exclaimed, you. Xia Ji interjected with an eye roll. Xi Tong didn't even harm your goddess. Please clarify your facts before making accusations and embarrassing yourself. Fong Xia said so. The boy protested, but Su Wan interrupted. Is what Fong Xia says the absolute truth? Why not ask your goddess directly? The boy fell silent, too timid to approach his goddess. Had he truly misunderstood Shin Shidong? Once I ascertain the truth, I shall return to apologize, he declared before retreating to his seat. The classmates buzzed with gossip, some eager for entertainment, while others stoked the flames of discord. Bo Shitong maintained her impassive expression, internally resolving to complete the exam swiftly and return to slumber. Xia Ji exchanged a glance with Su Wan, relieved that Bo Shitong seemed unaffected by the earlier commotion. Indeed, she appeared to have changed for the better, and they no longer needed to worry. The teacher entered shortly thereafter, and the students settled down. Today's examination followed the usual protocol: complete one paper, submit it, and leave. As the papers were distributed, Bo Shitong focused intently, barely glancing at the questions before immersing herself in writing. Su Wan's jaw dropped in astonishment. How impressive. Xia Ji remarked, Shitong is increasingly exceptional. Both her character and academic prowess have strengthened remarkably. The rhythmic sound of her pen gliding across the paper filled the quiet classroom, capturing the attention of her peers. Even the teacher, who could not resist being drawn to the commotion. 20 minutes later, Bo Shitong confidently approached the teacher's desk, having completed her exam. Whispers erupted among the students. She finished already. Were the questions that simple? What a show. It's only been 20 minutes. Even Xia Ji hasn't submitted her paper yet. The teacher collected the papers. You may leave, but others remained silent. The classroom fell back into a hush as Bo Shitong casually strolled towards the dormitory. The teacher scrutinized the papers, her brow furrowing deeper with each glance until she resembled someone ready to squash a fly. Just barely passing, her score was neither too high nor too low. This was utterly infuriating. Shin Shidong, who once ranked above average, had now plummeted, with interclass comparisons looming. How could she maintain her standing in the office if the average score were dragged down? Furthermore, this student's attitude towards learning was appallingly lax. Completing the exam in a mere 20 minutes, was this the attitude expected of a diligent student? Such carelessness was simply unacceptable. After a flurry of activity, her score landed at 65. Xia Ji, upon witnessing the teacher's expression, knew disaster loomed. Shitong had undoubtedly performed poorly. Glancing at the eagerly awaiting Su Wan, she felt utterly exasperated. Out of 3 roommates, 2 were undeniably troublesome. Chapter 23. A fraction less is a burden. A fraction more is a waste. On Friday afternoon, as the holiday approached, the atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Not a soul dared to utter a sound, for the teacher's expression was fearsome. Su Wan discreetly tugged at Xia Ji's sleeve, who angered the old witch. Xia Ji chuckled. Weren't you praising the homeroom teacher as a fairy just the other day? The girl pouted. That was when she wasn't angry. Xi Tong rested her head on the desk, eyes closed in slumber.
Suwan gadumba, siezi.
Don't you think Xi Tong is becoming a veritable sleep deity? Always dozing off. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in startled alarm. Could it be that Xi Tong is pregnant? Xia was momentarily taken aback, then shot Suwan a disapproving glare. You mustn't spread such nonsense. Oh, fine. I was just speculating, Suwan replied. Xi Tong's lips twitched as she spoke flatly. I am not pregnant. Her sudden interjection startled both girls. Suwan blinked. Xi Tong, you're awake? I was just joking. Don't be upset. Xia sighed. From now on, you should keep quiet. Suwan, ever compliant, responded. All right, I will. The teacher at the front called out. Those at the back of the classroom, silence. How can you continue to chatter when the exam results are like this? Xia promptly fell silent, and Suwan adopted a demure expression. Xi Tong, undeterred, resumed her position on the desk, ready to drift off again. In the next moment, she was abruptly summoned. Xinwu, your grades have drastically declined, and you still dare to sleep in class? Come to my office after class.
Xi Tong protested.
What wrong have I committed by taking a nap? After class, Xia and Suwan exchanged worried glances regarding Xi Tong. Don't be afraid. The teacher only looks fierce, but she's actually quite kind. Will accompany you, they offered. Xi Tong firmly declined. No need. You both returned to the dormitory. Upon entering the office, she noticed several individuals standing before the teacher. Raising an eyebrow, she recognized the boy who had previously sought to hold her accountable. Teacher, what is it you need from me? If there's nothing, I'd like to return to my slumber. The teacher, exasperated, retorted. What do you think I called you for? Your grades have plummeted from above average to below the mean.
Xi Tong, wholly unfazed, replied. I passed.
Xia said passing is sufficient. Suwan had once stated, a fraction less is a burden, a fraction more is a waste. Is this not ideal? Not too much. Not too little. The teacher, infuriated, exclaimed, is this your attitude toward learning? A lack of ambition will only set you back. How can you settle for merely passing? Xi Tong wore a perplexed expression. What good are higher scores? What purpose do they serve? She neither sought the top position nor craved the title of genius bestowed by others. The teacher, exasperated, retorted, who says they are of no use? Have you considered that your scores might lower the class average? How can we compete with other classes under such circumstances? The girl's face reflected a contemplative hesitation, leading the teacher and the nearby students to believe that she had come to a realization and felt guilty. Little did they know. Teacher, in a class this large, there will inevitably be students who score below the average. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called an average. The teacher gazed at her in silence, as she continued. If there must be someone below the average, why can't that person be me? The teacher, momentarily stunned, could only respond with a baffled, you. Nearby classmates seemed to ponder her logic, as if they found it quite reasonable. Su Chu blinked and, without thinking, blurted out, it just seemed to make sense. Xi Tong turned her head to cast a dispassionate glance at Su Chu, the same boy who had foolishly been deceived by Feng Xia. Unable to counter Xi Tong's argument, the teacher redirected her frustration towards Su Chu. What sense does that make? You didn't even pass. Xi Tong crossed her arms, observing the scene with the detached interest of a spectator as the teacher's face flushed with anger while the students bowed their heads like quails, too intimidated to look up. It was rather vivid and entertaining. After the teacher had vented enough, she sat down, took a deep breath, and attempted to calm her emotions. Cool down, cool down. A beautiful woman must not lose her temper. However, mere seconds later, the class teacher's composure shattered. Forget calming down. I must show these little rascals some authority. Suddenly, a cup of tea appeared before her. Instinctively, she accepted the cup and took a sip, politely saying, "Thank you." The row of students who had just been reprimanded stared in astonishment at this clever act of borrowing a flower to present to the Buddha, as if the flower had been plucked right from before the deity. Then they heard Xi Tong's cool and indifferent voice. "You're welcome, teacher. Please continue." The teacher paused, her brows furrowing in confusion. "Wait, something feels off." She scrutinized the cup in her hand, then turned to glance at her desk. Wasn't this her own cup? The tea was brewed with hot water she had just fetched, but she hadn't had the chance to drink it. Realization dawned, and she shot a glare at Xi Tong. "Stand straight and stop trying to confuse me. Don't think that just because I'm scolding them, I want to scold you too. Look at this girl, standing there with her arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference, as if she were the one being lectured." Xi Tong nodded, adopting an attentive demeanor. Well then, please go ahead. The sooner you finish, the sooner I can return to the dormitory and sleep. The teacher snapped. Do you think I'm just chit-chatting with you? You seem so unfazed. Next time, you must score above the average. Xi Tong readily nodded. All right. The row of students was left speechless. Do you think this is a market where you can just buy vegetables? It can't be that simple. The teacher sighed in relief and waved her hand. All right, go back now. Out of sight, out of mind. I need to catch my breath. A group of students surged out of the office, liberated, while Xi Tong strolled out leisurely, as if she were there to enjoy the scenery rather than facing a reprimand. Outside the office, Xi Tong had barely taken a few steps when Su Chu called out to her. Hey, Shin. The girl turned to him with a cold demeanor. What is it? Su Chu scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry about that day. I misunderstood you.
Oh.
She replied, turning to leave.
Wait.
As she turned to walk away, Su Chu and a group of his friends followed suit. Shin, you were so cool just now. How did you manage that? Aren't you afraid of the teacher scolding? Yeah. Shin, you're amazing. From now on, you're my leader. And mine. You're our leader. We'll stick with you from now on. Xi Tong snapped. Get lost. Su Chu persisted. Leader, teach us. How do you manage to not fear the teacher's scolding? Growing impatient with their incessant chatter, she finally relented. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. It doesn't need to stick in my brain, and I'm used to the constant chatter. Wow, you truly are a leader. Impressive. They exclaimed.
Indeed.
It's easier said than done. They lamented. Suddenly, huh? Where did our leader go? Everyone realized that the prominent figure, who had just been there, had vanished. Where's my magnificent leader? Incredible. She disappeared without a trace. I want to learn from Shun. Upon returning to the dormitory, two young girls rushed toward her. Su-won looked at her with concern, scrutinizing her eyes, and upon noticing they were not red, she breathed a sigh of relief. Don't take the teacher's harsh words to heart, Tong Tong. Xiaoji nodded. The teacher has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She actually cares for us. The teacher was not only beautiful but also protective of her students, often interacting with them as if they were friends outside of class or reprimands. Xi Tong smiled and patted the shoulders of the two girls. Don't worry, the teacher didn't say anything. She just asked me to score higher next time. The two girls were overly concerned for her, leading to an abundance of inner dialogues. Su-won, with bright eyes, asked, Where shall we go to play this weekend? Xia-ji chuckled. You still dare to play? Next time, I want to let you copy my homework. You'll have to rely on yourself.
Su-won, not that.
Letting out a sigh. All right. Then this weekend I'll trouble the beautiful Xia-ji to tutor me. Would you like to join Tong Tong? Xi Tong shook her head. No need. I can manage on my own. Xia-ji, looking puzzled, asked, Where will you go for tutoring? I don't recall you mentioning that the Shin family hired a tutor for you. Su-won looked at her with curiosity as well. Xi Tong's lips curled into a slight smile. I'll study in my dreams. Observing the blank expressions of her friends, Xi Tong sighed with a hint of exasperation. Don't worry, I will strive to score above the average. Dechum, we believe in you, Tong Tong. Go for it. Everyone has their own suitable study methods. Just then, as Xi Tong flipped onto her bed, her phone buzzed. Furrowing her brow slightly, she pondered why someone always chose to contact her just as she was about to sleep. Was she being forced to silence her phone? Shin Air, have you had your break? Mom asked me to come pick you up from school. Shin Si, sister, are you done with classes? I'm passing by to take you home. Thinking of the incessant chatter from the two, Xi Tong felt a headache coming on. Whereas the driver. It would be fine if her elder brother came too. Shin Air, the driver is off today. I came with fourth brother to pick you up. Xi Tong, I'll come back myself. She then turned off her phone and ignored further messages. I need to go back today. The two girls simultaneously looked up. Aren't you supposed to return every Sunday at noon? They knew her family rules well. She usually rushed back every Sunday afternoon. So, why was she going back on Friday right after the holiday? Xi Tong playfully ruffled their fluffy heads. I have some matters to attend to. Stepping out of the school gate empty-handed, she spotted a black sedan parked at the entrance. She raised her hand and knocked. Driver, are you leaving? Inside the car. Chung-yi slowly lowered the window and stared in disbelief. This girl was quite pretty, though her gaze seemed unfocused. How could a sleek car possibly resemble a taxi? Curiously, he asked, where to? To Hiyu Villa. In that instant, Chung-yi's expression shifted. Was Hiyu Villa not the residence of his archenemy? What was this girl's identity? What's your name? As he lowered the window, Xi Tong recognized him as one of the non-mainstream boys from that day. Do you live by the sea? She asked before turning to walk away, continuing her search for a taxi.
Wait. Come back.
Changyi found himself puzzled. Ordinarily, if someone spoke to him like that, he would have snapped back harshly. Yet in this moment, he found her character quite intriguing. Adding the address provided by the girl piqued his interest even further, and his mind conjured several versions of the story. Could she possibly be the girlfriend of one of the Shin brothers? No, that couldn't be right. The Shin family members were all eccentric, surely incapable of maintaining a romantic relationship. Perhaps she was an illegitimate daughter? Or were the Shun brothers merely feigning their abstinence? He did not even entertain the thought that she could be the adopted daughter of the Shin family, as Shun Wu was simply too understated and transparent. What a juicy piece of gossip. It must be savored. Beautiful lady, hop in. This ride is on me. On the house? Xi Tong paused, raising an eyebrow. On the house? Cheng Ye's lips twitched. After all, he had some ties to the Shin family. Why was he being so stingy? Or was he simply impoverished?
Get in. Get in.
Without hesitation, Xi Tong opened the rear door. Wait, are you really treating me like a chauffeur by sitting in the front? Xi Tong narrowed her eyes and gracefully maneuvered around the front of the car to take her place in the passenger seat. Chengyi cast a few glances at her. She was indeed strikingly beautiful and remarkably attractive, her demeanor cool and her aura frosty, exuding a unique personality. Shall we exchange WeChat? Xi Tong cast a casual glance at him. Didn't you say it was free? Why are you backtracking and asking for money?
Cheng Ye said.
Intrigued by her peculiar thought process. Let us just be friends, get to know each other. Not necessary. Chengyi frowned, incredulous that a woman would reject him. They usually seemed eager to leap into his arms. Do you know who I am? Is your fatherly gang? Chengyi nearly slammed on the brakes, almost sending her flying. He intended to curse but found himself restrained by her icy gaze. It was a powerful presence, stifling in its intensity. He sensed that if he uttered another word, his head might very well separate from his neck. Xi Tong withdrew her gaze, coldly advising, think before you speak.
Cheng Ye.
With a stiffened neck, blustered. What, are you going to hit me? The girl scoffed no. The youth exhaled in relief, refraining from further chatter. Suddenly, a car cut in front of them, and Chengyi hastily slammed on the brakes, muttering curses under his breath. Indeed, what a lunatic. Don't drag me down with you. Almost immediately, the driver of the offending vehicle spat out of the window, as if mocking them.
Cheng Ye froze.
Fury igniting within him. How dare he provoke a professional like me? Who can endure this? It's a matter of a man's dignity. He adjusted his seat, bracing himself, and did not forget to remind the girl, hold on tight.
Xi Tong nodded, milimetrów.
Then, the roar of the engine erupted, and the tire screeched as the car shot forward. However, Cheng Ye's frustration only grew. This was a city road, bustling with traffic. He was grateful not to be stuck in a jam, let alone have space for a race. He clenched his fists, eyes fixated on the car ahead, which seemed to be deliberately obstructing him. Whenever he accelerated, it did too. Whenever he slowed, it matched his pace. Chengyi, seething with anger and feeling helpless, nearly wanted to ram into it. Observing the boy's almost explosive demeanor, Xi Tong could not help but shake her head. Such impatience could lead to great misfortune. Let me drive. Chengyi was taken aback, incredulous. You drive? Xi Tong smirked, less talk, more action. The boy, for the first time, felt an inexplicable sense of calm from her, thus dazedly exited the vehicle. Xi Tong fastened her seatbelt and reminded, sit tight. Chengyi hadn't yet regained his composure when the back of his head was suddenly jolted. Before he could complain, he realized the car was weaving through traffic as if it possessed a soul of its own. In a stroke of fate, they found themselves right in front of the car that had just cut them off. As it changed lanes, she mirrored its movements, overtaking it effortlessly. Gradually approaching the villa district, the traffic thinned out. The two cars engaged in a playful chase. And a keen eye would notice Xi Tong was intentionally toying with the other driver. She would surge ahead significantly, then slow down, only to accelerate again, relishing the prospect of watching her opponent struggle to overtake her. Ultimately, she aligned her car beside the other, rolled down the window, and flashed an international peace sign. Little trash. Then, flooring the accelerator, within 3 seconds, the rival car vanished from the rearview mirror. In the passenger seat, Chengyi was left in a state of shock. His eyes wide as saucers, his mind in a daze. Even a professional, like him, felt a bit carsick. Chapter 25. Adulthood. Ready for romance. Stop, pull over. After stammering out his request, Changyi felt as if his soul was yet to catch up with his body. Xi Tong lazily maneuvered the car to the side, and the boy dashed out, clutching a tree as he squatted down to dry heave. It took several minutes before he regained his senses, and as he steadied himself and turned around, he found the girl leaning against a tree, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. He recognized it as the brand he had left in the car. Its strong flavor was ill-suited for a girl. "You still smoke?" Looking at the pretty young lady, he was surprised by her wildness, more so than he had imagined. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. "Is that a problem?" She smoked occasionally to alleviate stress. However, since arriving in this world, she had smoked very little, first due to a lack of pressure, and second, she couldn't smoke in front of her parents or in the dorm, fearing it would disturb the two younger girls.
Changyi stod beside her.
His heart racing with excitement. Could she be the elusive leader he had been searching for? He never imagined that the person he sought would turn out to be a delicate, beautiful girl. Xi Tong shot him a glance, extinguished her cigarette, and headed toward the passenger seat. "Let us go." Changyi followed eagerly. His usual air of superiority dissipated. "Leader, whether you are or not, let us add each other on WeChat." He was determined to connect with her today. Xi Tong regarded him with a blank expression. "Drive." Changyi dared not disobey. As he started the car, he persistently added, "The more friends, the more paths open up. Rest assured, if you ever run into trouble, you can come directly to the Chung family for help." Xi Tong gazed out the window, her expression tinged with exasperation at yet another chattering companion. "I don't need it. She would handle her troubles directly."
"Don't.
Think it over. Is there something you particularly desire? Anything achievable with money, I can provide." His eldest brother had more than enough wealth. "I have money." Changyi immediately deflated. Of course. A girl connected to the Shin family wouldn't be short on funds. In the next instant, hope reignited in his eyes. "Could you be my leader? If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west." Xi Tong remarked. "That's a familiar line. You're so noisy." She just wanted to sleep and relax. Changyi blinked, his expression eager, like a dog waiting for its owner to toss it a bone. His usual arrogance had vanished. Ultimately, feeling cornered, she shot him a frosty look. "Keep it up and I'll toss you out." Changyi instantly complied, pouting and muttering, "But this is my car." "Are you really going to throw me out, leader?" "Boo-hoo." Xi Tong wore a look of disdain, but nonetheless accepted his WeChat request. Changyi beamed with pride, then suddenly recalled why she was heading to the Shin family. Could it be that Shin-san was acquainted with her? The person he had been tirelessly searching for was already familiar with Shin-san? Surely she couldn't be on Shin-san's side? With that thought, he felt as if struck by lightning. Xi Tong lightly tapped on the car window. "Drive properly. You dare to zone out while driving?" Changyi, in a foul mood, replied, "Leader, what's your name?" He glanced at her WeChat nickname. "No time for small talk." "Boss, your name is truly melodious, utterly enchanting, befitting of a leader. But never mind that for now. Let us indulge in a moment of praise." "Shinwoo."
Changyi.
The next moment he exclaimed, "Shinwoo? You are called Shinwoo?" With the surname Shin and the single name Wu, could she possibly be the adopted daughter of the Shin family? This was simply too incredulous. No wonder Shin-san's driving skills are so exceptional. It turns out she has a master guiding her. Envy, jealousy, and resentment enveloped Changyi's heart. How he wished he could usurp Shin-san's place. Tentatively, he inquired, "Boss, did you teach Shin-san her driving skills?"
Xi Tong paused momentarily,
then cast a threatening glance at Changyi. "If you dare to divulge this to anyone, you shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Changyi felt a surge of joy. It appeared the Shin family harbored a hidden treasure, and yet Shin-san was oblivious.
"Ha ha ha."
He felt exhilarated, amused, and gleeful, reveling in the misfortune of others. However, after a few minutes of merriment, he realized belatedly that if the boss had not instructed Shin-san, then her remarkable abilities were entirely self-taught. How frustrating! Just as he was about to speak, the girl had already closed her eyes in repose. Changyi obediently fell silent. In the Shin family's living room, Shin-er and Shin-si sat facing one another. Shin-si remarked, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my sister would have agreed to let me pick her up." Shin-er smirked slightly. "Has she responded to your message?" Shin-si glanced at his phone, then fell silent, realizing that his sister had not replied to his proposal. Shun-yi and Shun-san observed the bickering brothers, completely at a loss for words. Shun-san, reclining lazily, commented, Is it really that serious? What is going on with you two lately? A late-blooming brotherly affection. Shen Si shook his finger, his expression grave. You wouldn't he understand? Though Shen Er remained silent, he nodded in agreement. Just then, they heard commotion from outside. Shen Si promptly stood and walked toward the door. It must be my sister returning. Shen Er leisurely rose to follow his hurried brother. Shen San twitched her lips, puzzled by their strange behavior. Upon seeing the car parked at the entrance, the two brothers were taken aback. Where had their sister acquired a vehicle? Wasn't she without a driver's license? Bo Xi Tong emerged from the car, followed by Qing Yi, who cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Shen Er. Long time no see."
Shen Si.
Shen Er replied with a polite, aloof nod. Shen Si, curious, asked, "What brings you here? Do you know my sister?" Qing Yi had always looked down upon Shen San, regarding her as a rival, and their families were acutely aware of this animosity. However, given that Qing Ye's older brother was business partners with Shen Yi, their families maintained a clear line of distinctions. In essence, Shen San had little regard for Qing Yi, and he was merely making a fuss.
To Shen Yi.
Qing Yi was merely a rebellious child. Qing Yi nodded. Of course. How could I not know Xinjia? She is my boss. His face beamed with pride, while Shen San's remained cold and indifferent. The two brothers exchanged glances, their minds swirling with questions. When had they become acquainted? And what was with Qing Yi's expression? Wasn't he the brash, fearless troublemaker since childhood? Why was he now so servile toward their sister? Suddenly, Shen Si, on guard, stepped protectively beside his sister, pulling her slightly away from Qing Yi. I warn you, do not entertain any ideas about my sister, or else you shall not be treated kindly. Qing Yi frowned. This could not be allowed. He still intended to have the boss teach him driving skills. You are not the boss. What gives you the right to speak on her behalf? Upon hearing this, Shen Si felt a surge of unease.
What did Qing Yi mean by that?
Was he getting desperate? Did he dare to covet what was not his? You are merely an outsider. As her fourth brother, I won't let you cling to my sister. Shen Er narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this wretched boy truly harbored feelings for his sister? No, this would not do, with his notorious reputation. He was unworthy of her affection. I do not approve either. Qing Yi widened his eyes, incredulous. Why are you so meddlesome? The boss is already of age. The latter part of his statement resonated with the brothers as, in their ears, it transformed into, she is of age and can pursue a romantic relationship. Chapter 26. I prefer earning money while reclining. Simultaneously, they erupted in fury. You wretched scoundrel. You dare to covet what is not yours? Dream on. How dare you pursue my sister? Is she in agreement? Clinging to her? My sister is amiable. But I am not so accommodating. Qing Er, you should head back. We haven't prepared any refreshments today, nor will we in the future. Never. Shen Si and Shen Er spoke simultaneously, leaving Qing Yi utterly bewildered. Hadn't the boss mentioned that no one in the family knew of her driving skills? How did they know of his intentions? Bo Xi Tong interjected. Enough. 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 Silence, all of you. The two elder brothers from the Shin family thought, it's over. Our sister is being led astray and is now siding with outsiders, Bo Xi Tong remarked. Finally, peace and quiet. Shen Si looked incredulously at his sister, then earnestly advised, Little sister, you must keep your eyes open when choosing whom to associate with. This one is not for you. Be good. Shen Er also chimed in with a serious tone. You're still young. There is no need to rush. Take your time to find the right one, Bo Xi Tong. Rush? What's there to rush? What does she need to choose? Qing Yi appeared equally perplexed. Why did he suddenly find himself lost in their conversation? Was there some kind of internal language or signaling system within the Shin family? Meanwhile, the others in the living room, having heard the commotion outside, strode out only to witness the tense standoff between the four. Upon seeing them, Shen San furrowed her brow. Why have you all come to my home? Is this never-ending? Qing Yi shot him a glance. Do you need to be so conceited?
Who is here for you?
I came with my boss. Shen San's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Boss?
Who is that?
And what on earth is with that smug expression? Has he suddenly changed his ways after some recent shock? Shen Yi calmly and reasonably invited. Since you are here, why not come in and sit for a while?
Shen Er, Shen San.
And Shen Si had no time to refuse, as Qing Yi readily and cheerfully accepted. Sure. Thank you, Brother Shen. He then bounded inside like an exuberant monkey. Shen Si, exasperated, exclaimed, Brother, you have invited a wolf into the henhouse. Shin Yi cast a dispassionate glance at his brothers. Have you all forgotten your manners? Instantly, they fell silent. Shin Si, both anxious and furious, found himself at a loss. What could he do since his elder brother had spoken? Once inside, Cheng Yi, with an effusive grin, charmed Shin's mother, making her laugh heartily, while Shin's father, feeling a twinge of jealousy, grumbled. Who is this wild monkey? Stealing my wife's attention. Mom. I'm back. Shin's mother beamed even more brightly. Glad to hear that. I had the kitchen prepare a feast for you. Dear daughter. How has your week at school been? Xi Tong approached, responding. Mom, rest assured, it has been quite well. Just as she reached her mother, Cheng Yi eagerly jumped up to offer her a seat. Boss, please take a seat. Shin's father and mother? Shin-san. What's going on? He calls the young lady boss. Shin Yi also raised an eyebrow in surprise, intrigued. Cheng Yi, oblivious to the odd looks, continued to fawn. Boss, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you some water, cold, warm, or hot? His overwhelming enthusiasm made Xi Tong feel as if she were not returning home, but visiting his household instead. Shun-san, utterly speechless, thought. Have you lost your mind? Trying such a ridiculous ploy to get closer to me. The next moment, he received a warning glare from Shun's mother. Mind your words, Shun-san. Xi Tong's head was spinning. Enough with the fuss. Rest well and hurry back. Shun's mother smiled. Since you are here, Cheng, why not stay for dinner with us? Cheng Yi nodded vigorously. Sure. Thank you, Aunt Shin. On the sofa, several pairs of eyes exchanged bewildered glances. Xi Tong, reluctantly pulled into sitting down, had originally intended to head upstairs for a nap. Shin Si bluntly declared, I do not approve. Everyone turned to him. What do you disapprove of? This is utterly nonsensical. Shin Si continued to educate Xi Tong. Sister, listen to your elder brother. You are still young. There is no need to rush into love. Shin nodded in agreement. Engaging in romantic relationships at this age is quite immature. It is best to wait a while longer. Xi Tong interjected. I'm not dating anyone. What are they all thinking? The group quickly understood. Turning their gazes to Cheng Yi. Are you harboring unrequited feelings for our sister? Cheng Yi protested. It's a colossal misunderstanding. I do not have any romantic feelings for her. I hold only admiration and respect for her. Shin Si scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. Is that so? Cheng Yi pressed 3 fingers together. I swear. I would never disrespect her. Xi Tong interjected. Are you all discussing me without my consent? Shin Si nodded with skepticism. You had better hope that's the case. Shin San bit his lip, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Did Cheng Yi intend to approach him through his sister? That would be a grave miscalculation. He shared no familial bond with her, and attempting to leverage her would be utterly misguided. However, as the afternoon transitioned into evening, Shin San found himself increasingly perplexed. Cheng Yi did not seem to be acting. He spent the entire afternoon orbiting around his sister, not sparing him even a glance. Could it be that he spoke the truth?
But why?
Shun San cast a glance at the dazed Xi Tong. It seemed everyone had taken a liking to her lately. What was the reason behind this? Had she been bewitched? Xi Tong sat on the sofa, drowsy and on the verge of sleep, aware of being scrutinized. She felt no malice in the gazes upon her, so she decided to disregard it. After dinner, Cheng Yi reluctantly took his leave, looking back 3 times as he walked away. Ultimately, it was Shin Mu who remarked, "Feel free to visit us again." Only then did he cheerfully drive away, elated at the prospect of getting closer to Shin Yi, believing this would give him an edge over Shin San. Moreover, Shin San remained oblivious that the racing prodigy was right under his roof. Such a thought filled him with delight. In the next moment, Shin Si leaned in closer to his sister. "Sister, when did you meet him? How did you come to know him? Did he shamelessly initiate the conversation first?" Xi Tong sighed. "We just met today. He offered to drive me home for free, so I initiated the conversation." Shin analyzed meticulously. His offer to drive you home was undoubtedly a pretext to strike up a conversation. Thus, his intentions are not pure. Xi Tong felt utterly unable to refute this. Regardless of Cheng Ye's motives, it was indeed she who had knocked on his car window first. That evening, Xi Tong's phone occasionally chimed. Cheng Yi texted, "Hey boss, are you interested in joining our racing team?" She replied curtly, "Not interested." Cheng Yi followed up, "We offer a lucrative salary. Do you want to earn some money?" He had heard that the boss was treated like a mere invisible entity in the Shun household, with the Shun brothers excluding her from their activities. He gritted his teeth. These brothers were utterly blind, and they would soon find themselves regretting it. Both Xi Tong glanced at the question and transfer request sent by Shen Er, a smirk forming on her lips. She then cheerfully replied to Chungyi, I prefer to earn money while lying down. Chapter 27. The Chill Breaks. On Sunday afternoon, both Xi Tong awoke naturally from her slumber, rubbing her eyes and preparing to turn over and sleep further. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sister? Are you awake? Hearing Shen Er's voice, she instinctively pressed her lips together, resolutely refraining from uttering a sound, as long as she remained silent. No one would know she was awake. Knock, knock, knock. Sister? At this moment, Shen Si, who had followed Shen Er upstairs, observed his brother's earnest knocking and shook his head. You will never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Shen Er stepped back a half step, lifting his chin as if to say, you go ahead. Shen Si stood at the door and got straight to the point. The Fong family has come.
Boy Tong,
Who had kept her eyes shut, suddenly opened them wide. Fong Xia? How dare she come knocking? Logically, she should not still be breathing after what had happened. Hadn't that matter been avenged yet? Shen Er chuckled softly, initially intending to mock Shen Si, but was taken aback when the door truly swung open. Bo Shidong's expression was devoid of warmth. What does she want? Shen Si scoffed. What else could it be? Under the guise of an apology. She is here to complain to Big Brother. They had intended to seek out their parents, only to find them absent, fortuitously encountering Big Brother instead. Bo Shidong's eyes shifted, her cold demeanor akin to a frozen lake in winter, encapsulating an icy stillness. Seeking death. Having said that, she bypassed Shen Er and Shen Si, making her way downstairs. Shen Si was startled by his sister's expression and aura. He turned to ask, do you think something has changed about her? When did she become so unfathomable? It was quite frightening. Shen Er recalled her calm demeanor when she had casually mentioned wanting to blow up the entire research institute, responding, she may have always been this way. Perhaps we simply haven't interacted with her enough to realize. Shen Si hurried downstairs. Who is this insignificant member of the Fong family? Why have I never heard of them before? Shen Er adjusted his glasses. Let's go down and find out. In the living room below, Fong Xia sat flanked by two middle-aged individuals, presumably her parents. They appeared both opportunistic and sinister, favoring the weak while fearing the strong. Shen Yi occupied the solitary chair opposite them, his demeanor cold and unapproachable as he held a cup of tea freshly poured by a servant. At that moment, the middle-aged man, wearing a smile, spoke. Mr. Shen? We truly apologize. It was merely a childish squabble. Shen Yi set down his teacup, his voice neither loud nor soft, rendering Fong Xia's parents momentarily speechless as they struggled to discern his thoughts. Wasn't it said that the Shen family held no regard for this adopted daughter? Wasn't it claimed that she held no status, even below that of a servant? As the couple and Fong Xia pondered this, Bo Shitong's icy voice resonated throughout the living room. If it was merely a childish squabble, why bother making such a commotion by coming here? The couple turned to her, finding her expression utterly devoid of emotion, regarding them as if they were mere inconsequential objects. They wished to retort, but with Shen Yi present, they dared not act recklessly. Ironically, Bo Shidong's words left them feeling awkward, unsure how to respond. The girl walked over to the other single sofa and sat down. Big Brother. Shen Yi then inquired. What transpired? He would not utter a word before his sister descended the stairs. Nor would he allow any outsider to falsely accuse her based on mere words. Now that she had arrived, he sought to understand the situation. Bo Shitong casually smiled. It's nothing, just a little tussle among children. She echoed the words of Fong Xia's parents, leaving the three members of the Fong family momentarily at a loss for how to react. A mere tussle was merely a polite way to phrase it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come knocking on the door. Furthermore, there was another reason. If Xin Wu was indeed neglected, they would seek to reclaim justice for their daughter. However, if Shen Wu was favored, they would instead feign an apology to curry favor with the Shin family, hoping to elevate their status through association. After all, with their daughter losing 2 teeth, the Shin family would surely feel guilt or remorse. Just a hint of that would suffice for them to benefit for decades to come. Yet, they had not anticipated that Xin Wu would be so unashamed, treating the incident as if it were merely a trivial matter, thus rendering their concerns exaggerated. Quickly, Fong's father smiled to ease the tension, then turned his attention to Bo Shidong. Miss Shin, even if our Fong was indeed at fault, it cannot justify knocking out 2 of her teeth. What will she do as a young girl in the future? The implication of his words was that Fong Xia had done nothing wrong, and it was merely unreasonable aggression. What will she do? With modern dentistry, do you lack the means to cover that expense? Are you here to beg? Fong's mother clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh as she struggled to contain her simmering resentment. Shunyi furrowed her brow slightly and said solemnly, Shenwu, there is no need to be angered by outsiders. Xi Tong, with a resigned shrug, leaned back and crossed her legs. Is your poverty due to the fact that all your money is spent on bail? I recall Fong Xia was supposed to be detained for a while. How could she be released so swiftly? Fong Xia could no longer contain herself, bursting out in expletives. This is all you're doing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up inside. Shenxi retorted coldly, isn't it because you broke the law that you found yourself in there? The Shen family lacks the capacity to orchestrate such a thing. If one has not committed a crime, there is no way they could be unjustly imprisoned.
Xi Tong chuckled.
What about hiring someone to inflict harm? Is there anything else? Fong Xia was instantly alarmed. Xi Tong's smile was terrifying, reminiscent of someone on the verge of violence. The three Shen brothers' expressions darkened at her words. Shen Er scoffed, the Fong family certainly has good upbringing. Xi Tong concurred, indeed, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is bound to be skewed. If the elder ugly woman can hire someone to rob, the younger clownish girl surely can hire someone to inflict harm. Mrs. Fong's expression shifted. How did she know about the previous incident? Then it dawned on her, trembling as she pointed at Xi Tong. It's you. You were the one who incited those two men to rob me. I ended up losing everything. Shunyi's gaze gradually turned frosty. Mr. Fong. What a splendid, trivial matter this is. Shenxi, filled with indignation, added, and you still have the audacity to seek an explanation from us? It would be a miracle if we didn't come looking for trouble with you. Mr. Fong, looking incredulous, turned to his wife and daughter. Completely unaware of his wife's actions, while his daughter stammered, unable to articulate the reason for her police station visit. Thus, he assumed this was all Shenwu's fault. Beads of sweat formed on Mr. Fong's forehead, realizing he had attracted trouble instead of benefits. Mr. Shen, this is all a misunderstanding. We come with sincere apologies. Shenxi teased, oh? Your tone just now hardly sounded like one of apology. Mr. Fong was anxious, fearing the Fong family might vanish overnight. We merely raised our voices a bit. Shen Yi stood up. You three may leave. We shall not accept your apologies. Social parasites like the Fong family need not linger any longer. Shen Er's gaze turned icy. Let me not encounter you again in the future, or else. Mr. Fong felt his body go limp, suddenly overwhelmed with weakness. Mrs. Fong and Fong Xia finally realized the gravity of their situation, but it was too late for regrets. Chapter 28. The feeling of being protected was akin to a living hell for her. Fong Xia suddenly clung to the idea of a lifeline, murmuring to herself. It won't happen, it won't happen. Heen would never allow us to be oppressed, the He family. Before she could finish, she realized the He family was slightly better off, but compared to the Shen family, they were insignificant. The Fong family was truly finished. Mr. Fong, in a fit of rage, slapped Mrs. Fong across the face.
How dare you hit me?
Mr. Fong, furious, retorted, you foolish creature. All you do is eat, drink, and gamble. It's either shopping or socializing. And now, you've raised our daughter to be as stupid as a pig. Mrs. Fong, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, oh. So this is how you view me, Fong Jin? Do not forget, it was my Li family that helped you rise again. Had it not been for her family's assistance, how could Fong Jin have possibly regained his standing? Now that her family was no longer what it used to be, had he begun to look down on her? Fong Jin smirked coldly. What of your Li family? If it weren't for the old ties, your family would have long ceased to exist. I need not elaborate on how many of your relatives you employed at the company. It was one thing to ruin your own family, but to drag the Fong family down with you was utterly disgraceful. Mrs. Fong was rendered speechless, realizing he knew everything. Xi Tong, relishing the spectacle, remarked, Mr. Fong. You must be the one being implicated here? Mr. Fong paused, instantly grasping the subtext, and without a second thought blurted out to Mrs. Fong. We must divorce today. Then he turned to Shen Yi. Mr. Shen, none of this concerns me. I was completely unaware. Could you possibly spare the Fong family this time? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fong's face turned pale. She had grown accustomed to the life of a wealthy matron, and with the Li family fallen, a divorce would leave her with nothing. Fong Jin. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you? Fong Xia was equally shocked, staring incredulously at Fong Jin. Dad, How can you divorce mom? Where will she go? I want to allow her to leave. Fong Jin looked at Fong Xia. I almost forgot about you. You can go with your mother. From this day forth, you and I, Fong Jin, shall have no further ties. Fong Xia was taken aback. Having just heard about her parents' divorce, she had not yet felt such despair. At least she was still the young lady of the Fong family, wasn't she? Now she truly experienced hopelessness. Following her mother would mean losing everything. Her mother's family. Those useless uncles like vampires. Dad, how can you be so heartless? I am your biological daughter. At that moment, Xi Tong interjected. Aren't you also heartless for abandoning your son? It seems cruelty runs in your family. Fong Xia's heart tightened, her gaze evasive. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Xi Tong blinked, deciding to clarify. Last month, you went to the hospital for an abortion. It was a boy. Mr. and Mrs. Fong looked at their daughter in disbelief. Evidently, neither was aware of this matter. You. Fong Xia suddenly screamed in a frenzy. Shut up. I didn't. You're lying.
Xi Tong spoke calmly.
Why are you so agitated? Mr. Fong slapped Fong Xia across the face. You and your mother get out. We have no relation from now on. The shameless pair had utterly humiliated him. At this point, Mrs. Fong was completely despondent, saying nothing and only shedding tears. Xi Tong cast a cold glance at Mr. Fong, sneering. Not a family, not under the same roof. How could he possibly be any better? His outside mistress not only bore a daughter, but even a son. This was her true intention. Wasn't Fong Xia so high and mighty? Did she not look down upon the impoverished? Was she not arrogant? Let her taste the bitterness of poverty. After being cast out by the Fong family, she would be nothing. Furthermore, she would have to witness Mr. Fong bringing his mistress and their illegitimate children into the Fong household, allowing her to experience true despair, a life worse than death. So self-righteous. She surely could not withstand such a situation. And given the state of her health, her days were numbered. Thus, in these final days, she would endure both mental and physical torment, refusing to close her eyes until the very last moment. It would be her ultimate blow to depart with despair in her eyes. As for Fong Jin and that ugly woman, they were not to be trifled with either. He would deal with them slowly after Fong Xia was no longer in this world. Shin Yi coldly observed the farce, already losing patience. Someone, throw them out. Soon, security entered and escorted the three out, leaving the living room in a hushed silence. Shin Yi turned to the composed girl. After all this, why didn't you inform your family? What if you couldn't handle it and got hurt? Xi Tong paused, her expression stiffening for a few seconds. The sensation of being protected was truly delightful. She realized that even before she had descended the stairs, her elder brother was already on her side. He had always been on her side, even when she had yet to explain anything. The feeling of being shielded was rather comforting.
Shenxi blinked.
What a chaotic world you inhabit. Thankfully, my sister was not harmed. Shin Er, intrigued, asked, How do you know so much? Xi Tong relaxed against the backrest, playfully curling her lips. I simply calculated it. Shin Er remarked, Do you believe you are a reincarnated deity? Shin Si expressed his dissatisfaction with a hint of sarcasm. That Fong Jin is certainly not a decent fellow. Sister, why have you chosen to overlook him?
Xi Tong chuckled softly.
Although Shin Si was a prodigy, quick-witted and intelligent, his singular obsession with arithmetic left him somewhat naive, rendering him oblivious to many societal intricacies. Shin Er took a sip of tea, while Shin Yi earnestly and sternly advised, If you encounter any issues, do not shoulder everything alone, call me. Despite the irritation and fervor in his tone, Xi Tong remained unperturbed, recognizing this as a manifestation of concern. I understand. I shall trouble you again with matters concerning the Fong family, she replied. Shin Yi rubbed his temples. When the time comes, do message me or give me a call. Shin Si glanced around, perplexed. What is this Fong family? And what about those three who were cast out? Are we to ignore their actions? What of the harm they inflicted upon my sister? Is it to be brushed aside just like that? Absolutely not. Xi Tong, observing the furrow in Shin Yi's brow, casually inquired, Brother, did you dispose of the artificial tree in the car? Shin Yi was taken aback. Why did she bring up that potted money tree again? He had merely assumed she disliked it. Next time, I'll have a different car for you to school in. Let us try to keep the money tree out of sight. Shin Er and Shin Si exchanged glances, incredulous that their elder brother would purchase counterfeit goods, especially knowing full well they were not genuine. What could be so precious that even their affluent brother resorted to such a purchase? Shin Yi, unwilling to prolong the conversation, stood up and declared, "Let us disperse." The money tree had been procured at the behest of a master artisan. While not expensive, its significance transcended mere monetary value. Bo Xi Tong watched Shun Yi's retreating figure, feeling exasperated. Why was he so obstinate? What purpose did the counterfeit serve? No matter how auspicious its symbolism, it remained false. Attracting wealth that was mere illusion could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially threatening one's very life. Chapter 29. Brothers consider one another. After Shun Yi departed, Bo Xi Tong prepared to retire to her room for the night. Shun Si sprang to his feet. "Sister, where are you going? Shouldn't you eat something before sleeping?" The girl pondered for a moment. "I think I'll sleep first." Shun Er also stood up. "I'm heading to the lab. Care to join me for a look around?" Bo Xi Tong waved her hand dismissively, not interested. Meanwhile, at the Chung residence, Chung Yi had just awakened and was rushing outside with car keys in hand. Chung Si placed his teacup down on the sofa. "Where are you off to?"
Cheng Ye.
Startled, turned to see his elder brother seated on the couch, his expression one of surprise and curiosity. "Brother, what brings you home today?" Had it not been for Chung Si's voice, he wouldn't have noticed his brother's presence at all. Chung Si leaned back against the sofa. Regarding his unreliable younger sibling, "What are you planning to do at this hour? It's absurd to dash out at such a late hour." Young people's erratic schedules are indeed concerning. Chung Yi sat down, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, I've found the boss." Chung Si frowned. "The boss?
Who?
Is this brat willingly placing himself beneath someone else? What's going on?" Chung Yi gulped down a glass of water before excitedly continuing. "Well, I almost blurted it out. But then I remembered I needed to keep it under wraps. I was just heading to the Shun residence to hang out with Shin Wu." Chung Si raised an eyebrow in surprise. The adopted daughter of the Shin family? Quite an obscure character. I haven't heard Shin Yi mention her even once in ages. "Oh, how do you two know each other?" "It's hard to believe two such disparate individuals would be acquainted," he inquired. Chung Yi, with a look of admiration, replied, "We met by chance on the street." His mind flashed back to Shun Wu's impressive driving skills. "Oh, you mean that girl adopted by the Shin family? Shin Wu. She's my boss." Chung Si felt exasperated. His brother was truly unpredictable, his thoughts scattered. "Does she even enjoy your company? How can that well-behaved girl from the Shin family possibly want to hang out with you? It seems improbable, doesn't it? But if she's capable enough to command your respect, she must indeed be remarkable." Chung Yi stood up. "Brother, I'm off now, bye." Chung Si pinched the bridge of his nose. "Where are you going? You've missed breakfast and now you're skipping lunch too?" Chung Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I'm off to the Shun residence for a free meal." Chung Si seriously suspected that this brat was secretly pursuing a romantic interest. Perhaps too shy to admit it, or yet to win her over. Without a second thought, he transferred a substantial sum of money to his brother. A young man in love shouldn't he skimp on the girl, especially when she was the sister of a dear friend. Chung Yi received the money, utterly bewildered. He didn't lack funds. When had he mentioned to his brother that he was short on cash? Despite his confusion, his fingers moved swiftly to accept the transfer. "Thanks, brother." Meanwhile, Chung Si sent a message to his friend Shin Yi. "Do you have time to grab a drink?" Shun Yi replied, "Time and place." Outside the Shin family gate, Bo Xi Tong rubbed her eyes, glaring coldly at the persistent suitor at the entrance. "You'd better have an urgent matter. Disturbing my peace is a grave sin." Chung Yi scratched his head, startled by his boss's furious expression. "What's wrong, boss? Who annoyed you?" Bo Xi Tong's pent-up frustration evaporated. Her mother had always warned her against associating with fools. Now, she found herself in a predicament, with nowhere to vent her anger. And he remained blissfully unaware. "It's nothing. I'll just head back to sleep." Chung Yi hurriedly followed her. "Boss, how can you sleep so much? You're even better at it than I am. Exceptional driving skills and an unparalleled ability to sleep. No wonder you're the boss." Bo Xi Tong massaged her temples. "Speak only if you have something pertinent to discuss." Chung Yi flashed a bright smile. "Actually, it's nothing serious. Do you want to check out our racing team?" "Not interested. Leave me be." Her patience had reached its limit. The incessant chatter was insufferable. Chung Yi, undeterred, cheerfully replied, "All right then, I'll let you rest. I'll come by again tomorrow." Bo Xi Tong retorted, "There's no need to come again." She had no intention of going. Chung Ye's face fell. "Come on, boss. What would it take for you to join?" "Nothing would suffice," she replied firmly. Chung Yi, growing anxious, flitted from one side to the other beside her. Both Xi Tong felt as if she were being shadowed by an incessant fly, buzzing around her and driving her to distraction. She halted, and so did Qingyi, his eager eyes sparkling with anticipation. How could she possibly dissuade this pesky boy? I want 5 million. Chengyi's eyes lit up. Deal. Both Xi Tong was taken aback. 5 million? So readily? Is everyone in this world devoid of financial concerns? In her own realm, 100 yuan could procure many items, and accumulating a mere 100,000 over several decades was considered commendable. Earning millions might well be an unattainable dream. Yet, in their world, chaos reigned. Sometimes, money could not be earned through honest means, so strength was paramount. Bo Shidong tentatively raised the stakes. I want 10 million. Chengyi, without a flicker of hesitation, agreed after a mere moment's pause. No problem. It's just 10 million. My brother has more than enough. As long as the boss desires it, he could give it to her. Suddenly, Chengyi's eyes sparkled with a realization.
Right.
My brother and the boss would be such a perfect match. If the boss became my sister-in-law, wouldn't that make us one big happy family? It would be so much easier to ask her for favors. Bo Xi Tong was utterly perplexed by the young man before her, who seemed cheerful at the prospect of giving away money. What was his fascination? She found it amusing. All right, 10 million it is. When shall we proceed? She needed to save more money. In a world rife with violence and crime, relying solely on strength was no longer viable. To live more comfortably in this chaotic world, accumulating wealth was imperative. Chengyi, sensing an opportunity, grinned widely. Boss, there's a race on Tuesday. Could you represent our team? There are rewards and trophies too. Although it may not be a world-class competition, it certainly holds significant weight as a provincial event. Moreover, with Shin-san's participation, the stakes are raised. As long as he can surpass Shin-san, regardless of the event's prestige, he is determined to compete and aims for victory. Accepting remuneration for services rendered is the norm. Bo Shitong readily acquiesced. Very well, but my identity must remain concealed. Chengyi responded with a cheerful grin, relishing the prospect of keeping his superior's identity a secret, as this would mean he alone would know who the racing deity truly is. And he alone could summon this divine talent, even surpassing Shin.
Haha.
He has finally outshone Shin-san, a feat worthy of waking from a dream in laughter. Should his superior become the elder sister-in-law, the racing god would indeed belong to the Chung family.
Boss.
Bo Shitong pressed her lips together, displaying impatience. Is there something else? Given that she had already been disturbed to the point of losing sleep, she decided to turn to the kitchen for a proper lunch. Chengyi trailed closely behind her, like a devoted shadow. Boss, do you have a boyfriend? Do you want one? Bo Shitong's expression darkened. Such matters are strictly forbidden within their organization. Having a partner equates to having a soft reliance, an act that is undoubtedly perilous. Furthermore, they do not believe in love, which is ever capable of betrayal and abandonment. Get lost. Don't push me to slap you. What kind of scheme is this? Having just agreed to his request, he now seeks to turn against her? Chengyi immediately fell silent, cautiously observing her countenance. What's wrong with the boss? He pondered, noting her expression as if she were about to harm him. Had she been hurt by a scoundrel in the past? Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of indignation. If he ever discovered who had wronged her, he would surely make them pay. Fortunately, the Chung family is filled with good men, and his elder brother is no scoundrel, especially at this age without a partner. At that moment, the butler and servants were discreetly reporting to Shun Er and Shin Si. Upon receiving the information, Shin Si narrowed his eyes, donned his coat, and strode out of the classroom. The elderly gentlemen overseeing their group were taken aback. What has this brat been up to recently? He keeps darting outside. Normally, he remains glued to his seat. He was supposed to coax that genius over, yet now he hasn't even caught a glimpse of the person. Another elder pondered for a moment. This boy is unreliable. We must pay a visit ourselves. All right, Lao Li, you handle the arrangements. We shall pay a visit when time allows. Inside the car, Shin Si wore a stern expression. Why is Chengyi so shameless? It was one thing to cling to Sangha, but now he dares to pursue my sister? Can he truly compare with Sangha? It was an audacious fantasy akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan flesh. Meanwhile, Shun Er, upon reading the news, wore a similarly grim expression. He had noticed this the day before and had specifically instructed the family butler and servants to keep an eye out for Cheng's son. They must ensure he does not deceive his sister. Little did he know, just after voicing his concern, that this brat would appear today, confirming his suspicions. He hastily removed his lab coat and rushed outside, prompting puzzled looks from passing professors. What has happened to Teacher Shin? He has been frequently stepping out. His expression looks grim. Perhaps his experiment has failed, leading to his foul mood? Cheng-yi, indeed, sat across from Bo Shidong, enjoying a leisurely lunch. Just then, Shun Er and Shin Si burst through the door, taking a seat at the opposite side of the table, their gazes fixed on Cheng-yi. Second brother, fourth brother.
Bo Shidong greeted flatly.
Cheng-yi, undeterred, replied, "Good afternoon, second brother, fourth brother. From now on, we are family, so I thought it prudent to greet you in advance." Shin Si's lips twitched in annoyance. "Who are you calling fourth brother?"
Don't spout nonsense.
Shin Er interjected. "Indeed, this brat is clearly after my sister."
Cheng-yi shuruk.
"Oh, the Shin family's four brothers, aside from Shindigo. The rest are equally detestable." Shin Si narrowed his eyes. "Feigning pity? Trying to gain sympathy for my sister? Have you eaten enough, Cheng Er Xiao? If you're full, then be on your way. Today is a family gathering. You, an outsider, should leave as you came." Just as Cheng-yi was about to stand, the voices of Shun's parents echoed from the entrance. Shin mother entered with a beaming smile. "Young Yi, here to play? How's the food?" Cheng-yi instantly transformed into a model guest, eager to please the matriarch, hoping to smooth the path for his elder brother's pursuit. "Aunt Shun, the chef's skills are truly exceptional. I've had several bowls more than usual." In truth, he was simply famished due to skipping breakfast and, coupled with dining alongside the boss, his appetite was particularly robust. Bo Shitong leisurely dabbed her mouth with a napkin, having indeed consumed several bowls as if she hadn't eaten in ages. Shun mother beamed, pleased with his charm. Her daughter befriending him would surely bring joy. "Do come by often." Cheng-yi eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes. Thank you, uncle and aunt." Shen Si was exasperated. His mother was an utter liability. He was trying to fend off someone who aimed to win over his precious sister, yet she was inviting the wolf into the fold. Shen Er voiced the truth. "The Chung family chef must be quite talented as well, right? They're all chefs. Is his cuisine truly superior? This seems to be more than just a simple meal." Shen mother shot a glare at her two sons. "What are you both doing here?" Shen Er replied, "Isn't this my home?"
Shen Si countered.
"Shouldn't that remark be directed at Cheng-yi?" Shun mother retorted. "These two rascals have been visiting home more frequently than they did in an entire year." Ultimately, Cheng-yi took his leave to go announce good news to the racing team. Bo Shitong accompanied Shin mother upstairs, who had brought numerous limited edition designer bags for her daughter. Shin father, seated on the sofa, resolved to check in on the family dynamics and converse with the two. "What has been going on with you both lately?" Shin Er gently shook his head. "Nothing much, just missing home." Shin Si added, "The late-blooming sibling affection." Shin father sighed. "We are all family. Let us get along well and show more concern for your sister. Girls are sensitive. They may not express it outwardly, but they deeply crave their brother's attention." "Sure, Dad. We understand." Upstairs, Bo Shitong returned to her room, her arms laden with bags, and promptly dropped them to the floor. She collapsed onto her soft bed, utterly exhausted. Just then, her phone buzzed, initially intending to ignore it, but the notifications continued to flood in. "Suwon, Tong Tong, have you done your homework?"
Xi Tong Tong.
"It's time to submit the group project." Bo Shitong groaned. Let it all perish. Weary, she rose and made her way downstairs to Shen Si's door. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" The girl's voice was cold. "It's me." The moment the door swung open, Shen Si's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Sister? What brings you here?" Bo Shitong wasted no time. "Do you remember the favor you owe me?" Shen Si nodded eagerly. "Yes, what do you need? Even if it's 10 tasks. I am at your service." She then revealed the link on her phone. "Help me with a month's worth of homework." Shin Si's smile faltered. "Is that all? Overkill for such a simple task?" Bo Shitong replied, "Yes, it aligns with your expertise. You enjoy doing homework." After a moment of silence, she raised an eyebrow. Shin Si, exasperated, widened his eyes. "But I am a genius." The girl remained unfazed. "You're impressive. Just do the work and stop complaining." With a sigh, the young man conceded. "All right, fine." Upon achieving her goal, she handed him the assignment link and promptly turned to leave. Shen Si rubbed his forehead in despair. Help. Who understands this? All he desired were challenging problems. Tasks like 112 would take an entire month, an agonizing ordeal for him. Bo Shitong turned back to her room for a nap, ignoring the lingering gaze upon her. Meanwhile, Shen Er observed the scene with displeasure. Why had his sister gone to find Shen Si? What were they discussing? Why does it seem that Shen Si appears so reluctant? Thus, I approached the entrance of Shen's office building to inquire further. In the presidential office, Shani raised an eyebrow at the uninvited guest. What brings you here? Wasn't he already agreed upon to meet at a specific time and place? Chung Si, familiar with the surroundings, comfortably settled onto the sofa, also beckoning the secretary to prepare coffee for him. I missed you, brother. Is it not permissible to come by unannounced? Shin Yi didn't he lift his head, engrossed in his documents. Speak plainly. Spare me the nauseating pleasantries. Chung Si shot him a sidelong glance before steering the conversation back on course. How is your little sister? Shin Yi paused, gripping his pen as he raised his gaze. Chapter 31. Who is my groom? What do you want to ask her for? How do you know my sister? Understanding his brother's character, Shuni found it implausible that Chung Si would randomly inquire about someone so seemingly unrelated.
Cheng chichakult.
Igniting a cigarette in his hand. My little rascal has been getting closer to her. Shen Yi's brow furrowed at the thought of Chung Yi returning with his sister yesterday. Shen Wu is still young. He has no plans for a relationship at this time. Chung Si couldn't help but laugh at Shen Yi's defensive demeanor and sought to alleviate his concerns, unwilling to hinder his brother's progress. You're overthinking it. That little rascal merely admires your sister. Shen Yi felt a headache coming on, recalling how Cheng's boy had indeed called her big sister incessantly yesterday. Had he truly been overthinking things? Yet, he couldn't fathom how that boy, with his character, would defer to his sister. The only way to humble that kid would be through extraordinary driving skills. Yet his sister hadn't even obtained a driver's license. Chung Si, feeling slightly guilty, rubbed his nose and decided it was best to leave. Not wanting to cause trouble for his own brother. Tomorrow, same place. Let us have a drink. Extinguishing the cigarette butt between his fingers, he rose and departed the office. Shin Yi watched him leave, sensing that there was something he was unaware of. What were they all concealing from him? Not to mention that boy from the Chung family. Even his second and fourth brothers had been unusually close to his sister lately. It was time to seek an opportunity to understand the family dynamics. That evening in the Shin family's living room, Bo Xi Tong was enjoying a meal, feeling somewhat uneasy as a pair of eyes occasionally glanced her way, making it difficult for her to eat in peace. She frowned and looked up at Shin Yi. Is there something you need, big brother? Shin Yi hadn't anticipated being caught in the act by his sister. He thought his furtive glances would go unnoticed. Nothing, I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Bo Xi Tong didn't ponder it further, nodding before returning to her meal. Shen Si set down his chopsticks. No way. Last time it was big brother who took you. This time it should be my turn. Shin Er added a slice of meat to his bowl. Well, I should go first. You're still early.
Shen Si protested.
But sister doesn't want to go with you.
Shen Er shrugged nonchalantly.
Does sister want to go with you? Bo Xi Tong turned to Shin Mother.
Mom.
Could you arrange for a driver for me? Before Shin Mother could respond, Shin Father readily agreed. All right, from now on, a driver will pick you up whenever you go out. The room fell silent. Shin Yi rubbed his temples, feeling at a loss with his two brothers' antics, as he had intended to find an opportunity to express concern for his sister. The following day, as Bo Xi Tong was dropped off at the school gate by the driver, she was peacefully asleep, her head resting against the car window. Miss Weavy arrived at school. Only then did the girl open her eyes, turning to see a short, plump boy and a tall, lean one eagerly pressing against the car window, both wearing expressions of excitement.
Boss.
You've finally come. Boss, we've been waiting for you. The driver frowned. Miss, I'll go chase them away. Who dares to make a fool of themselves in front of you? Bo Xi Tong waved her hand. No need. You can go back. The driver, filled with concern, feared that the two boys might bully the young lady. As the girl exited the vehicle, she added, I know them. The driver then drove away, realizing his superficial judgment had been misguided. As soon as Bo Xi Tong stepped out of the car, she was surrounded by the two boys, who were crying and lamenting. Boss, we've finally seen you. Woe is us. You must save us. We didn't expect that ugly woman to be Mrs. Fong. Bo Xi Tong halted in her tracks. Did she come looking for trouble? The two boys nodded tearfully. Yes. That ugly woman had someone block us last week. But luckily we managed to hide. Bo Xi Tong sneered. Don't worry, she won't be back, nor will she hire anyone to trouble you again. The boys were taken aback, then erupted in excitement. That's wonderful. Just as they were about to inquire further, they noticed that the girl had already entered the school gates. The two boys departed, their faces still filled with worry. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, two girls stood at the entrance. Where are you going? Su Wan linked her arm with Bo Xi Tong's. Let's go watch the handsome boys play basketball. We have no classes this morning. Bo Xi Tong withdrew her hand, finding this activity utterly tedious and a waste of time. I'm not going, you all can go. Xi pulled the girl, who was heading towards the bed. Tong Tong, don't sleep. It's an event organized by the school. It's a showdown between the sophomores and juniors. Xi Tong paused, then calmly replied, Oh. I don't know how to play basketball. There's no point in going. I'd rather sleep.
Suwan sigh.
Realizing that Tong Tong was the most lethargic person she had ever met. But we have to sign in. It's a formality for our class. The homeroom teacher wants us all to cheer and support.
Boitong.
She then adopted a pitiful expression.
Xia. Xia ifignet indifference.
I want to help you sign in. Just as she turned to look at Suwan, she found the girl refusing to meet her gaze. Alas, when will I graduate? I just want to lie down at home. Thus, the two girls flanked the disinterested Xi Tong and headed towards the playground.
Wow.
As they reached the outskirts of the playground, Suwan dashed towards the railing, her eyes sparkling as she watched the basketball court, practically drooling. So many handsome guys. Those abs must feel amazing. Xi covered her face, fearful of being recognized as part of Suwan's group. Suwan, tone it down a bit. Suwan shook her head. I can't help it. They're all handsome. Who is my groom? Xi Tong, despite her worldly experience. Couldn't he help but marvel at Suwan's enthusiasm? It was truly terrifying. Suwan was so entranced that she couldn't tear her eyes away, even using her phone to zoom in for a closer look at the handsome boy's abs. Xi exclaimed, You really need to calm down.
Boitong questioned.
Are you like a wolf in thirst? Is this the allure of men? Why don't I feel it? Xi widened her eyes, gazing at Xi Tong. What kind of absurd talk is this? Are we the only ones normal here? Help! She felt she was on the brink of social ruin. In the next moment, Suwan dashed like a sprinter towards the bleachers. Hurry, hurry! I want to sit in the front. She was determined to secure a prime spot. Xi was exasperated. Don't run around. Our class is over here. We still need to sign in. From afar, they could still hear Suwan's response. Who cares? Let us feast our eyes first. Xi Tong, uninterested in the chaos, opted to sit nearby, planning to quickly return to her dormitory for some much-needed sleep after the event. Chapter 32. When out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned.
Xia blinket.
Tong Tong, this doesn't seem like our class S spot. Xi Tong glanced at the already disordered scene, realizing that distinguishing between their spots was futile. Indeed, the allure of handsome men was distracting. It's fine. It doesn't matter. In the sweltering summer, Xi found herself constrained to merely stand by her friend, observing the basketball court, as her modesty prevented her from occupying a seat that was not her own. Soon, an influx of spectators arrived, and both teams were preparing for the game. Suddenly, a piercing voice filled with indignation echoed in her ear. What's the matter with you? This is my seat. Are you blind? Startled, Xi turned to see a female classmate glaring fiercely at Tong Tong, her face flushed with anger. Nearby students, drawn by the commotion, turned to look as well. However, Xi Tong remained remarkably composed. You claim this is your seat? Why don't you call for it and see if it responds? The girl's face reddened further, her frustration boiling over as she nearly lunged forward to confront her. The name on the chair is mine. I specifically moved it here. And you just sat down without a second thought? You really know how to enjoy yourself. Xi quickly stepped in, attempting to mediate and apologize. But in the next moment, she heard Xi Tong's heart-wrenching sobs. I'm so sorry, classmate. I didn't notice your name due to my severe myopia. And with my left leg fractured, I'm scheduled for surgery in a few days. I truly apologize. The expressions of those around shifted from disdain to sympathy in an instant. The angry girl stood there, dumbfounded, her panic evident. Are you all right? I didn't mean it. Her face was full of remorse, her gaze towards Xi Tong now radiating warmth and kindness. Internally, she berated herself. How could I bully someone so vulnerable? Especially one who is ill? Xi Tong feigned an effort to stand, though she could not. Classmate, I'm sorry, I'll yield my seat to you right now. Xi stood in a daze, unable to comprehend the sudden turnaround. It was all too absurd. Thankfully, accustomed to Suwan's antics, she quickly composed herself. Bending down to assist Xi Tong while apologizing, classmate, I'm sorry, let me help my friend up. The girl waved her hands and stepped back, as if pricked by a needle. No, it's fine. I actually prefer standing. You sit and enjoy the view. Xi Tong blinked. Can I really sit here? Would it inconvenience you? The girl shook her head vigorously. Not at all. How could it? At that moment, someone nearby remarked, "Isn't that the student who was struck by lightning a few weeks ago?" "Oh yes, that must be Shun, the one who got hit." The girl's eyes welled with tears, her guilt intensifying. How could she have been so harsh with Shin? Why was her voice so loud? "Shin, please sit." "It's no trouble at all. I prefer standing." Xi Tong expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, classmate. If it weren't for my leg fracture, I certainly wouldn't take your seat." The girl waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It's the least I can do." Hying, observing this entire exchange, remarked, "Last time you kicked someone, you didn't mention a leg fracture, did you? Did you fracture your leg while kicking someone?" Meanwhile, students in the front row, catching wind of the commotion, began to vacate their seats voluntarily. "Shin, is your vision poor?
Can you see from the back?
Would you like to sit here? You can see much better up close." Xi Tong shook her head. "No, thank you. This seat is just fine. It allows for a quicker exit after the game, ensuring I won't be late for sleep." "No need to be polite, come here. You'll see much clearer." After much insistence, Xi Tong, with tears in her eyes, was escorted to the front row by enthusiastic classmates. As her good friend, Xiaoji was conveniently assigned a seat next to her to help care for Xi Tong. Xiaoji thought to herself, "Not only do we have seats now, but we're also in the front row, VIP section." Xi Tong replied, "There's truly no need to be this close." Xiaoji leaned closer to Xi Tong's ear. "Tong Tong, you really are something." Xi Tong smiled slightly, responding softly, "When out in the world, one's status is self-assigned."
Xie exclaimed, "Impressive."
The match commenced, and the atmosphere was electric with cheers and encouragement. Classmates surrounding Xi Tong occasionally offered her snacks and bottled water. "We're all classmates. There's no need for formality," they insisted. Xi Tong, indeed, didn't hold back. It was her first opportunity to indulge in snacks since arriving. Potato chips, chocolate, and spicy strips were simply delightful. There are still many good people in this world. In contrast, Xiaoji felt restless, as she was mindful of her image.
"Wow.
We, the sophomores, are already in the lead." Xi Tong mused, watching the game unfold. "Isn't it merely throwing the ball into the basket? What is so difficult about it?" They're all so excited. One might think they were performing a slam dunk on a human head, given their enthusiasm. After a brief stint, Xiaoji got up to sign for her two roommates, then promptly returned to her seat to attend to the patient. The game concluded with the juniors taking the victory, leaving the sophomore students dejected like wilted eggplants. When Suwon approached, she saw Xiaoji assisting the limping Xi Tong and immediately rushed over. "Tong Tong, what's wrong?
Who bullied you?"
"I'll make sure to have words with them."
Xi Tong, Xi Tong,
lamented the slow pace of returning to the dormitory for sleep. It felt like she was shooting herself in the foot with her hasty decisions. Xiaoji sighed and recounted the earlier events. Suwon paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter.
"Ha ha ha.
"Oh my, that's hilarious. Let us see if you dare to assign yourself such a status next time." Xi Tong, feeling increasingly frustrated, remarked, "Enough already, it's so noisy."
Suju, Bisha
clutched a basketball as he followed behind them, having participated in the match but feeling disappointed with the loss. Noticing Suwon's laughter, he furrowed his brow and approached. "Su, what's so funny? Are you pleased with losing?" Suwon shot him a glare. "I find it amusing. Does it concern you?" Su Chu dismissed her, his attention drawn to the limping Xi Tong, worry creasing his brow. "Boss, what happened to your foot?
Did you twist it?"
Boss. The two girls exchanged puzzled glances, looking between Su Chu and Xi Tong, questioning the situation. Xi Tong shook her head, gritting her teeth. "I'm fine." Su Chu then addressed the two girls. "Exactly. Shin will forever be my boss." He relayed the incident that had transpired in the office.
Suwan the mat?
"You're quite something." Xiaoji added. "Tong Tong, you've completely changed. I'm a guy, I'm strong. Let me support the boss."
Suju problem.
But Xi Tong interjected, "Look around. How many people are here?" Su Chu glanced about. "It's already class time. Many students have morning classes." Xiaoji released her hold on Xi Tong. "Stop pretending. There's no one left." Xi Tong finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling utterly worn out. She would rather engage in a fight than endure this. Chapter 33. Waiting for the face slapping. Once she confirmed that the coast was clear, Xi Tong reverted to her usual self and dashed off before the other three could react. Su Chu bore witness to the boss's speed once again, promptly deciding to assign her to the running event for the upcoming sports meet. Suwon and Xiaoji returned to the dormitory. whereby Xi Tong had already fallen asleep for quite some time. In the afternoon, her phone on the bedside table erupted with incessant ringing. She frowned, visibly annoyed, vowing to give up this irritating device one day.
Hello?
She answered, dripping with frustration. Meanwhile, the oblivious Qingyi was blissfully unaware of her irritation, excitedly chattering away.
Boss.
The competition is tomorrow. You haven't forgotten, have you? Bai Xi Tong replied, I haven't forgotten. Before she could hang up, Qingyi continued eagerly, so, boss, are you coming to the team? To familiarize yourself with the competition environment or the cars? Bai Xi Tong slowly opened her eyes, her tone icy. Unless the sky is falling, do not call me for trivial matters. She then ended the call. On the other side of the screen, Qingyi was utterly bewildered by the shouting, questioning the situation. Who had angered the boss? His subordinates looked at him expectantly. Brother Yi, are you truly going to find a woman to replace us in the competition? One asked. Indeed, boss, and it's someone none of us even know. Qingyi shot them a disdainful glance. You lot understand nothing. If it weren't for the boss's request for confidentiality, I'd scare you all to death with the truth. The group of boys exchanged glances, thinking Qingyi had lost his mind, but none dared to voice their dissent. All right, everyone disperse.
Qingyi commanded.
Wait, we're just going to leave it at that? What about the woman? Isn't she supposed to familiarize herself with the environment and the car? Damn. She's taking this too lightly. Is she reliable? I think we should give up. We probably don't stand a chance. Qingyi rubbed his ears, frowning deeply. Shut up. Tomorrow is the day for miracles. Today, all of you get lost. With the boss's driving skills, there's no need to familiarize with the environment, nor the car. The day passed swiftly. Bo Shidong stood at the door. Xia Wan. I need to step out for a bit. Su Wan looked curious. Where are you going? I want to go too. Summerside. But you know today's schedule is packed with classes.
Su Wan pouted.
Bo Shitong waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. The teachers won't notice. Wan. I'm not going out to play. I have matters to attend to. Su Wan looked somewhat disappointed. All right then, Tong, be careful. I can cover for you in the classroom. At the racing circuit, several young men surrounded Qingyi. Boss, what about that person you mentioned? If she didn't show up yesterday, is she not coming today either? If it comes to that, why don't you just take her place yourself? Haven't you always wanted to compete with Shin-san? This is a rare opportunity.
Qingyi sneered coldly.
As if I care to compete with him.
Today,
He learned that there are always greater talents beyond him. He couldn't stand Shin-san's arrogant demeanor, as if someone owed him millions. The subordinates exchanged glances, wondering if the boss had truly lost his wits. Was the real plan to send a beauty to seduce Shin-san? That seemed a plausible theory. At that moment, Shin-san arrived with his crew, and his companion, the red-haired Zhou, chewed on a lollipop while casting a sidelong glance their way. Second-rate losers. Are you ready to lose? Qingyi, unusually unperturbed, crossed his arms and watched Zhou's solo performance. Zhou, serious now, tossed away his lollipop. What? Are you guys already giving up? The race hasn't even begun.
Qingyi smiled innocently.
You overestimate yourselves. Just don't start crying when you lose. Exactly. Dropping from first to second must be quite the blow. Huh. Zhou gritted his teeth. At least it's better than never having been first.
Qingyi chuckled.
This time, we won to lose. I trust the boss. All contestants, please prepare yourselves. Shin-san approached his racing car. Everyone turned to Qingyi, who stood there, seemingly unprepared. Zhou couldn't help but ask, aren't you going? Are you really scared? Qingyi's subordinates began to panic. Boss, where's that woman? Is she really going to stand us up? Qingyi shook his head. Just wait a bit longer. The boss indeed had an air of aloofness, appearing relaxed yet unapproachable. But he was not the sort to make promises without following through. Zhou, overhearing the conversation, widened his eyes in shock, followed by a burst of laughter. You mean to say you're actually sending a woman into the competition? Have you lost your minds? The surrounding crowd began to murmur. What is going on with the wild team? Are they really sending a woman to compete? A woman?
Ha ha ha.
Shin-san looked at Qingyi with a probing gaze, curious about what trick he was planning. All contestants, please get in your vehicles. The competitors climbed into their cars, while Qingyi's subordinates grew anxious. Where is she? The race is about to start. Laughter erupted around them.
Ha.
It doesn't matter if she shows up or not. If she does, it'll just be embarrassing. It's better if she doesn't come at all. You really think she can take second place? You'd be lucky if you don't end up last, sigh.
Can you not speak?
She asked, generously giving up second place. You should at least be grateful instead of complaining. Right, that makes sense. Thanks to the wild team for giving up second. Zhouwen scoffed. You can't seriously be thinking of letting a woman compete? Is your team really that short on drivers? The wild team's members were furious. What did you just say? Say it again, if you dare. Shunsan's team was equally defiant. Isn't that the case? You're just too scared to admit it, aren't you? Exactly. Why make things difficult for a woman? Changyi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, silent, but occasionally glancing toward the entrance, awaiting that familiar silhouette. The boss had promised to come. There was no way she wouldn't show. Let your team captain take the stage. Second place isn't bad. The wild team tightened their fists but had no retorts, as they too were confused by their leader's arrangements. Suddenly, Changyi's eyes lit up as he spotted someone at the entrance. She had arrived. The figure at the door, silhouetted against the light, appeared to him like a savior. Everyone turned their heads to see a tall woman approaching, exuding an aura of authority. Even with a mask on, one could tell she was stunningly beautiful.
Excited. Boss.
I'm over here. You finally made it. He jogged forward to greet her. The crowd was dumbfounded. What did it matter if she had a strong presence? They had never heard of an outstanding female racer in the circuit. There were female racers, but none had contended for the top spots. It was like crossing a mountain to enter another profession. The captain of the wild team seemed to take this competition too lightly. Do you think she asked the wild team's girlfriend? Seriously? Just to please his girlfriend? He'd risk the race? The wild team members could no longer endure the chatter. Stop your nonsense. The crowd remained unconvinced.
Fine.
You'll see for yourselves soon enough. Chapter 34, an unrepeatable classic scene. Changyi followed closely beside Bo Xi Tong, chattering excitedly. Boss, you're finally here. If you hadn't come soon, it would have been too late. Bo Xi Tong gently parted her lips. We won lose. As long as we're not too late, we can catch up. She had stopped to buy a mask and had calculated a route to avoid surveillance on her way back. After this race, many would be looking for her, so she had to plan her escape route carefully. Shunsan, seated in his car, squinted at the approaching figure, finding it oddly familiar. Had he seen her somewhere before? Bo Xi Tong immediately sensed Shunsan's gaze, possessing a natural talent for detection. She subtly moved closer to Changyi and asked, Where's the car? Changyi eagerly led her towards the racing cars, cheerfully declaring, Boss, this is the best car I could find. It's absolutely reliable. He opened the driver's side door, saying, Please get in, boss. Bo Xi Tong replied curtly, Get lost. Changyi, grinning, said, All right, boss. Just do your thing and crush those punks. The onlookers, watching from a distance, speculated, I bet they're a couple. Look how close they are. Who would have thought the arrogant second young master, Chung, had fallen into the throes of love? Even more surprising, he would risk losing the race to appease her. Who is this woman? Racing while wearing a mask? Is she afraid of losing embarrassingly? Do you think this woman was sent by another team to seduce the wild team? After all, they're only in second place. Then why not go after the first? Who could possibly seduce Shunsan? Thus, one must settle for secondary options. Your assertion seems quite reasonable. What a terrifying tactic. Utilizing the allure of beauty. I urge all unrelated personnel to vacate the arena immediately. Changyi turned back repeatedly. Boss. I'm leaving, please stay safe. Particularly be cautious not to harm other racers. I worry that in a moment of excitement, the boss might inadvertently injure someone else. Bo Xi Tong scoffed. I shall not come to harm. She does not engage in battles without confidence. Life is singular, and she would not jest with it. Changyi replied. Very well. As long as you're content. He merely wishes to remind the boss to be mindful of her rival's safety. Soon, the grand screen exhibited the interior spaces of several racers, alongside a panoramic view of the racing route. All set, ready.
Bang!
With the sound of a gunshot, all the race cars surged forward, except for one that remained unmoved and unhurried. The moment Bo Xi Tong appeared on the large screen, her expression darkened. Why hadn't Changyi mentioned the in-car surveillance? She swiftly adjusted the camera angle, ensuring only the manual steering wheel was visible, concealing her face. Meanwhile, the other racers had already darted off like a gust of wind. A wave of silence enveloped the audience, followed by an uproar.
Ha.
No way. She can't possibly not know how to drive, right? Is she under the impression that this is a beauty contest? Perhaps the camera lacks a beauty filter? Ha. This is too amusing. At this moment, Xi's worried about not looking good on camera. Ha ha ha. Cheng Ye's teammates cautiously glanced at her. Boss. Is this an extreme introvert you found? They had completely relinquished hope. Coming in last is already a given, so they might as well enjoy the spectacle. Surprisingly, Xi Tong released the handbrake without any preparatory actions and slammed the accelerator. The exhaust of the race car roared forth like a rocket booster, shooting out with a fiery blaze. The audience gasped in astonishment. Cheng Ye's teammates were stunned. UFO? ISNT this the UFO from the road the other day? A female powerhouse. I always assumed she resembled a middle-aged man. Cheng Yi shot them a glare. Silence. Focus on the race. The boss will not falter. On the large screen, the commentator was momentarily speechless, equally astonished. How did she manage that? A second to start the car and accelerate. In no time, she caught up to the frontrunners, who had yet to realize what was happening. Xi Tong rubbed her nose. The racing track was indeed smooth, though the car's chassis was a bit low, which felt unfamiliar. Recalling her past, she had evaded enemy fire while speeding through treacherous, uneven roads. Ahead lay either dense woods or deep pits, or sheer cliffs. Now that was thrilling. Hence, this current race stirred none of her wild instincts. It even felt a tad tedious. Soon, she overtook another vehicle and positioned herself parallel to another racer. Suddenly, the adjacent car swerved, attempting to ram her. Tension gripped everyone, and Cheng Yi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. However, Xi Tong simply accelerated. The racer was taken aback by her unexpected speed, leading him to crash into the nearby barrier, rendering his vehicle useless. A collective gasp escaped the audience. How is this possible? How could she continue to accelerate? Not only that, but she did so with such grace, without a moment's pause. If she had hesitated even for a second, she would have been rammed by the preceding racer. It's a car after all. Even a racing car possesses its own weight. How could she maneuver so effortlessly? Xi Tong glanced into the rearview mirror. The rescue team was already bustling about. She coldly uttered 6 words. Self-inflicted wounds are inescapable. The audience, so cool.
Wow.
Sister, can I get a glimpse? What a stunning lady. Cheng Yi, such a strong sense of crisis. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Initially, everyone had mocked, doubted, and disbelieved. Now, astonishment, shock, admiration, and reverence filled the air. I wager, she will certainly surpass Shin-san. I believe she can surpass Shin-san as well. The in-car camera, having slightly shifted due to the previous movements, could now capture the lower half of the girl's face, her red lips appearing even more alluring and magnetic. Unbeknownst to those discussing her, Xi Tong stifled a yawn. It was rather dull, and she felt a bit sleepy. She had risen too early today, and hadn't gotten enough rest. Meanwhile, the audience before the screen thought, wait, how can she still be drowsy at this moment? What expression is that? Does she think this is a leisurely drive? Truly, she is a powerhouse. There are still 2 racers ahead. She should wake up after overtaking them. There were those concerned, those in disbelief, and some who hadn't yet processed what was unfolding. Although they were competitors in the racing league, they were all utterly captivated by Xi Tong's driving skills. This was undoubtedly a scene showcasing the laid-back yet formidable racer. Who could possibly replicate that? Does anyone know who this lady is? Where can I go to offer my services? Why hadn't she shown up in the racing scene before? Is she an outsider? This is simply astounding. In an instant, everyone was eager to curry favor with Cheng Yi, hoping to glean more information. Red-haired Zhou and fixed his gaze on the screen, fearful of missing a second. Yet he stubbornly remarked, "She is still in third. ISNT she? Our boss remains in first." Yet in his hands, the phone was obediently raised to record the moment. Chapter 35, Heart-Pounding Moments. Xi Tong observed the scenery outside with a casual demeanor, inwardly marveling at how she had ended up here after racing against her nemesis in a plane. Attention, everyone! After navigating the sharp turn and descending a few kilometers, we will reach the finish line. Who will claim first place? The commentator continued passionately, the audience's anticipation rising. Currently, Shen, the racing god, remains in first, followed by the leader of the wind-chasing team, and can the beautiful racer in third continue to advance? I believe this goddess will take the lead. Nonsense. It's still Shen, the racing god, in first. I think the goddess should secure second. Cheng Yi, observing Xi Tong's seemingly carefree attitude on screen, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Sister, this is a race, not a spring outing. Could you please take it seriously? The boss will be fine. Honestly, third place is quite commendable. Indeed, for an outsider beauty, third place is remarkable. The team members of the Wild team exchanged glances with Chengyi, offering consolation. Xi Tong had already become their acknowledged goddess, and even if she didn't T-secure first, her skills were undeniably impressive. Chengyi sighed. You do not understand her. First place is a certainty. Zhou unrolled his eyes. Even now you remain so stubborn? Face reality. Chengyi smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Members of the Wild team began to quarrel with Shen's team. Achieving third is already quite impressive. Aiming for first? Exactly, this downhill sharp turn is not easily surpassed. Everyone had tacitly accepted that the outcome at this sharp turn was predetermined, and no reversal was possible. Listening to the commentator's words, Xi Tong narrowed her eyes. Nearing the finish line? It's time to accelerate. Without hesitation, she swiftly shifted gears and slightly eased off the accelerator. What's happening with the beauty from her team? Why ease off the accelerator now? Is she planning to forfeit just before the finish line? Third place is still commendable. To give up now would surely lead to being overtaken. The crowd buzzed with confusion and speculation. Suddenly, she slammed down on the accelerator. The car, which had just slowed, erupted with flames from the exhaust, and sparks flew from the tires. Pay attention. The Wild team racer is accelerating. Will she be able to overtake? My goodness. Is she risking her life? Accelerating while navigating a downhill turn is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. A moment's lapse in attention could result in a collision with the mountainside or, worse yet, a catastrophic plunge down the slope. The spectators were utterly flabbergasted, their mouths agape, as if they might fall to the ground. At that moment, Shin-san was nearing the completion of her turn, captivated by the commentary of the racing broadcast, which ignited a profound curiosity within him for this remarkable woman. Although she had not yet surpassed him, the mere thought of her audacious driving style conjured images of wild, frenetic skill and unparalleled expertise. Heavens above! The wild-card competitor had yet to turn the steering wheel. The commentator's voice quivered with trepidation, his palm growing clammy against the microphone. Should an accident occur now, it would surely lead to utter devastation, leaving no hope for survival. Was she truly reckless enough to gamble with her life? The velocity, the sharp turn, any slightest miscalculation could lead to fatality. The entire audience held their breath in collective anxiety, as did the support team on standby. While a helicopter began to circle overhead and the ambulance raced to match the speed of the cars. No one anticipated such a scenario. The unexpected tension rendered all present breathless. Chang Ye's complexion drained of color, his lips devoid of blood, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. His legs trembled, rendering him incapable of standing. The commentator, too, fell silent, acutely aware that in such a dangerous situation, he could not simply halt the race through the broadcast. Even if he pressed the brakes now, inertia would likely send the vehicle hurtling off course, and tire skids could lead to further calamity. Yet, from the elevated commentary box, Chung Si maintained his composure. Seizing the microphone from the commentator, the wildcard driver is turning the steering wheel. At that moment, Chung Yi, feeling utterly lost, found solace in his brother's voice and stumbled toward the high platform. Regret washed over him. He wished he had never allowed Xinwu to participate in this race, never imagining she would drive with such reckless abandon. However, on the screen, the masked girl inside the car appeared unfazed, a faint smile gracing her lips as if to convey, "Do not worry, I've got this." The audience was left in stunned silence, questioning why, at such a critical moment, anyone would still be concerned about winning. Meanwhile, Shen San, still in the lead, could sense the electrifying atmosphere even without visual confirmation. Who was she? Was she truly so reckless as to risk her life in a race? Oh my goodness! The fear-stricken spectators had already covered their eyes. As Xi Tong opted not to turn but instead took a shortcut, her car hurtled directly towards Shin-san. The vehicle had now left the track, suspended in midair. With a thunderous crash, it descended, akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky. Shin-san's heart raced as she caught sight of the shadow through the windshield. Bang! The car landed with a surge of acceleration, crossing the finish line in one fluid motion. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Shin-san followed closely behind, claiming second place. She bit her lip, realizing that she had already reached her maximum speed and could not accelerate further. In contrast, Xi Tong not only regained control of her car mid-fall but also continued to accelerate, even as Shin-san witnessed the vehicle speeding towards the finish line while airborne. This extraordinary feat required not only technical skill and mental calculation, but also an indomitable will. Xi Tong exited her car, and the atmosphere was so still that even the sound of breathing seemed synchronized. She raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Impressive collective composure." It's not every day one encounters such tranquility amidst so much chaos, perfect for classroom instruction, as our teacher favors a quiet environment. Her words ignited a cacophony among the spectators. What a premature compliment. Goodness, what have I just missed? How incredible. Why did I close my eyes? Regret fills me. I could have watched the replay, but nothing compares to witnessing the thrill live. What manner of creature was this? A woman? Xi Tong surveyed the chaos, frowning as she wondered where everyone had gone. Changyi stood beside his brother, nearly collapsing without his support. Changxi patted his brother's shoulder reassuringly. It's over now. He had not anticipated witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle. Having a day off, he merely wished to observe his brother's racing competition. Changya's legs felt like jelly, brother. Is she still alive? At that moment, Xi Tong noticed Changyi in the VIP box and, with a scowl, exited the venue, leaving a throng of reporters and fans in state of disarray. Shen San rushed to disembark and search for her, but in the ensuing chaos, she quickly lost sight of him. The goddess, the newly crowned racing champion, Xi Tong swiftly scaled the wall to conceal herself in a corner, donning the outfit she had prepared. Given the crowd, she was uncertain if anyone had been watching her, but thankfully, her speed allowed her to escape with remarkable swiftness. The turmoil of the scene aided her, as many were still processing the events. Chapter 36. Brother tough as nails. Changyi regained his composure, only to find that she had vanished. He straightened his posture, brushed off his clothing, and before he could address the aftermath, he heard Shen San's voice. Changyi looked up to see her approaching with urgency. Who was that person? He wondered, furrowing his brow. What do you want? Surely you don't intend to silence me? That would be utterly despicable. Whoever surpasses me must face my wrath, and I never expected Shen San to be the type. Shen San's lips twitched slightly. I merely wish to discuss racing with her. Changyi stepped back, casting a wary glance her way. I doubt your intentions are sincere. With that cold demeanor, you hardly seem inclined to engage in a friendly conversation, and besides, my superior has instructed me to keep her identity a secret. Apologies, but I cannot divulge anything. Shen San's demeanor shifted, her atmosphere cooling. What do you mean? Changyi, undeterred, replied, my superior has commanded secrecy. Even if you intend to strike me, I shall remain silent. After a moment's hesitation, Shen San fixed him with a penetrating gaze before turning away. She believed his words. If secrecy were not required, she would have stayed to bask in the glory, perhaps even collecting a trophy, instead of slipping away unnoticed. As she walked some distance, she heard Changya's voice, tinged with schadenfreude. How does it feel to drop from first to second place? Just as those words left his lips, he was met with a slap on the back of his head. Brother, why did you hit me? He protested. Changxi, maintaining an expression of calm, replied, do not be overly proud. A touch of humility is advisable.
Changyisikhet, understood.
Peace is paramount, and I shall refrain from provoking trouble. Yet, he couldn't help but feel elated. Their team had been overshadowed for so long, the title of perennial second place practically engraved upon them. Ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed. Shenwu, transfer. Changyi's smile stretched from ear to ear as he promptly sent over 2,005. However, in the next moment, a staggering sum of 10 million was returned. Shenwu, too much. Changyi replied, not too much at all, boss. You earned this first place with such a thrilling performance. Even if they hadn't secured the win, he believed 2 million was a fair tribute for the exhilarating spectacle witnessed. Xi Tong, unceremoniously blunt, then transfer the correct amount. Soon enough, 1 million was back in her possession, and she strolled home with a light heart. Meanwhile, Changxi observed everything unfold. He hadn't intended to eavesdrop on his brother's conversation, but given their proximity, it was nearly impossible not to. The name Shenwu especially stood out, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. He remarked, how could this troublesome boy associate with girls, willingly lowering himself to recognize one as a superior? So that was it. Previously, he had thought his younger brother was in a romantic liaison with that girl. It was quite intriguing to discover that the well-behaved girl everyone perceived had such a side to her. Observing the conversation between Shen San and his brother, it struck him that Shen San was oblivious to the fact that his younger sister was the very person he was searching for. This was all too amusing. He wondered if Shun Yi was aware of this development. A smirk crept onto his lips, though it quickly vanished as his gaze shifted away from his brother's phone screen. At that moment, Cheng Yi turned to Cheng Xi. "Brother, what brings you here today?" "I happen to have a day off and thought I would visit a place my brother enjoys so much." He never suppressed his brother's interests. Even knowing the dangers of racing, as long as his brother was happy and unrepentant, he believed in letting him steer his own life.
Cheng Yi don net a playful grin.
Hee brother.
Cheng Chi sighed, "Speak plainly."
Cheng Yi quickly offered to massage his brother's back, eager to curry favor. "Brother, I'm out of money."
Cheng Chi replied.
"I suspected as much. Offering flattery without cause is often a guise for deceit." He was well aware of his brother's financial state, having witnessed the boy's extravagant transfers. Without further ado, he transferred money to him. "Thank you, brother. You are the best brother in the world." He had anticipated that this troublesome boy would sever ties once his needs were met, but to his surprise, the boy remained close. Cheng Xi furrowed his brow. "Is that not sufficient?" Cheng Yi shook his head vigorously. "It's plenty, but hey, brother, what do you think of that girl from earlier? Could she be my sister-in-law?" Cheng Xi recalled the girl's bold and striking demeanor from earlier, and he found himself reluctantly complimenting her. "Quite impressive." Cheng Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, do you like her? Want to get to know her better? Don't be fooled by the mask. She is truly beautiful. She might be a bit hard to deal with, but that is fine. You can handle it." In that instant, Cheng Xi understood his brother's implication and playfully slapped the back of his head. "You troublesome boy, mind your own business." He then strode away. Yet a seed of curiosity regarding the girl had been planted in his mind. He sent a message to Shen Yi. "Can I come over for dinner this weekend?" In the office, Shen Yi furrowed his brow. "Did you get hacked?"
Cheng Chi replied, "Scram."
Only then did Shen Yi breathe a sigh of relief. All was well. Shen Yi responded, "Sure." However, he was perplexed as to why Cheng Xi suddenly wished to come over for dinner. Cheng Xi added, "A few brothers want to gather."
Shen Yi replied, "Okay."
After putting down his phone, Shen Yi rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly fatigued lately. He picked up his phone again. "Dr. Su, do you have time to come by this afternoon?" The gentle voice on the other end responded, "What's wrong? Is it getting more serious? Can I come over now?" Shen Yi set down his mouse and massaged his brow. "You can come over now if you wish." Returning to the classroom, he noted that there was only one class left before he could return home for a nap. The homeroom teacher was absent, but the counselor was present. "Students, next week is the sports meet, and every one of you must participate in at least one event." The tone left no room for refusal. Then Xi Tong's expression immediately darkened. "Why is it all about competitions lately? What a ridiculous world. Is time only meant for competitions?" The classmates began to murmur. "But I don't like sports. I have no athletic ability." "Me neither. Can't we just be cheerleaders?" The counselor continued. "Those who do not wish to participate may opt out, but every event must have at least one representative from our class." A collective sigh of relief washed over the students, though tension soon returned. Most did not want to sign up. Would they manage to secure the opportunity to opt out? As in previous years, the captain of the basketball team, Su Chu, would handle the event registrations and subsequent arrangements. Su Chu stood up, "No problem. Leave it to me." He had already formulated a list of candidates. The boss could handle both long distance and short sprints without issue. The bell rang. Then Xi Tong shoved her hands into her pockets as she walked towards the door.
"Boss."
"Wait for me." The three girls turned to Su Chu, their expressions resembling that of a ghost. Being called by him at this moment could only spell trouble. Su Wan asserted, "Stop right there. Just stay put." Xia Ji wore a wary expression. "We're not familiar with you, so don't think you can take advantage of that." Then Xi Tong glared at him coldly, as if ready to strike at the slightest hint of an unwanted comment. Su Chu, suddenly aware of the precarious situation, realized he had picked up a hot potato. Chapter 37, A Struggle to Transform a Bicycle into a Motorcycle. Su Wan and Xia Ji scrutinized him, as though he were a contagious virus that should not be approached. Su Chu felt despair wash over him. "Boss, would you reconsider?" Then Xi Tong's gaze was ruthless and unwavering. "There's no room for consideration." The two girls beside her nodded fervently in agreement. "Exactly, no consideration."
"Hey.
What's wrong with you? There's no spirit of contribution at all. This is a class honor competition." A long-haired female classmate crossed her arms, glaring at the three with disdain, defending Su Chu. Xia Ji shot her an exasperated look. "If that is the case, then why don't you sign up?" Su Wan nodded, glaring fiercely at the long-haired girl. You say that so easily. Where's your registration? The long-haired girl was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, Ivy had health issues since childhood. I can't engage in intense exercise. With newfound confidence, she placed her hands on her hips. Do you think I want this? If I were healthy, I would surely strive for our class. Suwon nearly rolled her eyes at her excuse, wondering how she could shamelessly claim to be weak when she was usually so lively. Then Xi Tong frowned slightly before letting out a humorless chuckle, her voice laced with coldness. Then go die. You're wasting air. For the sake of not polluting the environment, just go. Suwon nodded in agreement. Contributing to society, indeed. The long-haired girl's face paled in an instant. You actually want me to die? Then Xi Tong blinked innocently. Didn't you say you wanted to contribute? Su Chu, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, hurriedly intervened. All right, let us not argue. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. It's all about voluntary participation. The long-haired girl shot them a glare before, huffily walking away. Then Xi Tong shook her head. There are oddballs everywhere, but they seem particularly abundant here. If this weren't a lawful society, I would have smashed her head in by now. Are you that familiar with her? Why the moral coercion? Shouldn't she first reflect on her own morality? Su Chu, feeling the icy glare from thin Xi Tong, shivered involuntarily. Oh my, how terrifying. Boss, don't be angry. It's fine if they don't participate. Suwon nodded in agreement. We want to sign up.
Su Chu sighed, looking dead.
Then I'll ask some other classmates. We still need volunteers. Xia Ji, seeing his forlorn expression, felt a twinge of sympathy. Actually, this isn't a great job. How about I sign up for jump rope? Su Chu exclaimed, incredulous, as joy flooded his heart.
What?
This is an unexpected delight. The first deal is sealed.
Suwon pouted.
Xia, do you really want to jump rope? Don't force yourself. Xia Ji smiled, analyzing the situation at hand. If we need 2 people for each event, our class might only have 5 or 6 idle students who can avoid signing up. Suwon blinked, not quite understanding. Xia Ji continued, in that case, it will be like last year, where the remaining events will be assigned by the teachers and usually the leftover events are long-distance running or high jump. Suwon recalled her assignment last year to shot put and still felt the ache in her wrist. Summer squinted her eyes with a smile, rather than remaining passive. I would much prefer to seize the initiative and claim a spot in the easy events while no one else has signed up. Su Chu is bound to come looking for them right after class, so with numerous projects available, they can choose whichever they fancy. Suwon nodded and quickly settled on her choice. I shall opt for the 50-meter sprint. It's merely a few seconds, and considering the short distance, perhaps I might just secure a place. With this thought, it suddenly seemed quite appealing. Su Chu, beaming, inscribed her name on the registration sheet, marking the second entry. Hooray! Subsequently, everyone turned their gaze towards Bo Shidong. The girl glanced at Suwon and then at Summer, exclaiming, You 2 traitors. Wasn't it agreed that we would take it easy? Wasn't it decided that we wouldn't sign up? Su Chu eagerly approached, asking, Boss, will you choose an event? Bo Shidong pressed her lips together and countered. How can you be so certain that I am not among those idle spots? Summer blinked innocently. One student has taken leave to return to Huagua and is unlikely to participate for a while. Suwon chimed in with additional information she had. Another student is a child star and rarely returns to school, thus cannot participate. Su Chu added, There is yet another student who sprained her ankle playing basketball last week and is currently in a cast. The 3 continued to ponder who else in their class might have special circumstances. Bo Shidong, unfazed, remarked, A few weeks ago, I was struck by lightning, and my leg is still healing from a fracture. The trio's gaze shifted down to her leg, then back up to her face. Do you expect us to believe you? Bo Shidong waved her hand dismissively. Just wait a moment. What if I am indeed one of the idle spots? It's worth taking a gamble, who knows? The 3 sighed in resignation, and Su Chu did not press her further, though she did offer a small favor. So, boss, shall I reserve an easy project for you? What if the gamble fails? The girl elegantly waved her hand. No need. Such confidence. Suwon blinked. I have an ominous premonition. Bo Shidong replied. Then let us not dwell on it just yet. Summer was amused by their banter. Let fate decide. After all, Tong Tong is quite remarkable. The 3 girls departed, and Su Chu contemplated the long-distance running event, initially considering recommending it to their leader. In the dormitory, Bo Shidong lay on her soft bed, contemplating her life. Is this the existence she truly desires? Each day devoid of purpose or goal, yet she felt remarkably fulfilled, far better than the perilous world she once inhabited.
Indeed.
This is the kind of carefree life she cherished. She must seize the opportunity that destiny has granted her. If she were to continue as before, what significance would her reincarnation hold?
Ding dong.
Having reached a conclusion, she was about to drift off when her phone chimed. Opening it, she saw Chengyi. Boss, when shall I deliver the trophy to you? It's already been sent.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
In an instant, the notification sounds flooded in. Without needing to look, she knew it was that mischievous lad showering her with flattery. Silencing her phone, she prepared for a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, at the base camp of Team Yi, they were ecstatic about the trophy. Gold. Finally, they had secured a gold medal after always finishing second. When would they ever have the chance to win gold? You should have seen the expressions on the faces of the Shun San team members. It was utterly delightful. Boss, when will that beauty come to collect the trophy? They were reluctant to part with it. It looked splendid here. This was their first honor. Is that beauty joining our team? Chengyi was overwhelmed by their incessant chatter. Silence. Everyone instantly lowered their heads, but their eyes remained fixed on the trophy. Chengyi rubbed his forehead, a grin spreading across his face. The trophy is ours now.
Huh.
The beauty is joining our team? It seems that only by joining the team can the trophy remain with them, though it does not belong to everyone. It can be admired by all. Chengyi sighed. She hasn't joined, but the trophy is a gift to us. The crowd was dumbfounded.
What does she want then?
Nothing at all, Chengyi replied. Perhaps she is after my money? But it was he who was pleading for her to take his money. Otherwise, she might not even show up, considering she is not in need of it. From now on, refer to me as her name. She is our boss. Although he said this, everyone still called him Brother Yi. Chapter 38. This world still has the surname Bo Shi. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Bo Xi Tong decided to return on Saturday afternoon and planned to sleep in on Friday.
Tonton Xiaxia à moment tous occasions.
Before she could even drift into slumber, the dormitory door was flung open by Su Wan, breathless and fervent. Bo Xi Tong, drowsily opening her eyes, glanced at her, while Summer, buried in her studies, also looked up. What is happening? What good news do you have? Su Wan was panting heavily, clearly having rushed in. Summer stood up and approached her, patting her back to help her catch her breath. Take a moment. Speak slowly. There's no rush. Su Wan shook her head vigorously. No, it's urgent. I must share it now. It'll be too late otherwise. Bo Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. Am I on the idle list?
Su Wan Pauset?
Then shook her head. That's too soon. The results of the sports event registration won't be out until next week. Summer pondered. Could it be that you've taken advantage of that handsome guy? Su Wan retorted, her cheeks flushing. Nonsense. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Summer gave her a sidelong glance. Why are you blushing then? Su Wan took a sip of health tea, her excitement bubbling over. My idol has come to this country and this city, and it's south incredibly close to our school. I must go tonight.
Bo Xi Tong, intrigued,
asked, You have an idol? Summer interjected. As long as they're handsome, they're her idol. Su Wan pouted. That's not true. He is truly my idol. The number one in my heart since middle school. Summer squinted her eyes. We've been roommates for nearly 2 to 3 years. How come you've never mentioned this before? Instead, you act like a flirt, unable to move past handsome guys. Su Wan's face turned crimson. Well, I've been secretly in love with him in my heart. Those handsome guys are merely eye candy. My idol is the one and only. Summer teased. Oh my. It's rare to see you so shy and blushing. Su Wan clung to Summer's arm, playfully saying, So, dear Xiaxia, you will accompany me, right? Her big eyes blinked adorably. Summer sighed in resignation, affectionately tapping her cute little nose. Of course. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go out alone at night. It's better to have someone to look out for you. Su Wan joyfully bounced around. Yay. I knew Xiaxia was the best. Bo Xi Tong immediately lay down to sleep. Su Wan quietly leaned closer to Bo Xi Tong and whispered, Tong Tong is the best too. A master of balance. Bo Xi Tong turned and sat up, about to speak when Su Wan interrupted her. I know you want to sleep, so don't worry. I'll take plenty of photos to share with you. So, it'll be as if you were there too. Bo Xi Tong sighed, realizing her lines had been stolen. What more could she say? Summer asked curiously, So, Wan, who is your idol? Su Wan slipped to her desk to apply her makeup, determined to look her best for her idol. However, she didn't forget to answer. It's Bo Xili. I can't believe my brother has become so famous even abroad. I'm so proud.
Bo Xi Tong,
who had just been preparing to sleep, sat up straight. Who?
Boili?
Both girls were startled by her sudden movement. Su-won hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?
Tong Tong.
Do you like him too?" Xi Tong frowned. "The surname is Xi?"
Su-won nodded. Yes.
"It's such a rare and unique double surname. My brother is amazing in every way. Even his surname is so distinctive." Xi Tong was momentarily taken aback. The surname, Xi, actually existed in this world. In her previous realm, she had never encountered anyone sharing her name. When the organization found her, she bore a piece of paper inscribed with the characters Xi Tong. Xiaoji pondered for a moment. It seemed that there indeed existed such a surname in Huagua, albeit rather uncommon. Su-won pouted in discontent. "Not uncommon at all. My brother has that surname." Xi Tong pressed her lips together, quietly seated on the bed, her fingers gently toying with the quilt's edge, her gaze profound, cool, and enigmatic, leaving no one the wiser as to her thoughts. She harbored a grave suspicion that her crossing into this realm was no mere coincidence. What, then, was the nature of it all? Was someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes? To possess knowledge of another world and to open a portal for passage, could this be a mastery of advanced human technology? Or was there perhaps some other extraordinary, formidable being at play? And what role did she play in their eyes? "Wan, Xia, I shall accompany you," she declared. Su-won paused mid-makeup, incredulity washing over her. "Huh? Tong, you're actually forsaking your beloved sleep to accompany me? I am so touched." Sob.
Xie.
Equally puzzled, queried Tong, "Are you really foregoing sleep?" Xi Tong's lips curled into a faint smile. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence to share a surname, and she felt compelled to explore. "I shall sleep upon my return. I cannot entrust you two girls to venture alone."
Su-won jie, yai.
"This is wonderful. I love you both." Xiaoji feigned disdain. "Don't love me. It leads nowhere." Immediately, Su-won spun about like a little top, bustling with energy. "Xia. Tong, shall we wear matching little dresses?" Xiaoji nodded while scribbling her homework. "I have no objections." Xi Tong wore a peculiar expression. Dresses were hardly practical. Su-won blinked. Tong, it seems you've not donned a dress in quite some time." Since her hospitalization, she had not been seen in anything but black garments. With a resigned sigh, Xi Tong acquiesced to her request. Ultimately, Xiaoji donned a sky-blue dress, Su-won a pale yellow, while Xi Tong found herself in a pink ensemble. "Is there truly no other color available?" she lamented. Pink was a hue she had never embraced throughout her life. Su-won and Xiaoji gasped in astonishment. "Wow. Tong, you look absolutely stunning." Xiaoji nodded in agreement. "You exude a gentle yet lively aura. This is a stark contrast to your usual demeanor." Her naturally fair skin, complemented by the pink dress, appeared even more translucent, revealing a long, alabaster neck and exquisite collarbones, a slender waist, and a captivatingly beautiful face. She was truly a vision of ethereal beauty, coupled with Xi Tong's aloof demeanor. The vibrant pink took on an air of mysterious inviolability, a freshness that pink had never conveyed before. Su-won swallowed hard. Tong, will you be applying makeup?" Xiaoji smiled gently. "Does Tong even need makeup? One's fair complexion can conceal 3 flaws, and Tong is hardly flawed."
Xi Tong sigh.
Resigning herself to becoming a doll for the two, as they coordinated her accessories and styled her hair. She scarcely dared to move. Girls could be quite formidable. "If we don't leave soon, it will be too late." Indeed, Su-won hastily set aside the several bags she had been matching, quickly changing her shoes. Hurry. We're running out of time. I must see my idol tonight."
Chapter 39. Familiar faces.
Observing Su-won's hurry, Xiaoji glanced at the quietly relieved Xi Tong and stifled a chuckle. The trio took a taxi, and after half an hour, inside the car, Xiaoji fell into a contemplative silence before she could no longer restrain herself. "Wan, didn't you say the school is very close?" Xi Tong gazed out at the now darkening sky. Su-won, brimming with excitement, replied, "Indeed. Is this not close? Usually my idol is in the country." Upon hearing in the country, Xiaoji sighed. By comparison, it was indeed quite near. 10 minutes later, the taxi finally came to a halt at a large outdoor stage, the lights illuminating the platform. Even before disembarking, Xi Tong could already feel the cacophony surrounding them, as if the atmosphere were saturated with sound. Su-won clasped her friend's hands. "Let us go."
"Ah."
"Idol, here I come." Bai Xi Tong and Xia Ji exchanged a glance before resigning themselves to follow. Oh my goodness. I can't believe my idol is actually here. It's not like I have to fly back just to see him. It was simply splendid. I knew I chose the right person to follow.
So handsome, so handsome. Ah.
Hubby, I'm coming. Bai Xi Tong silently raised a hand to cover her ears. Standing expressionless at the periphery. Wan, you go find your spot. I'll wait for you under that tree to the left of the exit.
So one not dead, Anzai.
But don't wander off. Initially, Xia Ji intended to wait with Bai Xi Tong at the entrance, as she couldn't fathom the frenzy of idol worship. However, she was ultimately pulled away by Su Wan. Xia, come with me. You promised to take photos. Bai Xi Tong had already retreated to a corner. Her gaze fixated on a poster bearing a face strikingly similar to her own, her expression growing increasingly solemn. What was her connection to the original owner? Had the original truly vanished, or had she simply transitioned to another place? Her original appearance bore a strong resemblance to that of the original owner, and now there was another Bai Xi with a similar likeness. So, what was the nature of the connection between them? Was it with her or with the original? She surveyed the layout of the security arrangements and the surrounding cameras before slowly making her way into the shadows, her figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. When she re-emerged, she found herself in the corridor of the backstage lounge, alert and watchful, stepping into the dressing room and casually donning a black hat. Hey you. The live show is about to start and we're shorthanded. Come help us out. Called out to. Bai Xi Tong lowered her head slightly and followed the staff member behind them. You'll need to move this prop over there. Then tidy up the costumes and place them in the dressing room. The staff member rambled on, and everyone around her was bustling with activity. She had yet to catch sight of the man from the poster. Did you hear? Time is of the essence. We need to get moving. The staff member joined the flurry of activity. Bai Xi Tong scanned her surroundings before lifting a costume box from the floor. Excuse me? Could you please tell me which dressing room Mr. Bai Xi is in?
I am delivering costumes.
Oh, you ought to hurry, mister. Bai Xi is about to go on stage. Just go straight down this hallway and take the fourth door on your right. Given that this was a suburban area, the stage and backstage had been hastily constructed that day, leading to a certain disarray. Thank you. Upon reaching the door, she lowered her hat and knocked. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Upon entering, she found a man seated before a makeup mirror, his back to her, while a makeup artist attended to him. And he appeared to be engaged in a game on his phone. You must be Bai Xi? The makeup artist paused and glanced over. And the man turned his head as well. The makeup artist eyed her warily. You're not part of the staff? The security personnel had gone to the venue to help, leaving only him and Li Go in the dressing room. Bai Xi squinted, not appearing particularly alarmed. He was accustomed to it. He calmly inquired, are you looking for an autograph or a photo? This was the first fan who erupted in excitement demanding for an autograph or a picture, and she didn't even seem like one of his fans. If she wasn't his fan, what effort had she exerted to evade the security just to find him? It didn't seem to resemble a kidnapping either. Bai Xi Tong, undeterred, made her way to the sofa and sat down. You are quite handsome. We share a similar face. Though yours is perhaps not as appealing as mine. Bai Xi responded, are you feeling unwell? Upon arrival, did they not immediately mock their own appearance? Could it be that a spy from their adversary's camp has infiltrated? The makeup artist was momentarily taken aback. How could these two remain so composed? As Bo Xi Tong endured the insults, her gaze sliced through the air like a dagger. Bo Xi was startled, hastily rising to his feet. You. That gaze is so familiar yet terrifying. Is this not the expression and aura of my elder brother in anger? Who exactly is this person? Could it be that my elder brother's illegitimate child has grown up? Since Bo Xi Tong wore a mask, Bo Xi could only see her eyes. Bo Xi Tong nonchalantly withdrew her gaze, her tone indifferent. Is Bo Xi truly your surname? Or is it merely a coincidence that you stumbled upon it?
Bo ili demptin agitation. Nonsense.
What else could it be? Do I have any hidden surnames? Bo Xi Tong's eyes darkened slightly. What about your family? Bo Xi was increasingly perplexed by this peculiar girl. She bore no malice, nor did she seem to be a fan, yet she posed such bizarre questions upon arrival. My family is well. No need for your concern. Bo Xi Tong shot him a glance. Does your father also share the surname Bo Xi? Bo Xi's lips twitched. My brother bears the surname Bo Xi. My father bears the surname Bo Xi. My grandfather bears the surname Bo Xi. Our lineage has always been Bo Xi. Are you here to conduct a census?
Bo Xi Tong nodded. Oh.
Then she stood to leave, contemplating a time to investigate further. Her actions left both Bo Shili and the makeup artist in stunned silence. What was happening? She simply left like that? Hey, who exactly are you? A friendly reminder to check your brain. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to treat. With a swift motion, a small dagger was thrust into the mirror, shattering it into a multitude of shards. Bo Shili fell silent, his eyes fixed on the retreating figure of the girl. The makeup artist was nearly overwhelmed with fright. Brotherly, do you want to? Bo Shili smirked devilishly, reverting to a languid demeanor as he leaned back. Send someone to investigate. This is quite amusing. Back beneath the great tree, Bo Xi Tong leaned against it, her brows slightly furrowed, enough to reveal her burdensome thoughts. Our lineage has always been Bo Xi.
What about me? Who am I?
Where do I come from? Have I traversed into another realm? Or have I returned to the past? She opened her phone, searching for official information about Bo Shili, yet found nothing pertaining to his family, only details about his debut. Chapter 40. Wearing the most vibrant dress. Engaging in the fiercest battles. At that moment, the performance commenced. Observing the youth on stage, singing and dancing, she found it incomprehensible that someone merely in their 20s would present themselves like an old man. The more she watched, the more vexed she became, especially since he bore such a resemblance to her own face. Once the singing concluded, it was time for group photos and autographs. The crowd surged forward, while Bo Xi Tong gazed up at the stars. Things were becoming increasingly complicated, yet having decided to adopt a carefree attitude, she resolved to remain untroubled as long as she felt no danger. She would simply ride the waves as they came. Tong Tong Weevee arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting. Two young girls ran over, breathless from pushing through the throng. Bo Shitong glanced towards the stage. Isn't it still ongoing? Suowon proudly presented a cute little notebook. Tada, I've come for an autograph. Xiaoji couldn't help but admire. You really are dedicated. Suowon strutted like a proud peacock. Of course. Xiaoji suddenly had a thought, glancing between Bo Shitong and Bo Shili on stage. She squinted. Why do I feel like Tong Tong looks so much like your idol? Suwon nodded. I thought so from the start, but upon closer inspection, they're still different. Bo Shitong smiled. Indeed, they are quite different. Without makeup, there's no comparison. He can't possibly measure up to even half of my looks. Suwon blinked in confusion. Was Tong Tong disparaging her idol? What did she mean? The implications were lost on her. Xiaoji shrugged. Perhaps it's just the lighting. It can be misleading. But they really do share a striking resemblance, especially in their features. Let us head home. If we linger any longer, we won't be able to hail a cab. This area was suburban and even at night, it was bustling with people, making taxis scarce. Indeed. As they exited the venue, though many cars were parked outside, they belonged to Foresight fans who had pre-arranged rides. Xiaoji sighed. Let us call a cab. 10 minutes later, the driver refused to come due to the distance. Mine too. Bo Shitong glanced back at a few dubious figures lurking behind them, her expression darkening. Let us move a bit further out. It's not safe with so many people and cars here. So the three girls walked down the road for a while. Now. It was quieter, with fewer vehicles around. Hee, it's quite peaceful here, perfect for some fun. How about you little ladies join us for a game? 5 lecherous men emerged, grinning and rubbing their hands together. Xiaoji and Suwon gasped. No interest, just Graham. The blonde man revealed a set of yellowed teeth, visible even in the dim light. It was utterly repulsive. Girls, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Exactly. Just come have some fun with us. We have a car to take you home later. Suwon trembled in terror, but still shouted defiantly, Get lost, you disgusting creeps. Xiaoji waved her phone. I'm calling the police. The leader of the group chuckled. By the time the police arrive, half an hour will have passed. And that's more than enough time for us. Ha ha ha. Brother, what are we waiting for? Hee, I see 3 delicate little things here. They must feel wonderful to touch. Bo Shitong pulled the 2 frightened girls behind her, glaring coldly at the approaching men. You have 1 minute to escape. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Ha ha ha. Little sister, just how do you intend to be impolite to us? I can't wait to find out. Come now, show us. The 5 men slowly advanced, closing in on the trio. Bo Shitong handed her phone to Xiaoji. Be good, you 2 stand by that tree. Xiaoji shook her head. No. We can't leave Tong Tong behind. Suwon gripped her phone tightly, her toes nervously probing the ground for stones. They had witnessed Tong Tong fight before, but those had merely been schoolmates, all girls. They had no idea what kind of individuals they faced this time. What if they were criminals? Killers? Or those who had nothing to lose? Xi Tong ruffled the two girls' fluffy heads, fully aware of their terror, but touched by their concern for her safety. Don't worry. Tonight, I'll show you what it means to deliver a brutal blow.
Suwan?
In that moment, it was hard to discern who was more formidable.
Xi Tong.
Ha ha ha, don't you worry, little beauties. We won't abandon any of you. It's much more fun when we're all together. Ha ha ha, the brother speaks wisely. Xi Tong clenched her fists. Hurry, go. Don't you trust me? Ultimately, the two girls cautiously moved away. Tong, be careful. Before Xi could even utter a word, the five ruffians had yet to react. Xi Tong had darted behind them with uncanny speed. Hey, were we going to play? Let me see if you're up for it. The men turned around.
Bang. Ah.
My eyes.
Xi Tong smirked. Oh.
Your eyeballs are still intact. Quite resilient, I see. The five men were enraged. Damn it, seeking death? All of you.
Come at me. Ah.
My foot. Xi Tong glanced over to see Suwan and Xi busily picking up stones, each girl armed with her own ammunition. Damn it. You filthy harlots, stop pretending. Catch them. As two of the men advanced towards Suwan and Xi Tong swiftly intervened.
Bang. Clang.
A scream like that could wake the dead. The blonde man panicked, drawing a knife with a sinister grin. Wanna die? I'll grant your wish. Xi Tong moved with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly gliding towards the gangly youth with the yellow hair. She struck his wrist with a swift motion, causing him to drop the short knife he was wielding in pain. The girl seized the weapon, her voice laced with a playful arrogance. Thank you for delivering this fine instrument of combat. With that, she slashed, transforming the yellow-haired thug into a man marked by scars.
Ah.
Xi Tong delivered a sharp slap to his face, commanding silence. You're unbearable. Had she not feared alarming the two young girls nearby, that blow would have been far more severe. Brother, I shall avenge you. Caution, Tong. At that moment, another assailant brandished a stick and swung it towards Xi Tong. Yet, she effortlessly caught the end of the stick and delivered a fierce kick to the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Now armed with both a knife and a stick, she advanced towards the remaining two thugs, who exchanged glances filled with hesitation and dread. As Xi Tong approached, they stumbled backward, fear evident in their eyes. Don't come any closer. We called the police. Xi remarked, such a familiar line. Suwan, her eyes sparkling with admiration, gazed at Xi Tong and exclaimed, Tong is so cool. Truly my idol. Dressed in the softest pink yet fighting with unmatched ferocity. No wonder she prefers skirts. Perhaps this dress hinders her full potential? Xi Tong smirked. By the time the police arrive in half an hour, you should have reported your situation down below. What do you want? One thug stammered. Don't come any closer. We apologize. Is that not enough? Suwan jumped and shouted. What good is an apology? Why call the police? The yellow-haired thug, clutching his face, writhed on the ground in agony. Get it straight. You are the ones attacking us. Just then, a man lunged at Xi Tong. Xi and Suwan gasped, their hearts racing. Crack.
Ah.
The man clutched his groin, rolling on the ground in pain. Everyone present froze, gasping in horror at the sound. The impact was deafening. Xi Tong had delivered a merciless kick to his most sensitive area. She is terrifying, an actual demon. What do we do? She means business. Chapter 41. The bond among three young girls. The yellow-haired thug, one hand covering his face, glared at Xi Tong with a mixture of fear and hatred. There's still a chance, let us retreat. But the man writhing on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, lamented, I can't move. Xi Tong let out a cold laugh. Humph, move? Did I permit you to leave? The remaining thugs exchanged terrified glances. What do you want from us? Xi Tong raised her palm towards them, demanding, hand it over. Suwan asked, what does Tong want? Xi echoed, what does she desire? The five lecherous men exchanged incredulous looks.
Boss.
Are we being robbed? The yellow-haired thug, equally astonished, retorted, how can a sweet girl like her choose a life of crime? Xi Tong, visibly irritated, frowned at their presence, her patience wearing thin. Hurry up. My tolerance is limited. The men scrambled to empty their pockets, cautiously placing their belongings several meters away from Xi Tong, terrified of getting too close and incurring further harm. Xi Tong regarded the items on the ground with a steely expression, while the lecherous men huddled together, trembling in fear. Don't you have a car? Where are the keys? The men were taken aback by her audacity. She was not content with mere possessions, but sought to rob a vehicle as well. However, they felt no concern, for they possessed no car. We don't have one. Don't have one? By Xi Tong's irritation grew. Then why act so high and mighty? The 5 lecherous men replied, what man doesn't he enjoy boasting? In their own eyes. They're the bosses of a publicly traded company. As Bai Xi Tong took a step closer, the men recoiled in fear.
Xiayi, Benekin, Eraed, Tonk Tonk.
Let us leave this to the police. I worry that you'll be implicated in something worse. Su-won nodded vigorously. Yes, let us wait for the police. She was bewildered by the whole situation. Initially terrified by the thugs, they now found themselves in a position where Bai Xi Tong was overpowering them. Fearing that the thugs might retaliate and turn the situation against her. If that happened, Bai Xi Tong would shift from being a defender to an aggressor. Especially given the absence of surveillance cameras and the reliance on mere testimonies, while the 5 men clearly bore significant injuries. The 5 lecherous men nodded frantically. Stay calm.
Stay calm.
Bai Xi Tong lifted the short knife, examining it under the faint moonlight that glinted off its cold surface, casting a silvery sheen across her composed face. The men trembled in terror. They regretted choosing these 3 girls. Had they not been drawn to their beauty and poise, they would not have approached. Indeed, the more beautiful the rose, the sharper its thorns. They were not to be trifled with. Bai Xi Tong stepped closer, tapping the blade against the face of one lecherous man, causing him to collapse in fear, his legs giving way beneath him. In a place devoid of surveillance, who would know what transpired? Be careful. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't leak. Bai Xi Tong smiled. It seems you're aware of that? The men, utterly terrified, fell to their knees. Please spare us. We promise we won't do it again. Bai Xi Tong glanced at her phone, squinting slightly. If you wish to be spared, then fight among yourselves. Whoever wins, I shall let go. The 5 men exchanged glances, contemplating action but hesitating. Bai Xi Tong fanned the flames of their fear. Do you truly wish to perish together? Instantly, they turned against each other. In the face of survival, brotherhood meant nothing. The 5 men engaged in a fierce scuffle, while the one on the ground could only curl up in agony, unable to fight back due to his pain. Bai Xi Tong, leading the still-dazed young girls away, left the brawling men behind, who had not anticipated such ferocity, causing their last vestiges of camaraderie to vanish. After walking several hundred meters, Xiaji finally found her voice. Tong Tong, are we just leaving? Su-won blinked, tears welling in her eyes, her expression one of pitiful distress. What if the police come? Bai Xi Tong shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. When the police arrive, they will only find 2 groups fighting among themselves. What does that have to do with us? Who could possibly trace the scars on their faces back to us? Xiaji was startled by her words, realizing that Tong Tong was contemplating evading the police. This was audacious. I can't. She had called the police herself, and they would undoubtedly question her about the incident. She was not adept at lying, especially not in such a situation. Bai Xi Tong gently ruffled the young girl's fluffy hair, softening her tone. It's all right. You can tell the truth. I will handle the rest. She could not expect the girls to possess the same boldness and fearlessness she had developed from her life in a different world. The young girls had grown up in a society governed by law, where the police and legal system were their ideals. Asking them to lie to their moral compass was indeed a tall order. Xiaji clenched her fists, mentally urging herself not to burden Bai Xi Tong further. In this situation, being honest could lead to consequences for Bai Xi Tong, despite her actions being in self-defense. Su-won grasped both Xiaji and Bai Xi Tong's hands. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, I will call my family. Tears glistened in Xiaji's eyes as she prepared her words. She would speak the truth. But there was no need to mention Bai Xi Tong's violent actions. In a world rife with inexplicable phenomena, who could discern fact from fiction? Moreover, the costs of investigating the satellite footage for a few ruffians would be exorbitant and utterly impractical. Bai Xi Tong smiled, pleased to see that her emotions and trust had not been misplaced, as the 2 young girls began to steady themselves. Their determined gazes revealed their resolve. She was genuinely surprised and deeply moved, in a world where powerful individuals are not necessarily trustworthy. It was remarkable that 2 seemingly fragile young girls could inspire such confidence in her. Rest assured, you need not worry about anything, she reassured them. The few ruffians they had encountered bore numerous charges against them. How could they dare to appear before the police? Calling the authorities would indeed be a significant aid to law enforcement, and perhaps even earn Xiaxia a commendation. Xiaji cast her gaze around, noticing the dispersing crowd. Her anxiety palpable. How are we to return? Xi Tong was just about to call Chen Yi, or the driver, when she suddenly heard two familiar, yet strange voices. And a dilapidated van appeared before them.
Boss.
Boss, get in. Chapter 42. The substitute for a shaky ride. Su-won observed the despair etched on their faces and pondered. What was happening today? In just 2 short hours, they had encountered 2 waves of troublemakers. Xiaoji instinctively thought of the abductions and trafficking she had seen reported in the news as she regarded the shabby van, her expression filled with wariness and tension. We've already called the police. They'll be here shortly. The tall, thin man and the short, stout one exchanged bewildered glances. Brother, you haven't stirred up any trouble recently, have you? The tall one asked earnestly. No, I haven't. Ever since I decided to follow the boss. I have turned over a new leaf.
Could it be you?
The short one shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. However, upon hearing the mention of the police, their instinct was to flee, for the van they were driving was stolen. Xi Tong's calm voice cut through the tension. Come back. Su-won and Xiaoji turned to her. Tong, do you want to fight? Xiaoji shook her head in a panic. No, Tong, you've already worn yourself out. We can't engage in a fight now. Su-won nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Tong, this time we'll protect you. The 2 girls had just stuffed their pockets full of stones. The tall, thin man and the short, stout one turned the vehicle around, grinning at the 3 girls. However, that grin appeared exceedingly sleazy to Su-won and Xiaoji, leaving them with an unmistakable feeling that these were not good people.
Xi Tong smiled gently.
Taking the hands of the 2 young girls, don't be afraid. They're acquaintances. The tall, thin man and the short, stout one nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Ladies, please don't misunderstand. We've come to find the boss. Su-won and Xiaoji blinked in astonishment, glancing between the 2 dubious men and Xi Tong. The boss? Tong, are you their boss? Xiaoji exclaimed incredulously. Su-won, equally shocked, added, Tong, you're their boss? They don't seem like they belong to the same world. How did you come to know them? Surely you wouldn't be easily deceived, right? The tall, thin man interrupted the trio. Ladies, please get in the car. We'll take you back to school. If you don't hurry, the police will arrive. Xi Tong opened the car door, ushering the 2 young girls inside before following in after them. Inside the vehicle, Xiaoji and Su-won marveled at their surroundings. It was fascinating and novel. Having never been in such a vehicle before, it even resembled a fun ride, quite entertaining. Su-won mused, how much does this vehicle cost? I would buy it. I could park it at home, and whenever I feel down, I could just hop on for a little shake, a substitute for a fun ride. What? The tall, thin man and the short, stout one exchanged bewildered glances, one blushing with embarrassment. Did this princess-like young girl truly have an affinity for such a decrepit vehicle? What luxurious cars had she not ridden in? Why was she intrigued by this one? The problem was it wasn't theirs. They had stolen it to fetch their boss. Hence their earlier fear of the police. Xiaoji sighed in resignation. Wanwan, can you even transport this vehicle back to Huagua? What would uncle and aunt think? My daughter has been brainwashed and scammed while studying in a country?
Su-won lamented. Anzai.
But it really is quite fun and interesting. Xi Tong leaned back against her seat. Why are you 2 back again? She had noticed them following her from the school gate earlier, but had not paid them any mind as she went to the back lounge to rest. Upon emerging and not seeing them, she had assumed they had left. The short, stout man chuckled, his round face scrunching up. Hee when my brother and I arrived. We noticed that no vehicles were willing to enter, so we went out early to look for one. Having engaged in enough petty thievery, they had become adept at assessing environments and situations, and they could certainly discern this one. Su-won, her large eyes curious, looked left and right, eavesdropping with keen interest. Despite their sleazy appearance, it seemed they were merely 2 naive souls. She couldn't help but laugh, finding it amusing. It was no wonder they regarded Tong as their boss, and it seemed Tong didn't mind either. Xiaoji bit her lip, softly expressing, thank you. And I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. One should not judge others by appearances. The tall and short men were taken aback, not expecting the ethereal young lady to apologize and express gratitude. They had previously been like street rats, reviled by all. But now their hearts swelled with an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. It turned out that everything their elementary school teachers taught them was true. Helping others indeed brought joy. No need for thanks, it's the least we could do. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to call on us, they insisted. Feeling that following their boss promised a bright future, Bo Shidong sighed, then tossed the recently acquired money from the 5 men into the front. Here you go. The 2 men opened the dim overhead light to inspect it, startled, and hastily tried to return it. Boss, no need. We didn't do this for money. We did it voluntarily. The short man in the passenger seat was kicked by Bo Shidong. Stay still. With his plumpness, he had already taken up much space. And the last thing they needed was for him to fidget. The short man promptly complied, realizing the van had some loose fittings and was shaking precariously. The tall, thin man, feeling nervous, thought, Boss, she's actually giving us money? We know the boss is someone who wouldn't even spare 5 yuan. Today, she was unusually generous, which made them uneasy. Bo Shitong calmly remarked, This is what we obtained from the robbery. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Keeping that money would only weigh on your conscience. The tall and short men exchanged glances, as expected of the boss. The tall one thought to himself that since they had money now, they could buy this van and use it for easy access to their boss in the future. The short one exclaimed, the boss is so kind. The money earned from fighting is being given to us, his brothers.
I am genuinely touched.
Though the boss typically appeared aloof and indifferent towards them, deep down, she surely cared for her little subordinates. The 2 men felt their hearts swell with emotion as they nearly burst into tears. At the school gate, the 3 girls exited the vehicle. Bo Shidong turned to leave. Su-won waved. Thank you, uncle. Next time, let us go for a ride together, shall we? The tall, thin man and the short, stout one widened their eyes in shock, hands on their faces. Uncle? Do we look that old? However, it made sense. After all, the young girl looked so delicate and youthful. In comparison, calling them uncle seemed quite normal. Xiaji face-bombed in exasperation. This girl is so carefree.
All right.
Next time we have the chance, let us go for a ride. Uncle will treat you to delicious street food. Su-won smiled brightly. Thank you, uncle. The tall and short men gazed at her starry-eyed, a paternal sensation washing over them, a blend of joy and anxiety at the thought of her getting hurt. Bo Shitong grasped the little girl's hands. If we don't hurry, the dormitory curfew will be upon us. What? Then let us hurry. Uncle, see you next time. As they watched the young girls scamper away, Xiaji and Bo Shitong exchanged glances filled with exasperation and bemusement. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to following the innocent and naive Miss Su as they made their way to the dormitory. Chapter 43. The Male Fairy. Whom is he seducing? On Saturday, Bo Shitong awoke languidly around noon. Hearing the commotion, the 2 young girls looked up curiously. Tong Tong, you're awake? I brought you some delicious food. Hurry and try it. The summer has shed the burdens of yesterday, and upon her desk lies a banner of triumph. She raises an eyebrow in understanding. Xia, did you visit the police station? Summer nods enthusiastically, her excitement palpable, eager to recount the events of the previous day. Tong Tong, do you know? Those individuals were exactly who the police were searching for. We inadvertently rendered significant assistance. Moreover, they curiously confessed without uttering a single additional word. Su-won lifts her proud chin. We truly are fortunate. Thank goodness for you, Tong Tong. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. With that, she hops over to the side of Bo Shitong's bed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Tong Tong, you are simply remarkable. Taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, how did you conceal such prowess so well? I had no inkling of your exceptional skills. Summer agrees. Indeed, Tong Tong. You shall be my idol from now on. Su-won chimes in. And mine as well. Bo Shitong playfully teases her. How do you compare me to Bo Shili? Su-won falls silent, fidgeting. Well, they are not exactly the same. Summer bursts into laughter. All right, stop clinging to Tong Tong. She has to return home. After lunch, Bo Shitong departs the dormitory, reminding the 2 girls as she leaves. While I'm away, don't wander off aimlessly. If anything comes up, call me. And avoid deserted places during the day. The 2 young women exchanged glances at the door, sensing a maternal aura akin to that of a mother cautioning her children. Understood. Tong Tong. Rest assured, we shall not stray. Upon exiting, they indeed spot the familiar vehicle. Chung-yi leans out, waving. Boss, over here. I'll drive you home. Bo Shitong calmly takes her place in the passenger seat and turns to the young man beside her. Do you find yourself unoccupied every day?
Cheng ye bilings in surplus.
Then nods. I don't have much to do. Bo Shitong replies. No wonder you seek her out incessantly. Let's go. Oh, boss, won't you come see our team? They are eager to meet you. Bo Shitong rubs her ear. Not going. Chung-yi remains undeterred. Perhaps next time. Boss. Do you remember your university days when you longed to explore the world? Upon returning home, she finds herself alone. Shunsi is preparing for a new competition, and Shun-er has taken on a new research project. Thus, she relishes the tranquility, secretly wishing they were busy every day. Yet, she wonders why the housekeeper and others are absent. Auntie? Where are the servants? Ding dong. Shun father, has my precious daughter returned home? Shun mother, sweetheart. I forgot to mention that I gave the staff a holiday. Bo Xi Tong pauses for a moment. The absence of servants seems to affect her little. She replies to Shun father, I'm home. To Shun mother, it's all right. Soon, Shun father messages again. Little Wu, your father and mother are abroad and cannot return for now. A very important client is coming to our home. Bo Xi Tong furrows her brow. What kind of important client would visit their residence? Shouldn't they go to the company? Understood, father. Shun father continues. Your elder brother is at an international conference and should return shortly. If the guest arrives before him, please entertain them. Bo Xi Tong sighs. Had she known, she wouldn't have returned so early. All right, father. Shun father. Thank you, my darling. Shortly after, she receives a substantial transfer from Shun father. But it is not through her own card, leaving her to simply watch.
Ding dong, ding dong.
The doorbell rings before she has even sat down, indicating the mysterious guest's arrival. Without bothering to change her shoes, she strides out to open the front door. Upon doing so, Bo Xi Tong is momentarily taken aback. The man's tall and imposing figure exudes an invisible pressure and authority, his formidable presence impossible to overlook. Even standing quietly, he radiates an aura reminiscent of a sovereign. However, it is not merely his stature that stuns her, it is the mask he wears, obscuring his features except for the sharp contours of his face. His icy eyes, cold and piercing, convey an air of unapproachable dominance. Bo Xi Tong scrutinizes him, and the man reciprocates, assessing her in turn. The girl's long hair flows freely, which should render her gentle and serene, yet her gaze is lazily cool and composed. Her indifferent, almost apathetic stare belies any sign of fear or wariness, as if she views him merely as an object, creating an enigmatic allure that is rare for someone of her 19 years. Her demeanor mirrors that of their last encounter, powerful and detached, as though the world and all its affairs were utterly irrelevant to her. After a brief standoff, the man gently smiles. Are you Miss Shenwu? Bo Xi Tong nods. Yes. This man is undoubtedly dangerous, though he smiles with a charming demeanor. The depth of his smile is inscrutable, with an underlying shrewdness. A typical smiling tiger, engaging with him feels akin to being stalked by a venomous serpent in the shadows. Jean Mohan unfastens his blazer, revealing a fitted black shirt that accentuates his strong physique, his long legs both sturdy and elegant. Won't you invite me in for a seat? Bo Xi Tong averts her gaze, silently chastising. What a dashing man. Who is he trying to seduce? Yet, such stunning beauty is indeed rare. It stirs a restlessness in her heart, which has remained untouched for over 20 years.
Please come in.
Jean Mohan observes the girl's retreating figure, his eyes filled with keen interest. The act of shedding his outerwear is a deliberate tactic. The memory of her strikingly beautiful face from the alleyway robbery lingers vividly in his mind. Thus began a series of clandestine maneuvers that have culminated in this opportunity to converse with her directly. He strides forward, following her, casting a glance back at his aides who immediately grasp the cue and remain outside. In the living room, the silence is so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Bo Xi Tong sits quietly on the sofa, her legs crossed casually as she sways them, her expression radiating both aloofness and pride. There is no need to play the demure woman before him, for from the very first glance, she recognized him as the powerful, enigmatic figure who had been parked beneath the tree on that fateful day in the alley. Yet, she ponders, what purpose does the mask serve? Is it for some role-playing in this world? Or perhaps he merely possesses an unremarkable visage, relying solely on his physique to make an impression? Chapter 44. The Mysterious Guest. Shall we discuss refreshments? She purses her lips. Are you certain you came to discuss collaboration? Jean Mohan, casually leaning against the sofa, articulates clearly. Indeed. Bo Xi Tong glances at him once more. Has he arrived empty-handed? Where are the documents? The laptop? The contract? He certainly does not appear to have come for business. Rather, it feels more like a predatory visit.
Oh.
The girl remains silent, and the man shows no inclination to speak either. Eventually, Bo Xi Tong yawns. It hardly seems worthwhile to sacrifice her sleep for a stranger. She stands. Please wait here. My brother should return shortly. Make yourself comfortable. I'll take my leave. Jean Mohan, maintaining his calm demeanor, smiles effortlessly. Miss Shin, are you not going to entertain your guest? Both Xi Tong's eyes, deep as a lake, scrutinize him, pondering what tricks he intends to play. After a considerable pause, she smiles brightly. Feel free. Your attire does not suggest you are one to steal. Jean Mohan, having painstakingly orchestrated this encounter to converse with her, has no intention of letting his chosen quarry escape. Miss Shin, can you brew tea? I hear from Mr. Shun that there is a new variety available. Bo Shitong's gaze turns frosty. Is he attempting to intimidate her? Does he naively think she would report him to her father? Hot brewing tea is no challenge, just a moment. Turning towards the kitchen, it was not that she was intimidated by his threats. Rather, his appearance undeniably aligned with her aesthetic preferences. In this moment, she finally comprehended the emotions that one experienced upon encountering a handsome man. Travangtea. Such a fanciful notion. She had yet to savor the tea she had brewed herself. Recalling the peculiar leaf beverage that Shinsi had stored in the refrigerator, she unhesitatingly seized a disposable cup and poured herself a glass. When Jean Mohan beheld the girl emerging with a disposable cup in hand, his carefully maintained expression shattered. What was this? The Shun family brews tea in disposable cups. The color of this concoction appeared rather unsightly. He felt a twinge of disdain, his obsessive cleanliness flaring up. Bo Shitong boldly set the tea before him, proclaiming, Sir, enjoy your tea. Jean Mohan's lips twitched. He harbored grave doubts that this girl was intentionally trying to irritate him. My surname is Jean. Bo Shitong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mr. Jean, please have some tea. Under the compelling gaze of the girl, he reluctantly lifted the disposable cup from the table. Just moments ago, he had been reminded of the unique yellow liquid associated with restrooms. And now he could scarcely bear to look at this tea, especially as it was cold. Bo Shitong pulled her lips into a slight smile. What is the matter? Does Mr. Jean dislike this flavor? Not to worry, there are other options. Jean Mohan's eyes shifted slightly. There are flavors to choose from? The girl nodded. Of course. The one you hold is jasmine-flavored. He leaned in closer to inhale, and indeed, a hint of jasmine wafted through the air. Yet, he still found it difficult to sip. What other flavors are available? Bo Shitong scoffed inwardly. Any flavor would suffice, and yet he dared to be picky. It seemed that all handsome men were excessively demanding. Did he really believe that wearing a mask would conceal his identity? One's aura could easily reveal much. She simply wondered if he remembered their encounter in that narrow alleyway. There were also black tea, green tea, pu'er or oolong tea. Jean Mohan realized he had hardly sampled any of those. Drinking tea felt akin to indulging in an array of fruits. So many varieties. Then, please prepare a cup of pu'er tea with hot water. Suppressing her irritation, Bo Shitong rose to return to the kitchen. This time, she poured the pu'er beverage into a cup and heated it in the microwave. Upon her return, Jean Mohan remained silent, yet again confronted with a familiar disposable cup. Though this time steam rose from it, indicating the water had been heated. Thank you. Bo Shitong nearly rolled her eyes. Please take your time savoring it. The man took a tentative sip, his brow furrowing as if he could crush a fly between them. The flavor was peculiar, yet undeniably reminiscent of tea. He had never encountered such an odd flavor before. Was this truly tea? Why was the taste so faint? Surely, she hadn't tea repurposed previously brewed tea leaves? With that thought, he hastily set down the cup, wishing he could expel the contents of his stomach from the past few days. Bo Shitong found amusement in his comical display of distaste, her spirits lifting considerably. How is it, Mr. Jean? Not bad, is it? I'm merely teasing you. Although his physique, character, and demeanor aligned with her tastes, she could not fathom why he irked her so. Jean Mohan was perceptive enough to notice her subtle emotions, but chose not to dwell on them. Finding himself increasingly intrigued by her. The flavor is quite delightful. Miss Shin's skills are remarkable. How else could she concoct such an unusual brew? Flattery will get you nowhere, Mr. Jean. If you enjoy it, I can let you take the remainder home with you. There's still a sizable bottle left. Jean Mohan raised an eyebrow. You would part with it so readily, Miss Shin? Bo Shitong chuckled. Of course. It's merely a bottle of beverage. It's not as if I cannot afford to purchase more. Jean Mohan, mindful of appearances, nodded in agreement. Then I thank you, Miss Shin. He then watched as the remaining half bottle of beverage was placed on the coffee table before him. Mr. Jean, do you care to try some herbal tea? Jean Mohan inquired. Is this what you call brewing tea? Bo Shitong smiled at him. If Mr. Jean finds it insufficient, I can always procure more bottles. The man raised his brows slightly, glancing at the still warm disposable cup. Bo Xi Tong gently parted her lips to elucidate further. Just a quick heat in the microwave suffices. It's both convenient and efficient. Jean Mohan remarked, I've gained new insight. This is the first time I've encountered such a refreshingly unconventional method of tea preparation. This girl is more intriguing than I had anticipated. Miss Shin has once again broadened my horizons. Bo Xi Tong raised an eyebrow once again. Have you encountered me before? Mr. Jean? We are hardly acquainted. She feigned ignorance, knowing well that getting too close to this charming man might lead her astray. Jean Mohan smiled, but remained silent. He understood that the young lady had already deduced his identity. Both were aware of the truth, yet neither chose to voice it. Soon enough, Shani returned. The girl turned to him. Elder brother. You've finally arrived. My liberation is at hand. I can retire upstairs for some rest. Shani nodded at his sister, whispering, You've worked hard. Go rest now. After she ascended the stairs, Shin-Yi composedly greeted the enigmatic man, one whom even their father could not fully comprehend. Mr. Jean.
Good day.
With the girl gone, Jean Mohan resumed his authoritative demeanor. Young Master Shin, I have a matter to attend to. Please discuss the collaboration with my assistant. Rising, he casually took the remaining half-bottle of herbal tea with him. Shin-Yi noticed this and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this how his sister entertained guests, with such casualty? The man's attitude remained elusive to him. Mr. Jean, my sister may be inexperienced in hosting. Please let me know when you are free, and I'll treat you to a drink. Chapter 45. 3 old men come to propose marriage? Jean Mohan smiled politely. And just as Shin-Yi anticipated a refusal, he received an unexpected response. Very well. Shin-Yi was taken aback. Very well. This mysterious Mr. Jean seems rather different from the aloof persona portrayed in public. Jean Mohan continued with an impassive expression. I have recently developed a taste for home-cooked meals. Shun-Yi's surprise lasted only a moment before he regained composure. I know of a quaint farmhouse that serves delightful dishes. If Mr. Jean does not mind, I can make a reservation there. Jean Mohan's forehead twitched. What was Shun-Yi thinking? Home-cooked meals are about the essence of home, not merely the food. Yet, he still insisted on making reservations outside. How utterly misguided. Ahem, that might pose some inconvenience. Shin-Yi fell silent, unable to decipher the peculiar man's meaning, choosing instead to listen attentively to his plans. As expected, Jean Mohan stated earnestly, I wonder if I might have the honor of enjoying a meal at the Shin residence? Shin-Yi's brow twitched. How could he refuse such a straightforward request? Despite being of similar age, he felt an inexplicable respect for the man. Of course. Satisfied with the response, Jean Mohan concluded, then let us set it for next Saturday. I want to intrude any longer today. Shun-Yi accompanied him to the door. Mr. Jean, travel safely. Watching the car depart, Shin-Yi promptly took out his phone to call their father. Dad, what does Mr. Jean look like? Do we have any pictures? I feel as though this might be a fabrication. Shin's father erupted in exasperation. You little rascal. Aren't you home yet? Only your sister is here. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed upon entering, Shin-Yi felt a headache coming on. Who serves tea with a beverage as a form of hospitality? I'm back now. He was wearing a mask. Shun's father finally relaxed. That makes sense. It's hard to mistake him. Mr. Jean was elusive, rarely seen without his mask. Very few knew what he truly looked like. The outside world didn't recognize him by his face but by his presence. And few dared impersonate him, given the immense power and wealth that lay behind him. Bo Xi Tong gazed out at the departing car, lost in thought. This man evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet she was certain she had never met him before. In the evening, the family gradually returned home after a long day. Mother Shin gently guided her daughter, who had just awakened, down the stairs to the sofa. As they indulged in fruit and watched television, she pondered, at this hour, where are your second and fourth brothers? Bo Xi Tong accepted the strawberry that Mother Shin offered. They might not return until tomorrow. The incessant chatter of their absence offers a certain tranquility. Mother Shin nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. Typically, these children return only on Sunday afternoons, though they have been home more frequently these past 2 weeks. Shin San settled onto the other side of the sofa, neither watching the television nor speaking, occasionally glancing at Bo Xi Tong. This feels so familiar, reminiscent of that woman in the racing scene, he remarked. Bo Xi Tong retorted. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Shin San replied, I must probe a little. What else with these two? Mother Shun interjected. What scheme is this rascal concocting? In this peculiar atmosphere, Shin San inquired, has my little sister not yet obtained her driver's license? Xi Tong smirked internally, perceiving this as a test of her capabilities. Mother Shin chimed in, your little sister hasn't yet taken the exam. Aren't you familiar with cars? Do take some time to teach her. Shun San raised an eyebrow, returning his gaze to Xi Tong as he replied to their mother, perhaps my little sister requires no instruction from me. If she truly embodies that woman, she would surpass me effortlessly. He had watched the video countless times, and if she hadn't hesitated at the outset, she could have easily outpaced him without resorting to a daring overtake. Her initial pause merely appeared as a casual adjustment of the monitor. Yet her eyes radiated an unwavering confidence. Contemplating this, he scrutinized Xi Tong's eyes, attempting to glean some insight, but he was met with disappointment. He discerned nothing. Xi Tong smiled innocently. How could that be? It would be my honor for Brother San to teach me, yet I fear I might frighten you. I can hardly distinguish between the accelerator and the brake. Mother Shin waved her hand dismissively. Oh, darling, fret not. Your brother is quite brave, unafraid of anything. Shin Sin quipped, you truly are a wonderful mother. He suggested, make use of elder brother's car for practice. He is wealthy and wouldn't he mind if a few cars were damaged. Just then, Shun Yi, who had descended from the study alongside Father Shin, remarked, confirmed, this is indeed my younger brother. Father Shin took his seat beside Mother Shin. I would rather not have this rascal teach our daughter. His temperament might frighten her. After a moment's thought, Mother Shin replied, that is a valid concern. Perhaps we should hire a professional instructor. Shun San widened his eyes in disbelief. Am I not professional enough? Mother Shin shot him a look, implying he should reflect on his own behavior. Ding dong. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Shin C's voice echoed from the doorway. Shun San leaned against the sofa, finding an outlet for his frustration as he felt the weight of his parents' scrutiny. Why ring the doorbell upon returning? Really, Professor? Please come this way. Thank you, thank you. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Shun Si shot back. You know it's late, and still insist on returning home? The others turned their gazes towards the entrance, where 3 elderly gentlemen entered behind Shin Si. A silent standoff ensued between those on the sofa and those at the doorway. Mom and Dad, this is our group as professor, my teacher, Shin Si introduced. Father and Mother Shin quickly extended their polite greetings. Good evening, professors. Please come in. Each of the esteemed professors was a notable figure, occasionally seen on television. And each carried a gift, reminiscent of a marriage proposal. Mother Shin boldly speculated, Professors, has Shin Si caused any trouble? Oh no, Mrs. Shin, you misunderstand. The 3 professors replied, scanning the Shin family as if searching for someone, exuding an air of intent. On the sofa, Shun Yi poured tea while Father Shin inquired, Professors, what brings you here? It was evident that their late-night visit must pertain to something significant. However, the 3 professors felt a bit sheepish, as their late visit was solely due to Shen C's late return. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to accompany him.
Professor Tan Shuklat.
It's nothing serious. We merely came to visit. Professor Zhuang nodded in agreement. Exactly, just a visit. Professor Yang blinked. We're not intruding, are we? Father Shin smiled politely. Not at all. We are grateful for your guidance of this rascal. We owe you a debt of gratitude. And I shall ensure my wife and I express our thanks in person, as you are all our son's esteemed mentors. Shun San observed the professors and then Shin Si, his eyes questioning. What is going on? Shin Si shrugged helplessly. He can't help it.
Xi Tong,
already discerning the situation, fixed her gaze on the television with a blank expression. After a brief conversation, Professor Tan suddenly turned his attention to Xi Tong. Are you Miss Shinwu? Before Father and Mother Shin could respond, Professor Zhuang chimed in. Miss Shinwu is truly a lovely girl. Such a beautiful child must be exceptionally bright. Professor Yang joined in with his compliments, leaving the Shin family in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Chapter 46. The professors make their move. Xi Tong remained expressionless, aware that their intentions were not entirely pure, thus she paid little heed to their extravagant praise. Father Shin and Mother Shin exchanged glances, both puzzled by the sudden enthusiasm of the 3 esteemed professors towards their daughter. Indeed, our child has been clever since a young age. When a parent's child is praised, who wouldn't he feel a sense of pride? Thus, Father Shin began to swell with pride. Shun San's lips twitched. The atmosphere felt overly contrived, and he could no longer endure it. Clever since childhood?
Who says?
What intelligent child hides beneath a tree during a thunderstorm? Mother Shin beamed, unable to contain her delight. Truly, they are professors. Their compliments resonate beautifully. Shun Yi glanced at Shin Si, suspecting that the professor's sudden visit was not merely a casual chat, yet their conversation focused entirely on the little sister. Professor Tan then broached the main topic. Little girl, would you be interested in joining our mathematics group for some fun? Professor Yang nodded enthusiastically. It's quite enjoyable there. With everything you could want. Professor Zhuang produced a handful of candies from his pocket and placed them on the coffee table before the young girl. I heard young ladies enjoy snacks, so I brought you some. The others exchanged glances. Shun San quipped, if it weren't for knowing these gentlemen were indeed professors, I might suspect they were here to abduct someone. Mother Shin looked between her daughter and the professors, pondering the unexpected opportunity. In their eyes, their daughter was the best and brightest, yet based on her usual academic performance, gaining entry to the mathematics group seemed a far-off dream. If she were to join, even a pig in that environment could become a genius, let alone with 3 professors guiding her. Father Shin politely declined. That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Professor Yang smiled broadly. It's not about appropriateness. As long as the little girl is willing, that's all that matters. Without hesitation, Xi Tong rejected the offer. No, I'm not interested. Father Shin, unsurprised, recognized that his daughter did not seem to possess lofty ambitions. He didn't require her to be exceptionally successful or intelligent. As long as she was happy and safe, they were content to raise a joyful little layabout. Mother Shin, taken aback. Couldn't he believe her daughter would turn down such a golden opportunity, one that could signify a promising future? This wasn't a place one could enter merely with wealth or power. Shin Yi was perplexed. He couldn't fathom why a world-class mathematics group would invite an ordinary individual to join. Moreover, 3 professors had come together at such an hour. Even his 4th brother had received his acceptance letter solely through online means, without such fanfare. Could it be that the little sister was indeed more intelligent than the 4th brother? Yet, she had never hinted at such brilliance over the past decade. The little girl had never displayed any particularly outstanding grades. Upon hearing the rejection, the 3 professors were left in a state of urgency. Dear girl, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Ponder it a little longer. You may set the terms as long as we can accommodate them. Are you aware of how exceptional our group is? Shin, this is no trivial matter. You must think it over carefully. Xi Tong sighed. I won't consider it. I have no desire to know, and I will not go. The others exclaimed, you truly are stubborn. Shin Sen rolled her eyes. How could she pass up such a splendid opportunity? What airs was she putting on? This was a rare chance, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Shun Si leaned against the sofa, appearing as though he had anticipated this. If his little sister were inclined to go, she would have done so already. She consistently rejected the notion. What's so amusing about the math group? I say you should come to our research institute. At that moment, everyone turned to see Shin Er entering, flanked by 2 elderly gentlemen. Mom and Dad, I'm back. These 2 are the dean and vice dean of our institute. Shin father and Shin mother wore perplexed expressions. What was happening tonight? Please have a seat. Shin Yi took it upon herself to brew 2 cups of tea and serve them. The 2 deans promptly squeezed onto the sofa beside Xi Tong. Child, do you remember us? We met last time. They continued, have you considered joining our research institute? We can offer you a permanent position without an internship. This gifted girl was the hope for the future of the institute, and they must not let her slip away. The other 3 teachers immediately bristled at this. How dare they poach right under their noses? What do you mean by this? We arrived first. The vice dean stroked his white beard. But Shun has already rejected you. Hasn't she? What more do you wish to pursue? The dean nodded. Indeed, a forced choice is seldom sweet. Shin father and Shin mother exchanged bewildered glances. Were they dreaming? 2 esteemed social elites were squabbling over their daughter in their home? Shin Yi cast a curious glance at Xi Tong. Her 2nd and 4th brothers were particularly fond of her company. Given their nature, they would not be so inexplicably attached to anyone. Shun San remarked. This world has turned surreal. Xi Tong, overwhelmed by the commotion, shot a glare at Shin Er and Shin Si, then calmly declared, I am not going anywhere. Ideally, I wouldn't even need to attend school. The 3 professors chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. Precisely. What's so great about the research institute? You should avoid it. The vice dean turned to them. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for being mute. He continued, at your age, why still prattle on when you've already spoken a lifetime's worth? Professor Yang, visibly irked, retorted, are you the only one allowed to speak? The dean continued his persuasion. Shun, you would fit in quite well at our institute. Name your salary and we shall accommodate. Xi Tong shook her head. I am not going. I do not require salary. She could earn effortlessly without toiling for it. Professor Zhuang shot an exasperated glance at the dean. Did you not just say a forced choice is seldom sweet? Why the lengthy discourse? The dean, already disheartened by the rejection, found himself even more vexed by the retort. I am willing. Your opinion is irrelevant. The vice dean added. Even if it is merely for aesthetics, sweetness is secondary. Everyone exclaimed, remarkable. As it appeared the 5 elderly gentlemen were about to bicker once more, Mother quickly intervened. Gentlemen, the child is still young and pursuing her studies. Let us discuss this after her graduation. Mother nodded. Indeed, it is far too early to engage in such discussions. Air's lips curled in a wry smile. When he was in her position, his parents had not spoken so gently. Si sighed, realizing he was evidently not their biological child. Having been taken away in high school while his parents had struck it lucky, with their little sister now in university, wasn't it a bit hypocritical to declare it too soon? The dean, ever shrewd, proposed, let us do this. Once Shin graduates, she shall join our institute. The professors were incensed. Why should she graduate and come to us? What merits do you possess that we lack? The living room erupted into chaos, each clamoring for Xi Tong's allegiance. Si gazed upon the scene with envy and admiration. His little sister was quite the catch. Esteemed professors from the academic realm were vying for her attention. San lamented, they are all blind. Each one of them is utterly deluded. Father and Mother were in disarray, feeling helpless and bewildered, caught in a state of confusion, not daring to offend the elderly. Their generation's quarrels left the younger ones mute. Chapter 47. Only children make choices. I want it all. Surrounded by the clamor, Xi Tong rubbed her ears. Please quiet down. The room fell silent at once. She turned toward the elderly gentleman. Enough. I am not going anywhere. The professors wore expressions of disappointment. This was a rare talent, and to miss out on her would be a significant loss. The dean and vice dean appeared momentarily dazed, contemplating the remarkable future their institute could have if such a brilliant mind were to join them. The professors were reluctant to concede. But this girl showed no inclination to reconsider. The wealthy dean pressed on, Shun, your second brother is also in the institute. You would have someone to look out for you. Professor Zhuang huffed, is that the best you can do? As if nobody else has relatives.
Child.
Your fourth brother is in our group, they chimed in. Everyone was astonished. They had always perceived the courteous and esteemed professors as cultured individuals, yet here they were, bickering childishly. Father glanced at his daughter, signaling her. Xi Tong sighed. For now, I shall not contemplate any employment offers. Mother smiled apologetically, remaining silent. Though this was a positive development, her daughter's wishes must be respected. Si, feeling exasperated, remarked, Professors, is my presence in the group not sufficient? While I would love for my sister to join, I do not wish to impose. The professors glared at him, who would willingly forego a genius. It was akin to refusing additional wealth. Air looked at the two deans. Are you convinced now? I told you she wouldn't agree, yet you refused to believe me. The deans attempted one last effort. Child, how about this? You can hold a position in our institute without the need for frequent attendance, merely occasional visits. The dean continued. You may name your salary. We will do our utmost to accommodate. Maintaining a talented individual on the payroll was trivial, especially one who could prove invaluable in critical moments. Xi Tong narrowed her eyes, considering the offer. It did sound appealing. The professors, noticing her hesitation, grew frantic. This could not be allowed. Our group is also an option. Please consider us. You may come and go as you please. Professor Zhuang nodded. Moreover, this is an academic issue. You merely need to engage your intellect to pen a few words. It is not burdensome. Professor Tan seized the opportunity to undermine, however, at the institute. You must engage in research, which is indeed troublesome. The two deans gasped in shock. What nonsense! Where is the need for hands-on work? The dean turned to Xi Tong, eager to clarify. You can merely send us a video. Just articulate your thoughts, and let the assistants handle the rest, without lifting a finger. Professor Yang interjected. Child, you can provide us with your ideas without any manual labor. The group was becoming desensitized to the absurdity of it all. San felt as though he had stepped into another realm, witnessing how everyone regarded this ordinary sister as a treasure. Xi Tong, hearing the professors continuing their incessant chatter, finally stated her terms. 1 million per question. Everyone blinked in astonishment. Could it be done this way? The dean immediately acquiesced, no problem. The professors, growing anxious, hastily raised their offer. 2 million for our group. The vice dean retorted, then 3 million for us. The professors deliberated for a moment before countering. 4 million. The two deans, their faces flushed with rage, declared, we shall offer 5 million. Shen Er and Shen Si were left dumbfounded, realizing they were on the brink of being overshadowed. No longer the center of attention, Mr. and Mrs. Shen promptly interjected. Wait. The child is still young. It is not appropriate at all. You all certainly do not appear to be jesting. The professors gazed eagerly at the girl. My dear, would you consider joining our team? The two deans regarded her with anticipation. Come to our department. Xi Tong retorted. Only children make choices. She desires both. Time is not an issue. I can manage both sides. Everyone gaped at her, astonished by her business acumen. Shun San remarked, greed is a serpent that swallows an elephant. Xi Tong continued to articulate her conditions. It need not be excessive. Considering the merits of my second and fourth brothers, I propose 2 million for each session of guidance. The 5 elderly gentlemen fell silent, hastily nodding. Very well, no objections. The deans chuckled. Then it is settled. With the contact details of the 5 elders exchanged, they hurriedly departed, as if fearing that Xi Tong might have a change of heart, leaving without even staying for dinner. Shen Er and Shen Si went to see off the leaders from their respective institutions. The other 4 on the sofa turned their gazes towards Xi Tong. Shen Mu pursed her lips, blinking in confusion. Darling, are you not going to explain? Shen Fu also wore a puzzled expression. What is going on with you, little 5? Can you truly guide them? He was concerned that if his daughter had agreed, what if she lacked the capability to follow through? Shin San's lips twitched. Are you really that clever? You certainly don't appear so. All you do is eat and sleep, showing no signs of an intelligent person. Shin Yi calmly sipped his tea. The brat from the Chung family had been persistently clinging to his sister lately, and Chung Si had even inquired about her. He was now certain that his sister was not as harmless or simple as she seemed. It was just that he had not anticipated that after all these years. She had hidden her abilities so well that no one had noticed a single clue. Xi Tong picked up an apple from the fruit platter and handed it to Shin Mu, leisurely explaining, Mom and Dad, rest assured, I am capable. Shun San remained skeptical. Just because you say you are capable, does that make it true? We were completely unaware before. Xi Tong smiled. I myself didn't know before. I had no opportunity to engage with these matters, and didn't realize it. Shawnee stared at her. Are you implying that it is only because of the second and fourth brothers that you have come to engage with these matters? To suddenly discern one's understanding without any foundation, what extraordinary talent is that? Even geniuses like the second and fourth brothers achieved their success through relentless effort and research. And they did not possess such skills from the start. They built their foundations gradually from childhood. This girl, without any groundwork, can simply understand it at a glance? Isn't that akin to someone who cannot read yet manages to write an excellent essay? This line of reasoning is riddled with flaws, and he finds it utterly unconvincing. Shunmu looked around, as if since the day her daughter was struck by lightning, she had become entirely different from before. Shin Fu and Shinmu shared a mutual understanding. Tomorrow, we shall take you to the hospital for another checkup, just to ensure there are no lingering ailments or adverse effects from the last incident. Shun San exclaimed enviously, being struck by lightning can yield such benefits. Let me be struck once as well. Shinmu shot him a glare. Not everyone possesses such good fortune. Some are struck dead outright. The probability of someone like our daughter only suffering superficial injuries and even gaining advantages is nearly 1 in 10 million. Chapter 48. The Old Residence of the Bo Family in Huagua. Shinmu gazed at her daughter with affection. If you like it, pursue it. If you do not, simply decline. We are not lacking in funds. Shin San huffed in reminder. She is nearly 20. According to Shin family rules, one must be self-reliant after turning 20. Shin Yi shot a glance at Shin San. As if you do not come to me for money regularly. You always say, brother, I am out of money. It makes him feel like a human ATM. Shun San quipped. The elder brother is a master of dismantling the platform. Shun Fu chuckled. The Shin family rules are about extracting the essence while discarding the dross. Our precious daughter need not adhere to those. Shun San widened his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, does Shun Wu have a special exception to the family rules? That is utterly unfair.
Xi Tong smiled faintly.
The familial atmosphere was delightful, bustling and cheerful, a scene she had never dared to envision before. After dinner, she returned to her room to prepare for sleep. Utterly exhausted from the day's events, she needed to catch up on rest, sleeping soundly until Monday. The driver's voice interrupted her slumber as she dozed in the front seat. "Miss, we have arrived at school." The girl lazily opened her eyes. Thank you, Uncle Chen." Upon her return to the dormitory, she was met with shocking news. Xiaoji looked at her with concern. "Tong Tong, the results for the sports meet registration have come out." Seeing the anxious expressions on the two girls, she already sensed the outcome. She stepped into the dormitory and quietly climbed onto her bed. "Please do not disturb me. I wish to be alone." In truth, she merely wished to sleep. Feeling somewhat drowsy from waking up early, Xiaoji and Su-won fell silent, occasionally glancing worriedly at the bundle on the bed. They assumed Xi Tong was feeling down, hence her melancholy demeanor. Xiaoji hesitated. "If you truly do not wish to participate, I can compete on your behalf. After all, the sports meet is not very strict, and substituting for a classmate is permissible." Su-won nodded. "I can do it too. Do not be upset, Tong Tong. I will compete for you."
Boitong, in a daze.
Mumbled him.
Compete in what?
Su-won. "Goodness, you are already half asleep." Xiaoji. Their concerns were quite unwarranted. Tong Tong was not bothered at all and slept soundly. In the first class of the afternoon, as expected, the instructor brought up the matter. "What events in our class still lack participants for the sports meet?" Su Chu examined the registration list. "There are no participants for the girls' long-distance running event, and we still need one more for the boys' high jump." The instructor's expression darkened. With so many students in the class, no one is signing up? Silence ensued. The instructor reached for the registration list and proceeded to make assignments. Li Wei will compete in the boys' high jump. Why is such a tall student not signing up for anything? He then glanced at the girls' list, noting Xi Tong, who was asleep at her desk. Shin will participate in the girls' long-distance running event, and Lin Yu will also join the long-distance running. Having said that, the instructor set down the list and began the lesson. Xiaoji and Su-won were frantic, while the person concerned continued to sleep soundly.
Su-won quy zeminde, tong teng.
"Are you asleep?" Fortunately, she had not completely succumbed to slumber. She was merely on the verge of dozing off. Xiaoji furrowed her brow. "Tong Tong, the instructor signed you up for long-distance running." Xi Tong lifted her head from her desk, her expression blank. "I am aware. Do not worry about me." She had always thought long-distance running was extensive, but upon seeing it was merely 800 meters, she wondered how that could be considered long-distance. For her, it was child's play. After class, the three gathered to head back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a girl called out to her Shin classmate, "Would you like to join me for a run on the track?" Both were forcibly signed up for long-distance running by the instructor. And with some time before the sports meet, practicing now could slightly enhance their skills. Xi Tong waved her hand. "No, I have more important matters to attend to."
Lin Yu nodded. "All right then."
On the way back, Su-won blinked. "Tong Tong, your more important matter is not returning to sleep, is it?"
Xia chuckled helplessly.
She somewhat understood Tong Tong's nature. It was indeed about sleeping. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. "Isn't sleeping a significant matter in life? Sleeping and eating are both crucial affairs." Su-won, that is a valid point, but your tone just now made it sound as if a national issue was at stake, leaving everyone quite astonished.
Huagua.
The old residence of the Bo family. Shili returned home, nonchalantly plopping down on the sofa. A sweet girl approached with a beaming smile. "Fourth brother, you're back. How was it in a country? Was everything smooth this time?" Shili gently ruffled his younger sister's fluffy head, saying, "Is everything all right? I didn't go out to play specifically, but next time, I'll take you with me." The girl beamed with joy, replying, "Sure. Thank you, brother." Observing his sister's radiant smile and recalling her earlier inquiries about whether it was fun and if everything went smoothly, Shili pondered that if not for that peculiar girl they encountered that day, the trip would have been exceedingly successful. "This is a gift for you. See if you like it." Instantly, the girl's smile brightened even more as she embraced the limited edition designer handbag. "I love it.
I'm absolutely thrilled."
This bag isn't even available in the country yet." Shili ascended the stairs, calling out, "Dad, I'm back." A middle-aged man, composed and steady, sat at the computer desk. Responding, "Have you found any news?" A woman seated by the sofa looked on eagerly. "Any updates on your biological sister?" Shili gazed into his mother's hopeful eyes and observed his father's slightly trembling fingers, sighing, "There is no news about my sister." In that moment, the study fell into a haunting silence, filled with disappointment. After losing their biological daughter, they had exhausted every means to search countless times, only to be met with despair. Their trip to country marked the third nation by Xi had scoured. His other three brothers were also tirelessly searching, not just locally but also internationally, spreading the word. Yet, despite the passage of years, it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, with no leads whatsoever. Xili's mother felt her eyes welling with tears. Ever since her daughter went missing, she had succumbed to depression. Although they had adopted another daughter, it could never replace her biological child. It merely offered a slight alleviation of her anguish. At the door's threshold, the girl's previously bright smile suddenly dimmed. After all these years, had they still not forgotten their long-lost daughter? Who could tell whether she was alive or dead? Even though they treated her like their own, they still could not let go of their true biological daughter. Wasn't having a dutiful and understanding daughter enough? Clenching her fists tightly, she eventually left with a gloomy expression. Inwardly cursing, I hope they never find her. Little did she know, by leaving early, she had missed a crucial piece of information. Chapter 49. A pair of eyes strikingly similar to her father's and eldest brother's. In the study, Xili's mother sobbed quietly, occasionally wiping her tears. Xili's father tenderly wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, offering comfort. Don't lose hope. We will surely find our daughter. Despite his own eyes brimming with tears, he continued to reassure his wife. Xili contemplated for a moment before adding, however, during my trip to country A, I encountered a girl. Instantly, the couple's gazes sharpened, fearful of missing any vital information. I met a girl whose eyes strikingly resemble my eldest brother's. When she is angry, her eyes exude a chilling intensity, and her aura is powerful and imposing, reminiscent of how my brother reprimands me. Xili's mother trembled as she asked, could it be our daughter? Over the years, they had seen countless girls who bore a resemblance to their daughter, whether in their eyes or noses. There was always some similarity. Yet after all this time, they had no true image of their daughter, only guesses based on their own appearances. She could have taken after her mother or her father. Xili's father, maintaining his composure, declared, regardless of whether it is her or not, we must investigate thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Xili nodded in agreement. All right. I've already sent someone to look into it. Xili's mother gazed expectantly, yet cautiously. Have there been any findings? Xili pursed his lips, ultimately shaking his head. Not at the moment. Their influence is substantial. Furthermore, the Bai family had little leverage in country A. A powerful dragon could not overpower a local snake. Xili's father narrowed his eyes in contemplation. I will send someone to investigate. What is the girl's name? Xili shook his head. I haven't been able to ascertain that. Xili's father remarked, how is this any different from searching for a needle in a haystack? If we can't find the real one, are we now to rely on the false? Yun Qing, feeling anxious, interjected, what if she is my daughter? Xili's father grasped his wife's hand. I will spare no effort to find our daughter. Xili's eyes were resolute. What might my sister be like? Will she be like Tuan Tuan, or will she resemble that cold-eyed girl? At this thought, he quickly shook his head. No. If given a choice, I pray that my sister's personality is sweet and endearing, and that she does not resemble that insufferable ice queen. Once Yun Qing left the study, the atmosphere between the father and son turned serious. Are you certain her eyes resemble my eldest brother's? Xili nodded. Her demeanor is strikingly similar. Even more imposing than my brother, who has spent years in the military. Xili's father gazed pensively out the window, his expression deep in thought. How could such a young girl possess such a commanding presence? His eldest son had been in the military for over a decade, earning the reputation of a ruthless officer. A reputation that had spread far and wide. Yet, that was a persona forged through years of experience and countless brushes with danger. Even many middle-aged men in the military could not exude such an aura, let alone an ordinary girl in society. Listening to his fourth son's description, he worried that the girl might harbor ulterior motives. Over the years, there had been numerous attempts to impersonate their daughter and infiltrate the Bai family. But this encounter was the only one that remained enigmatic. It was also possible that the Bai family had inadvertently orchestrated this encounter. Xili spoke up, Dad, should we continue the investigation? He too felt that something was amiss. Why would someone go to such lengths to enter the rest area just to ask for his name if they were not a fan? Xili's father tapped the corner of the desk with his fingertip. Yes, we must leave no possibility unchecked. If there is a threat, we will deal with it on the spot to prevent greater dangers in the future. If it turns out to be our daughter, it will be a joyous reunion. If she is an ordinary person, We will simply expend some resources and connections. Get the surveillance footage from the scene, he ordered. Shili opened his hands. There is nothing, we have no leads, making the investigation quite challenging. Arrange another concert in Country A, Shili's father suggested. We can only rely on luck. Shili replied. He just returned and wanted to rest for a few days. All right, came the response. In Country A, Xiaoji watched with wide eyes as Su-won devoured her meal with gusto. Tuan, why do you always eat so heartily? You never seem to be picky. Shili raised her head from her bowl amidst her busy schedule. Isn't your meal delicious? They had both ordered the same lunch, so there should be no difference. Yet she could even smell the delicious aroma wafting from Su-won's bowl. This girl is too picky, she thought to herself. In their previous environment, they would have been grateful for any food at all. Xiaoji sighed. Tuan, the sports meet is in 2 days. Aren't you going to practice on the field beforehand? Shili waved her hand dismissively. It's just running. As long as I have legs, there's no need to practice. I'm not a newborn baby. Laughter erupted around her at this remark. You really think highly of yourself, don't you?
Exactly.
Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. As long as you have feet, you think you can win? How arrogant. Su-won frowned, glaring at the others. What is so funny? Xiaoji also furrowed her brow. Can't you all run? A proud girl raised her chin defiantly. Who can't run? But is the sports meet just an ordinary run? If it were that simple, everyone would be a champion at the National Olympics. Shili quietly continued eating, recognizing that her physical abilities were indeed on a different level due to her upbringing. She had merely grown accustomed to a different way of speaking, which came off as arrogance in this context. What does it matter to you? The mockers were momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. Are you a long-distance runner or a sprinter? I'm looking forward to seeing how you come in last without any practice. Ha ha. Considering her audacious tone just now, perhaps she truly believes she can secure first place. However, that's highly improbable. Historically, the top spot has always been claimed by members of the athletics team. Su-won rolled her eyes. No need for your concern. The placement is inconsequential to us. Our focus lies in participation. TCH, is that all the ambition you have? After such bravado, I thought someone dared to be so arrogant. Oh, it turns out she merely seeks to participate. Ha ha ha. By that logic, I too have legs. Does that mean I can partake in the long-distance run? Participation is what matters, right? Ha ha ha. Su-won and Xiaoji were utterly exasperated with these meddlesome individuals. Why should it concern them whether others choose to run? Xi Tong chuckled lightly. What is so difficult about achieving first place? Just because you can doesn't mean others won't. Instantly, the laughter around them grew louder. Ha ha ha. Did everyone hear that? She still thinks she can win first. I've never seen anyone so delusional. You might be disappointed. My best friend is on the athletics team, and first place is guaranteed for her. Xi Tong replied with a disinterested "oh." Everyone else was taken aback. What does that "oh" mean? Is that all you have to say? Chapter 50. Forced to participate. Who doesn't go mad while working? Xi Tong, uninterested in engaging in their banter, elegantly wiped her mouth. Have you eaten enough? If so, it's time to return and rest. Su-won and Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Yes, let's go. We've had our fill of anger. Behind them, the incessant chatter of their peers continued, some derisive, others merely spectating, while a few mocked. Su-won stomped her foot in frustration. It's outrageous. What does it have to do with them? They just prattle on as if we're close. Xiaoji ruffled her fluffy hair. All right, don't be upset. Even Tong isn't angry. This mention only fueled her irritation. Tong, your temper is far too forgiving.
They spoke to you like that. Xia chakelad.
Covering her mouth. As long as they don't disturb Tong's sleep or take her food, she won't be bothered. Food and sleep are her only boundaries.
Suwan kunset, anzai.
I admire your composure.
Boss.
Wait for me. The three girls, chatting and laughing, were preparing to head back to their dormitory when they heard Su Chu's calling from a distance. The trio halted and turned. What's the matter? Xi Tong replied coolly. What is it? If there's nothing, don't waste her time. Su Chu jogged over, slightly out of breath. Boss, the sports meet is in 2 days. Would you like me to ask a friend to help you improve your skills? He's on the athletics team. Xiaoji and Su-won exchanged glances before looking at Xi Tong. She cast a dispassionate glance at Su Chu. No need. Are you looking for trouble? Do I appear so idle? The two girls were not surprised. Given their understanding of Tong, a refusal was to be expected. Su Chu was taken aback. Boss. I've been pleading with him for a long time. Xi Tong frowned in annoyance. What does it have to do with me? And what does it concern you? He is asking for help on his own accord. It's entirely his affair. Besides, what does my running have to do with him? Su Chu conceded. That makes sense. But he is just worried about you. Xi Tong scoffed. Mind your own business. We're not related. Not only does it not help him, but it could also cause me a heap of trouble. Su Chu slumped in defeat. All right, I understand, boss. The girl coldly turned away, while Su Wan and Xia Ji, unable to bear it, offered a few words of comfort to Su Chu. Xia Ji smiled gently. Don't take Tong Tong's tone to heart. She asks like this normally. Su Wan nodded. Tong Tong dislikes being dictated to. She knows her own mind, so there's no need for you to worry. Su Chu agreed. Okay, I understand. It was indeed my fault. I should have consulted the boss before acting. Su Wan patted his shoulder. Besides, you've already accepted her as boss. Do you not trust her? Su Chu straightened his back. Who says I don't trust her? Su Wan pouted. Then it's settled. If she doesn't you in first. She is not your boss? Su Chu frowned, disagreeing with this notion. Of course, she is my boss. 2 days swiftly passed, and on the morning of the event, everyone gathered on the field in preparation for the opening ceremony. Xi Tong languidly leaned against Yaji. Why so much chatter? Su Wan smiled. It's merely formalities. A mere formality. Every school has to adhere to this, even abroad. Xi Tong scoffed. She preferred the straightforwardness of another world, where sports meet would necessitate an opening ceremony filled with superfluous words. It's akin to some individuals here, who engage in fights, yet first need to roll up their sleeves. By the time you do that in another world, your opponent has already taken your head. Nearly an hour elapsed before the announcement of the official commencement reverberated. Su Wan and Xia Ji flanked Xi Tong. Let us head to the shot put, then to the jump rope, and finally to the long-distance run. Xia Ji expressed relief. Fortunately, our schedules align. Xi Tong surveyed the bustling crowd and the tranquil area around the sports equipment storage by the large tree. Xia. Wan, you go ahead. They both turned to her simultaneously. What about you, Tong Tong? Xi Tong pointed to the shade of the tree. I'll be sleeping. They both stared at her in disbelief. Xi Tong released their hands. Good luck. She then strode towards the tree, without looking back. Leaning against the tree, she took out the earplugs she had prepared beforehand and drifted off to sleep. Just as she was enjoying the warmth of the autumn sun, she was abruptly awakened by a shake. Xi Tong's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness, startling Xia Ji and Su Wan. Upon recognizing the intruder, she withdrew her icy gaze. Su Chu, sweating profusely from his run, approached. Boss, we've been waiting for you for ages. Why are you still asleep? The announcer called your name twice, and if you don't respond again, you'll be deemed to have forfeited. Xi Tong stretched lazily. Is it already my turn? Su Wan sighed. Tong, we've all finished our events. The girl sighed. I'm still not well rested. I can't seem to catch up on sleep. With a face full of grievance, Xi Tong set her lips in a thin line as she headed toward the track. Su Wan and Xia Ji followed closely behind, continually cheering her on. Look everyone isn't that just someone with legs? After all that boasting, she hasn't shown up. Could it be she's running away in fear? Ha ha ha. Let us see how she plans to claim first. The instructor frowned at her. What is going on? Don't you know there's a competition today? You've kept everyone waiting. Xi Tong cast a casual glance at him, remaining silent. Had he not registered her? She could have slept through the event without a care, yet he was now blaming her. The instructor was nearly driven mad by her attitude. Make sure to perform well. Understand? Don't drop the ball at a critical moment. Xi Tong dug into her ears, frowning. Shut up. The instructor was taken aback. What kind of attitude was this? How arrogant. How dare she speak to him like that? If it weren't for the imminent start of the race, he would have shown her what respect meant. Shun Wu, has she arrived? The girl lazily glanced at the judge. Yes. The judge, holding a microphone, looked at her and then stated, All right, lane 5. With everyone in place, they readied themselves. Xi Tong eyed the competitors clad in athletic gear, raising an eyebrow. From the athletics team? Coincidentally, the girl in question also met her gaze, her expression provocative, exuding confidence and pride, determined to secure first place. Xi Tong clicked her tongue, her eyes drifting nonchalantly ahead, calculating how to run without appearing overly extravagant. Too fast might attract attention, while too slow would be a waste of time. With a bang, the starting gun fired, and all 4 competitors dashed forward, while Xi Tong sauntered along. Was she insane? To create such a large gap right from the start, how could anyone keep up? Xi Tong's expression was one of utter frustration, forced to participate. How could one not go mad while working? Simply showing up was already a feat in itself. In the Shun Corporation's office building, a resounding noise erupted from the president's office. Chapter 51. The Heartbeats of Two Young Maidens. The secretary assistants outside, upon hearing the commotion, hastily rose to their feet. Knock. Knock. President Shen, may we enter? President Shen, what has happened? Do you require assistance? After several moments of silence, anxiety gripped them, prompting them to push the door open. What greeted their eyes was the usually godlike President Shen, now unconscious on the cold floor, with shards of a shattered coffee cup scattered nearby. President Shen, call an ambulance. Zhao Lei swiftly organized the situation. No, do not call an ambulance. Have the driver wait at the emergency exit. Every action of President Shen could potentially impact the company's development and data. His utmost concern was for the corporation. And it was imperative that the outside world remained oblivious to this incident. He quickly lifted Shun and dashed downstairs. As Zhao Lei was President Shun's most capable assistant, his presence was akin to half of President Shun himself. Therefore, his words commanded respect. And everyone began to bustle about in an orderly fashion. Upon receiving the phone call, Shun's father nearly fumbled his phone, hastily exiting the boardroom. Shun's mother, busy preparing for a fashion show, barely had time to give instructions on site before rushing out. Boss, where are you going? She calmly instructed her assistant, Xiao Tao. You handle things here. I have something of utmost importance to attend to. Xiao Tao instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Rest assured, boss, I will not let you down. The boss had always treated her well, and this fashion show was pivotal for their new venture. It could not afford to falter. Shun's mother's fingers trembled, as at this moment, her work paled in significance compared to family. The Shun family was not in want of money. Her entrepreneurial pursuits were merely a means to fill her time and imbue her life with purpose. Old Li, drive me to Jinhuang Hospital and make haste. Overcome with panic, she was incapable of driving herself. Upon hearing the mention of the hospital, the driver, Old Li, dared not delay. Noticing the urgency in Madame Shun's demeanor, he quickly surmised someone in the family must have been hospitalized. The last time he witnessed her so frantic was when Miss Shen had been struck by lightning and admitted to the hospital. He wondered who it was this time. Madam,
Please do not panic.
I will take you there immediately. Jinhuang Hospital is equipped with top-tier medical facilities and specialists. Nothing will go awry. The Shen family underwent regular health checkups every couple of months, and during the last examination, everyone had been in good health, barring any unexpected incidents. Shen Air had engaged in a closed experimental management process, and Shen Si was likely preparing for an Olympiad math competition, thus not answering his phone. However, Shen San promptly picked up the call, clearly already aware of the situation. Mom, do not worry too much. Big brother will be fine. Shen's mother's fingertips trembled, her eyes reddening. The Shen family had been experiencing turmoil lately, with either their daughter or son in distress. Third, you must go pick up your little sister from school. Shun San pursed his lips, anxious to visit his elder brother in the hospital. As for his little sister, he could easily send the driver to fetch her.
Besides,
What good would his presence do? Yet, he dared not contradict his mother, not wanting to add to her worry or anger at this time. So, he redirected the vehicle. All right, Mom, I am on my way. At the school playground, Xi Tong was running at a leisurely pace, eliciting exasperation from those around her, some even mocking her. Running so slowly, even if she conserved her energy, the gap later on would be insurmountable, wouldn't it? It's all about participation. She probably has already resigned herself to finishing last, haha. Xia Ji was frantic, as Xi Tong's phone had been incessantly ringing. First Shen I's call, then that of the Shen family's butler, and now a call from Shen San, presumably the third young master of the Shen family. What to do? A few calls from one person was manageable, but a barrage of calls from multiple individuals signified something significant was afoot. Su Wan stood on the podium, cheering for Xi Tong. Thus unaware of Xia Ji's anxiety, Su Chu had initially focused intently on the race, but was soon dismayed by the incessant music blaring in the background. Who is playing music at a time like this? And in segments, what does that even mean? Turning to Xia Ji, he noticed her distressed demeanor, as if she were clutching a hot potato. Xia, what's wrong? Why aren't you answering your phone? Xia Ji, flustered, replied, It's Xi Tong's phone. What should I do? Su Chu paused, glancing at the numerous missed calls, and impulsively took hold of Xiaji's hand, leading her toward the podium. In his moment of urgency, he acted without regard, and his carefree nature meant he overlooked the subtleties of the situation. Xiaji, typically sensitive, was momentarily stunned by his grip, her gaze fixed on his hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his wrist. This was her first close encounter with the boy. Even her father had never been so close. Since her mother's passing when she was 5, her father's remarriage, and the arrival of a younger sister had left her feeling utterly alone. In her time of confusion and disarray, Su Chu was like a beam of light, illuminating her somber world and warming her cold heart. Feelings arise without reason. They may develop over time or spark in an instant, perhaps triggered by a single event or gesture. It was only when Su Chu released her hand that she regained her senses, and at that moment, her phone began ringing once more. Looking over at Su Chu, she saw him now holding a microphone announcing, Shenwu, your mother is calling. 3 missed calls. Shenwu, during the long-distance race, your third brother is calling. 5 missed calls. Instantly, his voice resonated throughout the entire playground and even into the academic buildings, potentially echoing across the entire campus. Xiaji silently observed the young man standing tall on the platform, holding the microphone, his gaze serious and unwavering as he called out to the track. In that moment, she felt he was her guiding light, radiant and steadfast. Meanwhile, a girl nearby furrowed her brow, the voice sounding vaguely familiar. Her friend stifled a laugh. Isn't that the basketball team captain who has been pursuing you? What's his name again?
Oh hat, Su Chu.
Hien turned her gaze towards the podium, biting her lip, a small seed of interest taking root in her heart. Due to her family background, many had pursued her throughout her life, and with her decent looks, numerous boys had declared themselves her admirers. However, for various reasons, none had persisted. They often gave up because of her aloof demeanor, perceived superiority, or disdain for the less fortunate. In truth, she was not aloof or superior, nor did she look down on the less fortunate. Rather, her parents' affection had rendered her incapable of valuing the superficial affections of others. Growing up in an environment filled with love, she could easily discern the insincerity in others' affections, which were often driven by ulterior motives. Yet, Su Chu seemed to have quietly observed her from a distance, never intruding or remaining silent, always appearing at just the right moment. Over time, she had come to remember this one suitor who did not evoke her aversion. Watching the bold and youthful boy on stage, the clear and crisp sound of his voice resonating through the loudspeaker, coupled with the teasing encouragement from her friends, Hien felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. She shyly lowered her head, contemplating that if he were to confess, she might just grant him a chance. Chapter 52. The campus track stirs the crowd. On the track, Xi Tong paused momentarily, taken aback by Su Chu's announcement over the loudspeaker, her brows knitting slightly in concern. It is already abnormal for a mother to call herself 3 times, let alone the usually irritable Shin-san, who has patiently called her 5 times. Something must have happened. With this thought in mind, she ceased to deliberately control her speed and instead surged forward like a wild stallion. Just one final lap remained before reaching the finish line.
It was a race against time.
The spectators held their breaths, incredulously watching the swift figure racing down the track. Goodness, am I seeing things? Someone gasped. How does she still have the strength to sprint? This is impossible. Is she a beast? Where does she get such energy? Yet, others were fixated on a different point. Why wasn't she reported for short distance running with such speed at the start? Many were stunned into standing, instinctively drawn to the astonishing speed on the track. Is she even human? Look, her speed is extraordinary. In a mere 20 seconds, Xi Tong had already surpassed the second-place competitor. If not for the distractions in her mind, she could have gone even faster.
Goodness.
Is she about to overtake the first place from the sports team? This can't be real. I seriously suspect she's cheating. I refuse to believe anyone can run this fast. Others participating in different events seemed frozen in shock, halting their activities to observe the track. Before long, the edges of the track were teeming with onlookers. As Xi Tong dashed past like a gust of wind, the crowd on either side was left speechless. What a strong wind. So refreshing. The girl in first place glanced back, and with that fleeting moment, Xi Tong's figure whizzed by her ear, now positioned ahead of her. Everyone was dumbfounded, even their breaths becoming noticeably quieter, to the point that they nearly forgot to breathe. Suwon's mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit a whole egg.
Goodness.
Is this really the Tongtong I know? At the podium, Su Chu dared not blink, terrified of missing such a stunning spectacle. Xiaoji followed Bo Shidong's figure with wide eyes, his gaze struggling to keep up with her speed. Upon crossing the finish line, Bo Shidong made no effort to pause and headed straight for the podium, leaving the judges at the finish line momentarily speechless. Half a minute later, the second-place athlete crossed the finish line, and only then did everyone snap back to reality. What did I just see? Am I hallucinating? I need to go to the hospital. The judge, still in a daze, announced. First place, Shun Wu. Second place, Lin someone. While everyone was preparing to find the participants, Bo Shidong had already briskly reached the podium. Goodness, she's not even out of breath. Is she even human? What species is she? The first-place girl wore a stoic expression. The honor of first place was rightfully hers. She clenched her fists tightly. I refuse to accept this. How could she be this fast? I don't believe it. Her companions nodded in agreement. I seriously suspect she used performance-enhancing drugs. How else could a normal person achieve such speed? However, the seasoned sports team coach quietly remarked, based on research findings, even those who use performance enhancers do not reach her level of speed. Who could run like that without gasping for breath? Even walking briskly would cause a slight rise and fall in breath, yet this girl breathes normally, not even panting under the sun. Everyone was left speechless. The sports team girl widened her eyes in disbelief. Could she have doubled her use of performance enhancers? Is she reckless? The coach's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure, akin to winning the lottery. He was a professional, having retired from the national team to coach at the school. He could discern if someone used performance enhancers or cheated. Yet, such an extraordinary speed was too bizarre for him to be certain, though he remained exhilarated by the prospect. If it could be proven that this girl had not cheated, he could hardly fathom the fortune he had stumbled upon.
Bo Shidong apotek Su Chu.
With no time to acknowledge the dazed pair, and directly snatched the phone from Xiaoji's hand. As she turned to leave, she called out, waking the two from their stupor, I have an urgent matter at home. I must leave. Then she dashed off, leaving chaos in her wake. Some were busy searching for her, others marveling at her speed, while still others sought the original video footage. The school officials were equally frantic, with the principal urgently addressing the crowd. No student is to spread news of this incident. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. I repeat, do not disclose this matter. If it were discovered that a student had cheated by using performance enhancers, the school's good reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The use of performance enhancers was no longer a matter for the school to control. It could easily become a legal issue involving public security. Some leaders attempted to maintain order, while others were busily searching for Bo Shidong. Where is that student? Has anyone seen her? Hurry to the monitoring room. The other students murmured among themselves. Isn't it a bit excessive to make such a fuss over cheating at a school sports event? It's just a single activity. Does it really warrant cheating? Could she have run away, knowing the situation had been exposed? Please, where could she possibly go? This is no trivial matter. Meanwhile, the judges were equally exasperated. Having been caught off guard and failing to press the timer, now utterly clueless about the competitors' running times.
Su Wan Hu Di Den apotek Xiaoji and Su Chu. Asking.
What just happened? Xiaoji blinked, striving to calm his racing heart. Tong Tong had an urgent matter at home and left. Su Chu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Our leader is truly remarkable. He had not the slightest doubt about her. He had witnessed her vanish in mere seconds on multiple occasions. She relied solely on her strength, who would carry performance enhancers for no reason. Before long, several school officials found the three. As Bo Shidong rushed out of the school gates, she remained oblivious to the ensuing chaos. Shin San's expression was dark and icy, his eyes filled with intensity. What's going on? Why are you in such a rush? Why didn't you answer any of my calls? Under normal circumstances, Bo Shidong would have been furious, but given the urgency of the situation, she had no time to argue with Shin San. Flames of concern flickered in her eyes. What has happened? Shin San was equally pressed for time and couldn't he scold her. My brother is in the hospital.
Get in the car.
Instinctively, Bo Shidong slid into the driver's seat. Shin San, taken aback and irritated, couldn't he help but shout, What are you doing? I don't have time to teach you how to drive. Is this girl out of her mind? Bo Shidong suppressed her anger, extending her hand with an icy tone. The car keys. Shin San remained still, prompting Bo Shidong to coldly exit the car, snatch the keys, and haul him into the passenger seat by the collar. As the vehicle started, Shin San remained in a state of bewilderment.
Who am I?
Where am I? How does she have the strength to lift me? Did she dare to lift him? Was she losing her mind? Just then, the car's acceleration jolted him back to reality. He gazed out at the fleeting buildings, then turned to see the composed Xi Tong at the wheel, his mouth agape in astonishment at her speed. In a remarkable feat, the half-hour journey was condensed to just 10 minutes, and had there been fewer cars on the road, they could have arrived in 5. Xi Tong executed a perfect drift, parking the car precisely in a space, causing Shun San to sway with emotion. It wasn't until she exited the vehicle that he fully processed what had just occurred. The girl's voice was cold. Hurry up. Shun San felt a mix of joy and urgency. The car god he sought was closer than he had realized, yet there was no time to ponder that now. His brother was in the hospital, and the situation was uncertain. The two individuals hurriedly raced towards the hospital, and despite Shun San's advantage of long legs, he could no longer catch a glimpse of the girl's figure.
Goodness.
Is she a dog? How can she run so fast? Is she even human? Xi Tong arrived at the door of the operating room, where Shun's father, with reddened eyes, was comforting Shun's mother, who was also valiantly holding back her tears. Dad, Mom. The couple turned to face their children, and momentarily, their inner strength crumbled, revealing their most vulnerable sides in front of family. Tears streamed down Shun's mother's cheeks as she lamented, Dr. Xiao Wu cannot determine the cause. Xi Tong calmly directed her gaze towards Shun's father. Dad. What is the current situation? Shun's father, slightly more composed than Shun's mother, yet still choked with emotion, replied, Your elder brother suddenly fainted in the office. And he has yet to regain consciousness. Shun San, panting after his run, felt his legs weaken upon hearing his father's words. His usually invincible elder brother had collapsed. Xi Tong furrowed her brow as she looked towards the operating room. If the cause cannot be determined, what is the purpose of entering the emergency room? An immediate silence enveloped the group. Soon, the door to the emergency room swung open, and a tall woman with a serious expression emerged. Xi Tong found her somewhat familiar, but could not place a resemblance. The woman's eyes were slightly red, and Shun's parents fixed their gaze upon her intently. Dr. Su. My son. Suya's eyes reddened further as she shook her head. The cause still cannot be determined. Upon hearing this, Shun's mother nearly lost her balance. Supported only by Shun's father, who was not much better off. Shun San's voice trembled. There were no issues found in the full-body examination? Suya furrowed her brow and nodded. There are no problems at all. This was a situation their hospital had never encountered. Nor had it been seen in the entire medical field. Shun San clenched his fists tightly by his sides. Aren't you the top hospital in country, eh? Aren't you renowned professors and experts? How can you not comprehend this? The doctors and experts who followed her out fell into silence. Indeed, this was their first encounter with such an anomalous situation. All bodily functions appeared normal, so why had the individual fainted? Suya turned to Shun's parents. Mr. Shun has regained consciousness, but we cannot be certain how long he will remain awake. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and everyone looked up to see a man in a black suit wearing a mask, exuding a powerful and cold aura. Shun's father maintained his composure. Mr. Jean. What brings you here? Jean Mohan nodded slightly, speaking politely and respectfully. Uncle Shun, just call me Mohan. Such familiarity was astonishing. Who would dare address a figure like Jean Mohan so casually? Shun's father hesitated but eventually said, Xiao Han, why have you come? We likely don't have time for business matters right now. Jean Mohan did not respond to Shun's father's words, but instead glanced at Xi Tong before instructing the doctors and experts, find the world's most renowned specialists. Bring anyone of prominence in the medical field. I will generously reward anyone who can treat Mr. Shun's ailment. The doctors and experts nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Jean. Shun's parents were bewildered. Why were the doctors showing such deference to Mr. Jean? It was rumored that the hospital's behind-the-scenes owner was someone who even the king of country A did not fear. Jean Mohan gently supported Shun's mother's hand. Auntie, do not worry, Shun Xiong will surely recover. Shun's father and mother were taken aback. What kind of person was he? How could he personally assist someone? How could he lower himself to address their eldest son as a brother? They were self-aware enough to know that the Shun family's business was merely a trivial matter to Jean Mohan. Jean Mohan awkwardly assisted Shun's mother. As this was the first time he had helped someone. He had never served anyone before, but considering this was his future mother-in-law, he had to make a good impression. Especially at such a critical moment. It was the easiest time to leave a good impression. After all, Shin Yi would be his brother-in-law in the future. And he could not afford to be careless. Xi Tong furrowed her brow, wondering what he was up to with such eagerness. What did he mean by this? Was he trying to woo her with his attention? Truly, he was a charming devil. Jean Mohan assisted Shin's mother as they walked towards the hospital room. Shin Xiong has already been moved to the ward. I will help you see him. Shin's mother and father, still in a daze, followed Jean Mohan towards the ward. Shun-san, too anxious to ponder further, quickly followed, caring for nothing but his elder brother's condition. Jean Mohan turned back to glance at the young girl still standing in place, reminding her, Miss Shinwoo, do keep up, don't get lost. Xi Tong followed with cold eyes, curious about his intentions. She had initially wanted to keep her distance, but unexpectedly, he approached her willingly. The bodyguards accompanying Jean Mohan trailed behind Xi Tong after she moved. Inside the ward, Shun's mother gazed sorrowfully at her son, who lay weakly on the hospital bed, her eyes nearly swollen from crying. Shunny sighed, Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Please don't cry. Shun's mother glared, Don't you dare deceive me. Shun's father, deeply worried, furrowed his brows tightly. What on earth is going on? How could you suddenly faint like this? Shin-san stepped forward to inquire, Elder brother, do you feel unwell anywhere? Shinny shook his head, I feel fine. I just feel utterly drained and lack energy. Shun's mother, distressed and unsure of what to do, lamented. How could this happen all of a sudden? They all fell silent, pondering solutions. Xi Tong's calm voice resonated throughout the ward. This isn't sudden. There must have been signs leading up to this. Everyone turned to look at her. Jean Mohan regarded the serious yet alluring girl with keen interest. She was even more enigmatic than he had anticipated. Chapter 54. The Superstitious and Unlucky Elder Brother. The members of the Shin family exchanged glances between Xi Tong and the ailing Shin Yi. The girl's expression was grave and resolute, while Shin Yi's gaze darted evasively. In an instant they understood. Shun's mother scolded angrily. Why didn't you mention such symptoms earlier? Shun's father sighed. You should have said something sooner, so we could have investigated. Now, what are we to do in this sudden predicament? Shin Yi pursed his lips, finally resigned. I have come in for examinations several times, since no issues were found. I thought it was nothing serious. He himself had not anticipated it would escalate to such a grave situation. Seeing her son's pale and fragile complexion, devoid of color, her heart ached too much to scold him. Meanwhile, Shin-san glared at Xi Tong, accusingly demanding, You knew all along. Why didn't you say something sooner? What were you plotting? Did you want something to happen to my elder brother? Shin's mother quickly reprimanded Shin-san. How can you speak to your sister like that? Shin's father also sternly said, Third, apologize to your sister. However, Shin-san stubbornly held her head high, her eyes brimming with rage and disdain as she glared at Xi Tong. Indeed, she was the white-eyed wolf adopted by their parents. Had the Shin family ever mistreated her? Jean Mohan cast a cold glance at Shin-san, grateful that the Shin family had not allowed this fool into their company. Shin's father sighed, Xiao Han. I apologize for the trouble. Xi Tong paid no heed to Shin-san's fury or accusations. She turned to Jean Mohan, Mr. Jean. It might not be appropriate for you to stay for our family matters. Shin's mother frowned, Xiao Wu. If he could indeed remedy their son's condition, Mr. Jean would be their savior, and he could certainly find help faster than they could. Jean Mohan rose from his seat, the corners of his thin lips curving upwards slightly as he smiled and said, Then I shall not intrude further. I will do my utmost to find someone. With that, he exited the ward, not forgetting to instruct the bodyguards at the door, keep a close watch inside, report immediately if anything changes. Yes, sir. Xi Tong, with keen ears, overheard everything happening outside the door. Was the situation inside referring to her elder brother's condition, or something else? What was the true meaning behind this mysterious man? Was he an ally or an adversary? Shin Yi curiously asked, Little sister, how do you know about my situation? Xi Tong's lips quivered slightly, casting a helpless glance at him. Why hasn't that artificial tree in your car been discarded yet? If it had been thrown away, we wouldn't be facing these issues. Shin Fu and Shin Mu were left bewildered, while Shin San struggled to comprehend the cryptic exchange between them. Shin Yi, however, was taken aback, wondering why the conversation had shifted back to the faux tree in his car. Just how much did his sister detest that artificial tree? It was hardly an eyesore in her presence. Shin Fu, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? Shin Mu glanced between her daughter and son, questioning, What artificial tree? How does this relate to our daughter's knowledge of her brother's condition? Xi Tong decided to be straightforward, realizing that her elder brother would stubbornly resist clarity if left to his own devices. The artificial money tree in your car is problematic. It drains one's vitality. The group was left speechless. Shun Sen scoffed. Have you been watching too many fantasy dramas? Your mind seems to be muddled. A tree draining vitality? Shin Yi also chuckled. Sister, you're being overly suspicious. Shin Fu and Shin Mu shared a laugh, believing their daughter was merely trying to lighten the mood. Little did they know. Biao Shitong's expression remained grave. I'm not joking. That tree indeed has issues. Only then did Shin Mu realize her daughter's seriousness as she turned to her son, asking, What artificial tree? Why do you have a fake tree in your car? Shan Yi replied with a gentle smile. Mom, it's not what you think. That money tree in my car was something I specifically requested from a master at a temple during my last business trip to Huagua. I happened to be near a temple and overheard people discussing its reputed efficacy, so I invested a considerable sum to acquire it. Biao Shitong was left speechless, her lips twitching in disbelief. It was fortunate he hadn't encountered a con artist, or the Shin family's fortune would have been completely depleted. That Taoist likely took money for services rendered, so he wanted not just Shin Yi's money, but his very life. Shin Yi turned to Biao Shitong. How do you know this? At that moment, he felt a shift in the atmosphere, questioning why his sister had taken an immediate disliking to the money tree. He had never mentioned his visit to the temple, nor had anyone in the family been aware of it, particularly not his sister, who had always kept her distance from him. Yet, upon seeing the tree for the first time, she had been instantly repulsed by it. Among the many items in his car, she chose to focus solely on the money tree. Biao Shitong sat down, her gaze steady as she addressed Shin Yi. You believe this money tree can protect your finances and bring you good fortune. Shin Yi blinked and nodded. That's what the master claimed. Biao Shitong let out a cold laugh. Would you believe him if he claimed you were reincarnated as a pig? Shin Fu and Shin Mu exchanged glances, astonished by their once obedient and charming daughter. Shun San remarked, This time, I'm siding with my sister. I've never believed in that superstitious nonsense. I lean more towards scientifically supported explanations. Who would have thought that the typically composed elder brother secretly subscribes to such deceptions? Shan Yi, too, was taken aback that his timid sister would dare to chastise him. Pressing his lips together, he responded to her inquiry with his usual grace, attempting to clarify the confusion in their parents' eyes. To believe or not to believe is a choice. Better to believe in something than dismiss it entirely. The group remained silent. Biao Shitong sighed in exasperation, realizing the depths of her brother's folly. This artificial money tree not only siphons your financial luck, but in time, it will drain all your good fortune, and when it becomes unsatisfied with those offerings, it will extract your very vitality. Shin Yi was left in shock. Biao Shitong continued with a sardonic smile. Hasn't the presence of that fake money tree resulted in a series of unfortunate events, including the loss of numerous contracts? Observing Shin Yi deep in thought, she elaborated. Given the immense scale of Shin Enterprises, losing a few minor contracts might seem trivial. Yet you assume that the business cannot possibly run smoothly all the time. Shin Yi nodded in agreement. It was indeed a valid observation. Who could guarantee uninterrupted success in business? Loss and gain were part of the game. Biao Shitong pressed a hand to her forehead. However, when you secure smaller contracts, you attribute your fortune to that artificial money tree. Now, if you reflect carefully, don't you realize that what you have lost outweighs what you've gained? Shun San interjected. Isn't that akin to picking up small change while losing something of greater value? Shin Fu added. He has been saying that the company has been on a downward trajectory for the past 6 months, believing that his outdated management style is no longer viable. He was almost ready to retire and hand the company over to the younger son. After listening to the girl's thorough analysis, everyone found themselves swayed. Biao Shitong continued. You've also been tripping often while walking, and numerous misfortunes have befallen you. You seem to lack motivation, and often feel sleepy. With each point she made, Shin Yi reflected back, realizing she was right on every count. Initially, he had dismissed these as minor inconveniences, but now, hearing his sister's insights, he recognized that he was experiencing far more misfortune than usual. Shinmu could no longer contain her frustration. The more she listened, the more foolish her son appeared. She turned to her daughter. What should we do now? Our son has already fainted, and the hospital cannot determine the cause. If we don't find a solution soon, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 55. In the life and death moment. You wish to sleep? Silence ensued. Biao Shitong bit her lip, unsure of what to do. She hadn't taken the old man's ramblings seriously at the time. Shun San, exasperated, threw up his hands. You've presented a well-structured argument, but what is the solution? Shun Fu looked at his agitated son. Why don't you sit down? This is already chaotic enough without you adding to it. Shin Mu felt a sense of despair. But at least they had identified the cause, which was a step toward a remedy. Let us not panic. We should immediately head to Huagua to seek the best Taoist for guidance. Shin Yi pursed his lips, uncertain whether to speak up. Shin Fu glanced at his eldest son, hesitating before asking, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" However, in the next moment, Shan Yi spat blood, shocking everyone present.
Son.
Shin Mu rushed to provide him with tissues. Shin Fu hurriedly moved to the window, frantically dialing a number. He still had some connections in Huagua. Shen San was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Biao Xi Tong observed Shun Yi's increasingly pale complexion, noting that the blood he coughed up was a deep crimson, even showing signs of darkening. Time was of the essence. By the time they found someone in Huagua who could resolve the situation, it might be too late for her brother. Everyone turned to Biao Xi Tong, their eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Shin Er and Shin Si, both breathless and with tear-streaked faces, indicating they were already aware of their elder brother's condition. Shin Si cried out, "Big brother, how are you holding up? You must hang in there." Shin Er sat beside Shin Mu, his heart sinking further as he gazed at his brother's pallid face. Biao Shitong clenched her fists. She had never experienced such a heavy atmosphere before. In the past, death had seemed commonplace to her, merely a matter of closing one's eyes. Yet now, she felt an unbearable gnawing sensation in her heart, as if countless ants were feasting upon her insides. She was beginning to understand the warmth of family and the depth of their bonds. If her brother were to perish, she could not even fathom the profound sorrow that would engulf the Shin family. Time was slipping away. Her brother was barely breathing. Shin San, with reddened eyes, shouted, "Even if time is short, we must find help." Shin Mu was in tears, while Shin Fu trembled as he clutched his phone, having reached out to everyone he could think of, but they all responded that it would take some time to locate the right person. Yet, with his son's condition deteriorating, how much time could they afford to wait? The Shin brothers fell into a heavy silence, each one a titan in their respective fields, yet for the first time, they felt utterly powerless. Biao Shitong stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on her mother's shoulder. "Mom and Dad, I will find a way. Please stop crying. Big brother will be worried and upset to see you like this." Shinmu looked up at her daughter, her eyes swollen and filled with despair. Bai Shitong stood frozen, her resolve crystallizing in that moment. She was determined to save her elder brother at all costs. The remnants of her heart, still encased in ice, shattered completely. Deep within, she had come to regard the Shin family as her own, considering them all as her kin. When Shun's mother spoke, her voice was barely a whisper, rough and trembling. What could be done? The entire room had placed their last glimmer of hope in her, for none had ever encountered such an enigmatic situation and were utterly at a loss about where to begin. In the eyes of the others, Bai Shitong, with her unwavering gaze, had become their sole beacon of hope. Even if the odds were merely 1 in 1,000, it was still preferable to standing idly by while her brother faced death. Bai Shitong was ready to give it a try, and thus she declared, "I shall take a brief rest." Previously, that bothersome old man would often invade her dreams, rambling on about various nonsensical matters, but since her arrival in this realm, he had not once appeared in her slumber. Shen's father and mother looked on in astonishment. What? A brief rest? Had their ears deceived them? Shin Er and Shin Si were struck dumb. How could her sleeping at such a moment possibly relate to her brother's plight? Shun San roared in fury. "Are you out of your mind? Get out of here, with your nonsense. Lives are at stake, and you're still thinking about sleep? Your ungrateful brother is in dire straits, and you have the audacity to desire rest?" Bai Shitong's countenance turned icy at the reprimand, her tone equally frigid. "If you possess a conscience, why are you unable to save our brother? Standing here, you two can only wait helplessly, can't you? Do you think merely having red-rimmed eyes equates to having a conscience?" With each word, Shun San's eyes grew more inflamed with frustration. He was indeed a worthless bystander, utterly incapable of providing any assistance. Shun's mother observed the quarrel between the siblings, her head pounding with stress. Shun's father frowned. "Shun San, rein in your temper. This predicament isn't Shun Wu's doing." Shun Er and Shen Si exchanged disapproving glances with Shun San. "Third brother, don't take your anger out on our little sister. We are all equally powerless in this situation. Who is better off?" Though Bai Shitong was infuriated, she bore no hatred. She understood Shin San's feelings and was somewhat familiar with his volatile temperament. However, that did not justify his outburst. In the past, anyone who dared raise their voice at her would have faced dire consequences. She too had once possessed a fiery temper. Yet, since arriving in this new world, her surroundings had improved. allowing her to gradually temper her fierce disposition. Unable to act physically, she resorted to verbal jabs. Observing Shun San's pallid face, Xi Tong felt a measure of solace within herself. Brother, trust me. Just let me rest for half an hour, and I will surely save you. Shun Yi, half awake, struggled to keep his eyes open, fearing that closing them would render him unable to awaken again. Upon hearing his sister's words, he forced a reassuring smile. Sister, don't burden yourself with pressure. I'll wait for you. Xi Tong placed a comforting hand on Shun's mother's shoulder. Mother, trust me. I will explain everything afterwards. She then approached the small bed beside her and lay down, shutting her eyes. Shun's father gently patted the still sobbing Shun's mother, whispering words of comfort. Dear, please do not cry. Knowing their daughter was preparing to sleep, they dared not make a sound that might disrupt her, prompting Shun's mother to cover her mouth. In the hospital room, silence reigned. Despite the absurdity of the situation, everyone chose to believe in her. For her steadfast and confident gaze instilled an inexplicable sense of trust and security. This was a mere 19-year-old girl, yet from her, one could perceive an air of composure and poise, a resilience that radiated strength.
Meanwhile,
the bodyguard stationed at the window relayed the developments to Jean Mohan at the hospital's board office. Suya, positioned outside, was so anxious that she could scarcely remain standing, her hands and feet cold with dread, repeatedly praying for Shun Yi's swift recovery. Chapter 56. In merely 2 seconds, she mastered the symbol he had taken 2 years to learn. Before succumbing to sleep, Xi Tong concentrated her mental energy, repeatedly reminding herself that she must not fall into a deep slumber. Heaven knows how tempting sleep was for her. The struggle to sleep without succumbing to unconsciousness was truly torturous. 5 minutes passed, and in her drowsiness, she indeed found herself in the desired realm. Before her lay a shroud of mist, obscuring all vision. She couldn't even discern her own position, as if she were trapped in a watery mirror or enveloped in clouds. Yet, the location was of little consequence. What mattered was that she had arrived at the place she had once dreaded visiting. Old man, are you there? She called out, having taken the initiative to seek him out for the first time, as he had typically been the one pestering her. She harbored serious doubts about whether the old man was deliberately playing hard to get, yet she could no longer afford to be impatient. Heavenly Master, I have come to seek your guidance. In the past, I was ignorant. I trust you can overlook my transgressions. By the end, her teeth were clenched in frustration, while the old man behind the white mist smiled knowingly. This girl was indeed the chosen one he had recognized, adaptable and resilient. He had long proclaimed, 10 years east of the river, 10 years west. Today, you may disregard me, but in the future, you shall find me beyond your reach. The young girl who had once dismissed him was now beginning to grasp his significance. Xi Tong felt a pang of anxiety. She was unaware of her brother's current state. Old man, are you there? Please don't tell me you've hidden away, because you cannot resolve the matter. The old man immediately bristled at her remark. Appearing before her in a flash, his expression a mix of pride and indignation. Nonsense. There is nothing in this world that I cannot resolve. Xi Tong stifled a laugh, realizing that such a simple provocation had drawn him out. This old man was not only eccentric, but also rather childish. However, with a request in mind, she dared not display her amusement. Old man, you are aware of the happenings around me, correct? The old man's lips twitched as he processed her tone and demeanor, quickly realizing he had been outsmarted by this young girl. Just moments ago, she had referred to him as grandfather, and now he was being addressed as old man. He stroked his beard, embodying an enigmatic presence. Xi Tong sighed, Old grandfather, I kindly request your guidance. The old man finally smiled in satisfaction. I am willing to assist you, but you must agree to become my disciple. Xi Tong thought to herself. How do I feel like I'm the one at a disadvantage, who wishes to be this eccentric old man's pupil? What if his eccentricities are contagious? The old man's eyes narrowed. Your brother cannot wait any longer. You must make a decision quickly. His implication was clear. If she refused to agree, he would not offer his assistance. Xi Tong regarded the old man calmly, though her heart was a tempest of frustration. After several seconds, she casually crossed her arms, adopting a demeanor as though she were in no hurry. Old man, you should be aware of the reason I traversed to this realm, yes? Or perhaps it was orchestrated by your hand. The moment those words left her mouth, the old man's gaze faltered. Nonsense. Do not wrongfully accuse a good person. Allowing you to traverse here is a boon. Thus I am a good person. Xi Tong narrowed her eyes, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Oh, is that so? Then why do you stammer? What are you feeling guilty about? The old man, caught off guard, straightened his posture. I am not guilty. Do you still wish to know how to treat your brother? Xi Tong shrugged nonchalantly. It's not as if he is my biological brother. If he can be treated, then treat him. If not, then so be it. After all, it's just a life. I've seen plenty of death before. The old man was momentarily speechless. He had thought that this girl, having spent so much time in this world and with this family, would have developed an emotional attachment. Yet she remained as cold-hearted as when they first met. Xi Tong felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back. She was gambling, hoping he would relent first. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not intrude any further. Farewell. As she slowly turned around, the sound of the old man's amused voice came from behind her.
All right.
Stop pretending with me. After living for countless years, how could I not see through the little tricks of a young girl? At first, you really did a convincing job. You think I'm gaining anything from taking you as my disciple? It's merely a title. I don't come looking for you often. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. Really? I don't want to do any work at all. The old man sighed. Why would I deceive a little girl? The one I'm tricking is you. Xi Tong dared not continue to linger with him. Time waits for no one. Fine. But I have a request. You cannot command me to do things at will. I'll decide based on my mood. The old man's mouth twitched. Who is the master here, after all? But as long as you agree, the rest is inconsequential.
Deal.
After you wake up, burn that fake money tree. Xi Tong frowned slightly. Is it really that simple? Had I known it was so easy, why would I have bothered to become your disciple? The old man shot her an exasperated glance.
Impossible.
Don't think I can't see what you're thinking. Once you're on the pirate ship, do you think you can just jump off? No way. I will teach you to draw a burning talisman. It must be burned with a talisman to be effective. Xi Tong nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and teach me. Don't waste a moment. The old man raised his left hand and waved it in the air, a golden thread of light forming several large characters as he moved his fingers, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant fire. Did you remember? Give it a try. Xi Tong had a sharp memory. She memorized the talisman he drew in one go. The old man continued. This talisman is considered a mid-level one. I should have taught you from the basics, but since you're in a hurry to save someone, let us start with this. Xi Tong lifted her hand and began to draw in the air according to the image imprinted in her mind. Soon, an ugly talisman hung suspended in midair. The old man was so furious he almost cursed. He had just wanted to comfort her, saying that failing once could lead to more attempts. However, upon seeing the grotesque characters that resembled a child's scrawl, he nearly lost his composure. As it was truly an eyesore. Deservedly so, you failed. After living for so many years, this was the first time he had seen such an atrocious talisman. It truly broadened his horizons. He suddenly felt that his persistent decision to take her as a disciple was a mistake. If it weren't for her innate spiritual power, making her a suitable chosen one, he would have given up. Just as he was about to sigh, the talisman in the air suddenly ignited, flames burning brighter than the ones he had just drawn. The old man exclaimed, "What a sight! Truly a chosen one. I was right about you. Even when I first learned this talisman, it took me 2 full years, and I had a foundation in drawing talismans. How is it possible that you, without any prior knowledge, learned a talisman I took 2 years to master in merely 2 seconds? Where is the justice in this?" Originally, he had planned for her to practice a few times before taking her drawn talisman to save someone. Chapter 57. Curing illness in 10 seconds, immediate results. Xi Tong, however, stood there in a daze, returning to her senses after a few seconds to look at the old man. Is it really that simple? In fact, while drawing, she felt a strange power surging through her, an energy that left her feeling inexplicably refreshed and relaxed. The old man replied, "Thank you for the irritation. I'm both excited and jealous." To maintain my dignity, I cleared my throat a few times, stroking my white beard with an air of calm accustomed to grand occasions. It is indeed that simple. I'll concede you have some insight. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to claim you as my disciple in public. Xi Tong thought to herself that he shouldn't think she didn't notice the look of astonishment and shock on his face. Well then, goodbye. Don't bother me too often. With that, she closed her eyes, and just as the old man was about to say something, the young girl vanished before him. In the hospital room, Xi Tong suddenly opened her eyes. Everyone was anxiously watching her. She had become the sole hope for her family. Shun-san, sweating from anxiety, exclaimed, "You finally woke up. I thought you had fallen asleep. I was so worried. Now we can only hope for a miracle. Shunmu stared anxiously at her daughter. Sweetheart,
How are you?
Xi Tong quickly rolled out of bed, wasting not a second. Where's my brother Racecar? Shun Fu pointed to the gift table in the hospital room. It's over there. When their daughter mentioned the issue with the fake money tree, he swiftly called someone to bring the culprit up. However, the closer the fake money tree was to his son, the paler his son's complexion became. So they placed the fake money tree in the farthest corner of the room. Xi Tong nodded. Her father was indeed quick on the uptake. Had she waited to search for the tree herself, it would have wasted even more time. Shun Er's gaze was fixed intently on his sister. You know how to save Big Brother, right? His words were laced with tension, fearing that their efforts would be in vain. Xi Tong didn't he want to prolong their worries and nodded, offering a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, Big Brother will be saved. Upon hearing this, the family felt a slight relief, though their concerns still lingered. Xi Tong approached the fake money tree, which was indeed surrounded by a dense black mist.
Siya mo furolet herbrais.
What should we do? What materials do we need? She recalled seeing on television that masters required materials for their rituals. Xi Tong smirked. Just burn it. Upon hearing this, Shun Sand immediately rushed forward, with a lighter. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry. Xi Tong swiftly blocked Shin San, feeling a bit helpless. Sometimes she felt that Shin San was quite similar to herself. Shun San, flustered, protested. Why are you stopping me? Big Brother can't wait much longer. Shin Fu pulled the chaotic Shin San aside. You need to stand aside. Feeling aggrieved, yet understanding he was of no help, Shun San relented. Xi Tong sighed. Don't rush. I'll cure him in 10 seconds, and it will take effect immediately. Then, under everyone's gaze, she raised her hand and began drawing in the air, though this time there was no golden light. Everyone was puzzled. What is she doing? What gestures are these? Is this how the fake money tree will catch fire? Who is she fooling? Is this reliable? Has she been watching too many charlatans? The others looked equally bewildered. Is this really going to work? Are you sure it will ignite? 10 seconds later, the fake money tree erupted into a blazing inferno. Everyone was astonished. Shin San gasped, Wow, it really works. Shun Er, utterly shocked, who had always believed in science and studied it, could hardly believe the unbelievable scene before him. Shinsi exclaimed, Could it be that my sister is a celestial being? Why does she always seem to have an advantage? Is this something an ordinary person can achieve? Shinmu cried out, Our precious daughter is truly remarkable.
Shen fu remarked.
The daughter who appeared the most ordinary in the family is actually the hidden powerhouse.
Look.
The flames have turned blue-black. Shun San shouted. And everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They had never witnessed such an eerie color of flames. Although the fire was bright, the fake money tree showed no signs of being burned away. Shenmu anxiously wiped her brow, watching the fake money tree.
Xi Tong petit Shen mus shomboder. Mom, trust me.
Cough, cough, cough. On the bed, Shani started to cough, and upon hearing the noise, everyone hurriedly gathered around. How is Big Brother? Big Brother is awake. Shun-Yi looked helplessly at Shun-San. I wasn't asleep. I just closed my eyes because I lacked the strength. Shun-San was at a loss for words, excitedly slapping his own mouth. I spoke incorrectly. As Shun-Fu watched his son's complexion gradually return to normal, he felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the fake money tree also began to burn away. 1 minute later, the fake money tree was entirely consumed by the flames. And Shun-Yi's complexion had returned to normal, though he still appeared weak. Shenmu cried tears of joy. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Shen Er also smiled brightly.
It's great that Big Brother is fine. Shin-Si gazed at his sister with starry eyes, arms crossed against the headboard. Little sister, you are truly incredible. This is amazing. Upon hearing Shin-Si's praises, everyone turned their gaze towards Xi Tong. Shen's mother, holding her daughter's hand, shed tears. My dear, thank you. She had always believed that good deeds would be rewarded. The reason she adopted her daughter was her benevolence. She could not bear to see a pitiful little girl lying in the cold on the roadside. She nurtured the young girl as her own, never asking for anything in return, only wishing for her lifelong happiness and safety. Little did she expect that her daughter would save her eldest son's life. What else could this be but fate and karmic retribution? Shun's father, with a stern expression, thought that now that his eldest son had recovered, it was time to settle accounts with that fraudster. Shen Er, filled with curiosity, asked, Little sister, how did you know to do this? Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. I had a dream after taking a nap. The crowd was taken aback, incredulous yet unable to refute her claim. Having witnessed the girls sleeping just moments earlier, Shun-yi, supported by Shin's father, sat up and looked gratefully at Bo Shitong. "Thank you, little sister." Bo Shitong sighed. "Next time, you should listen to advice. Heed the counsel, and you'll never go hungry." Had he listened to her and discarded that fake money tree earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Shin-yi felt a twinge of shame. His little sister had warned him multiple times, yet he had dismissed her advice, leading to this predicament. He resolved to heed her counsel in the future. Shun's father, frustrated, gave his eldest son a light slap on the back of the head, though he tempered his strength. "You rascal! Why have you suddenly taken an interest in these matters when you've always dismissed them?" Shun's mother, feeling a deep pang of heartache, could not understand why her husband would strike their son just as he recovered from his illness. She shot him a glare. "Why are you hitting our son?" Shun's father, caught off guard by his wife's glare, sheepishly withdrew his hand, transforming from a fierce figure into a timid quail in an instant. The atmosphere in the hospital room was warm and relaxed. Meanwhile, in a Taoist temple in Huagua, a Taoist priest who had been meditating and refining elixirs suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, he opened his eyes, filled with darkness and malice. Who has broken my formidable curse?" The employer had paid him nearly 9 figures for this task, which he took to heart, expending almost half of his spiritual energy to cast the curse, ensuring its success. Moreover, the target of the curse was an individual from Country A, a place where Westerners typically dismissed the supernatural beliefs of Huagua. Thus, he was confident that this person would never connect their circumstances to a curse. Chapter 58. The professor's request for apprenticeship is met with rejection. Different fields are like different mountains. Shun-san approached Bo Shitong, fidgeting. I misjudged you earlier and I apologize for my poor attitude." Everyone was astonished, as they never expected to witness Shun-san apologizing. He was usually the epitome of pride, unwilling to concede even when he knew he was wrong, which could be infuriating. Yet here he was, willingly apologizing to his little sister. Shin-yi's recovery had lifted everyone's spirits, and they turned their attention to this unusual interaction. Bo Shitong remained calm and indifferent. "Oh." Shin-san, puzzled by her reaction, stammered. "Is that all?" Before he could finish, Bo Shitong interrupted. "If you truly feel remorse and wish to apologize, then a transfer of funds would be more sincere." Shun-san's lips twitched. He was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings.
Shin are mocked. This feels familiar.
Shin-si added. "Indeed, she is still the little sister I know." Shun's father, relishing the drama, exclaimed, "I concur." Shun's mother nodded. An apology indeed requires sincerity. Shin-san found himself in a predicament. He had thought that by apologizing, his little sister would forgive him, but the situation had escalated. However, he was quick to adapt and promptly pulled out his phone to transfer money to Bo Shitong. "I apologize, little sister. I'll be sure to control my temper next time." Upon seeing the numerous zeros in the transfer, Bo Shitong's expression softened. Perhaps her temper was a beneficial trait after all. Laughter erupted among the group as Shun's father cleared his throat. "Since our eldest is recovered, let us head home." Shun-san busily gathered Shin-yi's belongings, while Shun-er and Shin-si supported the still somewhat weak Shin-yi. Bo Shitong leisurely followed her parents, reminding Shin-yi, "Eldest brother, make sure to recuperate well at home." Shin-yi nodded. Of course. One must heed the words of their sister. As they approached the door to the hospital room, everyone froze in their tracks. The entrance was crowded with people, preventing the Shun family from exiting. Jean Mohan, with a broad smile, remarked, "Shun, has your illness been cured? Congratulations. I just found the most formidable expert professor to assist, but it seems he won't be needed now." Shun-yi smiled in response. "Thank you, Mr. Jean." He dared not presume a brotherly relationship with someone as enigmatic and formidable as Jean Mohan. Shin-'s father also smiled. "Thank you, Mohan. Do come over for dinner next time." Jean Mohan, glancing at the little girl behind Shin's mother, nodded with a smile. "Then I shall take my leave. I've arranged to join Shin for dinner this weekend." Bo Shitong rolled her eyes. "Does your family lack food?" Ridiculous. Though she felt no malice from him, his presence was unsettling, and it was unfortunate that he was so handsome, making it hard to avoid him. She had intended to keep her distance from this dangerous figure, yet he persisted in drawing closer. Jean Mohan, having successfully made his presence known, smiled as he took his leave, fearing that lingering longer might disrupt the family's moment and leave a negative impression. However, a group of oblivious experts and professors obstructed the exit, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Mr. Shun, may I inquire how you managed to cure such a peculiar ailment? They asked, astonished. This is truly extraordinary. Not only was the illness strange, but the cure was equally bizarre. In less than half an hour, such a severe condition was resolved. Listening to the doctor's descriptions, Mr. Shun, who had appeared pale and near death, had suddenly recovered within such a short time frame. For a condition as severe as his, even knowing the cause would typically require hours of surgical intervention, yet it had been treated in under an hour and without any surgical instruments. If they could understand this unknown ailment, it would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements in the medical field. Shuni sighed. I'm not certain what this ailment is. In fact, it can hardly be classified as an illness. The crowd was taken aback, puzzled. What do you mean it's not an illness? How was it cured? How did you diagnose it? They had reviewed all of Mr. Shun's medical reports and found no issues, yet how could he have collapsed so suddenly? Even to the point of vomiting blood? The professors grew anxious, fearing that Shun-Yi was reluctant to share, and quickly offered, I can pay a high price for the rights to this knowledge. Shun-sen scoffed. Do you think my family lacks money? Xi Tong interjected. We do lack money. I could certainly use more. Who would ever complain about having too much? However, in this instance, they wouldn't earn anything, as it hardly qualified as an ailment. The experts remained undeterred, asking Shun-Yi, may I inquire who is responsible for your recovery? In the room, only the Shin family was present. None were known to be involved in the medical field. Shun-Yi instinctively glanced at his sister Xi Tong, and everyone else followed suit, their attention turning to the seemingly inconspicuous girl. Though they were curious, action overtook thought. Master, I humbly bow to you, as your disciple. One person initiated, and soon, everyone clamored to kneel and pay their respects, disregarding everything else. Regardless of her youthful appearance, one should never judge a book by its cover. Who dictated that youth equated to lack of achievement? The younger generation was always pushing the older generation forward. Shun's parents were taken aback as these professors, many of whom were well into their 50s, sought to bow to their children, almost robbing them of their lifespan. Such an honor, such an honor. And these are esteemed veterans of the medical community, who would not greet them with utmost respect. Everyone, please rise. This is truly unnecessary. The brothers of the Shin family hastily stepped aside, joining their parents in assisting others. Xi Tong felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, exasperatedly pressing her forehead. It was only her first day as an apprentice, and already so many were seeking to take her as their mentor? One elderly gentleman was already bothersome enough. Did she really need several more? It was enough to drive one mad. Thus, she coldly declined, I do not accept disciples. The professors and experts, who had just been helped to their feet, wore expressions of disappointment. Why not? We shall certainly follow your guidance. They were already renowned figures in the medical field. For them to seek her tutelage was indeed a matter of great prestige. Yet this young girl had the audacity to refuse. Xi Tong wished to inform them that she had no desire to engage with the old man, who was incessantly chatty and bothersome. However, out of politeness, she patiently explained, different fields are like different mountains. This path is not suited for you, and you would likely find it exceedingly difficult to learn. They remained puzzled. What do you mean by different fields being like different mountains? To prevent further entanglement, Xi Tong felt compelled to elaborate. This is a curse, unrelated to medicine. The assembly of experts expressed their disbelief. Do you expect us to take that seriously? It is utterly absurd. Meanwhile, leaders from the school were hastening to the Shin family residence. Chapter 59. Did you blow up the school? Su Wan and Xia Ji sat obediently in the back seat, feeling a mix of nervousness, worry, and fear. This was their first time sharing a vehicle with school leaders. What important matter had transpired involving Tong Tong? Her silence was maddening. The school was in an uproar due to the sports meet, with over half the personnel speculating that Tong Tong had resorted to drugs to achieve victory, prompting her to flee. At the hospital's entrance, Xi Tong gazed impassively at the crowd blocking the way, feeling somewhat agitated. Shin father, too, felt helpless. He had witnessed such grand spectacles before. The last time, when the Research Institute's mathematics group came to his home to recruit, he found it quite shocking. Yet now he was witnessing something even more astounding. In stark contrast, his daughter exhibited an air of calm that seemed far beyond what one would expect from a 19-year-old girl. She was remarkably composed. The experts and professors wished to inquire further, but Xi Tong rubbed her ears, unable to tolerate even the slightest chatter. I beg your pardon, but you are blocking the way. Kindly step aside. She was exerting considerable effort to restrain her temper and maintain courtesy. Shin father sighed in resignation. This matter is rather lengthy to explain, but it is certainly unrelated to medical practice. You may have misunderstood. Despite their skepticism, the facts were evident. Young lady, do visit the hospital when you have the time. Xi Tong replied, if I could, I would prefer never to return. Shin, young lady, have you considered studying medicine? You seem quite promising. Miss Shin, why not learn the art of medicine under my guidance? Shin mother glanced at her daughter, sensing her overwhelming busyness. Xi Tong waved her hand dismissively, no thoughts, no interest. Thank you. Please step aside. Otherwise, she might just kick one of them out of sheer frustration. After multiple refusals, the crowd finally could not continue their persuasion and gradually dispersed, watching the tantalizing figure of the young girl retreat into the distance. Even as they reached the hospital parking lot, a throng of admirers still followed. Shin father felt immense pressure under the gaze of so many illustrious figures. Xi Tong turned around. Please, do not follow me. Return to your own homes. Shin heir assisted Shin E into the car and then took his place in the driver's seat, while Shin father and Shin mother also climbed into Shin heir's vehicle. Shin San and Shin Si remained behind, exchanging wide-eyed glances with Xi Tong. Shin mother rolled down the window. You all should take another car. Xi Tong felt the weight of two eager gazes beside her, feeling somewhat exasperated. Shin San led the group to his vehicle, which was plastered with parking tickets. It dawned on him that he had run numerous red lights and sped excessively during their journey. Moreover, his little sister happened to be the very driving prodigy he sought. What a surprise! He hurriedly removed the tickets from the car, offering his keys with alacrity. Sister, how about you drive? Let me experience your driving prowess once more. I wouldn't mind the tickets. Before Shin Si had a chance to speak, Xi Tong languidly interjected, I do not possess a driver's license. Nor do I know how to drive. I cannot distinguish between the accelerator and the brake. Shin San replied, I believe you are jesting. Shin Si nodded, brother, you drive. Little sister must be quite exhausted now. She should only be thinking about sleeping. In the end, Shin San was unable to fulfill his wish, as he had too many thoughts occupying his mind during the journey, leaving him no time to consider his sister's driving skills. Now, returning home, the opportunity had slipped away. Soon, the two cars approached the Shin family villa, where they noticed two unfamiliar vehicles parked outside. Shin father and Shin mother disembarked, followed by Xi Tong and the others. Shin father frowned. Who could that be? Shin Sin shrugged. I am unfamiliar. Shin E squinted. Doesn't that resemble the president of your university? I've seen him a few times since I invested in your school, and even donated a building. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to Xi Tong, who wore a look of utter bewilderment. Was it merely skipping school? The sports meet didn't require classes. Did it warrant such a fuss? Shin San blinked. Did you cause some trouble at school? Shin mother chuckled. Do you believe everyone is like you in your youth, always causing mischief? Shin San fell silent, unable to refute as his mother held all the cards on his past. Just then, the car doors swung open, and 5 or 6 individuals along with 2 young girls emerged from the 2 vehicles. Su Wan and Xia Ji spotted Xi Tong, their hearts relieved.
Tong Tong.
Xi Tong frowned. What is the matter? Why are you here? Is school on break? The Shin family members were perplexed. Who was this Shin Wu they referred to as Tong Tong? They were unaware that she had given herself a nickname. Hello, uncles and aunts. Greetings, brothers. Upon seeing the adorable and well-mannered young girls, Shin mother couldn't help but soften her demeanor. Oh, come in and sit. Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin, Mr. Shin, greetings. The school leaders politely acknowledged them. Shin father nodded. Please, everyone step inside. The group then proceeded to the living room, where the butler and servants busied themselves preparing tea and fruit. Summer and Su Wan sat on either side of Xi Tong, whispering and exchanging knowing glances to express what they wished to convey. Tong Tong, you have no idea how the school is talking about you. It's infuriating. Tong Tong, have you resolved your major issue? Summer recalled how frantic Tong Tong had been earlier. Xi Tong nodded. It's all right now, do not worry. Wan, you need not concern yourself with their words. Shin father and Shin mother exchanged glances before cautiously inquiring, Teachers, has something happened involving our daughter at school? The leaders nodded. Indeed, a significant incident has transpired. Shin father and Shin mother were taken aback. What? Shin heir blurted out, did you blow up the school? He distinctly remembered the little girl saying something about wanting to blow up the research institute.
Chen Yi slept Shin heir.
Astonished that his younger brother had become as reckless as the youngest, Shin father glared. What nonsense are you speaking? Shin mother chimed in. Can't you wish for your sister's well-being? Shin heir, feeling aggrieved, pouted, silently thinking that it was because they did not truly know her. Su Wan and Xiaji stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Tongtong's brother was quite entertaining. What a loving family. The school leaders were taken aback, realizing that such top-tier talents in private were quite different from their public personas. To be honest, they were reluctant to believe Shunwu had cheated, as each member of the Shun family was a genius, excelling in their respective fields with extraordinary talents. It is entirely reasonable for Shunwu to possess extraordinary talents. In an environment filled with geniuses, how could she possibly be mediocre? Chapter 60. Unleashing the Astonishing Mode. However, it is essential for them to be more precise, as this is the essence of Shunwu's abilities, which also serves to silence any gossip. They can rest assured in allowing the young lady to join the school team. Thus, for the next several minutes, the school officials elaborated on the events of the sports day, even expressing concern that the audience might doubt the veracity of the events, prompting them to display recordings from the school's surveillance cameras. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, save for the exasperated sighs of Xi Tong, who thought to herself that it was all over, her cover was blown. Had she known this would happen, she would not have hurried to resolve matters swiftly. She should have simply left without a second thought for the competition. The outcome of fleeing mid-competition was akin to the gradual shedding of her disguise. What if her parents began to suspect her? With this thought, she lowered her gaze, feeling as though her current happiness was stolen. The affection of Shun's father and mother rightfully belonged to the original owner, while she felt like an imposter. Once the narration concluded, the living room fell into a silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Shun's father and mother stared incredulously at the tablet displaying the footage, while Shun's brothers gaped at the downcast Xi Tong. Was this truly the sister they knew? Shun's parents had no doubts about Xi Tong's identity, believing instead that this was the result of a divine stroke of luck. The entire Shun family was devoid of any suspicion regarding Xi Tong's integrity, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and pride. However, upon witnessing the Shun family shock, the school officials began to feel uneasy. They had assumed the Shuns were aware of Shunwu's talents, but it appeared they were in the dark. Did this imply that Shunwu had, to a significant extent, cheated? Otherwise, the chairman and Mrs. Shun, who had watched Shunwu grow up, would surely have known better. In an instant, everyone harbored their own speculations and conjectures. The coach who had accompanied them was resolute in his belief. He was willing to trust that Shunwu had not cheated. Thus, he interjected to break the silence. A blood test was necessary to investigate. Should there be any use of performance-enhancing drugs, it would be detectable in her blood. Shun's father and mother were displeased, questioning the implication of such an assertion. Why assume their daughter had cheated? What evidence did they possess? Shun Sen also protested vehemently. On what grounds do you demand a blood test? Do you have any proof of my sister's wrongdoing? Remarkably, Shun Yi and Shun Er refrained from interrupting their younger brother, and Shun Si wholeheartedly supported his stance. The coach, bewildered, responded, "How else can we ascertain that Shunwu truly relies on her talent?" The school officials maintained their composure. A test will reveal the truth regarding any cheating. Xi Tong furrowed her brows. I did not cheat. Is there even a need for such measures? Do they truly believe that a mere handful of students could rival those desperate mercenaries? Even when pursued by those merciless assassins, she had never resorted to special substances to escape. If she could handle them, she would confront them directly, and if not, retreat would be the prudent choice. The coach nodded. Indeed, I believe you did not cheat, which is why we must conduct a blood test to confirm your innocence. Otherwise, relying solely on their beliefs is insufficient to convince others. Xi Tong lounged on the sofa, lazily swinging her legs, her gaze icy and proud. The blood test was acceptable. Shun Er speculated on what her sister would say next. The blood test was fine, but surely there would be conditions tied to it. The coach inquired with curiosity. What conditions might those be? Xi Tong fixed her determined gaze on the coach. If it proves I did not cheat, the school must not require me to join the team in any capacity. The coach, after all, he had finally encountered a treasure of a player. How could this be permissible? The school officials exchanged glances, realizing the implications of her words. It dawned on the Shun family members why the officials appeared somewhat peculiar. Their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. It was evident they had no suspicions about the young lady's integrity, yet were insistent on the blood test to affirm it. Logically, they should have been concerned that the young lady's potential wrongdoing might tarnish the school's reputation, and thus, it would be prudent to keep such matters under wraps. Hence, they had never truly suspected her. Shin-yi glanced at his sister, who appeared unfazed, pondering when it had become increasingly difficult to discern her true nature. He even felt that her experiences surpassed those of everyone present, including their father, who thrived amidst the complexities of the marketplace. Despite being nearly 19 years old, and having spent those years dutifully between the Shun household and school, where had she acquired such depth of experience and poise? Did some individuals inherently possess such charisma? Su-won and Xia-ji felt a surge of pride. Tong-tong had performed magnificently. Although they were studying abroad in country A, they had not forgotten their roots in Hua country, harboring deep patriotic sentiments. Should Tong-tong join the school team, with her capabilities and the coach's aspirations, she would undoubtedly participate in the International Olympic Games, thus presenting Hua country with a formidable contender. However, if Tong-tong agreed, they would not dwell on it. If Hua country triumphed, they would feel proud of their nation. If Tong-tong succeeded, they would take pride in their dear friend. Xi Tong sipped her orange juice. So, what do you say? Shall we proceed with the blood test? The school officials' expressions darkened, yet they dared not confront the Shin family, opting instead for a subtle display of authority. If you truly cheated, this would constitute a legal offense, and the police or relevant authorities would also conduct a blood test. Xi Tong smirked. Then I shall comply, but this incident is bound to make headlines. Any mention of illegality, regardless of the truth, would jeopardize the school's reputation. And I would ultimately decline your invitation. Shin heir, my sister's logic is formidable. She faces the school officials without a hint of trepidation, even daring to threaten them. Xi Tong smiled, kindly explaining, since the outcome remains unchanged, why not eliminate unnecessary procedures? The school officials and coach were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing to formulate a response, yet the young lady's unwillingness left them with no recourse. In the end, they could only turn to Shin's father and mother for assistance. Chairman Shin and Mrs. Shin, perhaps you could offer some encouragement? What parent wouldn't wish to see their child flourish? However, before the thought could be fully articulated, Shin's father interjected, I never compel my daughter to do what she does not wish. Mrs. Shin concurred. As parents, we cannot guarantee our child's lifelong financial security. Thus, we only wish for her happiness, health, and safety. Moreover, their daughter had already declined countless opportunities for advancement if she truly desired success. Agreeing to any of these offers would not be a significant compromise. Ultimately, their appeals fell on deaf ears, and they hastily proceeded with the blood test and its subsequent analysis. Su-won and Xia-ji had never witnessed such a scene before and were utterly in awe. Shin-san, with curious eyes, asked, Little sister, when did you activate this astonishing mode? Each instance seems more impressive than the last, leaving everyone in astonishment. In an office high above the city, a masked man watched the video of the girl, lost in contemplation, his interest deepening with each passing moment. Chapter 61. Eliminating her biological parents? Shin's father and mother observed their daughter in silence, while Xi Tong felt the sweat bead in her palms. Had her parents discovered her secret? Were they about to question her? Just as her mind raced with anxiety, Mrs. Shin inquired with curiosity, Darling, why do your classmates call you Tong-tong? Su-won and Xia-ji were equally bewildered. Did Aunt Shin not know? They had assumed Tong-tong was a term of endearment from Shinwoo. Xi Tong sighed with relief and smiled genuinely, realizing that worrying was futile. Things would naturally unfold as they should. When the day came that her parents discovered the truth, she would reveal everything, and if they remained oblivious, so much the better. Her conscience was not so pristine. I find those two characters quite pleasant. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The brothers of the Shin family were left speechless. Could one truly assign oneself a nickname? After some contemplation, Father Shin conceded. Surprisingly, it was indeed quite charming. Only Mother Shin refrained from joining in the laughter. Her mind was preoccupied with other matters, casting furtive glances at her daughter. Xi Tong was aware of her mother's scrutiny. Yet she could not fathom her mother's thoughts and dared not meet her gaze. Su-won and Xia-ji shared no such concerns. They simply found the name pleasing. And it was indeed a task that Xi Tong could accomplish. We must return to school now. Xi Tong, will you accompany us? They inquired. Given that the sports meet was ongoing, Xi Tong's departure mid-event would be tantamount to truancy, and both the homeroom teacher and the counselor would undoubtedly seek a word with her. Shun Air retrieved the car keys, stating, I shall drive you to school. Shun-san, unwilling to be outdone, seized another set of keys. Brother, aren't you busy with your research? I will take our little sister to school. Shin-si cast a peculiar glance at his third brother. Have you lost your mind? He was, after all, the most irked by their little sister, and now he seemed to have transformed, eagerly volunteering to escort her. It was already bothersome enough to have second brother competing for their sister's attention. The addition of the notoriously bothersome third brother would only exacerbate the situation. Shen Sen clicked his tongue, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Si. Can you not speak? Shen Si rolled his eyes. Knowing how he feels about our little sister, there's no way he'd let the annoying third brother take her. As anticipated, Xi Tong stood up. No need, the driver will take me. She then bid farewell to father and mother Shen, taking the hands of Su Wan and Xia Ji as they made their way towards the door. At this moment, Father Shen regarded his eldest son with a serious expression. Next time, refrain from placing such faith in these superstitions. Do you recall the appearance of that fraud? Where is he located? The brothers Shen understood that their father was preparing to settle a score. Shunny nodded. I remember. But I am uncertain if that fraud is indeed the Taoist from that temple. Since he is a fraud, he may not even be affiliated with the temple. Mother Shen patted her eldest son's shoulder. Regardless of whether he is, we should at least try to locate him. After a brief conversation, Shen Er and Shen Si returned to their work. Shen San sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, staring blankly at the television screen, lost in thought.
Shen Yi,
adhering to his sister's advice, retreated to his room to rest. Mother Shen followed Father Shen to the study, where he appeared puzzled, while she bore a look of concern. Particularly as she rarely entered his office, the couple's home offices were separate. Assuming his wife was worried about their eldest son, he comforted her. Dear, do not fret. Our eldest is fine now. Mother Shen pursed her lips and then lifted her gaze to her husband. I am not worried about our son. I am reluctant to part with our daughter. Father Shen paused, perplexed, yet still sought to soothe her emotions. Isn't our daughter doing well? She will return this weekend. Mother Shen sighed. She has chosen the name Tong Tong for herself. Father Shen remained oblivious. Do you find it unappealing? The child is grown. As parents, we should loosen our grip. A child of her age need not be monitored so closely. Mother Shen, vexed, pinched Father Shen's arm. Am I to worry over such trivial matters? Is she distressed by her name? Oh, dear, let go. Father Shen feigned a dramatic cry, attempting to amuse his wife. Mother Shen's irritation gave way to laughter, and she relaxed her grip. I am concerned that Tong Tong may seek out her biological parents. The couple had found the child abandoned by the roadside in Country A, leaving them unaware of her biological parents' identities or their reasons for abandoning her. Father Shen, prompted by his wife's remark, began to grasp the significance. It was unlikely the girl would choose a nickname without reason. Had she perhaps located her biological parents? Did she now know who she truly was? As tears welled in Mother Shen's eyes, she lamented. Do you think our daughter would still feel close to me? Her adoptive mother, if she were taken away by her biological parents? She had raised the girl as her own for over a decade, believing they would live happily together as a family forever. If her biological parents were to return, how would their daughter choose? She could not bear the thought of losing her. Father Shen sighed. This is an inevitability. After all, they are her biological parents. But this girl is not ungrateful. How could she forget over 10 years of affection? Their daughter was a kind-hearted, sensible child with a strong sense of filial piety, even if she found her biological parents. She could never abandon her adoptive family. It would simply mean an addition to her family. Moreover, their daughter would eventually marry. It was impossible for her to remain by their side forever. Mother Shen, indignant, retorted, No. I want to be the only mother to our daughter. I am jealous. What if her biological parents treat her poorly? I cannot bear to see our precious jewel, raised with such care, become someone else's burden. Father Shen, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Sometimes, he truly could not comprehend women. Why should a mother feel jealousy? They were not rivals in love. Should I then seek out her biological parents and eliminate them? He jested. Mother Shen smacked him. What nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly absurd. Father Shen, with a shrug, replied. Then what should be done? You wish to be our daughter's sole mother, yet you do not wish for harm to come to them. In truth, he was merely teasing her. In a society governed by law, how could he genuinely harm anyone? Besides, the consequences of their daughter discovering that he had harmed her biological parents were unimaginable. Mother Shen huffed. I was merely expressing my feelings. Just venting my emotions. Father Shen, with a fond smile, replied, All right. This matter must be left to fate. We cannot control it and must respect our daughter's wishes. Besides, I am the one who can accompany you for a lifetime. He found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy regarding their daughter, beginning to understand the source of his wife's envy. In the living room on the first floor, Shun San occasionally sighed. Alas. The butler frowned. He could no longer keep track of how many times the third young master had sighed. When had the usually tempestuous Shun San ever worn such a sorrowful expression? What had transpired? Chapter 62. A bet, get out of school. Just as Shun San sighed once more, the butler could no longer contain his curiosity and approached him. Young master, is something the matter? Has the eldest master's illness not been cured? Shun San was startled by the butler's sudden inquiry, having been unaware of his presence. How could Uncle Zhong articulate this? To speak the truth would be somewhat embarrassing. The butler nodded. Is there anything I can assist you with, young master? Shun San pondered for a few moments before delicately posing a question. I have a friend who initially treated a girl poorly, but now he wishes to apologize. How can he make her happy? The butler scrutinized Shun San closely. A friend? When had the young master become so compassionate? It hardly seemed like him. Cough, cough, cough. Young master, your friend could inquire about what the girl enjoys, and then cater to her preferences. Shun San frowned. What is she like? Eating? Sleeping? Perhaps she has an affinity for money. Should he simply transfer funds to her? Is that sufficient? My friend was quite out of line before. The butler was speechless. It was indeed quite egregious. It was evident that, given Shun San's temperament, he could easily infuriate anyone. It must be approached gradually. He should earn her affection step by step, slowly altering her negative impression of him. Shun San nodded. Enlightened, I must refrain from losing my temper in front of my sister in the future. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Zhong. The butler smiled and waved his hand. No need for thanks. It is a pleasure to assist the young master. Shun San, frowning, retorted stubbornly. It is my friend. The butler feigned acknowledgement, walking towards the door while saying, all right. I hope to be of help to your friend. Shun San's mood brightened considerably. When his sister returned from her break, he would ensure to present himself in a positive light. The butler felt a mix of joy and concern. Having worked for the Shun family for so many years, he had watched these children grow up, each a prodigious talent in their own right. Alas, when it comes to matters of the heart, one remains utterly oblivious. The lady has lamented this predicament more than once, fretting that all 4 of her sons might end up lifelong bachelors. However, it appears that the third young master has finally awakened to his feelings, having developed an affection for a certain young lady. Regrettably, he has inadvertently offended her, leaving one to wonder if he can mend the rift. It is truly a source of concern. No, this delightful turn of events must be shared with the lady. Perhaps she could offer some discreet assistance to her son. Su Wan, leaning against Bo Shitong's arm, playfully whined, Tong Tong, you are simply remarkable. Do you have any idea how shocked we were at that moment? The spectacle was simply extraordinary. At this, Xia Ji was reminded of the bright young man beside her back then, her ears subtly flushing with warmth, though none took notice. Bo Shitong affectionately ruffled Su Wan's fluffy hair, responding casually with a simple, inwardly. She pondered how exhausting these past few days had been, and resolved to reward herself with a well-deserved rest. Su Wan leaned back in discontent, evading Bo Shitong's playful antics. Each time Tong Tong tousled her hair, she felt akin to a cherished plush pet. You should have seen the expressions of those who spoke ill of you. It was incredibly satisfying to witness. Let's see if they dare to spout nonsense again. Su Wan's voice, brimming with excitement, suddenly turned indignant. But it's still infuriating. How could they suspect you of cheating and spread such vile rumors? It's utterly outrageous. Just because they are incapable. Must they assume others cannot be competent either? Humph. Xia Ji gently patted the girl's hand. Don't be upset. Tong Tong herself isn't angry. Bo Shitong's tone remained calm. It is not worth my ire to be disturbed by such individuals. Su Wan pouted, having been successfully persuaded. The vehicle came to a halt. The young ladies had arrived. As they disembarked, onlookers began to chatter excitedly. Didn't she run away? How dare she return to school? Indeed, her audacity was quite remarkable. The school authorities had pursued her relentlessly, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Yet how was she still allowed entry? Shouldn't she have been expelled? Some whispered, it may not necessarily be cheating. But their voices were quickly drowned out by loud protests. Impossible. How could a normal person achieve such speed? Not even the Olympic managers could manage that. She has shattered records. Su Wan rolled her eyes at the group. Oh please. Mind your own business and eat your radishes in peace. What do you mean? Su Wan glared, hands on her hips. The crowd found itself exasperated by the young girl's bold demeanor. Indeed, Birds of a feather flock together. What good could come from associating with those who cheat?
Ha!
Indeed. Xiaoji's voice remained composed yet firm. Every matter requires evidence, not mere hearsay from your mouths. But there's no evidence. One retorted. Isn't her strange speed evidence enough? As Su Wan and Xiaoji found themselves encircled by the crowd, both Xi Tong's gaze turned icy. With the so-called strange speed they spoke of, she moved swiftly to position herself between the two girls and the onlookers. The sudden appearance of the girl startled them, causing many to recoil in fear. What are you doing here? They stammered, terror-stricken by her presence, which exuded a chilling aura. Bo Shidong spoke softly, leave. The single, succinct command left everyone stunned, causing them to take several steps back in fright. What do you want? Are you going to hit us? Bo Shidong's cold smile sent shivers down their spines. Keep your hands clean. I see you're the one who's dirty. After a moment of contemplation, Bo Shitong gently laughed. You accuse me of cheating. How about a wager? The leader of the school team chuckled mockingly. What are we betting on? It was clear she was unwilling to back down, convinced that Xinwu had indeed cheated. Bo Shitong fixed her gaze on the girl, then swept her eyes across the crowd. If I am found innocent of cheating, you must leave the school. If I am guilty, I will depart myself. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Xiaoji and Su Wan raised their hands in agreement. Weren't you all so confident? Why the hesitation now? A few girls grew anxious. They had spoken freely without consequence, but now that their own interests were at stake, they fell silent. Bo Shitong turned to the girl in charge. Do you dare? I am not afraid. In truth, anxiety gripped her heart as she noted Bo Shitong's calm demeanor, her confidence in making the bet. If she lacked confidence, she wouldn't dare to wager. Chapter 63. Returning the favor in kind. Su Wan raised her chin, hands on her hips, eager to assert her authority. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Xiaoji also shot them a sideways glance. If you're afraid, then cease the baseless rumors. With your meager courage, you can only slink about in the shadows. Who says we're afraid? We'll take the bet. You should hurry and pack your things to leave. With that, the group prepared to depart. Suddenly, Bo Shitong called out, Who said you could leave? Her few words rendered the crowd speechless, the leader feigning calm as she turned to glare. What else is there? Bo Shitong raised her phone, revealing a recording of their wager. As the group listened, their faces turned pale, glaring at Bo Shitong with malice. Did it really need to be taken so seriously? Bo Shitong had anticipated their thoughts. Who knew if they would later backtrack on their word? After all, they projected an air of pettiness unworthy of the occasion. Su Wan interjected, Not only that, but you also need to draft a betting contract and sign it. Who knows if you might change your mind? The girls had not expected matters to escalate to this degree, and anxiety flickered within them. What would they do now? At that moment, several observing boys stepped forward to mediate. We're all from the same school. Why take it so seriously? Yes, we're all from the same school. There's no need to be so earnest. Su Wan glared. How can they have the audacity to spread baseless accusations and still claim to be in the right? Just because we're from the same school doesn't mean they should spread rumors. Xiaoji shared her disgust at the boys' remarks. How could one uphold double standards as long as the issue did not touch their own lives? The two boys frowned. She was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Exactly. This is hardly a rumor. It's just a jest. Su Wan and Xiaoji felt their anger boil. Indeed, the world was filled with all sorts of individuals. Bo Shidong spoke slowly, with a tone of factual assertion directed at the boy on the left. You are juggling several boats while carrying the burden of 2 innocent lives. The boy's face turned pale, and his expression transformed into one of menace. Shut your mouth. Su Wan crossed her arms, reveling in the moment. Oh, are you getting anxious? We're all from the same school. How can you get angry over a joke? The boy was left speechless, his pallor revealing the truth. Bo Shitong had struck home, exposing secrets he thought well hidden, causing him to panic. Bo Shitong did not elaborate further, merely curling her lips into a smirk. Oh. And you must still be using your parents' hard-earned money to maintain your facade of a wealthy heir at school, right? She had recently learned a new term, shrimp and pig heart, and wished to test its effectiveness. Henceforth, she would rely on wit rather than strength to compel others to yield. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students began to murmur. What? Could this be true? Didn't he claim his family owns a company? Both his parents are listed company owners. His lifestyle appears lavish. I've seen him driving luxury cars around. The boy grew frantic, glaring at Bo Shidong. Stop spreading rumors here. Xiaoji found it amusing. Tongtong's tongue was indeed formidable. In the same school, why are you so agitated? After Su-won had her fill of laughter, she continued to embellish the story. Just kidding. You're not really upset, are you? The boy-esque complexion immediately turned a shade as unappealing as that of a pig's liver. This was no mere jest. His embarrassment stemmed from having his deceit exposed. Another male classmate, well aware that his friend was particularly sensitive about his pride, chimed in, having benefited greatly from him in the past, receiving branded clothing, shoes, and watches during their outings. Stop spouting nonsense. My brother is not at all like you say. Everyone, don't listen to her fabrications. Xi Tong chose to ignore the two of them, instead focusing on the row of female classmates. Hurry and sign the agreement. I lack the patience for this. The diligent student, Ji, always carried sticky notes or small sheets of paper, enabling her to draft the wager agreement at a moment's notice. The group of girls, realizing she was serious and with no one daring to speak up, found themselves in a predicament. Xi Tong scanned the faces of everyone present before imparting a lesson. Trouble arises from careless words. Would it have come to this if you had spoken less? The onlookers nodded in agreement, secretly relieved that they had refrained from spreading unfounded rumors, realizing they too should refrain from disseminating unverified information in the future. Observing the expressions of those around her, Xi Tong recognized that her objective had been achieved, and she turned her gaze toward the girls who had spread the rumors. Today, she intended to make an example of them, thereby averting future troubles.
So,
do you need my assistance? At that moment, one of the girls, frightened, stepped forward. This was not my idea. It was all her doing. I had nothing to do with it. She pointed at the girl leading the school team, who stared in disbelief as her supposed close friend betrayed her. With one speaking out, others quickly followed suit, eager to dissociate themselves. Yes, none of this is our doing. It was all her idea. She's just jealous that you came in first. The atmosphere grew increasingly complicated. Xi Tong felt no sympathy, merely letting out a cold laugh. Who told you to be so indiscriminate, lacking any judgment, simply believing whatever others say? Do you dare claim you didn't participate in the rumors? Ji nodded emphatically. Indeed, you were undeniably part of this, even if it wasn't to your plan. You are still accomplices. One must take responsibility for their actions and bear the consequences. Su-won grabbed a pen and notebook. Enough chatter. Sign it quickly. Suddenly, the leading girl from the team laughed. You, a cheater, dare to position yourself as the righteous one? You've managed to leave everyone dumbfounded. One might think you are the one in the right. Xi Tong smiled coldly. Whether I cheated or not is not for you to judge, is it? Does the school lack authority? Or does the nation lack laws? What right do you have to meddle? The onlookers nodded in agreement. Exactly. The school will clarify if there was cheating. You're just an ordinary student. Why meddle and spread rumors? Moreover, the results aren't out yet. How can you be so sure of the allegations? Chapter 64, Another Concert? The leading girl scoffed, having seen through the so-called good sisters around her. Is this how you treat me? Have I wronged you in any way? Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to distance yourselves? Several girls bowed their heads in shame at her words, feeling caught between two fires. Nevertheless, another girl stepped forward. But this was your idea from the start. And if you considered us friends, you shouldn't drag us down with you when you face misfortune. Their education was not solely their own decision. They had sacrificed their studies for the sake of sisterhood, remaining loyal, yet how would they face their parents upon returning home? If their families knew their daughters had dropped out of school over a fleeting friendship, how heartbroken would they be? After all, their parents had painstakingly supported them from kindergarten through university, and just as they were on the brink of graduation, an unforeseen issue arose, rendering years of effort futile. In light of such concerns, the bonds of sisterhood forged over just a year or two seemed trivial. Another girl stood up. Exactly. Why should we share in your misfortune? The leading girl clenched her fists. Do you think that saying this now will change her opinion of you? You've all participated in spreading these rumors. The group of girls grew anxious, quickly turning to Xi Tong to apologize. We're sorry, we were wrong this time. Could you give us another chance? We're willing to apologize publicly in front of the whole school. Su-won and Ji were taken aback, while they too had been unthinking supporters of their friend. Their actions had indeed hurt Tong. Xi Tong nodded. Fine, but refrain from spreading rumors in the future and mind your own business. The girls' faces brightened, and they nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. We understand our mistake, and will never let it happen again. Thank you for forgiving us. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. Who said I forgave you? Everyone froze. No forgiveness? Xi Tong snorted coldly. In the future, if you see me at school, keep your distance. The girls lowered their heads in disappointment. All right. The leading girl cast a cold glance at Xi Tong, feigning benevolence. Wasn't she merely trying to rally these fools to isolate herself? But so what? Such individuals were unworthy of friendship. Are you getting ahead of yourselves? Before the results are out, who knows who is right or wrong? Xi scoffed. We shall see. The girl from the team hastily signed her name, shot a few glares at the traitors, and turned to leave. Xi Tong, hands in her pockets, also turned to depart, with Su Wan and Xi trailing closely behind. The crowd of onlookers silently vowed, I will never spread rumors carelessly. It has been proven that one should not speak without evidence. Indeed, rationally observe, and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Sai, what do you think about the boy that classmate Shin mentioned? Is he truly who he claims to be? Could he be pretending to be a wealthy heir? Is he genuinely using his parents' hard-earned money to flaunt at school? Good heavens, has he harmed girls, led them to unwanted pregnancies, while juggling multiple relationships? Unbeknownst to them, the two male classmates had quietly slipped away at some point. Alright, enough with the wild speculation. It might just lead to more rumors. I believe Shin doesn't seem like the type to spread falsehoods, having been a victim of rumors herself. She should understand their negative impact, and would likely not initiate them. However, if this is true, then are we merely watching that boy continue to wreak havoc in society? The most despicable part is how he treats his parents. How heartbroken must they be? In the dormitory, Su Wan clung to Xi Tong. Tong, you are simply incredible. I am in complete admiration of you. Xi Tong, with a sigh, gently pushed her pendant away. Enough. Learn to be more self-disciplined, and don't let yourself get worked up. Xi nodded. She had been influenced by her upbringing, making her somewhat reserved, sensitive, and timid. Often bullied by her stepmother during her childhood, unable to fight back. Now, she must learn from Tong. As Tong boldly strides forward, she too cannot remain stagnant. Afterward, Xi Tong retired to bed as usual. Su Wan was dragged by Xi to study, earnestly advising her. Wan, we must cultivate the habit of self-discipline. I don't expect you to learn throughout your life, but at least you must graduate from university. Otherwise, even that will be difficult. The young girl had set herself a goal of studying for half an hour every afternoon, resolutely insisting that she oversee herself, but over time, she began to slack off. Su Wan pouted, but undisciplined people can be quite impressive too.
Just look at Tong.
Xi Tong blinked her eyes. Who says I'm undisciplined? The two young girls were momentarily taken aback. In what way are you disciplined? You eat and sleep, then sleep and eat. Xi Tong found their bewildered expressions utterly adorable, and with a playful smile, she replied, Every morning I make sure to sleep. I persistently take a nap at noon. And I also ensure to sleep at night. I maintain a routine of 3 meals a day. Is that not discipline? Xi remarked, Tong is even craftier than Wan. Su Wan exclaimed, Tong is truly remarkable. She can turn straw into gold. Xi raised her hand to her forehead. Tong, you are incredibly disciplined. Even insisting on spending an hour on your phone every time you wake up. Su Wan nodded in agreement. Such dedication. It's truly impressive that Tong manages to uphold this every single day without fail. Xi Tong chuckled. Well, these two little girls have even begun to jest about themselves. With a smirk, she added, although it may be a bit arduous, I can still persist for a lifetime. Xi had no words to counter this.
Su Wan matvei.
What lofty aspirations! To think of it in terms of a lifetime sounds so impressive. This was, of course, presuming one ignored her earlier statements. Xi could only shake her head in resignation, realizing that neither she nor Wan would ever be able to outwit Tong. Xi Tong chose to cease her teasing of the two girls and lay down. I must continue my discipline now. Su Wan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed. Disciplined individuals are the most beautiful, and I too shall strive to become the most beautiful version of myself. She then scampered towards her bedside, but Xi, quick on the uptake, grasped her collar. Don't you dare slack off. You must study for at least half an hour.
Su Wan whimpered.
Glancing at the time on her phone, her eyes suddenly widening at a new notification. She gasped, Is my idol going to hold a concert again? Chapter 65. Result report.
No cheating.
Xi blinked. Who? The male celebrity we saw last time? Su Wan was already bubbling with excitement. Ticket rush. Oh my goodness. I can hardly contain myself. Tong, Xia, please help me get tickets. Xiaoji pulled out her phone, multitasking as she inquired. Wasn't it unnecessary to rush for tickets last time? Suwon grinned widely. Last time was nothing compared to this. Do you know how grand this concert is going to be? Xi Tong envisioned the boy who shared her surname, contemplating another concert. Yet this time, she had resolved to let things unfold naturally. Here, take my phone, and let me sleep in peace. Xi Tong's willingness to hand over her phone moved Suwon deeply. There was no need for the big shot to intervene directly. Suwon's eyes glistened with tears. Tong, Xia, I am so touched. You are truly the best sisters I could ever have in my life. Xi Tong stiffened at the thought of lifelong friends, subconsciously. She believed their bond was merely due to sharing a dorm, and that once they graduated and parted ways, their feelings would fade.
Xia chuckled, teasing Suwon, so.
If we don't help you get tickets, we're no longer friends? Suwon furrowed her brows. How could that be? Even if you don't help me get tickets, you are still my lifelong friends. You don't need to do anything to maintain that status. Lying on her bed, Xi Tong allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips before shutting her eyes, ready to drift off. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Suwon's high-pitched voice compelling Xi Tong to cover her ears tightly. Xiaoji felt as though her eardrums might shatter due to Suwon's exuberance. I got the tickets. Oh my heavens, I must be the chosen one. Then Xiaoji smirked. I managed to secure tickets for you too. Suwon, staring at the 3 phones in her hands, was astonished. Oh my gosh. All 3 of our phones got tickets. What an incredible stroke of luck. Suwon's eyes sparkled. This is fantastic. Xia, will you accompany me? I'll cover all the ticket costs. Xiaoji joked, if you don't study properly and fail, you might not even afford a single ticket. Suwon's enthusiasm waned at this reminder. Her father had indeed warned her about cutting her allowance if she didn't pass. Xi Tong ruffled her messy hair, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed she would have to soothe this little girl before she could get any rest. So she boldly declared, I will cover everything. Xiaoji was taken aback. Huh? Suwon, her eyes sparkling, dashed to Xi Tong's bedside and leaped into her embrace, nuzzling her fluffy head against her.
Woohoo.
Tong, you are just too wonderful to me. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I promise I won't go west. Xi Tong distanced herself from the affectionate girl. Stand straight.
Xia stifled a laugh.
She had initially planned to contribute to the costs, but it seemed she had inadvertently secured her own little treasure trove. Suwon bounded around the dormitory like an ecstatic little rabbit. Xiaoji held her down. All right, let us first finish the homework due tomorrow, otherwise, you might forget about it before the concert. Suwon obediently began her homework, her peripheral vision catching sight of Xi Tong, who appeared utterly perplexed.
Tong.
Aren't you going to do your homework? Xiaoji also noticed this peculiarity. I don't think I've ever seen Tong do homework. Not once.
Suwon Berlinket, Tong.
You aren't secretly copying from us, are you? Since she had started copying Xi Tong's homework a few weeks ago, her grades had skyrocketed. And she consistently scored perfect marks on her assignments. Xiaoji chuckled. Do you see Tong as the type to copy? She would rather lounge around all day than put in the effort. Xi Tong smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. In truth, it was her older brother who had taken care of her assignments for a month. Her school's homework submission portal was logged in under his account, and he completed any assignment she received promptly. However, with a month drawing to a close, she needed to devise a plan to continue leveraging her brother's help. Her second brother seemed quite capable of handling assignments as well. Meanwhile, in the mathematics group, Shinsi felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids, sensing that something was amiss. Far away in the research institute, Shin Air sneezed, rubbed his nose, and returned to his studies. As the sports meet concluded, the closing ceremony commenced with the distribution of medals. However, the foremost issue, of utmost importance, was whether Xi Tong had cheated. The principal, microphone in hand, endeavored to maintain his composure, striving to appear less agitated. The results regarding Shen's running performance were in. Everyone held their breath, and the school's female athletes clenched their fists tightly, awaiting the principal's announcement. The principal activated the outdoor display screen and uploaded the medical report. Please take a look. Some viewers appeared utterly baffled, though for the medical students, it seemed quite straightforward. All her results were normal. From Shen's report, there were no issues. She was healthy and fit. Just as the medical students finished explaining, the principal spoke. Student Shen did not cheat, thus the long-distance running champion is Student Shen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Chu sprang up, cheering. I knew our leader couldn't possibly cheat. That's my leader for you. Truly impressive. Su Wan and Xiaji began to clap wildly. Hooray! Tong Tong is truly incredible. How did Shen manage to do this? What did she eat to grow up? Oh my heavens, she has already broken the long-distance record. Her future is boundless. The chatter echoed throughout the school, while Xi Tong rubbed her ears and stood lazily, seemingly indifferent to the excited discussions surrounding her. Applause erupted, growing ever louder, drowning out the microphone. Xi Tong felt countless gazes fixated upon her. A sense of helplessness washing over her. She merely wished to escape the clamor and find some peace. Su Chu, having bounded over from who knows where, approached Xi Tong. Leader, are you going to join the school team? If the leader were to join, she would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the foremost figure, with no one daring to claim the title of the best. Xi Tong coldly snorted, not going, not interested. Su Chu was taken aback. Such a splendid opportunity, and you 1T sees it? Given the leader's exceptional talent, joining the school team could lead to an extraordinary future. The girl turned to him. What splendid opportunity! Su Chu momentarily faltered, realizing that indeed, with the leader's prowess, what opportunity was lacking? It seemed she was not in need of this one. Behind Xi Tong, Xiaji shyly lowered her head the moment Su Chu approached, occasionally stealing glances at him, yet not daring to be too obvious. Only Su Wan boldly interjected into their conversation, clapping Su Chu on the shoulder. What's this? You wish to join the school team? Su Chu, with an innocent smile, scratched the back of his head. I've already joined the basketball team, and I genuinely enjoy basketball. The school team is great, but it's not my passion. In another specialized group, school team member Lin's eyes were red-rimmed as she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Chapter 66. Whose Good Samaritan is playing tricks?
Impossible.
This cannot be. How could there be no cheating? Who could achieve such speed? She is a human, not some supernatural being. The surrounding classmates cast bewildered glances at her, who was causing a scene as if she had lost her sanity. The verification report was already out. What more could be impossible? Indeed, anything is possible. Just because you cannot achieve something does not mean others cannot. I see her consumed by envy and resentment, unable to bear the thought of someone surpassing her. There are always those more talented than oneself. One must never overestimate their own abilities, nor underestimate others. Even if one is proud and formidable, it is wise to remain humble and avoid offending others, for one can never be certain if the other person is superior. The girl's face darkened. She, who prided herself on her status, had always considered herself above others, believing everyone should regard her with admiration and envy. Hearing others speak of her in such a manner dealt a significant blow to her psyche. She could accept if others on the school team surpassed her. But why must it be a nameless underdog? Shen Wu was merely an unremarkable figure on the fringes. Why had she been surpassed by someone so ordinary? This was intolerable. She refused to accept being eclipsed by an amateur. She seemed to recall having made a bet with Shen. Someone nearby reminded her.
And those in the know began to chime in.
University was indeed a hotbed of gossip, and at this age, curiosity thrived, so most were aware of the situation. Yes. If she wronged Shen, she would have to withdraw from school. Does that mean she must withdraw now? At that moment, the school team girl panicked. She had not anticipated the seriousness of the issue, nor had she ever intended to withdraw. Who said I would withdraw? The onlookers were eager for the spectacle. Seriously? She's that kind of person? Backtracking like this? Can she not handle it? What a child. What business do you have gambling if you lack the ability and courage? Truly shameless. It seemed everyone had viewed her through a filter, the school team beauty champion, lovely and kind-hearted. Yet now it was evident that beneath the surface lay a warped character, even to the extent of being shameless. Lin clenched her fists tightly. She valued her pride above all else, yet this was no time for pride. Being spoken of by others was far better than actually having to withdraw. Moreover, she was one of the most capable members of the girls' team. She believed the coach would never let go of such a talent, as she could bring him glory. With this thought, she felt a surge of pride. Let them talk. After all, the school would never forsake its star player. On the other side, Xi Tong had already ascended the stage, mortified to receive her award, enduring a barrage of insipid praise. Although the words were somewhat cliched and straightforward, the gaze of the school leaders upon her sparkled with admiration. During the award ceremony, the coach seized the opportunity. Shen, have you truly given it no thought? In a month, there will be sports competitions organized by all the universities in the city, and I hope you will represent our school. He could already envision Shin dominating the other competitors, the envy and admiration of the coaches directed toward him, bringing him glory. However, the next moment, his beautiful daydream was shattered by Xi Tong's icy and indifferent voice. Not going, not interested. The coach's lips twitched. How could one refuse such a wonderful opportunity? Shun, please reconsider. Whatever demands you have, feel free to express them. The girl lifted her gaze. Any demands? Under her scrutinizing gaze, the coach suddenly felt uncertain. The Shun family was wealthy and influential, and he was not certain he could meet her demands. Perhaps the school could not either. Please, propose any request within our capabilities. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. Xi Tong smirked. Could you perhaps expedite my graduation certificate? I wish to return home and relax, thus avoiding all these troublesome matters. The coach, the school leaders behind him. She has already graduated, yet she still thinks she'll return to the school team? She would only distance herself further. The coach forced a smile. I'm afraid that is not feasible. Although turned down, Xi Tong retained this matter in her heart. She did not believe graduating early was impossible. Shin Si was merely a year older than she. Why had he been in the mathematics group for years? Shouldn't he have just been in his senior year? According to age, Shun San should have graduated only a year or two ago. Yet in fact, he had graduated several years prior and had been with the racing team for many years. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she resolved to inquire about early graduation methods once she returned to her dormitory. Shun San had graduated early to pursue his passions, and Shin Si had done the same. Why couldn't she also graduate early to do what she loved? Xi Tong lamented, tapping her forehead. How could I not realize such an important matter until now? Was it that after crossing over, she had grown accustomed to taking it easy and not using her brain, thus causing her mind to rest? Everyone was startled by her self-inflicted gesture. The coach blinked. What is wrong with you? Please don't cause trouble. He hastily stepped back, eyeing the girl warily. Whose good Samaritan is knocking their own head in such earnestness? I certainly did not strike her. Even if her head aches, it was not my doing. Xi Tong shot him a glance that suggested he was a fool. Your pockets are cleaner than your face. I would never bother to cause trouble with you. The coach. The harm is minimal, yet the insult is profound. Who understands, my friends? A university team coach without money. Who would believe that? Perhaps only a gaming recharge platform would. With the noise finally subsiding, Xi Tong once again realized that in this world, words wielded more power than actions. And it was effortless. In the audience, Su Wan leaned in, puzzled. Why are you hitting yourself, Tong Tong? Xiaoji looked worried. Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital? Xi Tong offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I just thought of an important matter. What matter? What matter? The two girls asked in unison. Xi Tong smiled joyfully, her mind already envisioning the bliss of relaxing at home after graduation. I want to graduate early. Chapter 67. Pleading rejected, what benefit is this to me? Su Wan and Xiaoji were momentarily stunned, as were the surrounding classmates who overheard. In the summer, with a flicker of her eyes, Tong Tong inquired, do you wish to graduate early? Su Wan's lips twitched slightly as she replied, Tong Tong. Do you truly comprehend the challenges of graduating ahead of time? It takes several brilliant minds like Xiaoxia's to achieve such a feat. The surrounding classmates nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without the prowess of a genius, early graduation is indeed a formidable task. It had been years since such a prodigy graced their school. One female student tilted her head and mused, I recall now. The last student to graduate early was Senior Shin, several years ago. His photograph still adorns the school's honor roll. At that moment, a classmate cautiously glanced at Xi Tong and remarked, isn't that Senior Shin's brother? A profound silence ensued, for it seemed that several of Shin's brothers were listed on the honor roll, while Shin herself remained absent from it. The group fell silent, wary of inciting Shin's displeasure. With an entire family celebrated on the honor roll, it was only natural that Shin felt a tinge of discomfort. Thus, everyone tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the matter in Shun's presence. However, Xi Tong exhibited an indifference that was almost casual, devoid of sorrow or melancholy, and even proactively continued the conversation. The next outstanding student on the honor roll will be me. A few seconds of silence followed, soon broken by a resounding applause and encouragement. Clap, clap, clap. Go, Shun. We believe in you. Su Wan, listening to the enthusiastic praises, could only manage a wry smile. What if Tong Tong truly got carried away by their flattery? How would she handle the aftermath? Tong Tong, it's quite challenging to make it onto the honor roll. Summer mused after a moment of contemplation, before encouraging, but you should give it a shot. There's nothing to lose. I am confident you can succeed. Rather than watching Tong Tong doze off every day, it seemed wiser to motivate her to try. Su-won sighed, conceding that she too should support Tong Tong, not wanting to undermine her best friend's self-confidence. Go for it, Tong Tong. After the gathering dispersed, the coach hurriedly approached the three girls. Su-won exchanged glances with Summer, already suspecting that the coach intended to persuade Tong Tong to join the school team. Both Xi Tong shared the same thought and, without waiting for the coach to speak, directly declined. I'm not going. I have no interest. The coach, despite his initial intentions to persuade, was now compelled to address a different matter. Shin, have you made a bet with Lin? Bo Shidong's lips curled into a cold smirk.
What?
Are you here to plead on her behalf? The coach hesitated, struggling to express the need to retain her, knowing it would be unfair to Shin. Yet the girls' team genuinely required capable individuals. The next moment, they heard Bo Shitong's frigid voice. No discussion. She must go. Her indifference towards the situation was now marred by the presence of someone bothersome who dared to intrude. In such a case, she felt compelled to eradicate the problem entirely. The coach, desperate, implored, wait, Shin, is there truly no room for negotiation? With the competition drawing nearer, losing Lin would exacerbate the girls' team's pressure. If Shin did not join the team and Lin withdrew, it would spell disaster. Where could he find another capable girl to replace them in such a short span? Su-won stood up for Bo Shidong, asserting. That student was the one who initiated the rumor and personally agreed to the bet. Now she wishes to backtrack? Isn't that a bit late? Summer concurred. She must face the consequences of her actions. Otherwise, it would be unjust to Tong Tong. Should our Tong Tong endure slander and cheating? The coach, feeling both ashamed and anxious, retorted. I don't wish for this either. But we must prioritize the greater good. The intercollegiate competition is just a month away. Bo Shidong scoffed. And so what? Can you guarantee she will secure first place if she competes? The coach faltered, shaking his head. I'm not certain. He was unsure whether Lin would secure victory, but he was confident Shin would. Bo Shitong continued, with her inability to handle defeat. Do you truly dare to let her compete? Su-won nodded in agreement, asserting, exactly. What if someone outshines her? It wouldn't just be an embarrassment within our school. The coach found himself at a loss for words, usually unable to counter his girlfriend. Now overwhelmed by three girls equally eloquent. How about this, Shin? Give her a chance to redeem herself. If she secures first place in this competition, we will let her off. Bo Shidong raised an eyebrow. What does her winning for the school have to do with me? What benefit do I gain? Why should she repay her debts to the school? The coach acknowledged that does seem to be the case. Su-won, who once held some respect for the coach, now felt a surge of disdain for him. How can you be such a person? Bo Shidong scoffed. You truly have a clever scheme. Hoping to achieve two benefits without any cost? To prioritize the greater good? That has nothing to do with me. The coach, caught off guard by the unexpected turn, felt a flicker of anger. Shin, let's communicate respectfully. This isn't solely my idea. The school leadership shares this perspective. No matter her reluctance. Could a student truly confront the institution directly? The underlying implications were not lost on the three girls, who for the first time witnessed the school's hidden machinations. Feeling both angered and helpless, knowing they had no recourse, Bo Shitong gave a wry smile. Whose ideas are they? The coach paused, sensing the shift in Shun's demeanor, as if she were interrogating an accomplice. A chill ran down his spine under her icy gaze. The aura she exuded was overwhelmingly oppressive. Bo Shitong narrowed her eyes. The academic affairs office? Or the administrative office? The principal or the vice principal? The coach trembled. You mustn't make such claims. I cannot afford to offend any of them. However, Bo Shitong had already discerned that when she mentioned the vice principal, his eyes had betrayed a flicker of evasion. Clearly, he was aligned with the vice principal's faction. As the principal and vice principal represented opposing interests, one seeking to eliminate threats, while the other aimed to remove obstacles for personal advancement. Chapter 68. What grand scheme is brewing? Bo Shitong regarded the coach coldly. This matter is non-negotiable, she declared, turning to leave. Summer and Su-won exchanged disappointed glances with the coach before following Bo Shitong. In truth, they recognized their misstep. If Lin were to secure first place, it would be a triumph for the school. What relevance did that have to Tong Tong? Why should Tong Tong suffer for contributions she did not make? Had the school shown any consideration for Tong Tong, even offering a favorable gesture, she would not have been so incensed. In the dormitory, the two girls looked at Xi Tong with concern, hesitantly attempting to console her. Suwon said, Tong, don't be upset. It's not worth your anger. Summer nodded in agreement. Many students are aware of this situation. The school won't go too far due to external pressures. Xi Tong scoffed. It matters not. I do not require others to decide for me. I will take matters into my own hands. The two girls were taken aback. What do you mean by taking matters into your own hands?
How will you do that?
Are you planning to involve the Shin family?
Indeed.
It seemed the only ones capable of confronting the school were the Shuns. Surely, her parents would not allow their beloved daughter to be wronged. Suwon recalled her previous visit to the Shun residence, where she felt the family's love and regard for Tong. Xi Tong shook her head. Do not inform my parents. I do not wish to burden them with worry, and I can handle this myself.
What?
You won't tell uncle and auntie? Summer confusion. How should this be resolved? They are merely students, still under the scrutiny of their school. Suwon raised her chin in indignation. How dare they call upon uncles and aunts for help? Any brother from the Shun family could easily handle this. Xi Tong was amused by the antics of the two young girls. All right, you two need not worry. I have my own plans. Summer, furrowing her brow in concern, asked, Tong, you're not planning to go and beat them up in the dead of night, are you? Considering Tong's skills and temperament, it seemed quite plausible. Suwon, equally furious, waved her small fists. That would be splendid. They deserve a good thrashing to understand the harsh realities of society. The next moment, she received a light tap on her head. Ouch, Xia. Why did you hit me? The little girl pouted, cradling her lightly tapped head. Summer rubbed her forehead. She and T even hit her hard, yet the girl looked utterly aggrieved. Beat them up? Do you think they are mere thugs? You can't just lash out whenever you feel like it. If the police get involved, even our rightful claims will be rendered void. Xi Tong smirked. She could indeed deal with them physically, but that would be far too simplistic. Suwon, pouting, said, All right, so what should we do then? She was incensed by such underhanded dealings. The abuse of power was utterly outrageous. Her parents had always taught her to be modest and polite. Xi Tong gently ruffled a fuzzy head. I won't resort to violence, so fret not. You'll see soon enough. The two young girls were still bewildered, but Xi Tong had already prepared to go to bed. You can still sleep? Suwon's eyes widened in disbelief. Xi Tong chuckled. Nothing can deter me from my slumber. A good night's sleep is essential for productivity. Summer exchanged glances with Suwon, once more admiring Tong's remarkable patience. Boss, Miss Shin has been bullied at school. Jean Mohan lounged on the sofa, one hand holding a glass of red wine, the other resting on the armrest. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Is there someone else who dares to bully her? This little monster is more likely to be the bully herself. She is as ferocious as they come, with more brains than most. The subordinate bowed his head in silence, knowing better than to speculate on his boss's thoughts without being prompted. Jean Mohan swirled the wine in his glass. Pray tell, who has dared to offend her? The subordinate could feel the oppressive atmosphere emanating from his boss. Though he appeared nonchalant, those familiar with him understood it as a precursor to his wrath. Moreover, this was the first time he had shown such vested interest in someone, especially a girl. Whispers among the staff hinted that Miss Shen was likely to become their future mistress, given how much attention Jean Mohan lavished upon her. Even aiding the Shin family's business, a notable deviation from his usual strictly professional demeanor. The subordinate hurriedly recounted the events at the school, noting that the main shareholder behind the scenes was none other than the boss's younger brother, Jean Ersheo, thus allowing them to effortlessly monitor Miss Shen's situation. Upon hearing this, Jean Mohan let out a cold laugh, frost glinting in his eyes. Such audacity. To bully one of my own? They must be tired of living. Indeed. Such dark dealings and abuses of power abound in society, far more sordid than what he had witnessed. Yet, when it concerned a young girl, he could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. The subordinate cautiously inquired, Boss, what shall we do? Jean Mohan set down his wine glass. You underestimate Shinwoo. She wouldn't care to rely on your help. Perhaps this little girl has something grand up her sleeve. The subordinate, dressed in black, bit his lip. While the boss admired Miss Shin, she was merely an ordinary girl, wasn't she? She was undeniably beautiful. But what set her apart? Her running speed was indeed impressive, yet that hardly warranted such praise. The black-clad subordinate rubbed his head in confusion, anxious. Didn't the boss have feelings for the girl? Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to win her favor? If they did not act now, when would they? Would they wait until she became someone else's girlfriend before swooping in? This indeed resembled the boss's style. As Jean Mohan reached the door, he slowly spoke. Just lend her a bit of discreet assistance. The subordinate in black smirked. Thankfully, the boss was savvy. Otherwise, Miss Shun might truly be taken from them. After all, she was stunning, the daughter of the Shin family, beautiful and of noble status, truly a prized catch. The next moment, the subordinate froze. As he heard the boss's blunt statement, "Don't let her find out." The subordinate thought to himself, the world of the powerful is beyond his comprehension. At school, Xi Tong rose in the dead of night and opened her computer. This was only the second time she had done so since arriving in this world. The first was to explore the differences between this computer and those from her previous life. After familiarizing herself, she had not used it again, finding her phone far more convenient and enjoyable. Chapter 69, A Dazzling Entrance, a Dual Strike. Of course, she did not intend to search for anything herself, rather. She aimed to pay someone online to do the work for her. With money being her least concern, she saw no reason to toil unnecessarily. Soon, someone took the order, but the price made her furrow her brow. It appeared that the cost of living in this world was quite high. Why was it so cheap to hire someone online? She had expected at least 6 or 7 figures. 5 digits seemed far too little. Xi Tong, are you certain you can unearth incriminating evidence? The other party quickly replied, "Rest assured, we are professionals."
Xi Tong.
She found it hard to believe. How could one acquire dirt on a vice dean for such a meager sum? You get what you pay for, and she was skeptical. In the office, the assistant pushed open the door and looked at Jean Mohan, hesitating to speak, unsure how to report. Jean Mohan glanced up, his tone flat. "Speak." The assistant swallowed hard. "Miss Shin has stopped responding to messages." The man's brow furrowed. Responding? What messages? Wasn't he the intent to provide discreet help without revealing themselves? Why were they openly chatting with the girl? He hadn't even acquired her contact information yet. The assistant was frozen in place by the sudden chill in the air, afraid to breathe, thinking the boss was angry about their failure to handle the matter. Jean Mohan tapped his fingers on the desk, causing the assistant to tremble in fright. The man supported his forehead with one hand. "Bring it here. Let me see." The assistant hurriedly presented the computer, explaining as he did, "Miss Shin intended to pay someone online to investigate the vice dean's dirt. We were prepared to take the order, but suddenly she stopped responding."
Why?
They hadn't raised their prices, and they guaranteed they offered the lowest rates online. Did Miss Shin have any reservations? Jean Mohan's demeanor softened slightly. He had misunderstood, thinking his subordinates had already established a rapport with the girl.
Xi Tong?
"This is Shunwu." The assistant nodded eagerly. "Yes, boss. Miss Shin's online name is Xi Tong." The man's eyes darkened. Xi Tong? He recognized that surname. Aside from the Bo family, he had never encountered anyone else with that name. Suddenly recalling something, Jean Mohan turned to the assistant. "Investigate the Bo family in City A of Huagua. Every member must be scrutinized." The assistant's eyes widened. Could the boss suspect Miss Shin was the lost daughter of the Bo family? "Understood, boss." As the assistant exited, he remained puzzled. Why did Miss Shin choose the online name Xi Tong? Did she know her true heritage, or was it merely a coincidence? Jean Mohan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Xi family of Huagua is a venerable and respected noble lineage, renowned for its enduring prosperity, standing as the sole family of its stature that has never succumbed to decline, unlike many other noble families that have long since fallen into ruin. However, the Xi family has suffered the loss of a daughter, a quest to locate her spanning nearly a decade, without success, with rumors suggesting she may no longer be among the living. Nevertheless, the Xi family has never relinquished hope. Curiously, the young girl in question is also the adopted daughter of the Shin family. What, then, does her choice of name signify? Is she aware of her true identity? Does the Shin family possess this knowledge? The absence of any positive news from the Xi family thus far indicates that they have yet to find their daughter. Otherwise, after over 10 years of searching, how could they possibly refrain from announcing such a significant discovery immediately? If the young girl is indeed cognizant of everything, why does she not take the initiative to acknowledge her ties to the Xi family? Jean Mohan furrowed his brow tightly, unable to decipher the thoughts of this young lady, who is merely 19. According to his investigations, Shunwu exists within the Shin family like a ghost. Though she is cherished by her parents, she remains an introverted, insecure, and highly sensitive girl. How could the reality he has witnessed diverge so greatly from the information he has gathered? Gazing at the screen that remained devoid of updates, Jean Mohan found himself at a loss for words once more, bemused by the ineptitude of the assistant he was financially supporting. Spending tens of thousands to accomplish tasks worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Was it any wonder she might suspect a scam? That young girl was undoubtedly skeptical. Any reasonable person would be. Meanwhile, Xi Tong selected her real name online, a choice born from habit rather than a desire for alternatives, as she was confident no one would recognize her. Just as she continued to browse, she received another message from the earlier contact. 10,000 for a message. Xi Tong bit her lip upon reading it, realizing she had overthought the situation. It was 10,000 per message, not for the entirety of the services combined. The sender followed up. Does the employer still wish to post tasks? Xi Tong swiftly typed. Let us start with 1 million. You have 2 days.
Deal.
Deposit 50,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Xi Tong transferred the funds. Sometimes, it was wise not to be overly thrifty, especially when dealing with tasks on the dark web. Jean Mohan, seated before his computer screen, silently smirked. It seemed the young girl was not well versed in the rules of the online realm. Did she really believe 1 million could procure 10 pieces of sensitive information? His organization, the largest underground entity globally, charged at least 10 million for a single piece of intel, and someone like her was not even worth a glance. Far too elementary. Moreover, she could easily hire the finest paparazzi, who would not only be more affordable but also more professional, ensuring that any captured footage could directly hit the news, a comprehensive service. As Friday ushered in the weekend, Xi Tong was escorted out of the school gates by 2 enthusiastic young ladies. Tong, we will miss you these next few days. They exclaimed. Be safe on your way home. Text us when you arrive. Xi Tong nodded and turned to leave. I'm off. As she passed through the school gates, a flashy purple sports car made its entrance, adorned with an array of rhinestones that sparkled brilliantly under the sun. This spectacle caused both Xiaji and Suwan, who were on their way back to the dormitory, to pause in admiration, curious about the owner's taste. Xi Tong squinted against the light, only to be met with footsteps approaching her, followed by sunglasses being placed over her eyes. Chengyi's proud voice rang in her ears. How do you like it, boss? Isn't it incredibly cool? Though his older brother often teased him about the car, he genuinely found it impressive and stylish. His brother simply lacked appreciation. Xi Tong smirked slightly. I respect everyone's aesthetic. But could you stand a bit further away? Chengyi, oblivious, chuckled. You really understand me, boss. Unlike my brother, who just talks nonsense. Xi Tong replied, if your eyes are going blind, that's one thing, but now your ears are going deaf too. I can't bear this double assault. At that moment, another vehicle pulled up nearby, followed by the voices of a tall, lean man and a short, stout one. Boss, hop in. We'll take you home, exclaimed the tall one. Oh my brother, whose car is this? It's blinding. The tall one donned a pair of $9 sunglasses, prepared for any occasion, though he hadn't anticipated needing them so soon. The short one, astonished, asked, When did you gain the ability to predict the future? That's impressive. Who's stronger, the boss or the brother? It must be the boss, since the brother has to call him boss too. Chapter 70. Chengyi's Law of Unexpected Appreciation. Wow, this car is ridiculously luxurious. Do you think we could make a little profit following it? What if it drops some rhinestones along the way? The tall one slapped him on the back. Taking the boss home is our priority. The short one quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, brother is right. Taking the boss home is what matters most. They leaned out, waving. Boss, come on over. We'll drive you home. Due to the car's flashy appearance, the two had not noticed the owner standing beside Xi Tong. However, with his sunglasses on, Chengyi clearly observed 2 scruffy individuals beckoning the boss. Their demeanor reminiscent of miscreants with dubious intentions. Why did they know the boss? Why were they calling him boss? Did they harbor ulterior motives? Irritated, Chengyi glared at the 2 men in the dilapidated van. Hey, don't call out randomly. Who's your boss? Only then did they squint to see Chengyi clearly. With their backgrounds, they could hardly tolerate being addressed in such a manner. Without hesitation, they climbed out of the van, brimming with aggression. Hey, punk, speak respectfully. Don't think I want to teach you a lesson just because I'm done with that life. Chengyi narrowed his eyes dangerously. You? Who do you think you are? If his elder were present, these 2 would have their skulls cracked. The former boxing champion, still vigorous despite his age, possessed a notoriously irritable temperament. He wouldn't instigate trouble, but he wouldn't back down either. As tensions escalated, Xi Tong interjected coldly. Enough. Silence.
Chengyi, furious, complied.
Deciding against stooping to their level. Boss, let us get in the car. We wouldn't waste our time on fools. The tall and stout men, equally incensed, countered. Boss. Get in our car. This guy is the real fool. Chung-Yi scoffed. Is your rickety little car going to hold up? The doors look like they might fall off any moment. It's painful to look at. I want to take it to the shop right now.
I've never seen anything like it.
The other two were equally indignant. Well, at least it's better than being blinded riding in your car. For the first time, I'm glad I'm poor. I can't handle such glaring wealth. Chung-Yi huffed. Wearing sunglasses in my car solves the problem. Who knows what might happen in yours? The two retorted. Who says that? You rich kids don't understand life, do you? Our kind of car is built to last. Way more useful than your flashy diamond-studded one. They bickered back and forth incessantly. What's so special about your fancy luxury car? It's probably all show. You don't know anything. I'd never set foot in your junk of a car. Xi Tong clenched her fists, barely restraining herself from delivering a punch to each of them. Just then, Su-won appeared like a joyful bird, dashing out. Uncle. Long time no see. The tall and stout men froze, then recalled that she was the young girl from the day they intended to buy the van, the boss's friend. It's been a while, little girl. You're even cuter than before. Chung-Yi grimaced in disgust. Ugh, so cheesy. Su-won, however, found the chubby uncle adorably endearing. Far more charming than many of the successful, portly businessmen she had encountered. At least he was genuine, unlike the duplicitous ones she had met before. She still remembered a man from her childhood, a shiny-faced, portly executive who turned out to be a leader in a company. From a young age, her parents instilled in her the principle of not judging others by their appearance. Yet, she always found the gaze of that man unsettling and repulsive. As it turned out, her instincts were correct. That man had been involved in keeping numerous mistresses, ultimately caught in the act by his wife, which led to a scandal that reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood when the police were called. Consequently, her parents, prioritizing their safety, purchased an upscale, highly private villa. One summer, noticing Su-won's eyes glimmering with excitement as she gazed at a van, Xiaoji surmised that the girl was feeling playful. The next moment, she heard Su-won's words laden with implication. Mister, what are you planning to do? Do you need my assistance? Chung-Yi furrowed his brows, questioning the lack of caution exhibited by the young girl. How could she so boldly present herself? The shorter, plumper man scratched the back of his head. We don't have any business here. Oh, right, we're just dropping the boss off at home. The tall, lean man nodded in agreement, adding that even if they did have a task, they wouldn't want a delicate young girl to assist them. The mere thought of their own daughter's suffering in such circumstances tugged at their hearts. Su-won blinked her eyes and turned to Xi Tong, her gaze pleading. Could we perhaps accompany Tong home? Xiaoji face-bombed, exclaiming, and then trouble the two gentlemen to take you back to school? Su-won recognized her imposition and quickly added, I can cover the fare. The tall and short men promptly shook their heads. Not at all. It's no trouble. We had no plans for today. They had turned over a new leaf, having acquired a van with funds from their boss, and were now seeking legitimate work, transporting goods for small vendors. Today, they had taken a day off solely to drop their boss home. Su-won's eyes sparkled with joy. Wow, that sounds wonderful. Let us get in the van. Without a second thought, she hopped inside, and Xiaoji sighed in resignation, following suit, worried about the carefree girl. Xi Tong ambled lazily towards the van, while Chung-Yi stood dumbfounded, astonished by the allure of the vehicle. What was so captivating about the van? Were young girls indeed thinking in reverse these days, opting to ride in a rickety vehicle rather than a luxury car? What enchantment did this van possess? Thus, he awkwardly climbed in. Even as the tall and short man had yet to protest, he had already settled himself and declared, I'm not particularly interested in your shabby vehicle. Who knows if you two harbor ill intentions? I must ensure the safety of these three young ladies. The two men exchanged glances, exasperated, thinking, sure, we believe you. Yet, considering that this boy was younger than them, they chose not to argue, as their boss's friends were their friends. Caught off guard by the rapid turn of events, the journey unfolded in an atmosphere of awkward silence, with Su-won brimming with delight. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a bumpy ride, over a decade, in fact. Now that she had grown up, she felt too shy to compete with younger children for spot on a ride. Yet, the nostalgia of this journey reminded her of her childhood.
Xie,
Naturally reserved and not one to initiate conversation, remained silent unless prompted. Xi Tong closed her eyes, seizing every opportunity to rest, knowing that she would soon face a demanding schedule in her pursuit of early graduation. Sacrificing a brief moment now to gain more time later was a calculated risk worth taking. Cheng-Yi curiously surveyed the interior of the van, finding it surprisingly intriguing. It had an appeal that was hard to pinpoint, and its quality defied expectations. Occasionally, he caught the shorter man's eye, only to hastily avert his gaze, feigning disdain. I'm not interested in this old heap, the tall man observed. Indeed, he's just a child obsessed with appearances. As if he could withstand the collapse of the heavens. Upon arriving at the Shin family villa, both men were left in awe, once again acutely aware of the joys of affluence. They could scarcely fathom the effort it would take across generations to afford such a mansion. The exterior alone exuded opulence and grandeur. Su-won poked the dozing Bo Shidong. Tong Tong, we've arrived. The girl opened her eyes, exited the vehicle with fluidity, and turned to the others. Come in and sit for a while. Without hesitation, Cheng-Yi leaped out, eager to spend even a moment longer in the presence of their boss. Xiaoji glanced at Su-won, silently inquiring if she wished to join. Su-won, however, directed her gaze toward the two men, torn between her desire to remain in the van and her apprehension that they might disembark as well. The brothers stammered nervously. We think we'll pass. They felt incongruous in such an environment, fearing they would embarrass their boss if they entered. Bo Xi Tong nodded, understanding their discomfort, and refrained from pressing the issue. All right, perhaps another time. They both nodded, their hearts heavy with longing, pondering when they might ever find themselves in such an environment, not merely stepping inside but truly integrating into it. Once again, the stark contrast between their lives and that of their boss became painfully evident. If not for the opportunities granted by their boss, they might never have crossed paths with someone of her stature. While they could only escort her home from school, she belonged to a family with countless drivers and luxurious cars at their disposal. They could protect her, but she could afford professional bodyguards who would provide round-the-clock security, surpassing their capabilities. Reflecting on this, they realized that without their boss's intervention, they would never have encountered individuals of such caliber. Indeed, their boss was cold on the surface, yet warm-hearted within. After dropping Su-won and Xiaoji at school, the brothers returned to their rented accommodation, ready to clean the van, their eyes misty with emotion. Though their vehicle was shabby, they took pride in keeping it tidy and clean for what others deemed worthless was, to them, a cherished possession. As they cleaned, they discovered a bundle of red bills beneath the seat where their boss had just sat, along with cash hidden under the seats of the two young girls. Had they been handed the money directly, they would have felt that the girls were being distant and would have refused to accept it. However, finding the cash now evoked a different kind of gratitude and sentiment. Most notably, beneath the seat of the sharp-tongued boy lay a business card. The shorter man exclaimed, "Bro, look at this." The tall man, lost in thought, was momentarily interrupted. "What's with the fuss?" The shorter man held up the card. "This brat, he's the second young master of the Chung family. Do you know the Chung family? They're the ones frequently featured in economic news, immensely wealthy." The tall man chuckled, amused by the naivety of his friend. Given their boss's background, how could anyone close to her be of ordinary means? Aside from the two of them, of course. Moreover, he could tell that the other two girls were not from typical families either. They likely hailed from the ranks of the wealthiest in Huagua. "I've figured it out," the shorter man said, clutching the card, feeling as though it were more valuable than himself, his palms sweating with excitement. "What should we do with this?" The tall man smirked, making a silent resolution to seize this opportunity and strive to become someone who could assist their boss. "Put it away, don't lose it. It'll come in handy." Such an opportunity was something many enterprises would scramble for, and they, as ordinary individuals, had obtained it effortlessly. He would never sacrifice this chance for a fleeting sense of pride. This was their ticket to altering their fates. At the Shun family villa, Shin-san was aware that his sister was returning home for the holiday and had prepared extensively, determined to reshape his image in her eyes from this day forward. Countless lines echoed in his mind, as he continually reminded himself not to display his impulsive temper in front of his younger sister. Just a moment before the door swung open, he wore a smile, but the next instant, upon seeing Cheng-Yi standing behind his sister, his expression soured. "What brings you to my house again?" The mere thought of Cheng-Yi winning his sister's affection before him filled him with jealousy, especially since she had even helped Cheng-Yi secure first place in a recent competition. Had he known earlier that his sister was a prodigy behind the wheel, he would have never shown her any disdain. Now that he was aware, it was too late to lament. Regret washed over him in waves of envy and resentment. Cheng-Yi, hands casually tucked into his pockets, replied, "I came with the boss. I'm not here for you, so why the fuss?" Shun Sen glanced at his composed little sister and then at the infuriating Chungyi, feeling a sense of suffocation for the first time. Wanting to voice his frustrations, but unable to do so. The servant arrived with several glasses of juice, announcing, "Miss, this is freshly squeezed juice made by the third young master himself." Before Xi Tong could respond, Chungyi interjected sarcastically, "Oh, is it safe to drink? I want to get poisoned, will I?" Shun San's lips twitched. What was wrong with his servant? This juice was personally made for his sister. Yet they served Chungyi a glass too? Couldn't they offer him something else? Perhaps just plain water would suffice. "Drink it or leave. Stop whining here," he snapped. It was Chungye's first time witnessing Shun San so flustered, and he found it utterly delightful. "Of course I'll drink it. How could I refuse the third young master's juice?" Under Shun San's piercing glare, Chungyi downed the juice in one gulp, only to grimace moments later, his face contorting in displeasure. "Cough, cough, cough. Did you actually poison this? Who makes juice this thick? It's practically porridge. And it's not even fully blended. There are chunks in it that are hard to swallow." Xi Tong's eyes twitched, subtly distancing herself from the offending juice. Chapter 72. Speaking the toughest words with the softest intentions. Shun San, exasperated, retorted, "Having something to drink is already a blessing. You're being picky?" Fortunately, the butler brought a glass of water to Chungyi, allowing him to regain his composure. He glared at Shun San. "What is your problem? Are you jealous of me?" Shun San shot him a glare. Indeed, he was envious, but not to the extent of plotting his murder. Xi Tong glanced at the table laden with juice, the chaotic chatter of the two boys ringing in her ears, and she stood up helplessly. "You two continue. I'm going upstairs to rest." With that, she hastily exited the living room under their scrutinizing gazes. Afterward, Shun San and Chungyi exchanged fierce glares for 2 minutes, until Chungyi let out a dismissive scoff and stood up. "I'm leaving too. You can keep drinking your poison." With Xi Tong no longer present, Shun San lost his temper completely, rising to shout at Chungyi's retreating figure, "You're the real nuisance." However, Chungyi walked out, unfazed by Shun San's outburst. Yet, he soon returned, and Shun San frowned. "What now? If you're leaving, then hurry up and get out of my sight." Chungyi rolled his eyes and turned to the butler. "Uncle, could you arrange for a driver to take me home? I came in a van and didn't bring my own car." The butler nodded promptly, acknowledging his oversight in not providing adequate care for his guests. "Of course. Young Master Chung, I will arrange it immediately." Shun San huffed, then disregarded Chungyi entirely, retreating to his room. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at the 2 remaining glasses of juice on the coffee table. This plan was futile. He needed to consult his second brother and fourth brother about how they had managed to bond with his sister, recalling that both had previously been rather distant with her. In the afternoon, Shen-Si returned home, initially reluctant due to his busy schedule. But the thought of his little sister being on break compelled him to drop everything and come back. To his surprise, he was met with Shun Sen's shifty gaze upon his arrival. Shen-Si instinctively took a step back, eyeing Shun San warily. "I'm out of money." Had Shun San set his sights on another luxury car? His speed of earning hardly kept up with his spending. Shun San retorted, "Do I look like that kind of person? I usually ask the elder brother for money. How could he possibly ask his younger brother for cash?" Shen-Si's lips twitched as he reminded Shun San, "Last time, half of the money for that new car was mine." Shun San awkwardly rubbed his nose. "That car was a gift to you." Shen-Si was taken aback. "What has possessed you?" "Go find our little sister for help." The brother, who cherished his cars above all else, was actually gifting one away? Shun San replied nonchalantly. It was conditional. Hearing this, Shen-Si finally relaxed. This was the Shun San he knew, and it made sense that he wouldn't suddenly be so generous without a catch. However, he immediately rejected the offer without a second thought. "No need. I already have a car." Shun San scoffed. "What is so great about your car? Mine is superior." Before he could finish, Shen-Si interrupted. "To me, a car is merely a means of transportation. It doesn't have to be extravagant, as long as it runs." Shun San shot him a disapproving look. Lack of ambition. Shen-Si, unable to withstand Shun San's intense gaze, sighed in resignation. "What are your conditions? Just tell me." Shun San instantly became serious. "What is our little sister like? I need to win her favor."
Shen-Si frowned,
bewildered by Shun San's sudden desire to compete for their sister's attention. One older brother was already enough. Now the second brother was joining in. Perhaps the eldest brother was too? The second brother admired her for her academic talents, but what had prompted the third brother to suddenly take notice? Could it be her exceptional driving skills? Otherwise, he couldn't fathom what could have softened Shin-sen's demeanor so drastically. He remembered that she didn't even have a driver's license and had never mentioned learning to drive. Could it be that after the last incident where she helped the eldest brother with his peculiar ailment, Shin-san had developed a newfound respect for her? Shin-san urged.
Come on, speak up.
Are you practicing silence is golden? Shin-si, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. It was rare to see Shin-san in such a light. And he seized the opportunity to tease him. What? Have you changed your mind about our little sister? Trying to impress her? It was too tempting not to provoke him, given how Shin-san had previously yelled at her. Shin-san's face flushed, and he retorted defiantly. Who is trying to impress her? I was just asking casually. If you want to say anything, I'll just ask the second brother. Just as he turned away, he heard Shin-si's languid voice. Our little sister loves to sleep, eat, and she also likes money. In the past, Shin-san would have dismissed such preferences as trivial. Now, however, he found them rather endearing. He dashed up to by Xi Tong's floor, while Shin-si chuckled and followed suit. Shin-san turned back. What are you following me for? He felt embarrassed to treat his sister kindly in front of Shin-si. It was a matter of pride. Shin-si scoffed. Is this your house alone? Shin-san replied. This is my parent house. Shin-si laughed. It's also my parents' house. Shin-san rolled his eyes. Childish. Shin-si retorted. Not as childish as you. Finally, Shin-san grew tired of the banter, feeling cornered, and could only march up to by Xi Tong's door. With a fierce expression, he knocked. Bang, bang, bang. Shin-woo. Open the door. Shin-si watched the spectacle with amusement. Oh? How arrogant. Let us see how you wriggle out of this.
Shin-san continued knocking. Bang, bang, bang.
Shin-woo, hurry, and open the door. The already sleeping by Xi Tong furrowed her brow at the noise, rolling over in an attempt to drift back to sleep. The persistent knocking and shouting from Shin-san broke her peace. Annoyed, she opened her eyes, filled with irritation, and put on her shoes before making her way to the door. With a cold expression, she opened it, just as Shin-san's hand was poised to knock again. Their eyes locked. By Xi Tong pursed her lips. What is it? Shin-san felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. It was over. Seeing his little sister's expression, it was clear she was upset, and Shin-si stood beside him, having already made grandiose claims, now unable to back down. Thus, he continued in a forceful tone, I want to give you some money. Is that unacceptable? Xi Tong was momentarily taken aback. What sort of affliction is this? Has the money god possessed him? Shin-si couldn't help but snicker.
Ha ha ha.
His third brother's audacious maneuver was unparalleled. This was the legendary act of uttering the most cowardly words in the most authoritative tone. Shin-san, consumed by anxiety, paid no heed to Shin-si, who was nearly gasping for breath from laughter, and focused solely on his little sister's expression to gauge her anger. Chapter 73. Better to exhaust oneself than to let others prevail. In the next moment, Xi Tong turned coldly and walked away, causing both Shin-san and Shin-si to panic, fearing they had upset their sister. They wanted to enter and explain, but felt embarrassed to follow her into her room, leaving them anxiously standing at the door. Shin-san lamented. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so obstinate. Now he had only worsened the situation. And his sister was surely even angrier. Shin-si was equally flustered. Why were they watching such a spectacle? What if their sister's anger extended to him as well? Just as their minds raced to find a remedy, the girl emerged once more. In the midst of their astonished gazes, she raised the phone she had just retrieved, displaying the screen with a payment request interface. Who would be foolish enough to turn down money, especially when it was being offered so readily? After all, she had just spent quite a bit the night before. What are you dawdling for? Didn't you say you wanted to give me some money? Are you having second thoughts? Shin-san quickly snapped back to reality, hurriedly grabbing the phone to scan the payment code. Here. Brother giving little sister some pocket money is only right. If you ever run short on pocket money, feel free to come to third brother. Shin-si's lips twitched, internally criticizing. Do you really have that much money? Surely. Third brother is the poorest in the family. His little sister had a penchant for wealth, always welcoming income while shunning expenses. Unlike other girls who purchased a plethora of trinkets, dresses, and bags, her little treasury must hold a considerable sum. Xi Tong watched the payment notification. Her previously irritable mood slightly alleviated, and her expression softened a bit. Shin-san felt a surge of joy. Money truly was effective. After this, he couldn't waste money on cars anymore and decided to sell off those seldom used vehicles. Moreover, He recognized a truth. Those skilled in their craft never fussed over the type of car. His sister was an exceptional driver, so any car would do. Shun San scratched the back of his head. Then we won't disturb you any longer, little sister. Please continue to rest. Wait. Shun San and Shin Si turned back to her. Is there something you want to discuss? They were taken aback. It was rare for their sister to take the initiative to engage in conversation. Xi Tong curiously inquired, how did you two graduate early back in the day? Shen Si was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, to graduate early, one must be exceptionally outstanding. After accumulating sufficient credits and completing the graduation project, the leadership team and mentors must convene to discuss and agree, and then you can graduate early. Xi Tong remarked, that sounds incredibly complicated. Shun San blinked. Little sister, do you wish to graduate early? However, from what he understood, given her unremarkable grades, it would be quite difficult for her to do so. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. Is that not permissible? Shen Si nodded. Of course it's possible. Little sister, you are so clever. You will surely graduate early. Shin San quickly probed. What are your plans after graduation? Have you decided where you want to work? Or do you have other arrangements? Would you like to join our team? Shun Si shoved Shin San aside. Little sister, don't listen to him. Playing with cars is dangerous. You should join my math group instead. It's easy and safe. Shun San rubbed his waist where Shin Si had bumped him, glaring. Shin Si, you lack honor. Shin Si scoffed. I have neither literary nor martial virtues. At this moment, everything else can be disregarded. Winning people over is paramount. Xi Tong leaned against the doorframe. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to lie at home and sleep. Shin San and Shin Si ceased their playful banter, both earnestly studying their sister, hoping to detect a hint of jest in her expression. However, they were disappointed. She bore a serious countenance, devoid of any jest, and they both perceived her as rather lazy. Shun Sen queried, are you planning to graduate early, just to lounge around at home? Xi Tong crossed her arms. Is that not acceptable? Shun Si blinked. It is permissible. But isn't it a bit dull to lie at home every day at such a young age? Young ladies ought to be out exploring the world. Why does it seem like their sister lives like an old soul who has seen through the world's trivialities? Xi Tong shook her phone. What they can see. I can see on my phone just the same. It saves time, effort, and money. With just a flick of my finger, I can view any scenery I desire. And when I tire, I can simply close my eyes and sleep. How delightful. Shun San was at a loss for words. But it's not the same, is it? Xi Tong shrugged. Different perspectives, that us all. Shun Si sighed in exasperation. Your ideals are beautiful, but you should take action first. Their sister was so lethargic, other than eating and sleeping, she relied on them to do her homework. Could she truly summon the resolve to push herself to excel? Shun San pondered. Perhaps she was merely speaking whimsically. After all, becoming smarter isn't something that happens overnight. It's possible that by the time she meets all requirements, the regular graduation timeline would have already arrived. Xi Tong nodded. Do you have any experience? Shin Si shook his head. Work harder and study more. Shin San scrutinized his sister before pursing his lips, and sleep less. Suddenly, Shin Si recalled something and reminded them. The school only has 1 or 2 spots for early graduation each year. Shin San cared little for this. It seems there haven't been any students graduating early in the past 2 years, right? Even if there are only 2 spots. No one has managed to fill them. Not even a single person has claimed a spot. Xi Tong silently noted this down. Among so many students, surely more than a few shared her ambitions. She wouldn't be deterred from competing. Now, she was determined to exhaust herself to outshine others. She would secure one of those scarce spots. All right, I understand now. Just as she was about to close the door, she bit her lip and added a brief thank you. Watching the door close, the 2 brothers stood in stunned silence. Shun San, unable to believe his ears, rubbed them. Did she just say thank you to us? How extraordinary. Shin Si stiffly nodded, seemingly still processing. It appears so. Shun San grinned widely. No need for thanks. Little sister, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After all, I am someone who has once shone brightly and possessed some genuine skills. That evening, as the family gathered for dinner, Shin father jested at the sight of his daughter already seated at the table. Today, little 5 is surprisingly awake. Usually, it's the maid who calls her down for meals. Shin mother was utterly delighted. A young girl needs to be vibrant and full of life. Our precious daughter just eats and sleeps, lacking any semblance of a young girl's exuberance. Now that she has changed, it's impossible not to feel happy. Shun San blurted out, because little sister is about to rise. Shen Yi and Shen Er both looked over with curiosity. Shen Father also inquired, do tell us more. Shun San grinned, little sister wants to complete her studies ahead of schedule. Chapter 74. Sister aims to reclaim her peak moment. The dining hall fell silent for a moment, then gradually resumed its lively atmosphere, though everyone was still momentarily stunned. Shin Father turned to his daughter. You don't have to push yourself too hard. Graduating on time is perfectly fine. Shin Mother nodded. What has prompted this sudden desire to graduate early? Did someone from the outside say something? Don't pay them any mind. Our darling doesn't need to place excessive pressure on herself. Their daughter, who had always been laid back and carefree, suddenly expressing a desire to graduate early, was truly unexpected. The effort required to complete her studies ahead of time was no small feat. It hardly seemed to align with the notion of their daughter, who had previously embraced a carefree attitude. Shenxi, feeling helpless, remarked, I believe you all have misunderstood. My little sister merely wishes to graduate early and subsequently lounge around at home. Xi Tong calmly nodded in agreement, precisely. Shen Father was left speechless, while Shen Mother found herself at a loss for words, both unsurprised yet taken aback. Shen Yi and Shen Er nearly burst into laughter, wondering how they had never noticed their sister's humorous side before. Shen Father quickly adopted a serious demeanor, clearing his throat, but isn't this, in its own way, a form of effort? Shen Mother eagerly concurred. Keep it up, sweetheart. Your mother believes in you. Raising a daughter is no trouble at all. If you wish to be lazy, then be lazy. Shen Yi added nonchalantly, just do what you enjoy. If you want to play, play. If you want to work hard, then work hard. Xi Tong was taken aback by the family's composed demeanor. The Shen family was filled with prodigies. How could they tolerate having a slacker among them? She had not anticipated her good fortune in encountering such a wonderful family. On Saturday afternoon, Jean Mohan arrived at their door, his assistant in tow, carrying gifts. Shen Father and Shen Mother exchanged glances, initially thinking that his visit was merely a casual remark, as they had not been in touch with Mr. Jean for several days, and assumed he had forgotten about them. To their surprise, he not only showed up but also brought an abundance of gifts, which felt more like a social call, rather than a business partnership. Pardon the intrusion, uncle and aunt. How is your recovery, Shen Yi?
Shen Yi similet gente.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jean. I am mostly well now. Jean Mohan chuckled. I wasn't sure what you two would like, so I took the liberty of selecting a few gifts. I hope you won't find them lacking. Shen Father, upon seeing the gifts, was astonished. These were exquisite and precious items, hardly suitable as mere presents, but rather akin to heirlooms. Truly, Mr. Jean was remarkable. His casual gestures betrayed immense power and wealth. We are not ungrateful, Mr. Jean. You are far too kind. There is no need for such gifts. Shen Mother was equally flustered, as the value of the gifts left her in a quandary about whether to accept them. At that moment, Xi Tong descended lazily from upstairs. She had spent the entire day awake, engrossed to her desk. Hearing the commotion in the living room, she glanced up, only to lock eyes with Jean Mohan. You really came to mooch a meal? She quipped. Jean Mohan replied, What kind of gaze is that, young lady? At the dining table, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone felt uneasy, primarily because Jean Mohan was an enigmatic and formidable figure, and they were unsure how they had inadvertently attracted his attention. Jean Mohan observed Xi Tong devouring her meal, seemingly oblivious to his presence, and found it amusing. Had she not eaten in ages? Shen Father hesitantly inquired. I hope these dishes please your palate, Mr. Jean? Jean Mohan nodded. The taste is delightful. It reminds me of home. Shen Mother smiled graciously. If you enjoy it, do come by more often. Jean Mohan felt even more at ease. Then I shall trouble you more frequently. Shen San and Shen Si exchanged furtive glances, both furrowing their brows. The pressure he exuded was overwhelming. They could hardly endure such an atmosphere, especially with someone they could not afford to offend. Shen San whispered, What is Mom doing? Come by more often? She should be saying not to come again. Shen Si added, I inexplicably find him displeasing. He seems deeply calculating. And I wonder what his intentions are. Xi Tong remarked, Why is he so thick-skinned? Can't he tell this is merely my mother's polite gesture? Shen Er looked at Shen Yi, questioning, Are you quite familiar with Mr. Jean? Shen Yi shook his head slightly and glanced at Shen Father. Not particularly. I thought Dad knew him well. Shen Father was equally perplexed, wondering how they had mistakenly connected with Mr. Jean. Meanwhile, Shen Mother observed discreetly, Were it not for the lack of affection in her daughter's gaze, she might have begun to suspect something. Mr. Jean was inscrutable. This young man was shrewd. And discerning anything about him was nearly impossible. After dinner, Jean Mohan took his leave. Shin Sen finally exhaled in relief and boldly inquired, was he truly only here for dinner? Shin Si also found it strange. We aren't particularly close, are we? Typically, business partners dine out, who comes directly to someone's home. Shin father frowned. It is indeed curious. Shin mother sighed. Oh well, let us not overthink it. Perhaps Mr. Jean simply enjoys home-cooked meals. It's not unusual for outsiders to have peculiar preferences. Later that evening, in Bo Shitong's room, Shin mother observed her quietly seated daughter and cautiously asked, Dear, what do you think of Mr. Jean? Bo Shitong candidly replied, I feel he must be quite handsome without his mask. Shin mother responded, Is that answer too direct? Yet it is so innocent and frank. Do you like him? Bo Shitong met her mother's gaze, aware that her mother was probing, but she did not wish to cause her concern. I merely admire him, she said. If this charming man were to entice her further, who knows? She might genuinely fall for him. Shin mother nodded. Indeed, he is young and accomplished. It's natural for a mature young lady to be drawn to him. After all, don't young girls typically favor the domineering CEO type? However, Mr. Jean is quite different, and I worry for your well-being. Bo Shitong gently patted her mother's hand. Mom, your worries are unfounded. I have no particular thoughts, at least not at present. Shin mother nodded. I'm not saying you cannot like him, just that he is not an ordinary person. I hope you lead a peaceful and joyful life. The girl smiled and nodded. That is what I desire as well. That man was destined for greatness. In another world, perhaps she would have pursued him, but in this one, she preferred to keep her distance. On Monday at school, the two girls gaped at Bo Shitong, their eyes wide with disbelief. Has Tong Tong actually taken the initiative to study? They wondered. Is she not sleepy? Suwan Berlinket, Tong Tong. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell, or have you lost your mind? Bo Shitong, casually twirling a pen, raised her head lazily and replied, I am ready to reclaim my peak moment. In her youth, she had been fiercely competitive, refusing to concede defeat and striving to be the best in everything. Chapter 75. Sometimes, he feels helpless as well.
Suwan Berlinket, who?
Tong Tong, did you ever have a peak moment? The three of them had shared stories from their childhood, and it seemed that Tong Tong had never experienced such a peak. Xiaoji gently poked Suwan's arm, signaling her to be more tactful. What if she inadvertently dampened Tong Tong's enthusiasm? Bo Shitong paid no mind, smiling as she continued to read. Suwan, still blinking, turned to Xiaoji. Tong Tong has suddenly become so serious. It feels so strange. Xiaoji observed the diligently focused Bo Shitong, biting her lip. She had never seen this side of her friend. As if she had transformed into a different person. Yet this new side of Tong Tong exuded charm and confidence, radiating brilliance. In the classroom, Bo Shitong's transformation astonished everyone.
My goodness.
She actually hasn't slept today? This is unprecedented. It wasn't that Bo Shitong was particularly eye-catching. It was simply that she had been such a notorious sleeper that everyone couldn't help but admire her newfound diligence. Su Chu sauntered over. Boss, you're actually studying? Are you planning to secretly ace the tests? Maybe next time you won't even have to face the office's reprimand. Bo Shitong replied coldly, I am openly striving for excellence. Some classmates couldn't help but mock her. What are you pretending for? Whether you're genuinely studying or just putting on a show is still up for debate. Bo Shitong shot a cold glare, unyielding, and retorted, What does it matter to you? Whether I'm pretending or studying is none of your concern. Are you worried I might surpass you? A female classmate glared back, defiantly stating me. What is there to fear? After years of hard work, do you think you can surpass me just by studying for a few days? Moreover, do you really comprehend the essence of the words, or merely their superficial appearance? Suwon narrowed her eyes. Do you fancy yourself the top of the entire school? Do you believe that years of diligent study in mechanics render you exceptional? Xiaoji scoffed. Though harsh and unjust, the reality is that hard work cannot surpass innate talent, especially when one possesses both diligence and talent. A female classmate crossed her arms. Talent, you say? If one is truly talented, would they be summoned to the office for a reprimand? Now that is quite the talent. Bo Shitong smirked. In under half an hour, I effortlessly achieved a passing grade, while you toiled for 2 hours, and your result was merely 70 points. Isn't that infuriating? The girl's face flushed with embarrassment, swiftly transforming into anger. You. Su Wan fanned the flames. Oh. But didn't you claim to have studied earnestly for so many years? How is it that you only managed to score in the 70s? Su Chu maintained a scowl throughout. Your efforts are your own concern, and others' efforts belong to them. Why must you compare?
All right.
Class is starting, sit down. What do you all resemble? The teacher entered the classroom, frowning at the chaotic group standing around, scolding them. Only then did everyone hurriedly take their seats, though the girl shot a defiant glare at Xi Tong. In class, a male student suddenly raised his hand. Is there an issue, young man? The male student stood. Teacher. Shun is reading a book unrelated to the lesson. The crowd. Xi Tong frowned. Are you out of your mind? What is it to you? The teacher sighed. Sometimes, it is quite helpless to be a teacher. We are in college, yet still have to manage such trivialities. Besides, he is neither the class leader nor the counselor. He merely needs to complete this lesson. He has no desire to oversee everything. There's no other choice. Having reached this point, he could only feign a composed demeanor and say, Shin, please refrain from reading books unrelated to the class. Xi Tong nonchalantly put away her book and replaced it with one pertinent to the lesson. After all, it all needs to be learned, whether early or late. The timing is inconsequential. A few minutes later, a female student raised her hand again. The teacher turned to the blackboard to write, trying to ignore her. It isn't the time for questions yet. Yet the female student stood up and loudly declared, Teacher, Shin has turned the wrong page. The teacher. Losing patience, this female student could have privately reminded Shin, there's no need to inform me. In college, everyone manages themselves. Who has the time to oversee others? The girl sat down, feeling thwarted. She had hoped to see the teacher reprimand Shin Wu, only to discover the teacher was indifferent. Frustrated, the teacher, internally rolling his eyes, was exasperated by the constant interruptions during his lesson. He addressed the class. Please refrain from discussing matters unrelated to the lesson in my classroom. If you wish to listen, do so. If not, you may choose not to attend. Do not hinder my teaching, nor disrupt those who wish to learn. After the teacher's admonition, the boy and girl who had complained turned crimson, shocked to find themselves reprimanded instead. Finally, the class ended. Su Chu approached the boy who had reported Shin. The boy instantly panicked, for he was the captain of the basketball team, and there was an undeniable air of intimidation. Su, did you need something?
Su Chu scoffed internally,
cursing the cowardice. If he knew the boss was stronger than he, would he not be terrified? Yet, the boss would likely not bother to settle scores with such a petty individual. Do you not know what you ought to do? I never noticed you lived by the sea. Have you consumed too much seafood to meddle in others' affairs? The boy trembled in fear. Su Chu had a crew of tall and muscular basketball friends, and he dared not confront him directly. I merely intended to kindly remind Shin that he had the wrong book. Su Chu narrowed his eyes. Then allow me to kindly remind you to mind your own business. The boy quickly nodded. Yes, I want to intervene again. As he turned to leave, Su Chu grabbed him by the collar. I didn't say you could leave. The boy stuttered. Is there something else? Su Chu smirked, patting the boy's face. You think you can just walk away without apologizing? How convenient for you. The boy immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Some classmates observed, unable to endure the scene. Is Su Chu resorting to bullying?
This is not right.
Su Chu tilted his head. Is this bullying? This is merely ridding society of nuisances. Everyone else, too intimidated to confront Su Chu, could only voice their opinions in the safety of numbers. Su Chu frowned. Apologizing to me? Do you genuinely not understand, or are you feigning ignorance? The boy hurriedly approached Xi Tong. Shun, I'm sorry. Xi Tong replied flatly. I do not accept. A female classmate, unable to remain silent. He has already apologized. What more do you want?
Slap.
The moment the girl finished speaking, she received a resounding slap. Su Wan, arms crossed, wore a face of arrogant defiance. Oh dear. My apologies. The girl barely had time to respond when Xia Ji feigned surprise. Really, Wan has already apologized. What else do you desire? Chapter 76, Salt on the Wound. The girl covered her face, her eyes wide in disbelief, nearly speechless with rage. You. Xi Tong glanced at her. What are you barking about? The girl glared at them fiercely. I want to let you off. Then, she fled in tears, and the boy hurried after her. At this point, everyone could discern the situation. It was painfully obvious. Su Wan remarked, exasperated. Truly, what a fitting match. Su Chu approached to console. Boss, do not let their words trouble you. They are merely jesters. Xia Ji gazed at Su Chu. Captivated, she found him remarkably endearing, both protective and responsible.
Bo Xi Tong responded coldly.
She genuinely did not take it to heart. It would only delay her early graduation. Suddenly, Su Chu's phone chimed. He instinctively pulled it out, his previously stoic expression transforming into a bright smile as his fingers flew across the screen, presumably responding to a message. Well then, I shall take my leave. He then jogged away, his back radiating joy. Xiaoji stared intently at the boy's retreating figure, wondering what delightful news he had received. Su Wan squinted. Why do I feel he has been acting strangely lately? Xiaoji casually inquired. What seems odd about him? It was precisely this question that prompted Bo Xi Tong, who had been quietly reading, to glance up and subtly scrutinize her. However, Xiaoji, still fixated on Su Chu's departing figure, remained unaware. Su Wan, oblivious, continued. Su Chu used to cling to Xi Tong for 24 hours. The boss would follow behind her, calling her by every name imaginable. Yet, in the past week, he often vanished without a trace. Xiaoji furrowed her brow slightly. Perhaps the basketball team has been particularly busy? Su Wan scoffed. Busy with what? Everyone else is playing. Surely, he is not the only one working? Bo Xi Tong quietly observed Xiaoji's expression. This girl was typically not one to seek gossip, especially regarding male classmates. Showing no interest whatsoever. Why was she suddenly so invested in that brat Su Chu? Thus, she tentatively probed. Did you not previously say that he fancied someone named Heen? Su Wan immediately chimed in. Yes, Heen. Indeed. Bo Xi Tong noticed Xiaoji's pupils slightly constrict and her fingers turned pale, her expression stiffening. The next moment, Su Wan exclaimed. But didn't Heen not like him? Have they started dating? Upon hearing this, Xiaoji felt as though her heart had nearly ceased to beat. A suffocating sensation, overwhelming her. Before it even commenced, it concluded abruptly, rendering even a clandestine affection devoid of legitimacy. Bo Xi Tong let out a resigned sigh and remarked. Not necessarily. Su Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Heen is in a romantic relationship with someone else? If it were Heen, they would have long been together. Why would they still be waiting? Moreover, Heen has always prided herself on her aloofness, cultivating a persona of icy superiority that hardly seems conducive to romance. To her surprise, Su Chu turned out to be such a person. He had feigned an ardent affection for Heen, and just last week, she had overheard gossip about him presenting a birthday gift to someone. Yet this week, he was already seeking affection elsewhere. What a scoundrel! Xiaoji frowned, instinctively defending. Wan, perhaps you're misunderstanding? Bo Xi Tong, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead. She intended to offer a subconscious comfort to Xia, but Wan muddied the waters further. What I mean is, perhaps it isn't a romance. It could be due to other circumstances? Su Wan pondered. That does make sense. Bo Xi Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Glad that this little imp had finally ceased unwittingly pouring salt into Xia's wounds. Yet, in the next moment, she was left speechless as Su Wan, with a serious expression, declared no. Based on my extensive experience with gossip, Su Chu's smile radiates with infatuation. I would wager that he is over 90% likely to be in a relationship. Bo Xi Tong lamented. Does anyone understand? I simply cannot handle this. Xiaoji's complexion grew increasingly pale, culminating in a look of despondency and helplessness. Indeed, Su was such an admirable individual, perfectly matched with he. In contrast, she felt utterly unworthy of him. With her head bowed, Xiaoji sank further into self-deprecation. Bo Xi Tong raised her hand to her forehead, wishing fervently to seal the little girl's lips with glue. Never mind all that, Xia. I have a problem I can't solve. Could you help me with it? Xiaoji snapped back to reality. Huh? Oh, sure, let me see the problem. Subsequently, Xiaoji sat beside Bo Xi Tong, explaining the problem, though her eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Su Wan observed Xiaoji, noticing her unusual demeanor. Xia, what's wrong? You seem rather distracted. Typically, when explaining problems to herself, Xiaoji was full of vigor. Why was she so listless today? Xiaoji jolted. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. Su Wan nodded, then earnestly admonished. Xia. I've told you countless times to take care of your health, to avoid late-night studying. Why won't you listen? Xiaoji forced a smile, playfully poking the little girl's forehead. So, it's acceptable to stay up late playing on your phone? Su Wan immediately responded with a cheeky grin. I just need a little relaxation. Watching the two young girls playfully banter, Both Xi Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her. To be honest, this was her first encounter with such a situation, and she was utterly at a loss as to how to resolve it. After all, one cannot compel Su Chu and Xia Xia to be together. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Yet, she had already come to regard Xia Xia as a dear friend. She harbored no lofty ideals. Her only concern lay with those around her. In truth, if one were to employ a few subtle tactics, a young couple could part ways in the blink of an eye. After all, she possessed a certain talent for understanding the human heart, an essential skill for survival. She was not so noble. As long as she remained alive, she would resort to any means necessary. However, knowing Xia Xia's character made her feel utterly at a loss. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiaji swiftly washed up and climbed into bed.
Suwan, Dumbao.
Observed the already slumbering Xiaji, and then turned her gaze to Bo Shidong, who was still studying. She rubbed her eyes, then glanced left and right. Am I seeing things? Has the sun risen in the west? How have these two swapped roles? What is happening? Chapter 77, An Explosive Revelation. Bo Shidong glanced at the sleeping Xiaji before silently returning to her book. Su Wan, feeling bored, began to read alongside Bo Shidong. Alas, the final exams are approaching. This time, I must perform well, or I'll be in for a miserable new year at home. Bo Shidong looked up. Are we about to have a break? The girl blinked in surprise. Yes. Tong Tong, didn't you know? You must have been so engrossed in your sleep that you lost track of time. How long is the break? At the mention of this, Su Wan's face lit up. We're having a winter break. An entire month. She then appeared somewhat crestfallen. But I have to return home to spend the new year with my parents, which means I'll be separated from you. Tong Tong. How boring that will be. Bo Shitong pinched the little girl's forlorn face. But you still have Xia Xia, and besides, you both will have to return to school after a month. Suwon glanced at Xiaji's back, sighed. I wonder if Xia Xia will go back this year. She doesn't like returning to her home. And I doubt her family is eager for her return either. Sigh, it's frustrating. How can there be such a father in this world? With such a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. After all, she is his own flesh and blood. How can he be so callous? Thinking of this, Suwon clenched her fists in indignation, feeling a deep sense of injustice for Xiaji. If only Xiaji would agree to come home with her. Bo Shitong set her book aside and walked over to the bed. Suwon, puzzled, asked, Aren't you going to study? Why are you going to sleep again? Bo Shitong smiled. Isn't the break nearly here? I can just lounge at home. Suwan. That night, Bo Shitong was awakened by the vibration of her phone, squinting as she opened her eyes. What you requested has been prepared. Following this were 10 documents, all containing incriminating evidence against the vice principal. Bo Shidong swiftly transferred the final payment. However, the other party continued to send messages after receiving the payment. Is there any other task? Bo Shitong furrowed her brow. Typically, once the final payment was made, one would not expect further communication from the employer.
Yes.
She replied without hesitation. Same old rule, 100,000. Bo Shitong twitched her lips. This was akin to robbery.
Goodbye.
The other party immediately tried to retain her. Wait. Since you're a regular customer, I'll do it for 50,000. Bo Shitong narrowed her eyes. Deal. Ensure that these incriminating details are disseminated across various news outlets. On the other end, Jean Mohan was nearly laughing in exasperation. The young girl wanted to expose the incriminating evidence across different new media platforms for just 50,000. How could such a good deal exist? Only she would indulge her whims. Understood. The following morning, Bo Shitong was roused by the chattering voices outside. Groggily, she glanced at the two young girls. What on earth is happening out there? I had planned to enjoy a good sleep this morning since there are no classes. Upon seeing her awake, Su Wan bounced over, brimming with excitement as if she had just consumed a stimulant. Tong Tong, it's the biggest scoop ever. Xiaji chuckled. Finally, you're awake, Tong Tong. Wan Wan was so eager to wake you up to share the gossip. Bo Shitong, observing the two girls, had already begun to piece together the situation. She checked the time. It was only 7 in the morning. To her astonishment, the efficiency of events had been remarkable. She should leave a positive review. She played along with Su Wan's enthusiasm. What gossip? What happened? Su Wan quickly opened her phone. You must see this. You won't believe our vice principal is such a person. Breaking, a shocking scandal. A certain prestigious university leader in the dead of night. Certain prestigious university leader embezzles funds. Certain prestigious university vice principal abandons wife and children. 10 trending topics all centered around the same individual. Xiaji added, moreover. The female student from the school team has been linked to the vice principal, and campus paparazzi have uncovered their relationship. No wonder she was so arrogant. She thought she had a powerful backer. Tong, you should have seen her pathetic state. It was utterly satisfying. Both Xi Tong observed the attire of the two girls. They were neither in loungewear nor pajamas. Have you two already been out? She initially thought the two young girls were merely gossiping in the corridor. Su-won nodded in agreement, exclaiming, of course. How could I possibly miss such an important occasion? Summer hesitated, casting a glance at Bo Shidong, before finally pursing her lips to inquire, Tong, is it you who said you had your own methods last time?
Bo Itong.
Not intending to conceal anything, nodded affirmatively. It is indeed me. The two young girls stood there, momentarily stunned. Bo Shitong's expression darkened slightly, fearing her tactics had frightened them. Little did she know, mere seconds later, the two girls snapped back to reality, their faces lighting up with laughter.
Wow.
Tong, you are simply incredible. I admire you so much. Su-won squealed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Summer expressed concern. Tong, do you think they might retaliate against you?
Bo Itong smiled reassuringly.
Don't worry, they want to know who is behind this. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. People like them probably can't even remember how many they've wronged or exploited. This time will be enough to haunt them for a lifetime. They won't have the luxury of time to seek revenge. Su-won opened her phone to record. Tong, look at that girl from the school team. Running out of the school, looking utterly defeated. She had a winning hand but ended up playing poorly. If only she hadn't been so meddlesome and had focused on her future, her success would have been far beyond the school team. Bo Shitong had never considered joining the school team, so that girl remained in her position. Moreover, she had so many choices. Yet she chose to cling to the vice principal for vanity.
Sigh.
Su-won scoffed. It's precisely her arrogance. She acts like she's the best in the world. And classmates say she looks down on others, often bullying them. Yet, others dare not resist. Any attempt at defiance proves futile, leaving them to silently endure. Suddenly, Su-won remembered something and continued. Do you both recall Hee-in's little follower, Fangxia? Summer frowned. It does seem like it's been a while since we last saw her. She was practically inseparable from Hee-in and often enjoyed bullying Tong. But since that last incident, we haven't seen her or encountered Hee-in either. Su-won leaned in conspiratorially. I heard there's been a major upheaval in her family. Bo Shidong had already predicted Fangxia's downfall, although she hadn't witnessed it firsthand. She was certain it was not far from her expectations, and her elder brothers had taken care of matters without her interference. Chapter 78. Is Bo Shili so deranged? Summer thought of Su Chu and Heen, then casually inquired about Fangxia. What major event occurred? Su-won replied nonchalantly. Let us just say that evil begets evil. And fortune turns in cycles. Rumor has it that Fangxia's parents divorced, and she and her mother were kicked out of the Fang household. On the same day, her father brought home his mistress, with whom he fathered an illegitimate child. Summer's eyes widened in disbelief. That's quite the twist. So much has happened in just a month? Su-won nodded. What I heard is absolutely credible. They've been discussing it privately. And over 90% of what's been said is true. Some even claim to have seen Fangxia and her mother begging on the streets in tattered clothes. Summer exclaimed, her prideful self would stoop to begging? Wouldn't she cause a scene at the Fang family instead? Being thrown out with her mother, only to have a mistress and her child take everything that was rightfully hers. Su-won shook her head, but wasn't Heen close with Fangxia? Why didn't she help? They were practically inseparable. If only Heen had offered a little assistance, Fangxia and her mother wouldn't be in such dire straits. Summer shrugged. Who knows? Business and family ties aren't always rooted in genuine affection. Often, interests prevail. Su-won sighed. I also heard Fangxia has gone missing. As if she vanished into thin air. Bo Shitong smirked, knowing well she was likely no longer among the living. Yet, the fact that she had managed to endure for so long surprised her. Perhaps she was simply clinging to a stubborn refusal to accept her fate. Anger at the Fang family for casting her out, only to welcome back the mistress she despised, might also fuel her resentment. However, none of that mattered anymore. The events had already transpired. Due to the public uproar surrounding the vice principal, the school had found itself in quite a predicament. Leaving the administration and teachers in a flurry, the students were unexpectedly granted a week off. Soon, Mother Shin called, her voice laced with concern. Darling, are you all right? Are you coming home for the break? Xi Tong reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow? I'm going to a concert. Mother Shin was delighted. Her daughter was finally going out instead of staying cooped up at home. Wonderful. Enjoy yourself and stay safe. I'll send you some pocket money shortly. Xi Tong beamed, unabashedly replying, Thank you, Mom. I'll send you my new card number. Mother Shin didn't think much of it. It was normal for one person to have several cards. All right. I'll wait for you to come back, so we can chat. After hanging up, Suwon rushed over. Wah. Tong Tong. I'm so touched that you remembered to take me to the concert. Summer face-bombed, exposing the girl's theatrics. ISNT, this something you've been nagging us about every day? It's hard to forget.
Suwon pouted.
Summer, you've turned mean, always ruining the fun. In the Shun household, Mother Shin furrowed her brows. I can't believe I'm only just hearing about such a significant event. I should have noticed when the school leaders first visited our home. Shun Si was equally furious. How dare they spread rumors about my sister? They must be tired of living. Father Shin sighed, feeling both helpless and pained. This child, such important matters, and she didn't even inform us.
Shena pondered.
So who is behind all this dirt coming to light? He suspected it was his sister's doing, as she always handled matters with remarkable skill and foresight. The last incident with the Fong family had been entirely within her control, with everyone's paths meticulously arranged by her. Thus, he felt the situation was not merely a coincidence. After all, the vice principal had been exerting pressure for quite some time. If someone had the courage to expose him, he would have fallen long ago, yet even the principal had refrained from taking action all these years. Yet, once it involved his sister, he fell from grace overnight, imprisoned, with multiple scandals simultaneously surfacing from various media outlets. How could she possess such power? Or was someone assisting her? Shin Er instinctively glanced at his elder brother, only to find him deep in thought as well. So, it wasn't he the elder brother after all. Shun San, unable to contain his anger, stood up. This is infuriating. I can't stand it. I must go and confront him. Father Shin shot him a glare. He's in jail. Do you want to join him for a meal? You actually plan on barging into a prison to beat someone up in front of the police? Shun-yi looked at the furious Shin San sit down. It's all over now. Shin San begrudgingly sat back down. At least it's over. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much my sister would have to endure alone. Mother Shin sighed. Perhaps we should consider transferring our daughter to another school. This one has a poor atmosphere that could negatively affect her studies. Father Shin nodded seriously. He agreed with his wife's reasoning. The Shin brothers were taken aback. This was considered a decent school in the country. If it weren't for the elder brother's donation of the teaching building, their sister wouldn't have even qualified. Since the school was relatively close to the Shin family villa, the entire family had graduated from there, without ever attending a better, top-tier institution. Shin Si had to interject. Are you certain it will impact her studies? Or will it affect her sleep? Mom and Dad don't know. The younger sister has always completed her homework independently. Mother Shin shot a glare at Shin Si. Do you think that is something a brother should say? Are you doubting your own sister? Shin Si replied, It's not doubt. I have evidence. Father Shin interjected, Even if it doesn't affect her studies, it will undoubtedly influence her school spirit. How burdensome it must be for our daughter. With all these incessant occurrences. Shun San shook his head. In truth, I believe we should consider the younger sister's perspective. Otherwise, discussing it in circles all day is futile. Shin Si nodded. Moreover, she has expressed a desire to graduate early. Transferring schools would undoubtedly complicate matters further, requiring her to readjust to a new environment. Father Shin agreed. Let's wait for our daughter to return before deciding. The following day, Xi Tong was roused early by Suwon, who urged her to wash up and prepare. Hurry up. Tong Tong. We must set off. Xi Tong squinted out the window. It isn't even dawn yet. Is Shili truly that extreme? Singing at this hour? Suwon blushed and smiled excitedly. I want to be the first to arrive at the venue. What if I encounter my idol? Arriving early means fewer people. Who knows? Perhaps a serendipitous encounter with her idol could occur. Chapter 79. To be able to eat is a blessing, a sign of abundance. Resigned. Xi Tong exchanged glances with Xiaji and ultimately followed the spirited Suwon out early. Xiaji, observing the dim sky, frowned and inquired, Will we even be able to catch a ride at this hour? To which the young girl gleefully shook her phone. No need to worry. I am well prepared. Indeed. As the trio approached the entrance, they spotted a van glowing warmly through the fog. The stout man waved, Boss. We're over here. Xiaji's lips twitched at the sight. realizing just how much Wanwan adored this van. Suwon dashed over. Uncle, thank you for waking up so early for us. The tall, lean man chuckled heartily. What a thing to say. We are immensely honored. Xi Tong slid into the back seat, leaning against the cushion to rest her eyes. The early hours sapping her energy. Suwon gazed out at the street, where, astonishingly, despite it still being dawn, the sidewalks were bustling with people and stalls. The sheltered young lady, intrigued, asked, "Do so many people rise at this hour?" The stout man grinned. "These are all breakfast stalls." Suwon checked the time again. "People are already buying breakfast at this hour? What brave souls they must be." Xiaoji shook her head in disbelief. This little princess was truly sheltered from the world. Well protected at home. Breakfast preparations required early readiness, and by the time everything was set, dawn would break. Suwon nodded, her gaze fixed outside the window. Reflecting on the hardships faced by so many, yet their determination and hope shone brightly on their faces. The stout man retrieved a bag of snacks from the front compartment. "You must be hungry after rising so early. Since breakfast isn't available yet, have some snacks to tide you over." The tall man added, "They're just light snacks. Lacking in nutrition, but they'll fill your stomach. Don't be picky." Suwon clutched the bag of snacks. How could I ever be picky? Snacks are among the most delightful foods in the world. Xiaoji produced a bag of whole wheat bread. "Thank you, uncle." Xi Tong opened her eyes, casually reaching for a bag of rice cakes. "What are your names?" This left the four in the vehicle momentarily stunned. Xiaoji and Suwon widened their eyes, realizing that the two uncles were not as familiar with Tong Tong as they had assumed. The tall man and stout man exchanged glances, hesitating to respond, as they had rather unflattering names, common in their village. The stout man cleared his throat. "Ahem, boss, I'm called Dogdan." The tall man added, "I'm called Dogsheng." Suwon, intrigued, exclaimed, "What unique surnames. How cool. Dog, so adorable. Dogs are humanity's most loyal friends." Both men felt a flush of warmth at her words, their earlier embarrassment dissipating as the curious light in her eyes replaced their insecurities. They began to open up. "Actually, this isn't our surname. We are orphans from the village, unaware of our true names, having grown up eating the meals of many households. The elders in the village are simple folk, although no family adopted us. Various people provided us with meals. However, our village tends to give names that reflect the idea of being easy to raise, hence our names." Suwon nodded in understanding. "I see. But I must say, uncle, you both appear quite healthy." Their smiles were genuine, having grown up with the kindness of many. They had aspired to leave their village and carve out a life in the city. However, upon arrival, they faced challenges and ridicule, almost straying off course, until they met their boss, who provided them with a sense of direction. Initially, when they arrived, many local ruffians mocked their names, even driving them away, claiming that such names had no place in their territory. Xi Tong finished her rice cake and stated, "You should choose proper names for yourselves. After living for so long, you ought to have names that belong solely to you. Names like Dogdan and Dogsheng are common. They have become mere labels rather than true names. During your journey in this world, you should leave behind something of your own." Both men paused, quickly realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, Dogdan and Dogsheng were not unique to them. Other children in neighboring villages bore those names as well. The tall man contemplated. "I shall call myself Zhao Bo. Coming from Zhao village." The stout man chuckled. "Then I will be Zhao Pang." The journey continued, filled with laughter and joy, until they finally reached their destination. "Boss has arrived. We are here to pick you up." Suwon joyfully bounced in place. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Bo laughed. "You make me sound old." "Like a little old man." Xiaoji teased. "Then we'll call you Little Uncle Zhao." "Sounds good. You can call me whatever you like." Zhao Pang tilted his head. "And what about me?" Suwon pondered. "Pang Uncle sounds nice." Zhao Pang. Xiaoji watched Suwon with amusement, shaking her head at her playful antics. Zhao Pang, recovering from his surprise, chuckled. "Haha, I think that sounds lovely. How adorable. Grandma Li at the village says being able to eat is a blessing. And being plump signifies good fortune. What stray child could be so fortunate as to grow this healthy?" Thus, he was indeed blessed. Xi Tong, too, smiled, feeling surrounded by a group of innocent children. Meanwhile, a discreetly luxurious black car entered the premises, where Xi frowned at the sight of the van by the roadside. He then caught a glimpse of a familiar figure and was taken aback to encounter her again. This time, he was determined to uncover her identity and investigate thoroughly. It was still too early. He would have the individuals at the entrance ushered into the lounge for a brief respite. His assistant nodded, understood brotherly. But when did the boss become so compassionate? He typically maintains a distant demeanor unless it pertains to work. Although many online criticized him for being aloof, he hardly needed to feign warmth to gain more fans. Those who supported him were genuine admirers. The girl seated beside Bo Shili cast a cautious glance at the van and its occupants, her expression darkening. When did Sango become so tender-hearted and meddlesome? And why would he personally oversee the care of those individuals by that shabby van?
Chapter 80. Suzy Aming.
Xia Jiaming. Sure Jiaming. She pouted reluctantly. Third brother. Why do you even care about them? You have so many fans, can you really manage them all? Besides, those few people look rather impoverished. They wouldn't dare to swindle you, would they? The main point is, the concert time is clearly marked and they arrived so early, surely they harbor ulterior motives. Even the fan club hasn't arrived yet. Bai Shili revealed a gentle smile only in front of his sister, affectionately ruffling her fluffy hair. It's so early. Shouldn't such devoted fans be properly accommodated? After all, if they lose interest, that would be my loss. The girls in the vehicle and the assistant fell silent. It was evident that his words were insincere, utterly devoid of authenticity. He usually paid little heed to such matters. His concert was merely a direction the company wished him to pursue. In truth, he aspired to be an actor whose talent earned him the audience's recognition. While he cared for his fans, they were not his priority. Ultimately, he could always return home and inherit the family business. For now, this was merely a hobby. Bai Xiao pouted and propped her chin on her hands. All right, I'll listen to third brother. No one is allowed to get close to him. Bai Shili squinted, contemplating his primary task this time, first to investigate that girl, then to find his little sister. Once the van departed, Su Wan's face lit up with anticipation. When I have the time, I must visit Zhao family village to pick some all-natural wild fruits. After hearing what the Zhao uncle said, I'm absolutely craving them. I've never tasted wild fruits before. Regardless of their flavor, the quest itself will undoubtedly be enjoyable and exhilarating. Xia Ji helplessly shook her head. Curiosity kills the cat. Su Wan lifted her chin in defiance. Only the brave truly savor the world. Girls who have tasted wild fruits are the coolest. Bai Xi Tong smiled, observing the young girl. Wanwan seemed to possess an endless reservoir of energy, vibrant and lively every moment of every day. Xia Ji was steadier and more meticulous. Yet she always silently accompanied and cared for her friends. Let us go, or we'll freeze to death out here. It's already November, and the biting cold winds of early winter are brutal. The two young girls puffed out their breath and rubbed their hands together as they walked toward the large iron gate. Xia Ji inquired with curiosity. It's not time for ticket checking yet, can we really go in? Su Wan replied. Bai Xi Tong also silently glanced at Su Wan. Su Wan flashed a charming smile. I didn't think too much at first. Xia Ji face-bombed in exasperation. They just blindly followed this unreliable girl here. Su Wan blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Attempting to charm her way through, let us give it a try. What if we can get in? My male idol has booked the venue today. Before long, the security guard collected 3 tickets. They needed to register, sign, and leave contact information. The vigilant Bai Xi Tong squinted. Do we also need to show our household registrations? The guard was taken aback by the question. He had no idea. He only followed the instructions given to him. Su Wan, equally curious, asked, why is there a need for registration? With so many people attending the concert, if everyone had to handwrite their details, it would take at least a year to complete. She furrowed her brow. I've never seen anyone have to handwrite their details for a concert. Isn't enough to just hand over the ticket? It wouldn't be a scam, would it? At that moment, another security guard approached. You all arrived too early. The venue hasn't even started setting up yet. Therefore, we need to arrange a waiting room for you to avoid any mishaps or accidents later. That made sense, and Xia Ji and Su Wan signed a registration. Su Wan exclaimed excitedly, I told you. I didn't expect arriving early would come with such perks. We're so lucky. Xia Ji shot her a glance. Thank goodness for this benefit. Otherwise, we would have frozen out here for hours. But this idol is quite considerate. It's no wonder Wanwan likes him. Bai Xi Tong handed over the tickets and quickly signed her name. Sure Jiaming. The guard barely glanced at their IDs. The cold wind was too biting. And he just wanted to finish quickly and return to the warmth of the security room. Walk straight for 200 meters, then turn right for 500 meters. And you'll find the guest lounge. The staff will assist you. After speaking, he retreated into the small guardhouse. Once the 3 girls entered, The guard took a photo of the registration sheet and sent it out, task completed, and began to relax. Su-won bounced with excitement. Wow. This place is way more luxurious than the last one. Xiaoji nodded. Our treatment is significantly better than last time. But I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, especially at the time of signing the registration. Su-won shrugged. Well, they didn't check IDs. So I filled it out randomly. Xi Tong raised an eyebrow. She hadn't even looked at what the two girls had written. Xiaoji sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. I was afraid you might write your real name. As long as I wrote something that isn't true. I was worried Wanwan and Tong Tong might write their real names, which made me a bit uneasy. Su-won turned to Xi Tong. What about you, Tong Tong? You didn't write your real name, did you? They didn't just randomly write names. It depended on the situation. Su-won had pursued many stars since childhood and attended numerous concerts, but this was her first time in this scenario. If it were formal, they wouldn't check anything. They didn't even look at IDs, nor did they have any proper check-in or scanning tools. If it were informal, they had arranged everything meticulously. And there was indeed some logic behind it. Sometimes, staff would seek assistance from passers-by for signatures and offer small gifts for their help. Xi Tong shook her head. I wrote whatever. Thus, the three of them swaggered in the direction indicated by the guard. Sure enough, a beautiful waitress led them to the lounge in the middle of the corridor. Please take a moment to rest. It's still early. If you need anything, feel free to scan the code. Thank you. Thanks. The two young girls were polite and well-behaved, while Xi Tong made a beeline for the only large recliner and quickly lay down. When the two girls returned after seeing off the waitress, they simultaneously wore expressions of helplessness. Xiaoji approached and reminded, Tong Tong, there are beds inside. Why don't you take a nap? Xi Tong waved her hand dismissively. No need. This recliner is more comfortable. It rocks gently. It's simply delightful. Su-won settled onto the genuine leather sofa. This is undoubtedly the best treatment I've received since I started being a fan. My parents have never allowed me backstage. On the other side, Xi received a message and opened it, his expression instantly stiffening.
Suzy Ming.
Xia Jiaming. Sure Jiaming. All completely fake names. The last one was even more glaringly a pseudonym. Xi felt a headache coming on, rubbing his temples. Did none of the staff verify the information? Chapter 81. Still not pursuing the underlying romance? Xiao watched her frowning third brother, scampering over to his side, stretching her neck to see what he was looking at. To her surprise, Xi instinctively shut off his phone. Xiao blinked. Third brother? He had never kept secrets from her before. He wouldn't even hide his phone calls. Yet now, he had closed the screen right in front of her. Xi affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. Be good. Don't look, it will affect your mood. He likely felt so exasperated he would be left speechless, and he didn't want his precious sister to be upset. He had already lost one sister, and didn't want to risk anything happening to this one. Xiao obediently nodded. All right then, just don't be angry, third brother. Xi felt touched. Okay, I'll listen to you. Having a sister is wonderful. He just wondered where his biological sister was. Whether she was eating well, or staying warm. Xiao clenched her fists tightly at her sides, even though her nails were almost digging into her palms. She felt no pain. Her heart was a tumult of urgency, anxiety, and jealousy. It was precisely because she had overheard the conversation outside her father's study last time that she was determined to stick with third brother this time. As the primary objective of the third brother was to locate the biological daughter of the Bo family, what would become of her, the adopted daughter? If he were to succeed, she could not allow that. She was the one and only daughter of the Bo family, the sole heiress. No one could usurp her position. Contemplating the peculiar behavior of her brother today and the three young girls by the van earlier this morning, Bo Xiao's gaze darkened. Regardless of the truth, she needed to inquire further. Liga, it's time to prepare for makeup and a change of clothes. Bo Shili, noting that there was still time, was about to respond when the manager approached. This time we were a bit rushed and didn't have adequate preparation time. Since there's still a moment, why don't you go rehearse a bit more? Originally, there was no concert planned, yet this young master had suddenly decided to hold one without any preparations made.
Bo Ili nodded, thunderstone.
Although finding his sister was of utmost importance, this was also his profession, one he cherished dearly. He would not neglect his duties simply because of the search for his sister. That would be irresponsible to both himself and his fans. He turned to look tenderly at Bo Xiao. Xiao, please wait for me in the lounge. If anything arises, just message the assistant or Brother Lin. Brother Lin was his manager. The manager promptly instructed the staff present. Take good care of Miss Bo Xiao. No one can afford any mishaps. She was not merely the pampered sister of Li Go, but also the cherished little princess of the Bo family. Nothing must go awry. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes. In truth, they all understood clearly that this little ancestor could not be allowed to encounter any trouble. Even without the manager's warning, they were aware of the stakes. Bo Xiao smiled sweetly and obediently. Thank you all for your concern. Upon hearing this, the staff felt a surge of affection for this princess-like girl, who bore no airs but was instead sweet, demure, and understanding. No wonder the Bo family lavished her with such affection. In that moment, Bo Xiao basked in immense goodwill, her heart swelling with pride. She tugged at Bo Xiao's sleeve. Brother, you must go now. Don't let me delay your work. I will be good and obedient. Bo Xiao nodded. If you get bored, feel free to take a stroll outside, but do return early. It's quite windy. After issuing his instructions, he left the lounge. Not long after he exited, Bo Xiao instructed his assistant, please take some fruits and hot tea to those 3 young ladies. The assistant, momentarily taken aback, almost forgot about those 3 unrelated parties without Li Go's reminder. Who would have thought that beneath his cool facade, Li Go was indeed warm-hearted and attentive, remembering even the details he had overlooked, truly deserving of being a film emperor, a superstar.
All right, Li Yi.
The manager, who had been on site early to arrange everything, was unaware of the conversation. What 3 young ladies? Are you involved in a romantic affair? I thought we had agreed you wouldn't date. You need to inform me, so I can be prepared. If any rumors leak, I need to manage the fallout. Bo Xiao shot him a look. You have quite the imagination. You should consider writing scripts. The assistant hurriedly explained the morning's events, yet the manager remained suspicious. Are you genuinely being altruistic? Or do you have ulterior motives? You don't strike me as a benevolent person. Bo Xiao pressed his lips together. I do have a slight motive. The manager's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You didn't pursue her. What sort of girl could she be? She must be remarkable. Bo Xiao, exasperated, swatted him lightly. Stop rambling. Find out the names and backgrounds of those 3 girls. The manager looked at his artist, who indeed lacked the tenderness of a secret admirer. Why would he be interested in 3 unrelated girls? Bo Xiao offered no further explanation, instead mentioning another matter. One of them is the girl who broke the mirror last time. The manager paused, his brow furrowing tightly. She asked the one who caused me to damage the studio's makeup mirror? She must repay that. Bo Xiao smirked. His manager was notoriously frugal, ensuring every penny was spent wisely. Meanwhile, in another lounge, Bo Xiao swayed in her chair, eyes closed in relaxation, while Xiaoji diligently noted vocabulary on her phone. And Suwon was engrossed in a drama featuring her idol. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I have fruits for delivery. May I come in? Xiaoji turned to Suwon. Did you order fruits? The young girl shook her head in confusion. No, not at all. They both looked at Bo Xiao, then quickly averted their gaze, knowing she certainly hadn't ordered anything. Suwon stood to open the door. Come in. Xiaoji also rose. Hello, miss. We didn't order any fruits. The server smiled and nodded. Someone above instructed me to deliver fruits and hot tea to you. I'm merely following orders and do not know who gave them. After placing the fruits and tea down, the server politely exited, leaving the 2 girls exchanging wide-eyed glances. Bo Xiao chuckled, already guessing the source of this delivery. It was likely Bo Xiao, arranging the lounge and food for them. Free meals were the best. The 2 watched Bo Xiao relish the food, feeling somewhat helpless. Suwon blinked. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If there is, there's bound to be a catch. Xiaoji pondered. In such a large venue, surely nothing untoward will happen, right? Remembering their near miss with robbery last time, they were more vigilant than usual. Bo Xiao took another bite of cantaloupe. Relax, it's not poisoned. Worst case, they just ask for payment later. Suwon frowned. ISN, that just coercive selling? They brought this in without us ordering anything, and then they demand payment afterward. Xiaoji laughed. This is much better than coercive selling. They arranged our lounge and provided food. Otherwise, we might still be braving the cold wind. Suwon's face brightened. That makes sense. Not all coercive selling was unreasonable. Thoughtful and considerate sellers like this were rare, and their service was excellent. Chapter 82. Better to mistakenly kill 100 than let one escape. Bo Xiao played on her phone for a while in the lounge, calculating that the time was about right. How boring. The staff felt a bit helpless. How could they entertain the little princess when she was feeling bored? Miss, Would you like to play a game with me? Would you like to watch television? Should we have some snacks brought in? Bo Xiao lightly frowned and shook her head, her mood somewhat low. The staff were at a loss. The sight of the little girl looking so melancholic was truly heart-wrenching. Suddenly, Bo Xiao feigned a moment of realization, her eyes brightening. I remember that my brother seems to have arranged for 3 young ladies in another lounge. Do you know where that is? Most of the staff were unaware of this arrangement, but a few had overheard the assistant's instructions. They quickly came up with an idea, being of the same age. The girls might find common ground and could play together, alleviating the little princess's boredom. Miss, please wait, I'll go ask. Bo Xiao felt quite pleased and smiled sweetly. Thank you. The staff were charmed by her cuteness. You're welcome, you're welcome. No wonder you're the boss's sister. You're just as stunning as he is. Soon, the staff returned. Miss, I found out. Those 3 young ladies are in the lounge on our far right. Bo Xiao stood up, her demeanor lively and innocent. Wonderful. I'm off to play. Everyone was concerned. Miss, is it safe for you to go alone?
We should accompany you.
The young lady was so pure and adorable. Who knew what temperament those other 3 girls possessed? What should one do if, by some unfortunate accident, the precious little princess gets hurt? Moreover, given the princess's naive disposition, it would be quite troublesome if she were deceived. A triumphant smirk crept across Bo Xiao's lips. This was precisely the effect she desired. It's all right, I can go alone. No way, miss. You are unaware of the treacherous nature of the outside world. How can we explain this to the boss? Indeed, we should accompany you. Bo Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. But if everyone goes, one tea that frightened the 3 young ladies? Staff member. Goodness, she is clearly a little angel with such a kind heart. Instantly, everyone felt even more uneasy. We can wait outside. If anything unexpected occurs, we will push the door open. Yes, we will safeguard the young lady's safety from outside. If anything happens, we will immediately call brotherly. Bo Xiao smiled innocently. Ah,
It can't be that serious, can it?
let us not think so grimly. Everything will be fine. Everyone exchanged helpless glances, recognizing that she was indeed a girl raised in an ivory tower, viewing everything through a lens of beauty, blissfully unaware of the malignity that lurks in the hearts of others. It's all right. We are here to look after you. Waiting outside is our duty. Caring for a young lady like you is akin to a divine privilege. You are beautiful, kind-hearted, gentle, and innocent. You do not cause trouble nor create chaos. Frankly speaking, taking care of you is merely sitting around and playing on our phones. How could anyone not be happy with such an easy job? It's infinitely less strenuous than setting up events outside. After winning the hearts of those around her, Bo Xiao led the group toward the lounge on the opposite side. Meanwhile, another staff member dashed in the opposite direction, tasked with reporting the young lady's whereabouts to the boss. Brotherly, the young lady has gone to another lounge to play with 3 girls. The assistant didn't he find it worrisome? They are young girls, and they should have plenty to talk about amongst themselves. However, the manager and Bo Shili both wore solemn expressions. While other girls their age might easily find common ground, this particular girl was known for her fierce temperament and formidable skills. Without uttering a word, Bo Shili strode out of the makeup room. The manager glanced at the makeup artist. Let us take a brief pause. Then he hurriedly followed Bo Shili, well aware of his artist's temperament. While he typically indulged her laziness, if anyone were to harm his beloved little sister, he would not hesitate to mete out a severe punishment. Moreover, the last girl who was fierce and formidable did not seem like an innocent soul either. Knock, knock, knock. Bo Xi Tong furrowed her brow, turning her gaze toward the door, her keen ears detecting an unusual commotion outside. Why were there so many people? What was happening? Suwon blinked in surprise. No way. Is someone delivering something? Xia Ji also expressed confusion. Are they trying to catch us? A little is acceptable, but this seems excessive. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? A girl's voice, sounding about their age, called from outside. Xia Ji did not open the door, replying instead. May I ask what the matter is?
Bo Yao responded sweetly.
I came here to play with my family, but they have gone off to work, and I'm a bit bored in the lounge. May I join you?
Suwan,
Intrigued, asked, Is your family part of the staff here? Bo Xiao nodded, sort of. During a Star-S concert, some staff members might allow their acquaintances backstage. It was likely that this young girl had entered in such a manner. Suwon opened the door, revealing a well-mannered and adorable girl standing at the entrance, her face radiating a bright and innocent smile. Xiaoji approached. Hello, please come in. Neither of them had stepped outside. thus remaining unaware that the area on either side of the door was filled with staff members. As Bo Xiao entered, her gaze immediately fell upon the girl lying on the lounge chair with her eyes closed. At that moment, her blood ran cold. She looked so remarkably similar, far more so than the girls who had previously come to impersonate her. Every feature seemed to echo the essence of her parents, and her instincts were compelling her this time more strongly than ever. Those who had come before had never instilled such fear in her. Bo Xiao clenched her fists tightly, her resolve strengthening. Regardless of whether this girl was indeed who she feared, she could not allow her to appear before her parents and brother. Better to mistakenly harm 100 than to let one slip away. Xia Ji frowned. Although the girl before them appeared cute and innocent, an inexplicable discomfort emanated from her presence. Su Wan also felt an unsettling sensation as she observed the way this girl looked at Tong Tong. Nonetheless, both girls maintained their composure. Xia Ji smiled gently. This is our best friend. She usually enjoys sleeping, so let us try not to disturb her.
Bo Yao nodded politely. All right.
Internally she scoffed. How could they not disturb her? Not only would she disturb her, but she would also ensure she stayed as far away as possible. Chapter 83. The green tea emerges, Brother 3. Don't blame her. Subsequently, the three young ladies settled onto the sofa and began chatting. Su Wan introduced herself. Hello. You can call me Wan Wan. It's perhaps best not to share my full name just yet, as we are in tea very familiar. Xia Ji also greeted her with a warm smile. I'm Xia Xia. Bo Xiao, with a charming smile, introduced herself. Just call me Yao Yao. After introducing themselves, Bo Xiao's gaze drifted toward the girl on the lounge chair. Bo Xi Tong. Su Wan and Xia Ji exchanged glances before smirking. She asked our friend. Her name is Tong Tong. Bo Xiao nodded. Your names are all so lovely. It's a pity I didn't catch your full names. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. The three young ladies soon began to chatter excitedly. Su Wan, with an envious expression, remarked, Yao Yao. You are so fortunate. Your family works for an idol, so don't you get to go backstage often? Do you have many signed photos of idols? Who knows? You might even see your idol up close and personal and have the chance to acquire their signed photos. Bo Xiao wore a smug smile, relishing Su Wan's envious gaze. Of course, being the most treasured sister of Brother 3, it's merely a matter of how many signed photos I desire. However, she didn't want to appear overly arrogant. Instead, she lowered her head and smiled. If you'd like one, Sister Wan Wan, I could give you a photo. Su Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, happiness washing over her unexpectedly. Really? Is that true? That would be too much. Such items are incredibly precious to fans unless you're not a true fan but rather a seller of signed photos. Bo Xiao smiled sweetly. I happen to have some duplicates, so it's just sitting there. Su Wan's worries dissipated slightly. Thank you so much. Today was simply a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Xiaoji noticed that Bo Xiao occasionally cast glances toward Tong Tong, sensing something peculiar. While her curiosity toward Tong Tong seemed normal, why did it carry an emotion that was hard to decipher, leaving an uncomfortable feeling?
Bo Itang,
who had been resting with her eyes closed, felt increasingly irritated by the occasional glances directed her way, for she was all too familiar with that gaze. It reeked of conspiracy. Yet, she was certain she didn't know this girl. What reason could she have for such hostility? Puzzled, she suddenly opened her eyes, only to lock gazes with Bo Xiao, who had been scrutinizing her. Bo Xiao was taken aback by the sudden eye contact and quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing with cold sweat. That sharp gaze was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of her eldest brother. The unyielding aura radiating from it was overwhelmingly powerful. She adopted an innocent expression. Tong Tong, you're awake. I'm Yao Yao. I apologize for the intrusion.
Su Wan hooted and curlied, Tong Tong.
This girl came over from next door to play. She, like us, is here to attend the concert. Xia Ji bit her lip in silence, feeling an unsettling twitch in her right eyelid, as if foretelling some misfortune. Bo Xi Tong regarded the unfamiliar girl, who appeared innocent and understanding, yet wondered why she harbored such animosity towards her. This girl had never committed any wrongdoing. There was no malevolence radiating from her. So, why did her gaze convey such hostility? This was Bo Xi Tong's first encounter with such a perplexing situation. Was it that her previous benevolence had transformed into malice upon meeting her? What could possibly be the reason? However, she was disinclined to delve deeper. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, she spoke in a calm tone, since you realize you've interrupted us. Perhaps you should return to your own lounge. Out of sight, out of mind. Suwon was taken aback. Tong Tong never exhibited a cold demeanor towards innocent strangers. Xiaoji felt somewhat wary. She trusted Tong Tong and her own instincts. Bo Shiyao's smile faltered, her fists clenched tightly as she repeatedly urged herself to remain composed. I merely sought companionship out of boredom. If Tong Tong disapproves of my presence, I shall take my leave. She cast a pitiful glance at Suwon, hoping for her to intercede, especially since she had promised to bring a signed photo from her third brother. However, Suwon, though naive and unaware of the underlying tensions, believed that Tong Tong and Xiaoji had their reasons for their behavior. With an apologetic smile, she said, Yao Yao, I'm sorry, but it's still early, and we need to rest for a while. Bo Shiyao furrowed her brow. What was the matter with these people? She could not perceive any indication that they wished to rest. Did they not know who she was? Such audacity. Slowly rising, she resembled a pitiful creature being cast out. Her eyes slightly reddened, making one think she had been wronged. Bo Xi Tong, feeling exasperated, strode over and opened the door, saying, Please. At that moment, Bo Shi Li and his entourage, weary from their journey, approached. Seeing her plan thwarted, Bo Shiyao swiftly devised a new strategy. If she could not remove this girl from her brother's sight, she would tarnish her reputation in his eyes. If her brother harbored no fondness for her, then, even if she were truly Bo Shi's legitimate daughter returned to the family, he would not treat her kindly. She would remain the obedient and understanding younger sister in his heart, while the other would be deemed the malicious and overbearing sibling. In an instant, Bo Shiyao calculated the angle of the doorway, which obstructed everyone's line of sight, and feigned a fall. Thud. The incident transpired so suddenly that the staff members waiting on either side were momentarily stunned before rushing to assist Bo Shiyao. Miss, are you all right?
My goodness.
Someone, quickly, fetch the team doctor. Be gentle while helping her up. Don't let her get hurt. Everyone busied themselves. Some staff members turned their gaze toward the unmoving Bo Xi Tong at the doorway, their expressions shifting to one of indignation. Given the scene before them, it would be easy for them to misconstrue that she had pushed Bo Shiyao. Bo Shili hurried over, having just turned the corner, and witnessed his sister's fall from a distance. Yao Yao, what happened? Where does it hurt? Bo Shiyao, with glistening eyes on the verge of tears, grasped Bo Shili's sleeve tightly, portraying a picture of innocence and helplessness. Third brother, please do not blame her. It was my own lack of balance. The staff members felt a surge of anger for the young princess. Despite her state, she still sought to absolve the villain. It was clearly her who pushed you. Indeed. We all saw it with our own eyes. Bo Xi Tong, who had remained silent, narrowed her eyes and scrutinized several staff members. You saw it with your own eyes? Are you certain your vision is not impaired? Are you perhaps the legendary blind with open eyes? Chapter 84. Who doesn't he have a third brother to protect their sister? Faced with her penetrating gaze, the staff members felt a twinge of trepidation, yet they were emboldened by their numbers. The previous scene left no doubt that she had pushed the young princess. She was the one closest to her. And surely the kind-hearted princess would not feign a fall to frame her. What would she gain from such an accusation? The Bo Shi family was cherished and revered in Hua country. They lacked for nothing. Why would she resort to maligning such a young girl? The staff members grew increasingly confident, casting disdainful looks at Bo Xi Tong. What a shameful display from a girl who appears so lovely. How could her heart be so wicked? Bo Xi Tong smirked coldly, her gaze fixed intently on the trembling Bo Shi Yao in her brother's arms, reiterating indeed. Such thoughts are rather malicious. Bo Shili frowned, his demeanor icy. What is with that look? My sister would not falsely accuse you. What could you possibly offer her to warrant such an accusation? Bo Xi Tong shrugged. You ought to inquire with her directly. How would I know? Perhaps she envies my beauty? Bo Shi Yao shrank further into Bo Shi Li's embrace, appearing frightened. Bo Shi Li, his heart aching, regarded his sister, who had been coddled and sheltered all her life, as the most exquisite and innocent flower in a greenhouse. She had never encountered such a scene, and was surely terrified. He cast a frigid glare at Bo Xi Tong. You better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. The two girls still in the room regained their senses and stepped forward to support Bo Xi Tong. Suwon looked on in disappointment at the man she had long idolized, realizing he was so quick to judge, without discernment. She had never anticipated that this girl would be Bo Shili's sister, and if the sister was of such poor character, it was likely the brother was no better. Presenting one facade in public while harboring another in private. In an instant, she felt disillusioned and withdrew her admiration. Xiaoji appeared terrifyingly calm. What do we need to explain? This is our lounge. She clearly approached us. Suwon nodded. We do not know her. Why would we push her? That would not benefit us in any way. The staff members seemed momentarily perplexed, realizing there was some validity to their claims. Just then, Bo Xiao began to sob quietly. Brother, it's all my fault for causing you trouble. I only wanted to find some friends because I was bored in the lounge. At this moment, a staff member stepped forward to explain. The young lady felt a generational gap in conversation and thus approached these girls to play. I overheard the conversation inside. She was coldly dismissing the young lady. Yes, I heard that too. They seem to be asking the young lady for your signed photo. Exactly. I think I heard that as well. Though they were separated by a wall, the snippets they caught, combined with the unfolding events, painted a picture of bullying against the young lady. Suwon was nearly driven to laughter by her anger. She herself said she had several copies lying around. She wouldn't shamelessly ask strangers for things. Xiaji concurred. She didn't even tell us who she was, merely claiming to be a relative of the staff. Bo Shili sneered. So you mean to say my sister fell on her own? Bo Xi Tong crossed her arms and tilted her chin towards Bo Xiao. You should ask her. Bo Xiao trembled as she spoke, her voice wavering. It was indeed my own fault for falling. Please don't be angry, third brother. Her tone suggested a forced confession, as if she didn't want to escalate matters and was taking the blame to avoid causing more trouble. Bo Shili's gaze turned frigid. Do you think my temper is so accommodating? If you do not disclose the truth, I will ensure you pay the price. At that moment, another voice interjected. What kind of price? I would like to see who dares to make my sister pay. As the crowd turned to look, they saw Shin San approaching with his hands tucked into his pockets, accompanied by a group of individuals. Bo Shitong squinted, recognizing the spirited young men from Shin San's entourage. Surprisingly, they were quite well dressed. The red-haired one had even dyed his hair back to black. Had it not been for her sharp memory, she might not have recognized him as the former redhead. When Shun San reached Bo Shitong, he glanced her over and, upon confirming she was uninjured, withdrew his gaze. His tone laced with sarcasm. You seem quite capable usually, yet here you are, bullied by this blind bunch? Bo Shili's assistant, incensed, retorted, Who are you calling blind? And who do you think you are? This isn't a place for just anyone to waltz in. Don't blame us if we call the police. Zhou En nonchalantly replied, Go ahead, but I suggest you call 120 instead. You should get your eyes checked. The manager managed to maintain his composure. Do you think you have the right to push people around? Bo Shitong coolly interjected, I didn't push anyone. Bo Shili's expression darkened slightly. Still being stubborn? Are you afraid to own up to your actions? Shin San stepped in front of Bo Shitong.
Meeting bo ili sai si stare.
Afraid to own up? Your sister is the one making false accusations. Hasn't she already admitted to it?
Now.
You're the ones falsely accusing my sister. The manager, recognizing the newcomer, suddenly realized this was none other than the third young master of the Shin family from Country A, the racing prodigy. He had some knowledge of this. As the racing god held a certain status in the entertainment industry, despite not being part of it, the sheer number of his fans among car enthusiasts was undeniable. He glanced at the seemingly indifferent Bo Shitong, pondering the situation. If she was indeed the Shin family's eldest daughter, then she wanted for nothing. Whatever she desired could be hers with but a word, rendering the need to falsely accuse Bo Shili's sister unnecessary. However, he had watched Bo Shili's sister grow up. As her manager, he frequently interacted with this little princess, who was indeed a polite and well-mannered child. In contrast, Shun's eldest daughter appeared sharp and cold. Not someone to be trifled with, the Shin family was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it would be wise to let this matter rest for now. It could all be a misunderstanding. Bo Shili shot a glance at his manager. Are you implying my sister is lying? Bo Xiao clutched his sleeve, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke softly. Third brother. Bo Shili reassured her, Don't be afraid. No one can bully you while I'm here. Shin San rolled his eyes. Teet, such a shameless green tea. Who doesn't tea have a third brother to protect them? My sister would never lie. Xia Ji and Siwon couldn't help but give Shin San a thumbs up. Third brother is amazing. He is a true master at discerning deceit. They had failed to realize that Miss Bo Shitong was a white lotus, but alas, a white lotus was too pure and beautiful for this malicious girl to deserve such a title. Just as green tea is delightful, this wicked girl was unworthy of the name. Chapter 85, Absurd Verdicts. Bo Shili furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Coincidentally, my sister does not lie either. Shun San had never encountered such brazen individuals. He scoffed. Then let us review the footage. Bo Xiao swayed, nearly losing her balance. Was there surveillance here? In a moment of panic, she had made that decision without considering other options. Now, she trembled in fear, hoping there was a blind spot in the surveillance. Believing his sister was trembling in fear, Bo Xili leveled an even colder gaze at Bo Xidong. Humph, you'd best apologize immediately, or else. Shin San interposed. Or else what? Just you? The manager's expression darkened as the situation escalated. Confronting the Shin family would yield no benefits for them. After all, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a dragon from a different region. What are you waiting for? Go and check the surveillance. Yet no one moved. They all hung their heads in silence. Bo Xi Tong coldly smirked, noting that there was indeed no surveillance. She had grown accustomed to being vigilant, but upon entering, she had failed to notice any cameras. As expected, the assistant stammered, "There are no cameras here, Brother Lin. This is merely a regular lounge. No significant figures come here." So, no surveillance was installed. Only lounges for high-profile individuals have cameras. Bo Xiao exhaled in relief, feeling as if the heavens had aided her. Bo Xili's expression grew increasingly grim as he glared at Bo Xidong. "Is this why you dared to push my sister?" Shun San refused to relent. "Perhaps this is why your sister felt emboldened to slander others?" The two sides found themselves locked in a standoff.
Bo Xidong kamlitontit, miss.
"Aren't you going to step forward and explain?" Bo Xiao quickly buried her head in Bo Xili's embrace, feigning a frightened and delicate demeanor. Bo Xili held his sister protectively. "What are you scaring her for? Do you want her to confess under duress?" Shun San clenched his fists. "I advise you not to bark at my sister." Zhouwen had already called the police, and now officers began to surround everyone. "What are you doing? Don't move." Everyone present was taken away. In the police car, Su Wan and Xia Ji were frantic. Su Wan's eyes were red. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on coming to this concert, this wouldn't have happened." Xia Ji patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't blame yourself. We can't foresee the future. Who knew this would transpire?" Wang Wan must have felt the most heartbroken. The image of the person she had admired for so long had crumbled in an instant. How disappointed and upset must she be? Bo Xidong, as before, ruffled the little girl's fluffy hair. There, it's all right. Why are you crying over just a show?" The two girls were taken aback. With such a significant event unfolding, how could she treat it as mere entertainment? How could she remain so composed and detached? Shun Sen subtly smiled, proud of his sister. Xia Ji racked her brain but couldn't fathom. Why would she slander Tong Tong? They didn't even know each other before. Su Wan huffed. It must be jealousy that Tong Tong is more beautiful than her. Silence ensued as Bo Xitong pursed her lips in contemplation. Sensing she was close to the truth, yet uncertain. At the police station, several officers were exasperated. These were influential individuals, making the situation difficult to resolve. Moreover, the absence of surveillance made the matter both significant and trivial. Miss Bo Xitong had not sustained any injuries, merely a normal fall. Yet she was the eldest daughter of the Bo family, unwilling to let it go lightly. However, the other party was not to be trifled with, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. "Let us clarify what actually transpired. Who is lying?" Bo Xili spoke up. "My sister is kind and gentle. She would never engage in false accusations." Bo Xidong retorted. "Then I wish the liar a lifetime of misfortune, getting hit by a car while crossing the street, choking on water, perpetually missing the passing mark on exams, and always short $1 when shopping." The crowd was speechless. What kind of blessing is that? It was both childish and malicious. A stark contradiction. Bo Xiao was at a loss. What kind of childish remarks are these? I am the eldest daughter of the Bo family, protected by bodyguards, and have private tutors for my studies. I lack for nothing. Bo Xili rolled his eyes. "Are you insane? Wishing misfortune upon yourself?" Shun Sen raised an eyebrow. "I, too, wish misfortune upon those who lie." The officers fell into silence, the scene resembling adults in a kindergarten. Xia Ji turned to the seemingly fragile Bo Xiao in Bo Xili's embrace. "Miss Xiao, we didn't even know each other before. Why did you slander Tong Tong?"
Bo Yao.
Unable to speak, let tears fall in distress. Bo Xili was taken aback. "Tong Tong?" she asked, called Tong Tong. Observing his sudden change in demeanor, everyone was taken aback. His ability to switch emotions was remarkable. Meanwhile, Bo Xiao's nails dug deep into her palm. Unbeknownst to others, she harbored a profound understanding within. For the name bestowed upon the biological daughter of the Bo Xi family was indeed Bo Xi Tong, which was the very reason for the third brother's agitation. Shun Sen scoffed. What business is it of yours?
Does your family reside by the seaside?
Bo Shili regained his composure, casting a cold glance at Bo Xi Tong. With your character, how dare you claim the name Tong Tong? You are nothing but a tarnish upon your sister's name. Suwon interjected with a frosty tone, her disappointment palpable. What kind of character does Tong Tong possess? It is you who, in your indiscriminate judgment, deserves to have admirers? He had previously been blind to the truth. Although one may instinctively defend their kin, Bo Shili began to slander and malign Tong Tong without any evidence, hurling vicious words. At that moment, the police chief, weary from his duties, entered the room. What has transpired here? Several officers elucidated the situation. The police chief wiped the sweat from his brow, for someone had personally called to instruct him to resolve the matter, clearly indicating a bias toward the Shin family. The legal system in Country A was not as meticulous and just as that of Hua Country. In fact, Country A permitted private firearm ownership and, being a capitalist nation, had the financial means to accomplish what many could not. Such a significant affair caused some staff members to feel trepidation. They had initially assumed these were ordinary individuals, only to discover they were up against the esteemed miss of the Shin family from Country A. Suwon and Xia Ji hurriedly explained the situation to the chief, while Bo Xi Tong asserted, "I have done nothing wrong." Bo Shiyao continued to play the role of the frightened damsel, genuinely shaken, as she had never encountered such a scene before. Moreover, she felt guilty, fearing her flaws would be exposed, thus burying her head in Bo Shili's embrace without daring to show her face. The chief feigned calmness and addressed Bo Xi Tong. Since you are the one speaking the most, I believe you." The crowd was taken aback, having never witnessed such an absurd mode of adjudication.
Bossy Lee.
Incredulous and exasperated, exclaimed Yu. Chapter 86, still failing to perceive family hierarchy. The manager, sensing the situation was amiss, quickly restrained the volatile Bo Shili. Calm down.
Li.
Bo Shili's eyes reddened with fury. How can you expect me to be calm? I cannot even protect my own sister. And now, right before me, I still cannot shield her. Bo Shiyao, aware that the situation could escalate, had already achieved her objective. All she needed was for the third brother to realize that this girl was not virtuous. At this juncture, even if she were truly the biological daughter of the Bo Shi family, the third brother would harbor no fondness for her. By taking a step back, she could maintain the image of being a kind and understanding sibling, garnering sympathy and better treatment from others. She grasped Bo Shili's agitated arm. "Senga, I'm fine. Let us go home." Bo Shili placed a comforting hand on his sister's shoulder. "Xiao Yao, I apologize for your suffering. It's all my fault."
Bo and Yao smiled. How could that be?
Sanga is the best Senga. Bo Shili felt even more remorseful, while his disdain for Bo Xi Tong intensified. His gaze towards her growing colder. He would not let today as events pass unnoticed. Shin San looked on with a hint of envy. However, he could only feel envy. For indeed, the sister was exceptional, but who could blame him for initially being indifferent and cold toward her? Otherwise, he too could have had such a sister. Moving forward, he would strive to make amends and assist her, for as long as she was happy and safe, that was all that mattered. No one would dare bully Shin San's sister. Even though he had not previously cared for her, in light of such circumstances, he would stand by her side. For she was a member of the Shin family. The police chief waved his hand. "Since you all are willing to overlook this, you may leave." The assistant was left speechless. Was it truly they who were unbothered? Did it matter if they were? Bo Shili was the first to snort in disbelief before leading Bo Shiyao away. Bo Xi Tong and the others took their time walking behind, as if they were merely sightseeing. At the Shun residence, Shun Mu's face turned pale with anger. "I never anticipated that the daughter of the renowned Bo Shi family from Hua Country would behave in such a manner." Shin Fu, with a stern countenance, inquired, "Is Xiao Wu all right?" Bo Xi Tong shook her head. "Mom and Dad, please don't worry, I am fine." Shin Er and Shin Si gnashed their teeth in frustration, wishing they could rush to Hua Country and unleash their wrath. Shun San glanced at Shin Yi. Fortunately, elder brother acted promptly. Otherwise, we would still be at an impasse. They all believed it was Shun Yi who intervened, as he possessed sufficient resources. Observing their parents' reaction, they realized they were entirely unaware of the matter. So it must have been Shin Yi. Yet, who could have predicted that Shin Yi, furrowing his brow, would declare it wasn't me? The room fell silent in disbelief. "What?" Shin Fu frowned. "Not you?" Shin Mu, taken aback, questioned, "Then who could it be? Who is so well informed and assists our Shin family, doing good deeds anonymously?" Shin Yi, offering a gentle smile, reassured, I'll inquire another day. It might be one of my friends. Shen Yi had several childhood friends, with Cheng Xi being one. Though Cheng Xi was also in business, while others had ventured into politics or the military. If that were the case, it would explain a lot. Shen Fu and Shen Mu dared not be careless. We must clarify this soon, and express our gratitude.
Shen Yi nodded, absolutely.
He then lowered his head to edit a message on his phone to send to the group chat. Shen Mu, with a pained expression, grasped her daughter's hand. I'm sorry you had to endure this. Xi Tong had momentarily lost herself in thought, realizing that amidst the multitude of the Shin family, not a single one had inquired about her circumstances, standing unconditionally on her side. Had they not questioned her at all? Shen Fu waved his hand, transferring a substantial sum of money. Tomorrow, you and your mother shall go out shopping to lighten your spirits. Buy whatever you desire. The moment Xi Tong heard the notification of the transfer on her phone, her spirits lifted instantly. Observing her reaction, Shen's brothers felt relieved, grateful their money-obsessed sister had returned to her usual self. Shortly thereafter, Xi Tong received several more transfers, her smile widening to a near crescent. Shinmu couldn't help but chuckle. You little money grubber. Why not join the Shin group? A daughter in business should have endless wealth.
And Xi Tong's smile faltered.
Taken aback. What? Work? Shin-si teased. Mom, little sister prefers to lounge around and collect money. Shun-san jested. Then let us place a large bed in the office for her to recline upon. Shun Fu coughed a few times. Look at you all. Do you exhibit any semblance of being older brothers? How can you jest at your sister's expense? The brothers fell silent, hesitant to respond. Shin Yi shook his head in exasperation. You lot. You still fail to recognize the family hierarchy. Xi Tong couldn't help but smile again, feeling a sense of warmth. In Hua country, the Xi residence, Mrs. Xi trembled with rage. I cannot believe such a thing has occurred. Mr. Xi gently patted his wife's shoulder. Dear, do not be angry. Mrs. Xi retorted vehemently. How can I not be enraged? This is utterly absurd. These people from country A are so unreasonable, bullying others at will. Xi Yao quickly supported her mother. Mom, it's all right. Perhaps they were simply joking with me. Look, I'm fine, right? Mrs. Xi's eyes turned red. Yao, I'm sorry you had to go through this. I will ensure justice is served. Mr. Xi turned to his son. Is this how you protect your sister? Xi Li, his face shadowed with frustration, remained silent, feeling the weight of his inadequacy. He had always enjoyed a smooth-sailing life, and this was his first encounter with such a vexing ordeal. Xi Yao quickly chimed in. Dad, don't blame brother. He has already suffered greatly by bringing me back. The concert was a grand affair, yet brother had decided against attending, leaving a chaotic aftermath online. They had no idea how many fans he would lose. This would severely impact brother. The losses were significant. Xi Li, listening to his sister's defense, felt tears prick his eyes. It's my lack of capability. No matter the losses, he was unconcerned. His heart only harbored resentment for not being able to protect his sister. Xi Yao consoled him. Brother, don't blame yourself. Mr. Xi looked at his daughter. Yao, you've endured so much, and I will seek justice for you. Now, go back to your room and rest well. Bai Xiao nodded obediently, saying, It's all right. Father, I don't mind these things, as long as our family is happy and safe. That's what matters. After speaking, she ascended the stairs, leaving the living room enveloped in silence. After a considerable pause, Bai Shimu inquired of his third son, Do we have any news regarding your biological sister? Bai Shili raised his gaze towards his parents and remarked, It has been over a decade. What if our sister is not as we envision her? The couple paused, realizing these were thoughts they had entertained themselves. Their daughter had not been raised in the Bai household from a young age. She might have wandered outside, possibly enduring even harsher realities. Thus her character could have inevitably become twisted or unbearable. They had contemplated the worst outcomes, yet they could not blame their daughter. It was their failure as parents. Had they not lost their daughter, she would not have suffered. Understanding his parents' sentiments, Bai Shili pressed on. What if Tong Tong was adopted by a wealthy family, living a life of happiness and health, yet her character remains wanting? Chapter 87. Is it possible that the genius is me? The living room fell into a profound silence once more. Bai Shimu's wife spoke solemnly. In life, who has not erred? A child who recognizes their mistakes and seeks to amend them is a good child. Both she and her husband possessed commendable genes, and their 4 sons were indeed exceptional. They could not fathom a genetic mutation in their daughter. Bai Shimu nodded in agreement with his wife's words, stating, Even if that child grew up misaligned, She is still quite young, having just reached adulthood. Life is long, and she can still rectify her path. Bai Shili frowned, recalling the scenes from Country A, his frustration boiling within him. Given her current state, any change would hardly yield improvement. Bai Shimu's wife looked at her son's sour expression and asked, "Have you uncovered anything this time? Did you find that girl?" Bai Shili pressed his lips together, eventually responding in exasperation, "What else is there to investigate?" Bai Shimu's tone turned slightly cold. "Mind your tone when speaking to your mother." Bai Shili reined in his emotions, stating, "Father, mother, that girl is the one who bullied my sister. Just seeing her fills me with rage. How could I think of anything else?" The couple was momentarily taken aback, not expecting it to be the same person, which clarified their son's earlier inquiries. Bai Shili continued, "She is from the Shin family in Country A. Beyond that, I know nothing and wish to know nothing." Bai Shimu fell into contemplation before saying, "Leave the rest to me. You should focus on your own matters for now." The door to a room on the second floor was ajar, and Bai Xiao clenched her fists tightly. "So, are my parents still intent on investigating? Recognizing one's errors and seeking to amend them? Ha! If that girl truly is their biological child, they will undoubtedly bring her back." Bai Xiao's expression darkened. No matter if that girl is genuine or a counterfeit, she must not return to the Bai household, for a grudge has already been forged between them. Bai Xi Tong was in a deep slumber when suddenly awakened by a ringing mobile phone. "Who is it?" On the other end, Shen Si paused for a few seconds, then endeavored to soothe his irritable sister. "Sister, you haven't woken up yet? Continue sleeping. I will reach out to you once you are awake." Bai Xi Tong pursed her lips. "What is it?" Troubled, she found it difficult to rest. Shen Si's eyes brightened. "Could you come by our math group?" 10 minutes later, Shen San nonchalantly exited the car. "We're here." Bai Xi Tong opened her eyes and stepped out of the vehicle, spotting Shen Si jogging towards her. "Little sister, I'm over here." She noted that Shen San was there as well, and he slightly restrained his smile. "Oh, third brother is also here." Shen San nodded slightly. "I brought little sister here." Shortly thereafter, Shen Si led Bai Xi Tong, explaining that it was her first visit to their group, and the professors had meticulously arranged a welcoming ceremony. "Come with me, little sister." Bai Xi Tong, feeling rather languid, trailed behind Shen Si, while Shen San shamelessly followed suit. Shen Si, taken aback, asked, "Third brother, do you have nothing better to do?" Shen San raised an eyebrow. "Nothing in particular. I will be accompanying little sister back later." Henceforth, he would be little sister's designated driver. Shen Si blinked. "I could also take little sister back." Shen San's eyes curved into a smile. "You? I don't trust that." Bai Xi Tong, weary of their subtle verbal sparring, interjected, "Hurry up. Don't waste time." Shen San nodded. "Indeed, let us not waste little sister's nap time." Shen Si's lips twitched. Wasn't little sister accustomed to sleeping until noon? Did she still need a nap? Meanwhile, many in the group were unaware of the reality. Only a few professors and members of Shen Si's WeChat group were in the know. What was the occasion today? Had they perhaps solved a particularly challenging problem in the competition, necessitating a celebration? That seemed improbable. Such festivities were not customary for the numerous competitions they encountered. At that moment someone spoke up. "Did you not know? The legendary genius is coming today." This was a figure so esteemed that even prodigies like Shen Si held them in admiration. Indeed, the last problem that stumped our group for ages was solved by them in mere minutes, employing multiple approaches. What? Is that true? So impressive? In truth, Bai Xi Tong had not yet met this person. She had only heard rumors and was unsure of their veracity. Just then, several professors approached. "How is the setup coming along?" "Rest assured, we have prepared everything as you instructed." The professors nodded with satisfaction. "That's splendid." After a few moments, the door to the math office swung open, and a resounding cheer erupted. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Everyone, like emotionless automatons, recited their welcomes, for they did not recognize Bai Xi Tong and were baffled by the situation. Merely following the professor's directives, Bai Xi Tong's brow furrowed slightly as she pinched the glittering embellishments atop her head, casting a questioning glance at Shen Si.
Shen Si grinned.
This is the welcome ceremony prepared by everyone. The next moment, bewildered colleagues began to present their gifts to Shen San. "Big shot, I have long admired you. I finally have the opportunity to see your true self. A genius. How did you manage to solve such a difficult problem in mere minutes?" "Indeed, indeed. Have you encountered this before, hence your ease and speed in problem solving? Welcome to our group. We are all one family now, and we look forward to your guidance." Shen San stood there, utterly confused. What is happening? Why were so many people gathering around him? His arms were filled with gifts, and his hand was being firmly grasped in greetings. Shinsi interjected, "Why are you all flocking around my third brother?" The professors were both exasperated and helpless. How had everyone collectively mistaken identities? However, it was partly their fault for not clarifying the situation from the outset. Initially, they had refrained from disclosing that the young girl had yet to agree to join their group, making it awkward to reveal too much. Upon hearing Shinsi, the colleagues immediately began to lavish praise.
No wonder.
So, he is Shinsi's third brother. The Shin family is filled with geniuses. I thought to myself, how could anyone surpass the prodigy Shinsi? Turns out, you are all family. It merely attests to the exceptional genes in your family. Xi Tong crossed her arms, smirking as she observed the unfolding scene. Professor Tan, leaning on his cane, rapped it emphatically against the floor. What is going on? Why are you all mistaking identities? Everyone turned in confusion towards the professor. Mistaken identities? Xi Tong's smile broadened. Is it possible that the genius you seek is me? Several colleagues were taken aback.
Huh?
This little girl? Surely, this is a jest. How could that be possible? They would sooner believe that the carefree Shin-san was the genius than accept that the girl beside him was. Female colleagues in the math department were scarce. Most women excelled in the humanities, with only a few proficient in the sciences. The professor, exasperated, exclaimed, "How could that be impossible?" Several colleagues turned to the professor, their expressions earnest, then looked back at Xi Tong. Is it truly so? Chapter 88. The blessing comes true. That girl is truly extraordinary. The young lady. How old are you? Your intelligence must be remarkable, beyond compare.
Xi Tong answered candidly, 19.
Everyone present was taken aback. It was difficult for them to accept such a revelation. Shin-si, clearly displeased, remarked, "What is with your expressions? My sister is the brightest in the world." "Is she truly your sister?" With that, the notion seemed less far-fetched. Professor Young rolled his eyes in exasperation, grateful that they were all mathematical prodigies. "Enough talk, Shin girl. Come sit here." Xi Tong did not hesitate and took a seat next to the professor. Her colleagues were incredulous. How could she sit beside the professor? That was an immense honor. Even Shin-si, widely acknowledged as the top genius of their group, had never occupied such a position. Xi Tong cut straight to the chase. "What do you need me for? Wasn't it said that a video call would resolve the issue?" Those unaware of the circumstances were astounded, jaws nearly hitting the floor. How could she dare to address the professor in such a manner? Professor Zhuang felt a twinge of guilt. "This is an unusual situation, my girl. We would like you to create the test questions for this examination." Xi Tong was puzzled. Aren't I supposed to solve problems? Crafting questions is far more challenging. All she wanted was to relax. Who could understand her plight? One colleague could no longer contain his disbelief. "Professor, you can't be serious. You want this young lady to formulate our questions?" In previous years, their test questions were devised through discussions among numerous professors, with at least 100 renowned mathematicians reviewing each paper. The weight of such a task was immense. And now they were hastily asking a mere girl to create the questions? Even if she was bright, she was still not at the professor's level, let alone the combined intelligence of so many esteemed mathematicians. Shin-si placed a hand on his forehead. "Hold on, if my sister is creating the questions, it would be impressive if you could answer even a few correctly."
Colleague protested,
You underestimate us. We are national mathematical geniuses. Even if we lack Shin-si's brilliance, we are still formidable. The professor dismissed their chatter, anxiously watching Xi Tong. "My dear, do you think you can manage?"
We can negotiate the price.
Several colleagues gasped. Negotiating a price? Paying this young lady to create questions? Who has lost their mind? Shin-si scoffed. The Shin family is not in need of money. Attempting to buy my sister's talents is out of the question. Professor Young chuckled. Who would ever complain about having too much money? As soon as he finished speaking, Xi Tong readily agreed, realizing the old man's logic. She would never turn down a generous offer. "All right, but it will be 1 million per question." Her colleague's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. You are asking for an outrageous sum. Do you have any idea how many questions are on a test?" Such audacity. Professor Tan chuckled, stroking his beard. "That seems reasonable." Xi Tong ignored her colleague's incessant chatter and directly inquired, "When do you need them?" The professors were eager to see the questions. The sooner, the better. "What level of difficulty are we aiming for?" At that moment, a man interjected, "It should undoubtedly be the most challenging. The harder, the better." How could one casually offer $1 million for a single question? Where in the world could such opportunities exist? And did this young lady truly underestimate their capabilities? Shin-si felt a surge of excitement. He anticipated that his sister's questions would be exceptionally demanding. The professor smiled. Let us start from simple and gradually increase the difficulty. Xi Tong smirked. Indeed, they were not wasting money at all. Fine. I will have the questions ready by the day after tomorrow. On the way home, Shin-sen cautiously turned to his composed sister and asked, Little sister, can you really create questions? Do you understand who they are? This is not the mathematics you encountered in school. Xi Tong waved her hand dismissively. I know what I'm doing. Shun-san replied, You seem utterly unconvincing. Within the mathematics group, chaos erupted after Xi Tong's departure. Is it truly possible for a young girl to formulate our questions? Right? And at $1 million per question. Have the professors lost their minds? Surely. Shun group leader's sister isn't as incapable as we might think. We're not suggesting she is incompetent, but this is about creating questions. Even the smartest among us wouldn't be able to handle that level of complexity. Creating questions is several magnitudes more challenging than solving them. Even professors struggle with this task, which has historically required the collaboration of over 100 scholars. In Hua country, Mrs. Xia was tending to her flowers when she suddenly heard the butler's voice. Madam, something terrible has happened. Miss was in a car accident. The watering can slipped from Mrs. Xia's hands. What did you say? Yao Yao was in a car accident? What on earth happened? The butler's face reflected grave concern. As soon as she stepped outside, she was struck by a vehicle. They are rushing her to the hospital for emergency treatment. Mrs. Xia's hands trembled violently. Take me to the hospital, quickly. Meanwhile, Xia was at an entertainment company, addressing the aftermath of his recent concert. His abrupt departure had caused a significant number of fans to unfollow him, and rumors circulated online about his arrogance and disregard for his fans.
Yeah.
It's bad. Miss was in a car accident. His assistant rushed over in a panic. Xia halted, then sprinted out of the office. Wait for me, Li Ge. As Xia sped down the road, his temper flared. How could this happen? What were those bodyguards doing? Didn't they notice anything unusual this morning? The assistant in the passenger seat clutched the seatbelt tightly, visibly trembling. Li Ge, please drive carefully. Suddenly, with a loud crash, their car collided violently with another vehicle. Xia's consciousness began to fade, but fortunately, the assistant maintained enough awareness to dial for help. In an instant, the Bo family was thrown into disarray. Upon hearing that Xia had also been in an accident, the manager's body trembled. And an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Had that naive blessing from the girl and country truly come to pass? Was this mere coincidence, or was someone orchestrating these events? Could it be that Miss Xia had indeed lied and falsely accused others? Chapter 89. The triple emergency room inside the hospital, Mrs. Xia sat helplessly outside the operating room, tears streaming down her face. How could this be happening? How could a car accident occur involving her daughter? Make way. Make way. A commotion arose in the distance, and Mrs. Xia lifted her gaze to see several emergency doctors hastily pushing a gurney toward her. Her heart sank, realizing she could empathize with the anguish of other families in crisis. As the gurney drew closer, Mrs. Xia froze, a chill sweeping over her entire body. The person lying on the bed bore an uncanny resemblance to her son. Before she could get a better look, the individual was rushed into the same operating room as her daughter. A wave of dread washed over her. Meanwhile, the doctors outside continued their work. Quickly notify the family of the patient. Mrs. Xia clenched her fists, fearing she might hear a name she recognized. But the discussions around her persisted. My goodness! Do you know who just got wheeled in? It seems to be a major star. Yes, the star from the Xia family. Oh my! Wasn't there a rumor about him being difficult just a few days ago? What in the world is happening? Didn't you hear? The media just reported that he was in a car accident. The buzz of conversation grew increasingly muffled as Mrs. Xia began to experience ringing in her ears. Just then, her phone rang, and she numbly answered. Mrs. Xia, the third young master, has also been in an accident. Mrs. Xia's lips turned pale, her voice trembling as she replied, I am already aware. The doctor handling the case approached her. Mrs. Xia, there you are. We need a family member to sign for the third young master's surgery. Mrs. Xia had no recollection of how she managed to sign her name. In no time, Shimu rushed over, wrapping his arm around his wife's shoulders. My dear, I have arrived. Do not fear. Everything will be all right. Mrs. Bo Shio suddenly spat out blood and collapsed into Bo Shimu's embrace. The man momentarily lost his composure, exclaiming, "Doctor! Doctor! Quickly!" Chaos ensued around them, leaving onlookers in shock. What misfortune is this? What just transpired? Those who had witnessed the entire ordeal explained their daughter suffered a car accident and is currently in surgery. Now their son has also been rushed into the adjacent emergency room for a similar incident, and the mother has collapsed, vomiting blood. The crowd was left astounded. Isn't that the matriarch of the Bo family? And in the emergency room are the young lady and the esteemed actor from the Bo family? My heavens! Bo Shimu gazed at the three brightly lit operating rooms, his fingers trembling involuntarily. His wife had long been in poor health. What if the stress overwhelmed her? He shuddered at the thought of the consequences. Despite enduring countless adversities throughout his life, nothing compared to the peril of this day. In an instant, the composed head of the Bo family appeared to age a decade. What sins had he committed? He believed he had never engaged in any malevolent acts. Why did fate continue to torment the Bo family? Over a decade ago, he lost his daughter, and now, years later, his wife, son, and daughter were all in crisis. Moments later, two men entered, weary and anxious. "Father, what news do you have?" Bo Xian, clad in his police uniform, rushed in. Having received the news without even removing his work attire, Bo Shimu's eyes reflected deep sorrow. They have yet to emerge. Bo Xian clenched his fists tightly. Are these mere coincidences, or is there foul play? Why would both my brother and sister be involved in accidents on the same day? Bo Shimu's eyes reddened. Let us hope it is not deliberate. Otherwise, retribution will be demanded 1,000-fold. Bo Xian sat beside his father. Let us first ensure everyone is safe. I will investigate this matter. It aligns perfectly with my duties. Bo Shimu turned to his second son, who was silently staring at the door of the operating room, his brow furrowed. Aren't you supposed to be able to predict outcomes? Can you foresee if your mother, brother, and sister will be safe? Bo Shiming, filled with sorrow, replied with a hint of exasperation. Father, I am not a deity. Besides, I have only just begun to grasp the basics. How could I possibly predict the future? Even my master cannot guarantee absolute accuracy.
Bo Imu sighed.
Perplexed by his second son's fascination with such ethereal matters, hours passed before the doors of the operating rooms opened sequentially. 3 individuals emerged, one from each room. Bo Shimu hurried forward. How is my wife? The doctor replied earnestly. Your wife has long suffered from frail health, and her condition has worsened. She must continue her medication for recovery. Bo Shimu felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least her life was not in danger. Yet his heart ached, as his wife's health had been in decline since the loss of their daughter, largely due to emotional distress. He wondered if finding their daughter would heal her. From the left, the surgeon explained, for now, there are no significant issues, but she must remain in the hospital for observation for a week. From the right operating room, it was reported that the third young master had a fractured femur. Recovery would depend on post-operative rehabilitation. The 3 were subsequently moved to 3 luxurious VIP hospital rooms. Mrs. Bo Shio was the first to awaken, and Bo Shimu noticed immediately. My dear, how do you feel? Mrs. Bo Shio, her eyes red-rimmed, anxiously inquired, I am fine. How are our son and daughter? They're all right. Our daughter is mostly unscathed, but our son has a fracture. As darkness clouded her vision, Mrs. Bo Shio nearly fainted again. How could this happen? Bo Shimu, heartbroken, held her close. It will be all right. The doctor assured us that with diligent rehabilitation, he will recover swiftly. At that moment, a knock echoed, and Bo Xian entered. It was not foul play. It was an accident. He had reviewed the footage and confirmed there were no discrepancies. Mrs. Bo Shio's fists clenched tightly. How could this be such a coincidence? 2 accidents on the same day involving our family? Bo Xian pressed his lips together, continuing, in both incidents, only our family members were injured and taken to the emergency room. There were no other casualties, just minor injuries. The room fell into a heavy, helpless silence. Tears streamed down Mrs. Bo Shio's face. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why must my children bear the consequences? Let it be directed at me. Bo Xian sighed. As a police officer, he had witnessed countless tragedies, many far worse than this, yet when it struck his own family, the emotional toll was entirely different. Chapter 90. It is not a curse, but retribution. Ultimately, Bo Shimu could not bear to leave his family in the hospital. With a decisive wave of his hand, he took his wife, son, and daughter home, bringing along all necessary medical equipment and a medical team to the villa. In the living room, Bo Shimu turned to his other 2 sons. Have you managed to contact your elder brother? Both shook their heads in unison. No. Bo Shimu nodded. Do not mention this to your mother. He feared her imagination would run wild.
Bosien and Bo Imin confirmed. Understood.
Their elder brother, an officer in the military district, was permitted to carry a mobile phone. They understood his unique position. He would not usually call unless it was of utmost importance. However, they had not been able to reach him for 6 months, and with such a significant event occurring, they desperately wished to inform him, yet could not make contact. It was common for him to be unreachable during missions, but this felt distinctly abnormal. Bo Xian looked at Bo Shiming. Have you had any luck finding our brother? Isn't your metaphysics supposed to be quite profound? Bo Shiming shook his head. Such ancient arts are rare. Very few can inherit and practice them. The tracking techniques are merely glossed over in texts, and their authenticity is unverified. Bo Shimu pressed. So, what have you learned from your time in the mountains? In the room, Bo Xiao sat, seething, as she scrolled through online news articles. She refused to believe this was mere coincidence. Could it be the work of Xinwu? The words of her previous curse echoed in her mind. Initially dismissed, they now seemed to manifest. During dinner, Bo Shili, confined to a wheelchair, was pushed into the dining room by a servant. The atmosphere was heavy with gloom. Suddenly, Bo Xiao turned to Bo Shiming. Do you think we might be cursed? After a moment of contemplation, Bo Shiming replied, I will return to the mountains shortly to consult my master. Some things truly defy explanation. Bo Shili lowered his gaze. He vividly recalled the words of that girl in Country A. He suspected she was behind this, seeking to clear her name by sowing discord between him and his sister, intentionally orchestrating this misfortune. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the elder received news from his disciple, stroking his white beard and cryptically remarked, It is not a curse, it is retribution. Bo Shiming, startled, quickly ended the call, sweat beading on his forehead. How could this possibly be retribution? His younger sister had always been sensible, kind, and obedient. How could she be guilty of wrongdoing? This could not possibly be retribution. His third brother had a temper, but as a young master of the Bo family, he lacked for nothing and would never stoop to such lowly tactics. How could there be any retribution? In a flurry, he typed a message to his master, but no response came. In a moment of self-doubt, Bo Shiming found himself questioning everything. His master could not possibly deceive him, yet he trusted his own observations. He had grown up alongside his younger sister and third brother, and he knew their true natures all too well. Little sister, have you done anything questionable recently? Bo Xiao looked up in horror at Bo Shiming, second brother. What are you saying? How could I? Her expression was one of pure innocence, as if she had been wronged and deeply hurt. Bo Shiming hurriedly reassured her, Don't overthink it, little sister. I was merely asking out of curiosity. He merely sought to glean some information from her. Bo Xiao, aware of her second brother's enigmatic tendencies, felt a pang of anxiety at his inquiry. Did he know something? Fortunately, he did not press further and left, his expression suggesting he no longer suspected her. Left alone in her room, Bo Xiao clenched her fists, astonished at the far-reaching influence of Xinwu. According to her investigations, the Xin family had always resided in Country A. How then had Xinwu's reach extended to Hua Country? Moreover, his operations were so seamless that even her fourth brother, a professional in the field, had uncovered nothing. As this realization darkened her gaze, she resolved not to treat Xinwu with any leniency. Regardless of whether she was Bo Shijia's biological daughter, she would not let him off easily. Thus, she switched on her computer. Meanwhile, in the Shun family's villa in Country A, Shin-si blinked as he watched his younger sister leisurely munch on fruit while watching television. Hesitating to speak, unable to bear his gaze any longer, Bo Xi Tong, his younger sister, eventually asked, Is something the matter? Shin-si quickly replied, You haven't forgotten that you need to prepare questions for us, have you? The deadline is in 2 days, yet you appear utterly unfazed. Past examination questions had always been meticulously prepared by professors months in advance. Could she really manage to do it alone in such a short span? Yet the girl remained nonchalant, taking another bite of her apple. What's the rush? I can finish it in less than a day, she proclaimed. At that moment, Shin Sand emerged from an obscure corner, chiming in, Exactly. Our little sister is so clever. There's no need to hurry. Shun Si retorted, Third brother. Are you quite idle these days? Shin San nodded. There's been no competition recently, and the team has no pressing matters. I plan to stay home with little sister for a few days. Typically, it was little sister who would be sleeping while he played video games in his room. Shani walked in, prompting Shin San and Shin Si to inquire, Eldest brother, are you off work this early today? It was unusual for the workaholic to leave before sunset. Shen Yi ignored his garrulous younger brothers and turned his serious gaze toward Bo Xi Tong.
Xi Tong.
Do you know General Zhan? Bo Xi Tong looked up at Shen Yi, trying to discern something in his expression. Not very well. He came to our house for a meal once, she replied. Shen Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. He assisted us with the last matter. Bo Xi Tong silently smiled. She had suspected it was that man from the start. Shen Sen asked, why would he help us?
Shen Si speculated.
Is it because our families are collaborating? Shen Yi shook his head. It doesn't seem likely. The rumored General Zhan is not one to meddle in others' affairs. Though it is a collaboration, it is not an equal partnership. Shen San shrugged. Perhaps he is merely repaying the favor of a meal at our home. Shen Yi sighed imperceptibly. Let us hope so. He worried that the mysterious man might harbor ulterior motives. He glanced at his indifferent younger sister, feeling a sense of helplessness. Yet he quickly dismissed his concerns. After all, she was merely a university student, and a successful figure like General Zhan would hardly set his sights on her. At dinner, the Shen family gathered around the table. Bo Xi Tong addressed her parents, Mom and Dad, I have something I would like to discuss with everyone. The family paused their activities and turned to her with serious expressions. This was the first time the young girl had spoken with such gravity.
Shen Fu nodded. What is it?
Shen Mu inquired with concern. Are you facing difficulties? If it were not something you couldn't resolve on your own, you would not bring it up at home. Bo Xi Tong nodded and spoke under their attentive gazes. I would like to install an elevator in our home. Is that all right? Everyone was taken aback. Shen San exclaimed, just that? His serious demeanor had led him to believe it was something significant that required discussion. Bo Xi Tong affirmed, yes. If we had an elevator, I would save countless steps each day. Shen Fu's lips twitched. You young people should take the opportunity to exercise. The decision not to install an elevator previously stemmed from a desire to prevent the children from becoming lazy. Bo Xi Tong set down her fork and began to persuade, Dad. Other families are installing elevators in their villas. We must keep up with the trends. Shen Er chuckled. You live on the 3rd floor. What do you need an elevator for? Shen Yi, somewhat exasperated, noted that those of them living on higher floors had not protested. While this little sloth on the 3rd floor was demanding an elevator, Bo Xi Tong could not understand why they were being obstacles when her request would ultimately benefit everyone. Thus, she calmly asserted, time is money, Dad. If we install an elevator, we could save an immeasurable amount. Shen Fu raised an eyebrow. Do you think I am easily persuaded? Shen Mu nearly laughed aloud, astonished by her daughter's level of laziness. Shen Si looked at his sister. An elevator? Should we also arrange a parallel car for you? Then you wouldn't have to walk at all. Bo Xi Tong's eyes brightened. Yes. How did I not think of that? Thank you for the suggestion. I believe we can arrange one. Shen San's eyes widened. Are you serious, Shen Wu? Have you become this lazy? Just as the brothers thought her request would be dismissed.
Shen Fu nodded in agreement.
Very well. We shall heed Little Five's opinion. Shen San was taken aback. Wait, really? Shen Fu exchanged glances with Shen Mu before stating earnestly. Your mother and I are getting older. We indeed need to install an elevator. The 4 brothers were left speechless. This excuse felt remarkably flimsy. After all, their parents lived on the 2nd floor and had no use for an elevator. Bo Xi Tong's lips curled into a smile. She was about to embark on a genuine lazy life. Who has any objections? Just don't forget to take the elevator. At her words, the brothers fell silent, aware that even those on the 1st floor would need to hit the gym regardless. Since everyone would benefit, how could they let this opportunity slip away? After dinner, Bo Xi Tong prepared to head upstairs, reminding Shen Si before leaving, 4th brother, don't forget to buy me a parallel car. Shen Si, sitting on the sofa, looked bewildered. When did I agree to buy you a parallel car? Shen Mu blinked innocently. I just heard you mention a parallel car. Shen Fu joined in. I heard it too. Shen Si defended himself. I mentioned a parallel car, but I never said I would buy it for her. Can I not even speak? Shen San, enjoying the spectacle, chimed in. Since you brought it up, you must buy it. Shen Si protested. Shen Er crossed his legs. Really, 4th brother? Can't you fulfill such a small wish for little sister? Shen Si was on the verge of exasperation. Is this even comparable? A week later, Bo Xi Tong reluctantly arrived at school, somewhat against her will. However, as soon as she stepped through the school gates, she noticed her classmates, who had just been leisurely chatting, scattering like they had seen a ghost. Bo Xi Tong was left perplexed. Su Wan and Xia Ji approached with beaming smiles. Tong Tong. Bo Xi Tong glanced at the bewildered individuals standing some distance away. What is happening? Su-won linked her arm with Bo Xi Tong's. Don't mind them. As the trio strolled along the sidewalk, a nearby female classmate was suddenly pulled aside by another, who whispered, standing so close to her, "Are you courting disaster?" The bewildered classmate replied, "What's wrong?" Soon after, Bo Xi Tong overheard her peers whispering about her. She is a jinx. Anyone who interacts with her encounters misfortune. Indeed. Anyone even slightly related to her has faced calamity and left school. Fong Xia was one, and that girl from the school team too. The uninformed girl tilted her head. What happened while I was on leave? Oh, you were on leave? I wondered why you were so bold. She is now a celebrity at our school. Who doesn't recognize her? Just check the campus forum. In any case, keep your distance, good or bad. Just stay away. Bo Xi Tong twitched her lips upon hearing their gossip. What nonsense was this? Xia Ji patted Bo Xi Tong's hand. Tong, it's fine. Don't take their words to heart.
Suwan et galim inbigang.
Our Tong is not a jinx. You people should keep your distance to spare us from your irritating commotion. Hearing Su-won's voice, the crowd hastily dispersed. Bo Xi Tong smirked. Indeed, the tranquility of being undisturbed was quite delightful. Xia Ji, concerned that Bo Xi Tong might overthink, said anxiously, Tong. Bo Xi Tong ruffled the two girls' fluffy heads. Keeping our distance is just fine. It's quieter this way. Besides, she didn't even know those people. So it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. She had already provided the math group with the assignments, and there were no major issues lately, allowing her to relax entirely. Meanwhile, the Bo Xi family in Huagua was not enjoying such ease. Bo Xiao had hired someone online, transferring a substantial deposit without a second thought, and was now out shopping with her friends, stuck at the payment stage. The attendant politely informed her, "Miss Bo Xi, your card balance is insufficient." Bo Xiao's expression shifted, suddenly recalling the hefty sum she had just disbursed. Embarrassed, she quickly produced another card. "I took the wrong one. Please use this one." Her friends, though appearing harmonious on the surface, felt a mix of excitement and disdain for her. After all, she was merely a foster daughter. They found it absurd that she pretended to embody nobility and purity, especially considering the Bo Xi family was far wealthier than theirs. Thus, despite being a foster daughter, they felt envious and looked down upon her, yet maintained a facade of cordiality. Chapter 92. Just one more dollar. One socialite chuckled, "I told you. Yao Jie is the eldest daughter of the Bo Xi family. How could she possibly afford to buy a piece of clothing? It turns out she just took the wrong card." The others chimed in with flattery. Yao Jie is truly humorous. Bo Xiao's expression fluctuated, but she ultimately smiled sweetly. Like a delicate flower. "My apologies for the oversight. That card was just used for a yacht." Upon hearing this, the socialites' faces momentarily paled, but they quickly regained composure.
Oh.
Yao Jie still lives lavishly. She can buy a yacht at whim. No wonder her card balance was insufficient earlier. Bo Xiao's expression stiffened. The last thing she wanted to hear was the phrase insufficient balance, yet they seemed to emphasize it deliberately, as if to provoke her. "Yao Jie, when can we have the chance to experience the yacht?" "Yes, let us witness Yao Jie's extravagance." Bo Xiao forced a smile. "Sure. When I have the opportunity, I will definitely take you all to see it." The others clearly remained unconvinced. "Isn't there time right now? What other opportunity are you waiting for?" Bo Xiao felt cornered. She had not purchased any yacht. She had merely bought the life of that wretched person. The yacht she had just acquired still needed some furnishings before she could take her sisters out to play. With the conversation reaching this point, they decided to change the topic. Bo Xiao frowned at the cashier. "What is taking so long? Haven't you completed the transaction?" The cashier, now sweating, understood that the eldest daughter of the Bo Xi family was a regular customer they could not afford to offend, yet this card also had insufficient funds.
"Miss,
this card also has insufficient balance." Bo Xiao was taken aback. How is that possible? The other socialites were equally stunned, but soon felt a secret joy, as they finally seized an opportunity to overshadow her.
"Ah,
You must be mistaken. How could Yao Jie have insufficient balance? Exactly, do you know who Yao Jie is? The eldest daughter of the Bo Xi family would never be short on funds." "Yao Jie, did you perhaps take the wrong card?" Bo Xiao's face turned red and white. She had never encountered such an embarrassing moment. Coupled with the sarcastic remarks from her so-called friends, it was infuriating. She stiffly forced a smile and then produced another card, gritting her teeth. "Try this one." The cashier now hesitated to take the card, bringing the POS machine closer to her. "Miss, please swipe it yourself." Bo Xiao swiftly swiped the card. The POS machine emitted a series of beeps. The screen displayed insufficient balance. Her faux friends laughed triumphantly, their tones laced with feigned concern. What's wrong, Yao Jia? Is the POS machine malfunctioning? How could Yao Jia possibly be out of money? After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Bo Shi family.
Bo and Yao smiled gracefully,
feigning indifference to their deliberate mockery. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry. Perhaps I donated too much to impoverished areas recently. She gently apologized to the cashier. I'm sorry for the trouble. The cashier instantly felt a surge of admiration. How could a distinguished lady like her apologize? Miss Bo, she was exceedingly polite and gentle, and so kind-hearted to have donated her money. She was certainly far nobler than those socialites who only knew how to indulge in extravagance and comparison. The surrounding socialites twitched at the corners of their mouths. Was that really true?
Who could say?
Bo Shiyao smiled apologetically at everyone. I'm sorry, everyone, but I must leave now. I'll head home. One socialite, unable to tolerate her, stepped forward to ask the cashier, how much does Yao Jia still need? I'll cover it. Turning back to Bo Shiyao, she added, since we are sisters, I will naturally buy what Yao Jia likes as a gift. Bo Shiyao clenched her fists, internally scoffing. Who cares? The condescending tone of charity made her uncomfortable, yet she couldn't show her displeasure openly. Thank you, Wang Mei. I'll send you a beautiful haute couture dress another day. The cashier glanced at the POS machine and said, Miss Bo, she still needs $1. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. A muffled laugh escaped someone's lips. Everyone had been holding back their amusement. Oh, it's just $1. I'll cover it for Yao Jia. Another socialite playfully covered her mouth. Oh dear, it's just $1. Surely Yao Jia can afford it with 2 cards. They were all too concerned about appearances. To split the cost across 2 cards? That would surely be the subject of their mockery. The Wang family heiress chuckled. 2 cards? How troublesome. I happen to have $1 on me. She generously retrieved a 1 yuan coin from her bag and handed it to the cashier. Please wrap it up. Her tone and demeanor resembled that of dismissing a beggar. Bo Shiyao felt as if her teeth might shatter. Why did it have to be precisely $1? If only it were a bit more, she wouldn't be so humiliated. $1. How could the illustrious young lady of the Bo family be unable to afford a mere dollar? Her dignity has been utterly shattered. With shopping bags in hand, she hastily departed the scene. Before she could distance herself, the raucous laughter of her so-called plastic sisters reached her ears.
Ha ha ha.
This is too much. $1. I thought she was cherished in the Bo family, but it seems that's not the case. Just an adopted daughter, really. It feels like she's been crafting her own persona. Did you see the look on her face? Ha ha ha. It's absolutely delightful. It's about time she learned that dropping the Bo family name doesn't intimidate everyone. Do you really think she bought a yacht? Ha, as if. If she had, she'd be eager to announce it to the world. Would she pass up such an opportunity for ostentation? Usually, she can't wait to display her purchases as if they were trophies for public admiration. Bo Xiao, her expression darkened, hurried into the car, fearing that if she lingered, she might lose her temper and retaliate against them. She coldly instructed the driver, take me home. Yes, Mississippi. Upon returning home, she viciously tore apart the dress she had brought back, discarding the remnants into the trash. That dress had already tarnished her reputation within half of the socialite circle. Knock, knock, knock. Yao Yao, you're back? I heard from the driver that you're feeling down. What happened? Bo Xiao quickly composed herself and opened the door. Third brother, I'm fine. Why are you out here by yourself? Bo Shili was at her door, pushing his wheelchair. Feeling guilty over the injustice his sister had suffered last time, he instinctively sought to make amends.
I am all right.
Just need a bit more rehabilitation, and I'll be able to stand again. The driver mentioned you were in a bad mood. Is something bothering you? Suddenly, Bo Xiao recalled that her brother owned a yacht, and an idea sparked in her mind on how to regain her face in front of her so-called friends. Chapter 93. Have you been sneaking treats behind our backs? With a downcast gaze and a glum demeanor, she said, Third brother, everything I do lately seems to go awry. And I feel so stifled. Bo Shili frowned. Things aren't going well? Feeling stifled? This won't do. At this rate, you might develop depression. How about I take you on a vacation? I happen to have some free time to unwind. Bo Xiao paused, feeling touched. Her brother, despite his own burdens, his fractured leg and the pressures from fans at work, was still concerned for her well-being.
Ah?
But what about your rehabilitation?
Bo Ili smiled gently.
I'll bring the whole team along. Our family has vacation properties everywhere. No need to worry about accommodation. Bo Xiao hastily shook her head. No. That sounds too complicated. I don't want to go too far. Bo Shili felt a bit exasperated. What then could be done? Suddenly, Bo Xiao seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her brother. Third brother, I remember you have a luxury yacht. Can I go see it at sea? Seeing his little sister's eager and adorable expression, Bo Shili found it hard to refuse. The vast ocean and picturesque scenery would surely lighten her spirits. Of course, do you want me to accompany you? Bo Xiao feigned indecision, then reassured him, Third brother. Let's plan for another time, when you are fully recovered. Bo Shili hesitated. I'm worried about you going alone. Our parents will be concerned. The girl smiled sweetly. Then can I invite my girlfriends to join me? Bo Shili, who was somewhat fastidious, rarely allowed others to touch his belongings, especially not his yacht, which had yet to see many visitors, not even his parents. He furrowed his brow gently, pondering for several seconds before finally nodding.
All right.
As long as it makes you happy, go ahead. Bo Xiao's lips curled up in delight. Really? Thank you. Third brother, you're the best. Internally, she reveled in her triumph. Humph. The bond she shared with the Bo family over the past decade far surpassed anything that could be compared to a recently discovered biological sister. Bo Shili affectionately tousled his sister's fluffy hair. She was the one they had watched grow up, always sensible, kind, and obedient.
He sighed,
hoping that his biological sister would get along harmoniously with Yao Yao. If you need anything else, just let third brother know, and I'll arrange it for you. Bo Xiao nodded obediently. Thank you, third brother. Silly girl. What is there to thank family for? In stark contrast to the harmonious relationship of the Bo siblings in Huagua, the Shun family in a country was a chaotic mess. Shin Si chased after Xi Tong, his face a mask of anger and despair. My dear sister, how could you set such an impossibly difficult exam? This entire sheet is filled with unsolvable problems. Shun San lounged on the sofa, casually munching an apple while occasionally mocking Shin Si. Just because you can't solve it doesn't mean others can't. There must be a reason why our little sister set the questions. What? You're the one who asked her to create the test. And now you want to blame her for its difficulty? Shun Si took a deep breath. Do you even understand? He turned back to the calm Xi Tong. Sister, there's a technique to these exams. They usually progress from easy to difficult, yet you've thrown us straight into the deep end with the first question. We haven't even had a chance to attempt the others. Xi Tong frowned at the paper. You all find the first question difficult? This was merely an exam paper from her previous World S organization. Failure meant elimination. She had merely copied the questions. Creating her own? That would drain too many brain cells. Shin Si exclaimed. Is this even the sort of thing a normal person would say? It was infuriating. The disparity in their perceptions was maddening. The questions they found insurmountable. She breezily questioned, is it really that hard? Xi Tong quickly interjected, once the exam paper is set, it cannot be changed unless you pay extra. Don't expect to swap for simpler questions, that's a different price. Otherwise, it's non-negotiable. Shin Si was left speechless. Shin San, now piqued with curiosity, leaned forward. Shin Si, can you not solve a single question? Surely not. I know our little sister is brilliant, but you can't be that hopeless. Shin Si looked at Shin San, his tone resigned. I can do it, but it's like jumping straight into the deep end. After days, I've only managed to solve 2, and the questions demand at least 2 methods for each solution. The thought of his peers' pained expressions only added to his exasperation. The professors were certainly enjoying the challenge, while their colleagues were suffering. Most importantly, the professors were gleefully distributing the tests as the national standardized exam template. Not only was the math department in a country struggling, but half the world's math departments were likely in turmoil as well. Xi Tong hadn't anticipated such a situation. While this world's economy and political laws were more developed than those of her own, there were still many areas that fell short. Thus, it could be said that both worlds had their strengths and weaknesses. She was the greatest anomaly between the 2 worlds, bringing the advantages of one to the other, allowing her to thrive in this realm while enjoying its benefits. Yet, she had no desire to shine in this world. She simply wished to bask in the comfort she had missed for nearly 20 years. Now, she could reclaim the familial bonds and warmth she had lost over the past 2 decades from the Shun family. She could also experience a type of friendship at school that she had never known before, not one marked by deceit and betrayal behind a smile, but one built on unwavering trust. Even if she had to relinquish all the abilities she had gained from her previous world, she would willingly remain in this world as an ordinary, unremarkable person. Shin Si sighed in resignation. Sister, you are simply the nightmare of our global mathematics group. However, he possesses a distinct affinity for challenging problems. Delving into a plethora of mathematical queries is his joy, where he finds a sense of accomplishment. Unfortunately, his colleagues and senior peers incessantly murmur their complaints and grievances near his ear, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Therefore, he can only see if he might alleviate their burdens, even if just a little. A thought crossed Bo Shidong's mind, and she coldly raised the corners of her lips. Is that so? It is my honor. A nightmare, perhaps? In another realm. She too existed as a nightmarish presence for others. Shan San exclaimed in awe. Is it truly that difficult? Little sister, have you been secretly feasting on intelligence? Otherwise, how could she have become so astute in such a brief period? Truly, she is a hidden gem. Chapter 94. A Gift for Earning Money. Bo Xi Tong looked at him in bewilderment. Feasting on intelligence. I have no such peculiar appetite. Shun Si shot Shan San a disapproving glance. Third brother. Kindly refrain from complicating matters. Shun San shrugged, falling silent and opting to observe the unfolding drama. Shin Si sighed. All right, little sister. Your examination paper has conveniently arranged our workload for the entire year. Bo Shitong waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. If you wish to alter the questions, please bring both money and the examination paper. She added, there is no after-sale service. Should you desire solutions, please come bearing cash. Shun San remarked, little sister is undoubtedly money-minded. She seems to be diving headfirst into the pursuit of wealth. Shin Si's eyelids twitched. Given our familial bond, shall we negotiate a discount? Bo Shidong shook her finger. Blood relatives must settle accounts clearly. Shun San couldn't help but interject. Little sister, discussing money can sour relationships. Bo Shidong casually tossed a strawberry into her mouth. If we do not discuss money, there is no relationship. Shin Si was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. All right. I predict it won't be long before those old men come bearing money. Shin San couldn't resist giving her a thumbs up. Little sister, you are impressive. Earning money is a series of episodes. Propose questions and get paid. Create such difficult problems and then earn money for solutions. Bo Shidong had not anticipated hitting the jackpot. Earning money in 2 waves. Could this be the legendary gift for making money? The following noon, Bo Shitong was roused from her slumber by phone calls from Su Wan and Xia Ji. Her voice, hoarse and imbued with the allure of sleep, replied. Hello? From the other end, Su Wan's lively and spirited voice chimed in. Tong Tong, have you woken up? Let us go out and have some fun. Bo Shitong glanced at the time, then turned back to lay down and shut her eyes, her other hand cradling the phone to her ear. Not awake, not going. Soon, Cheng Ye's voice echoed. Boss, come play with us. This time, the place will definitely pique your interest. Bo Shitong rubbed her eyes. What is it? Knowing her fondness for money, Cheng Yi tempted her. We're heading to the street where jade stones are mined. It's a treasure trove. And there are snack stalls nearby. Bo Shitong pursed her lips, not going. She had no interest in those stones, having seen plenty in the gambling dens of their world, half of which revolved around stone mining. Cheng Yi persisted. Don't be like that, boss. There is so much delicious food. With the cacophony of their voices making it impossible to sleep, she reluctantly agreed. When she stepped outside, a van was already parked at her door. Zhao Peng waved his chubby hand. Boss. Bo Shitong languidly approached and opened the car door. Spotting the familiar faces inside, she raised an eyebrow. You all are going? When did you all become so familiar? Zhao Bo and Zhao Peng nodded. Hee, we're going to broaden our horizons. We've never experienced this before. Su Wan's face lit up with dreams. I just want to carve out the best jade stone. Then I can craft a bracelet for Mom as a New Year's gift. Winter break is approaching, and we'll be celebrating the New Year soon. Xia Ji smiled helplessly. Good luck to you. Though she had no personal experience, she had heard a fair bit. It was all about luck, with some even losing their fortunes gambling, while others were skilled enough to discern the value, though they were not among those few. Cheng Yi crossed his legs. I heard from my older brother that a new batch of goods just arrived from abroad. Perhaps we might strike it lucky. Bo Shitong face-bombed. So, it was your idea? I was wondering why so many people suddenly wanted to go out.
Cheng Ye grinned sheepish.
Scratching the back of his head. Well, we saw that you all were on break. Staying home on the weekend is rather dull. In truth, he merely wanted to have some fun, having never encountered anything like this and brimming with curiosity. Upon arriving at their destination, they found a narrow alley bustling with life. Far from the upscale shops they had envisioned. Everyone sat in rows along the sides of the street, a burlap sack laid out before them, filled with stones. The alley was teeming with people, though few dared to purchase. their apprehension evident. As both Xi Tong and her companions exited the vehicle, the vendors eagerly beckoned. "Young lady, care to take a look? Young man, want to see some stones?" The odds of winning here are quite high. Observing the group's attire, the vendors' eyes sparkled. They had noticed the shabby van, dismissing it at first, only to realize it contained a few golden nuggets. Their gazes were akin to wolves eyeing a tempting feast. The entire street was dedicated to selling stones, with fierce competition among vendors. Chungi approached the left side at the entrance of the alley and inquired, "When did you receive this shipment?" The vendor beamed. "Ah, young man. You ask a good question. These were recently shipped in from overseas." Suwon bounced over. "Boss, has anyone won anything here?" The vendor smiled. "Everything is possible. Some have won, while others have in tea. It all depends on luck. Would you like to buy one to give it a try?" Suwon's hands itched with excitement. "How about we start with a small one to test the waters?" Bo Xi Tong followed behind the others, casting a casual glance before stating, "Don't buy, let us keep looking." The vendor was taken aback. Was the duck they had in hand about to fly away? That simply wouldn't do. He looked at Bo Xi Tong curiously. "Young lady, do you know how to assess these?" Some experts disguise themselves as ordinary folk to buy low and sell high. Bo Xi Tong shook her head no. The vendor sighed with relief. Indeed. This young girl seemed too young to understand the market. "It's all the same. Whether you buy here or elsewhere, it's all about luck. Why not try a small one here first?" Chung Yi feigned profundity, stroking his chin. "How much?" The vendor pointed at the smaller stones. "These start at 10,000. Zhao Bo and Zhao Peng exclaimed. "What? 10,000 to start?" The vendor glanced at them, noting their humble attire, which explained their shock. Yet, mingling with the affluent, one must not underestimate them. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, gold flourishes, while in prosperous times, jade prevails. I haven't even set a price for these small stones. Zhao Peng was left speechless, having never imagined that a stone no bigger than a palm could cost 10,000. Such ordinary stones were plentiful by the river in their village. The big city was indeed different. The vendor continued to persuade. If luck is on your side, whatever you uncover could far exceed 10,000. Internally, he scoffed. As if any stones worth opening have long been snatched up by the big market. What remains are these common stones meant to deceive. Those who manage to unearth a gem likely missed it on their first purchase, hence it reappears for resale. One might not even encounter a winning stone here in a month. Chapter 95. Selecting stones like choosing potatoes. The vendor's eyes gleamed as he looked at Suwon. This young girl seemed easy to swindle out of her money. In contrast, the cold-faced girl beside her, with her hands tucked in her pockets, appeared rather unapproachable. Thus, the vendor turned his brightest smile towards Suwon, hoping to con her out of some cash. "How about it, young lady? Why not buy a few to test your luck?" Suwon gazed at the myriad stones, each seemingly similar, her hands itching to touch them. Yet a hint of hesitation lingered. How could she possibly purchase a mere trinket for her mother as a New Year's gift? Thus, she turned her attention to the larger stones. "What are the prices for these?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the merchant's eyes sparkled as if he had encountered the god of wealth. Such an opportunity was a lucrative prospect. The larger stones, while slightly pricier, boasted a greater probability of yielding impressive specimens. Suwon found herself in a quandary. Should she opt for the larger stones or the smaller ones?
Zhao,
overhearing the merchant's persuasive tactics, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene, his frustration mounting at the sight of this cunning fox attempting to deceive her.
Kalat Masu.
"Let us continue to observe," he insisted, refusing to allow this charming young girl to fall victim to trickery beneath his watchful gaze. Suwon tilted her head in contemplation. The merchant, sensing the hesitation, quickly suggested, "Why not purchase both large and small stones? This would enhance your chances." Chungyi weighed a stone in his hand, pondering. "How do we assess these? Perhaps it's best not to buy at all. If you desire a specific style of agate or jade, wouldn't it be wiser to acquire a ready-made piece? You certainly appear capable of affording it." Xiaji nodded in agreement. Wan. "Let us refrain from making any purchases just yet. A prudent shopper compares offers. I believe this is not entirely trustworthy. We're merely here for a leisurely stroll and to broaden our horizons." Suwon had always adhered to the adage, "Heed the counsel of others to ensure a full belly." "Very well, I shall not buy," she conceded. Suddenly, the usually reticent Bo Xi Tong interjected, "I will buy." The group collectively gasped in disbelief. The merchant, momentarily taken aback, realized he had misjudged the situation. The person least likely to be swindled was Paradoxically, the one who was. The merchant hastily donned a smile. Excellent. Young lady, choose which one you wish to buy, and I shall cut it for you fresh. Chang Yi quickly intervened. Classmate, let us hold off for now. Zhao Bo and Zhao Peng were equally anxious. They could not allow their leader to be deceived.
Don't buy, classmate.
If you fancy these stones, I can bring you a sack of similar ones when I return home, Zhao Peng urged. The merchant, frustrated by repeated interruptions to his potential earnings, furrowed his brow. That simply cannot compare. The stones from your hometown cannot yield jadeite like mine. These are truly priceless gems. Xi Tong retrieved a card from her pocket, saying, Enough chatter, provide me with a bag. The group was left in stunned silence.
Ha! What? Cheng ye eklimet, flabbergasted.
The merchant, having worked in this trade for years, found such a peculiar request utterly bewildering. Xi Tong presented her card to the merchant. I do not need to open them here. Cannot I just take them home to open? The merchant beamed, realizing the windfall this represented. Should she fail to uncover anything valuable, he wouldn't need to concoct an excuse on the spot. The occurrence of many unsuccessful openings would adversely affect his business. Very well, I shall fetch a bag. Young lady, please select your desired stones, he said, his eagerness palpable. Zhao Bo, increasingly agitated, asked, Classmate, are you truly purchasing? Xi Tong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we've come this far. It is only right to make a substantial profit. It would be a pity to waste the effort of rising from my soft bed for this outing.
Cheng ye bilinket in surprise.
Realizing how easily their leader could be swayed, why could he not persuade her to join their team? Su Wan and Xia Ji exchanged bewildered glances, marveling at Xi Tong's calm demeanor, as though she were merely shopping for vegetables. Soon, the merchant returned with a crumpled black plastic bag. Young lady, choose as you wish. Xi Tong proceeded to examine a stone, weighing it in her hand, and rummaged through the pile as if seeking hidden treasure. Cheng Yi and the others couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. Her serious selection process was amusing, leading them to wonder if she truly possessed expertise in this matter. The merchant watched with a grin, knowing that those who could identify valuable stones had already purchased them at great expense. Even if a gem were to be found among these, it would require an extraordinary stroke of luck. In his eyes, Xi Tong's meticulous examination appeared to be an act of pretentiousness. Minutes later, Xi Tong had selected 3 small stones and 1 large one. Zhao Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. Classmate, it's as if you are selecting potatoes. He weighed each one before placing it in the bag. Zhao Peng remarked, life in the big city is remarkable. Even stones can fetch a golden price. The merchant was astonished at her bulk selection. Xi Tong looked up. How much? The merchant wiped the sweat from his brow. 1 million. What? Are you robbing us? The two brothers were beside themselves with agitation, deeming the merchant unscrupulous. The merchant, knowing full well that nothing of value would emerge from these stones, still chose to profit unethically. Cheng Yi turned to Xi Tong. Classmate, 1 million is indeed a significant sum for them, but this isn't money that comes easily. Xi Tong remained resolute. Charge it. The merchant beamed, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons as he swiftly processed the transaction, fearful that any delay might cause her to reconsider. He couldn't help but regret not raising the price even further, had he known how easily she could be duped. After the transaction, Zhao Bo gingerly held the bag containing the precious stones, his hands trembling. He had never before touched anything so valuable. Other merchants, envious of his ease, beckoned. Young lady, do you wish to purchase more? The more you buy, the greater your chances. Xi Tong nodded calmly, yes. Each merchant believed they had successfully outwitted her. Behind Xi Tong, her companions each clutched a stone, collectively amassing nearly a dozen in various sizes. Some merchants, feeling a pang of conscience, hinted, Young lady, what do you intend to do with so many stones? Xi Tong smirked, I seek joy in spending. The crowd murmured in admiration at her lavishness. That sounds splendid. Should you return, I shall reserve the finest stones for you. The merchant mused, already plotting his next scheme. As they exited the narrow commercial alley, Su Wan suddenly gasped.
Ah!
Cheng Ye's expression darkened. What's the matter? Does someone dare to confront us? Su Wan pointed with trembling fingers toward a corner. There's someone over there. The group turned to find a tattered figure, indistinguishable in gender, emanating a foul odor. Zhao Peng and Zhao Bo exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with compassion. Fear not. It's merely a homeless person. The two brothers recalled their own humble beginnings in this vast city. They emptied their pockets, placing all their cash before the vagrant. Xi Tong frowned. That is not a homeless person.